Hotel cleaning personnel at the Windsor Motel in Arizona found 45-year-old Canadian Barbara Callow dead on April 5, 2005. Barbara had come to Lake Havasu City from Canada specifically to witness the blooming desert wildflowers. Barbara was last seen alive at approximately 8:40 p.m. When the hotel staff saw her, it was the night before. Investigative efforts were launched to find the real reason behind Barbara Callow's death. Nearly 20 years later, these efforts paid off when the culprit was identified, thanks to developments in DNA technology. Two important questions remain as we delve deeper into this mystery. Since Barbara Callow was only a visitor from another country who could have been the murderer, what possible reason might have existed for this horrible act? Do follow along to learn more about this tragic tale. This case takes place near the California-Arizona border in Lake Havasu City, which is located on the lake's eastern shore. Almost 1 million people visit this well-liked location each year. In addition to offering a perfect climate, a variety of dining options and lodging, it is well known for its historic London Bridge, crystal-clear lake, friendly community, plenty of sunshine, and numerous annual events. Generally speaking, the city has a lower crime rate than the state of Arizona. The killing of Barbara, however, shocked the neighborhood on April 5, 2005. It was an eerie incident that was unusual for the otherwise tranquil area. Barbara Irene Callow was born in 1960, the parents Bridget Callow and Werner Callow in Toronto, Canada. Additionally, she had a younger brother named Peter, to whom she had a close bond. Her early years were spent in Toronto. Barbara demonstrated exceptional intelligence and a distinct career goal from a very young age. She continued her studies at the Veterinary College of the University of Guelph, where she graduated with a master's degree. Barbara's passion for knowledge was evident when she decided to pursue a career as a researcher after completing her studies. Her talents were acknowledged by the Canadian federal government in 1992, when they hired her to work as a meat inspector. She eventually advanced to a position in the science branch where she gave insightful advice on issues pertaining to animal health after making the switch to veterinary biologics over the years. Her co-workers respected her for being a bright, daring, and self-starting person. Barbara was a multifaceted individual who enjoyed gardening, cycling, arts, and bird watching when she was night work. She was also deeply passionate about traveling. Barbara's bright future, however, was tragically cut short on March 25, 2005, when she left Ottawa for a vacation. Barbara, then 45, had decided to take a solo vacation in 2005. Seeing the enchanting bloom of desert wildflowers in the heart of Arizona was the main purpose of her plan. On March 25th, she departed from her Ottawa residence and set out on her quest. Her initial destination was British Columbia, and she proceeded to Las Vegas, Nevada from there. On March 26th, she rented a car and set out on her journey. After that, Barbara took a car to Yuma, Arizona, and spent a day exploring the area. She then took a car to Lake Havasu City, Arizona, her ultimate destination, eager to carry on exploring. She arrived at the Windsor Inn Motel on April 2nd, intending to use her room as a cozy base for day trips into the breathtaking Arizona scenery. Barbara's journey was an adventure full of hope and the promise of new experiences, not just a quest to see wildflowers. However, this promising adventure would soon take an unexpected turn. The motel staff last saw Barbara on April 4, 2005, at approximately 8:40 p.m. She called her mother, Bridget, in Toronto later that evening to let her know she would be staying an extra day in Lake Havasu before traveling to Las Vegas to catch her flight home. But when morning came, Barbara was nowhere to be seen at breakfast. Her absence worried the housekeepers, so they went to see how she was doing. They were shocked to find her dead body in the motel room. Without delay, they made a police call. Following the 911 call, police showed up quickly and went into Barbara's room. As soon as possible, the police searched the room and took the body for an autopsy. At the scene of the crime, investigators gathered potential suspect DNA evidence and preserved it for potential use in the future investigation. Her death was later determined by an autopsy to be asphyxiation, caused by being smothered by a pillow. The fact that her room was empty of her wallet, credit card, phone, identification, and the very pillow that was thought to have been used in her murder was another unsettling detail. Also, the fact that the rental car she had driven was also stolen and was eventually discovered abandoned 2 days later, along Interstate 15 in the Mojave Desert of California, added to the mystery. According to Lake Havasu police, Lieutenant Joe Archie, Barbara might have confronted someone trying to break into her rental car. Though it is more likely that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, it is still possible that she knew the person. The car appeared to be the main attraction in what appears to be a crime of opportunity. But for some reason, something happened that turned this into something ugly. When her brother learned of Barbara's terrible demise, he immediately took a plane from Toronto to Lake Havasu City to retrieve her remains. In spite of their extreme shock and distress over the unexpected and perplexing circumstances surrounding Barbara's death, the local community's investigators were motivated to see justice served. The fact that violent incidents were uncommon in Lake Havasu City was also mentioned by Charlie Canson, the city's at the time. Despite early efforts, the case was ultimately abandoned due to a dearth of convincing evidence and slow progress in DNA technology. In 2018, a ray of hope appeared for Barbara's family after years of uncertainty and increasing suffering. The Criminal Investigations Unit and Cold Case Squad of the Lake Havasu Police Department made the decision to reopen the case. They went over the evidence again, including the DNA that was taken at the scene of the crime in 2005. It was a major breakthrough when they finally identified a suspect. Barbara's tragic death was suspected to have been caused by 60-year-old Stacy Childs. This was a significant step toward bringing Barbara Callow and her bereaved family justice. Born in Santa Cruz, California in 1962, Stacy Childs has an alarming record of legal run-ins. Although not much is known about his parents or early years, his criminal history says a lot. He had previously been found guilty in California of a number of charges before there was any reason for suspicion. His list of crimes included a 2012 felony conviction for receiving stolen property, a 2005 felony conviction for eluding a peace officer, a 2004 felony conviction for false imprisonment, and a 2018 misdemeanor for threatening to injure someone. He received sentences of more than 2.5 years in San Quentin State Prison for the last 2 counts. Childs was immediately taken into custody on April 26, 2022, following his identification as the murder suspect in Barbara's demise. Childs' trial got underway pretty quickly. He was originally accused of second-degree murder after his arrest. During the trial, Amanda Clairhout, the deputy county attorney, disclosed that there was a missing pillow and foam cord from room 139 of the motel where Barbara had lodged. She also mentioned that a medical examiner report noted significant evidence, including the laceration to Callow's cheek, bruising around her neck, and literature marks on her feet. A re-examination of DNA evidence taken from Childs in 2008 and under the victim's fingernails in 2005 marked a turning point in the case. The choice to prosecute Childs for the crime was made in 2022 after this analysis. Paul Amon, Childs' defense lawyer, countered that his client had voluntarily provided a DNA sample and had assisted with the police investigation. Childs, according to Amon, angrily denied having anything to do with Barbara's murder, even though the jury deliberated for more than 4 hours over the course of 2 days during the trial. They eventually told Judge Derek Carlisle that they were unable to reach a unanimous decision. Judge Carlisle then ruled that the trial was a mistrial and released the jury to continue their deliberations. Amanda Clairhout, the deputy county attorney, declares she intended to retry Childs after the mistrial, but the judge stepped in and ordered a quibble verdict, which allowed Childs to be released from the adult detention facility. Ultimately, Stacy Childs was freed from detention. Though his future remained uncertain, he continued to deny any involvement in Barbara's murder. For her family, the loss of the free spirit Barbara remains a great burden. Her neighbors and friends were still missing the compassionate person she was when she was not around. Even after Childs was found not guilty, there are unanswered questions regarding who might have killed her and how the DNA evidence connected to Childs. This case is shrouded in uncertainty, so the Callow family is left searching for answers. Those who knew Barbara recall her as independent, adventurous, and full of life. They also recall her as having a strong desire to travel and take in the beauty of the world. Her mother can still clearly recall the day of the trip. She said, she claimed to have taken a trip to see the blooming cacti and white flowers. California was supposed to have an incredible year for bloom because of the rain. Her neighbor recalled her saying, she just wanted to go for a rest and just be quiet. She had no one with her, but she was a very friendly person. While the family was unable to have backed their loved one, they believed that the police apprehending the perpetrator was a step toward healing. Despite his acquittal, the family continues to seek answers and mourns the untimely death of their beloved daughter. Barbara Callos' case is tragic and complicated. The outcome of the case is marked by uncertainty because it is still unresolved, and the truth about Barbara Callos' death remains elusive. However, such cases highlight the complexities and challenges of solving cold cases, as well as the importance of advances in forensic technology. It also emphasizes the importance of justice and closure for victims' families and the community. Let us now hear your thoughts on this case. What potential obstacles do you believe the prosecution and defense faced during Stacy Child's trial, and how might these have influenced the outcome? Do you believe there is hope for a resolution in cold cases like Barbara Callos in the future, given advancements in forensic technology and DNA analysis? Or are there constraints that could prevent justice from being served? Suitland is a beautiful place, but in contrast, the crime rate is much higher than the average for all American communities, regardless of its size. Sadly, a horrible crime occurred in Suitland in 1979 when a young mother was kidnapped and brutally murdered, leaving her devoted family behind. On March 20th, 1951, Vicki Lynn Belk was born into the family of Lonnie and Maydell Belk. Vicki, the eldest of the 6 Belk siblings, was a devoted big sister to April, Grendon, Judy, and Kay, as well as her younger brother, Lonnie Jr., who goes by Ricky. Vicki grew up in Alexandria, Virginia, along with all of her siblings. Following their parents, Lonnie and Maydell made a successful lawsuit against the Board of Education over the school desegregation ruling. Vicki and her sister, Judy, became the first African-American students to attend Minnie Howard Elementary School in Alexandria, Virginia. Vicki later graduated from T.C. Williams High School in 1969. Vicki grew up during the Civil Rights Movement. The Belk family was a family that always stood by their values and was prepared to defend the rights of their community and family. The Belk family persisted in being role models for everyone in their community and for one another, even after suffering violence and losing a few fights. Like her family, Vicki also took a strong interest in speaking out and defending her neighborhood. Vicki's thoughtful and giving nature made her a role model for her siblings. Vicki became the first person in her family to graduate from college during a period when she and her community were rarely given opportunities. In 1974, Vicki graduated from St. Augustine College in Raleigh, North Carolina, with a Bachelor of Arts in Education. Her diligence and proficiency in her chosen field paid off, as she was hired as a management analyst in the Department of Agriculture's Office of Operations and Finance in Washington, D.C. Vicki, a 28-year-old woman, was juggling parenting her young son, Lamont Belk, and her job in Washington in 1979. She remained active in her community, working as a Sunday school teacher and church clerk at Oakland Baptist Church in Alexandria, which Vicki's great-grandfather, Wesley Casey, co-founded. Vicki's family maintained regular communication and was very close to one another. Vicki's entire family came together to celebrate Judy's marriage at Oakland Baptist Church in early August 1979. Vicki went to the wedding with James Hill, her co-worker turned boyfriend. Vicki assisted with much of the events planning and served as Judy's maid of honor. A few days after Judy's wedding, Vicki returned to her regular life with her boyfriend, James Hill, who worked for the agriculture department. Vicki and James got ready for the day on August 27, 1979, as they usually did. From their Prince George's County apartment, they took a ride in James' 1972 Buick to the Stadium Armory Station, where they parked the car and took the train to their offices. That day, Vicki had some errands to run and planned to finish them after lunch. She told James she would see him in the parking lot after work that evening. James arrived at the parking lot after finishing work and discovered that Vicki was nowhere to be found. The car was still gone. James waited until dusk and became concerned when Vicky was nowhere to be found. He tried calling some of Vicky's close friends and family members that evening to see if they had any information about her whereabouts, but nobody had any idea. James waited for Vicky for hours after getting home, but she never showed up. When James attempted to report his girlfriend Vicky missing to the Prince George's County Police Department early on August 28, 1979, the officials informed him that an official report could only be filed 72 hours after Vicky's disappearance because she was an adult. All James could do was wait and hope Vicky would come back. James informed Vicky's family of the news. They became very concerned, especially Maydell, Vicky's mother. She went crazy because she was unable to comprehend what was happening. It was unusual for Vicky to not check on her son, and it was not like her to not call or let her loved ones know where she was going. Now that her fearless daughter was gone, Maydell could only fear the worst. Vicky's family endured a very agonizing 72 hours of waiting, and as the day wore on, they realized something was seriously wrong. A local teenage boy discovered something strange in the woods on August 29, 1979, while out for a bike ride on Metropolitan Church Road, which is close to Route 227 in Maryland. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a dead body. After riding his bike home, he told his mother about the horrific discovery, and she contacted the police. When police arrived at the scene, they discovered a dead woman who was only partially clothed and had been shot in the head. After being taken to Baltimore's chief medical examiner, the woman's body was identified as Vicky Lynn Belk. Homicide was declared the cause of death. Vicky's parents, Maydell and Lonnie, received a call from the Charles County Sheriff's Office informing them that they needed to come to the police department as they had some information about their daughter. On their way to the police station, Lonnie and Maydell were actually pretty upbeat. They believed that perhaps Vicky had just been injured and had since been located. But the most terrible news was delivered to Maydell and Lonnie when they got to the sheriff's office. Their oldest daughter, who was also their firstborn child, had been killed and abandoned by the side of the road. Maydell instantly started crying uncontrollably because she was in too much pain. She cursed the man who had done this to her daughter. Vicky's family was overcome with grief and was severely traumatized by the violent and chaotic nature of the crime. After gathering themselves, they handed the case over to the detectives in the hopes that Vicky's killer would be apprehended and dealt with fairly. An inquiry into the killing got underway. The crime scene had already been secured, and detectives were continuously gathering evidence and looking for clues. Vicky's brown shoes, pantyhose, jewelry, bra, and slip-in dress were among the items the investigators found. They also found some hair samples and nail clippings. Despite being tested several times, the items discovered at the crime scene proved to be of little use to the investigators. Vicky's relatives, co-workers, and those in the vicinity of the crime scene were all questioned by the detectives during their numerous interviews. Nothing seemed to be happening with the investigation, not even after some leads were followed up on. Vicky had taken James' car to run errands the day before she vanished, and the detectives were still searching for it in the hopes that it would contain information that would help them find Vicky's killer. James' Buick was eventually discovered abandoned in Washington, D.C. within a few days. Unfortunately, though, the murderer's trail was completely erased. Despite the lack of fresh information in the case, the detectives were committed to identifying Vicky's killer. They kept all of the evidence in the hopes that it could be retested with more sophisticated technology. In an attempt to identify Vicky's killer and bring him to justice, Charles County detectives collaborated with the Maryland State Police, Bode Technology in Lorton, Virginia, and Sorensen's Laboratories in Salt Lake City, Utah, over the course of the following few years as more and more cutting-edge technologies were being introduced. However, they were once again met with failure. The investigation into Vicky's assault and murder gradually came to a standstill as more time passed, and the identity of her killer remained a mystery. Vicky was killed in 1979, and at the time, DNA samples could not be tested due to lack of equipment or technology. The 1980s saw the birth of the technology as law enforcement began compiling a sizable database of fingerprints and DNA samples from suspects of crimes across the nation. When DNA testing became a little more sophisticated in the early 2000s, investigators in Vicky's case retested the evidence. When Vicky's dress was examined again, it turned out to have a foreign bodily fluid on it. This allowed the investigators to create a profile of a possible suspect. Nevertheless, there was still much room for improvement in testing technology, so the created profile was unfit to be added to any database or compared to any suspects. Years went by, and the investigators continued to use new technology to repeatedly test Vicky's possessions that they had discovered at the crime scene. When Vicky's slip and dress were retested using forensic technology in 2022, the detectives were able to create a DNA profile of a male whose bodily fluids were found on Vicky's dress. This gave law enforcement some hope that Vicky's murderer would be apprehended and imprisoned. The newly created male profile was compared to profiles in CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System. The forensic team meticulously examined several profiles before discovering a match in their database. The owner of this profile was Andrew Taylor, a 61-year-old man. When the results were communicated to the sheriff's office in November 2022, investigators made the decision to delve deeper into Andrew's past, including his criminal record. At the time, Andrew, who is now elderly, was residing in a Washington, D.C. nursing home and rehabilitation center. By monitoring him closely and persistently obtaining information about his background, the detectives discovered that Andrew had resided in his aunt's Charles County house at the time of Vicky's murder. Vicky's body was discovered less than 4 miles from the house, but this information wasn't enough to nab Andrew. To establish his role in the horrifying murder, the investigators still required more substantial evidence. To do this, investigators obtained a warrant for Andrew's arrest in March 2023 and entered the assisted living facility where he was staying. Detectives needed more proof, so they confronted Andrew and took a sample of his saliva to compare with the DNA from the crime scene again. The unexpected visit made Andrew aware that he was under suspicion for Vicky's murder, but given his current state of health, the detectives were not concerned that he would run out of town. Authorities knew he was staying put, even though the lab tests would take weeks to complete and results would not be available. Andrew's health was rapidly deteriorating and he could hardly perform any activities due to his amputated leg. On June 16, 2023, the DNA match with Andrew's profile was confirmed once more. He was charged with first-degree murder and assault. On June 22, 2023, he was arrested and ordered held without bond. Vicky's family and the detectives who worked on her case addressed the media in a press conference. Vicky's family was inconsolable, living through the past as the investigation's findings evoked painful memories. Julie Belk remembered her late sister by sharing her favorite memory, while Vicky's son, Lamont Belk, thanked the police. Vicky's brother, Ricky Belk, described what happened to his mother after the tragic event. It is unclear at this time whether Andrew has entered a plea. He is being represented by the Maryland Public Defender's Office, which declined to comment on the matter. Vicky was unfamiliar with Andrew, and his assault on her was unplanned. Andrew was just 18 when he committed the horrible act. Vicky was robbed of her opportunity to lead a fulfilling life. The people who loved her were deeply saddened by her death, but they also felt some relief and closure now that her killer was in prison. Vicky's son, Lamont Belk, joined the Cobb County District Attorney's Office as an assistant district attorney after earning degrees from George Mason University School of Law and Morehouse College in 2009. Kay, Vicky's sister, is a retired surgeon from the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office in California. The lone boy among numerous sisters, Lonnie, holds a lieutenant position in the Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Department. In 1980, following Vicky's untimely death, the Belk family established the Vicky Belk Scholarship Foundation to pay tribute to Vicky and offer scholarships in her name. The scholarship board's job is to help raise money for graduating seniors at Oakland Baptist Church in Alexandria, Virginia, the church where Vicky Lynn Belk was baptized, and to offer opportunities that carry on her legacy. Through the scholarship program, approximately 100 students from Oakland Baptist Church have received awards thus far. Vicky's family wants to perpetuate her passion for learning in Oakland Baptist Church youth. On May 2, 1982, Jessica Disson was born in Shepherdsville, Kentucky, a small American town. It was a peaceful community where most people knew one another well and were engaged in farming. Jessica helped her parents look after their two younger brothers while they were at work from a young age. Jessica became more self-sufficient as a result, and her parents could always count on her. In order to pay for her first car at the age of 15, she started working a part-time job at a nearby restaurant. A few years later, she had saved up enough cash to fulfill her dream of owning a red Pontiac. Jessica had good grades despite working a part-time job, and she began to plan to go to college to become an accountant after graduation. When Jessica, then 17 years old, started her senior year in the fall of 1999, she also began dating a boy, which made her very happy. Her day started out normally in the morning on Friday, September 10th. While Jessica was still asleep, her parents left for work, her younger brothers left for school, and went to the bus stop. Jessica stayed at home and was expected to take her car to school shortly after her brothers. When her mother got home, sometime around noon, she noticed something strange right away. Jessica was supposed to be in class, but her car was parked in front of the house. The mother went to her daughter's room after entering the home. When Jessica was not in her bedroom, her first assumption was that she might have overslept and missed school. The mother then speculated that Jessica might have called her father to see if he could give her a ride to school. When she called him, he replied that he had left for work by himself that morning. The mother attempted to start Jessica's car with a spare key she had taken from the house, thinking there might be a problem with it. But as she got closer to the vehicle, she noticed an unsettling scene. First of all, the driver's door was ajar. Secondly, and perhaps more concerning, Jessica's phone was resting on the seat with the numbers 9 and 1 displayed on the screen. One of Jessica's shoes and her keys were under the front seat, and her work clothes, purse, and textbooks were in the back seat. The mother assumed the worst right away. It was obvious that someone had opened Jessica's phone to dial 911, but had stopped short. Furthermore, it is clear that Jessica could not simply leave her belongings in the car and drive away. She would have needed to walk several miles along the road because the family lived on the outskirts of town. Jessica's parents discovered that their daughter had not shown up for class when they called the school. The school should have informed them about this, but for some reason it hadn't. A few hours later, Jessica's parents received a call from Jessica's best friend at the restaurant where they worked, informing them that Jessica had not arrived for her shift, which further alarmed them. Jessica's parents decided to call the police after becoming concerned about her absence from school and work, as well as the fact that her belongings, including a phone with 9 and 1 dial, had been left in an unlocked car. But the sheriff just said that Jessica probably wandered off and would come back sometime. He did not even seem to notice that she could not go very far without one of her shoes because it was left in the car. Jessica's parents begged the sheriff to launch an investigation because they thought their daughter might be in danger, but he refused, so they were forced to go back home. Following that, Jessica's parents made the decision to act independent. Despite reaching out to friends, family, and acquaintances, nobody had reported seeing her. They began looking for Jessica together all over the town, but she was nowhere to be found. Her parents returned to the sheriff the following morning to inform him that Jessica had not returned home. He sent 2 officers to check her car this time, but their parents were now dealing with a second issue. The officers touched everything inside the car with their bare hands, as they looked over it without wearing gloves. Jessica's room was not checked by them, despite the fact that it was standard procedure. Jessica's parents attempted to seek assistance from the local media by bringing attention to their daughter's disappearance and the police's lack of interest. After being let down by law enforcement once more, they started their own search and started handing out flyers with information about Jessica along with family and friends. Leading the search were Jessica's father and his brother, Stanley, who was familiar with the area. They made the decision to search the area around a nearby river out of fear for the worst. Because of its overgrown and remote location, the area had a bad reputation and was frequented by local drug dealers and other criminals. Jessica's family searched the rough terrain by the river for hours without finding any sign of her. A very strange thing happened the following morning. Jessica's parents were at home with their son, who was playing in the yard. He hurried inside after hearing what he thought was his sister's voice calling for assistance. Grabbing his shotgun, Jessica's father hurried outside to try and find the source of the cry. Simultaneously, His brother arrived at their residence and promptly joined the search. They saw something soon after. David Brooks, their 40-year-old neighbor, had smoke rising from his property. They saw him burning what appeared to be clothes on his land as they got closer. Because of the suspicious appearance, Jessica's father requested permission from Brooks to search his farm. But Brooks declined, requesting that they depart. There were other strange aspects about Brooks as well. His family and Jessica's relatives had a regular relationship up until Jessica vanished. But not long afterward, when Brooks started acting strangely, he began driving past their house slowly, on a regular basis, while grinning menacingly at them. Additionally, Jessica's parents received strange phone calls from an unidentified man who just breathed heavily without saying anything. They had a suspicion that Brooks was responsible, but they were unable to fathom his actions. Jessica's parents made the decision to talk to the police again. After seeing Brooks burn clothes on his land, the police had initially shown little interest in the case. They agreed after the family shared their observations and requesting that police bring cadaver dogs to Brooks. The dogs found the fire pit on Brooks' property after tracking Jessica using her clothes, but no significant evidence was discovered. In one of the sheds, the dogs also found black gloves indicating the presence of a decomposing stench. Even though Brooks continued to act suspiciously during the search, the police were unable to link him to Jessica's disappearance and left empty-handed. Jessica's father decided to contact the FBI after being let down by the police. Normally, the Bureau declines to become involved in an investigation based only on calls from the families of missing individuals. But on this occasion, they made the decision to do so right away. After conducting extensive research and considering the unsettling information provided by Jessica's parents, the FBI came to the conclusion that something genuinely horrifying may have happened to Jessica. After that, a thorough investigation got underway, one that the local police had been hesitant to carry out. Fingerprints from Jessica's car and room were gathered by FBI agents. They also seized all potential evidence for analysis and sent it all to the lab. Additionally, the investigator coordinated a thorough ground search with the help of helicopters and volunteer recruitment. They thought that maybe Jessica's body was in the pond near her house, so they looked all over the bottom. After thoroughly searching Brooks's farm, FBI agents discovered something extremely concerning. They discovered a printed picture of Jessica inside one of the sheds. Detectives were almost positive that Brooks had some sort of involvement in her disappearance following this unsettling discovery. Joseph, his 35-year-old brother, was also a suspect because of his peculiar behavior during the police search of his property. During the search, something went wrong. Investigators concentrated all of their efforts on the search in the area, nearly certain that Jessica had died, since they could not find any evidence strong enough to bring the brothers to justice. 17 days after her disappearance, on September 27th, the police got a call. While driving beside the river where Jessica's father had first looked for her, a woman noticed something odd next to a tree off the road and decided to investigate. As she got closer, she noticed it resembled a human body and immediately dialed 911. When the FBI agents got there, they did in fact discover a young woman who was missing a few fingers and limbs and was dead. Detectives came to the conclusion that she had been sexually abused because she had a rope tied around her legs with paint traces in red and silver, and some of her clothes were missing. The decomposition was so advanced that they were unable to positively identify it as Jessica. After visiting her home, the policeman asked her parents for assistance in identifying her. Jessica's mother concurred, but her father found it difficult to look at his dead daughter. When she arrived at the scene, she was initially unable to identify her, but soon realized that the small butterfly tattoo on her body was in the exact same location as her daughter's. Subsequently, medical professionals established the deceased's identity and concluded that strangulation was the cause of death. Her body was also covered in numerous bruises. The most shocking discovery was that Jessica had been alive for about 3 days after going missing, even though experts had determined that her limbs and fingers were detached post-mortem, indicating that she was still alive at the time. It implied that although the police had a chance to save her, they did nothing at all to do so. The FBI decided to re-interview Brooks following the body's discovery, and this time they discovered something new. Brooks initially told the FBI that he had seen Jessica the morning she disappeared when they had first spoken. In the second interview, he altered his account to claim that he had not seen her at all that day. He said he was at home that morning in bed with his wife, and she had given a different account of her husband's testimony when the detectives questioned her. Even though there was no such evidence, the FBI persisted in questioning Brooks, asking him what he would do if they discovered his fingerprints on the victim's body. Brooks' response was very suspicious. He said that in that scenario he would have to admit everything. The FBI chose to arrest him and proceed with the trial after he failed a polygraph test. They knew that, since they had not discovered any conclusive evidence connecting Brooks to the murder, the likelihood of a guilty verdict was minimal. All they had was unsettling, albeit circumstantial evidence of his involvement. The detectives kept working the case and looked for any more evidence. While preparing for the trial, investigators remembered another intriguing detail. Something like the rope that was used to bind the victim's legs was discovered when searching Brooks' vehicle. But no DNA samples were discovered on it, so this is just more circumstantial evidence. Start of the trial was in January 2003. Brooks' attorney maintained that there was no evidence at all and asserted his client's innocence. During the trial, another thing was revealed. Investigators discovered the victim's missing limbs in close proximity to the body when they found it. After putting them in designated containers, they gave them to the neighborhood police. They allowed the boxes to decompose extensively at room temperature, disregarding labels that advised storing them in the refrigerator. Therefore, even in the unlikely event that there was any evidence such as possible DNA traces from the murderer, it was lost as a result of this mistake. The other circumstantial evidence against Brooks was not strong enough. Ultimately, the man was released because the jury was unable to come to a unanimous verdict. State statutes said that he could only face new charges in the event that fresh evidence surfaced. This was a devastating blow to Jessica's parents. They were nearly certain that Brooks was responsible for the death of their daughter. Furthermore, their daughter might have been saved if the police had taken their duties more seriously. Thus, they ultimately gave up on getting justice. This case was not resolved in the ensuing years and was eventually nearly completely dropped. Lynn Hunt, a new detective, started working with the local police force in 2012. She was tasked with investigating unsolved cases, and she was drawn to Jessica Disson's murder right away. She was horrified to see how careless her predecessors had been after reading through the case files. The majority of the documents contained numerous mistakes, lacked any mention of discussions with the parties concerned, and improperly documented the evidence. To put it another way, it was handled so poorly that she was forced to essentially begin the investigation anew. Her first move, 13 years after the murder, was to get in touch with Jessica's family. She was given a box containing Jessica's possessions from her car by one of her brothers, who is now an adult and lives apart from his parents. Ever since the police gave the family back these items, he had held on to it. Hunt was astounded once more at how heedlessly her colleagues had handled the evidence and neglected to store it in accordance with protocol. It was unlikely that these things would help her now after many years. Still, she examined everything she could find with diligence. She soon found out a fascinating detail. It was the report from Brooks's medical examination among the documents. It said that he had an extremely low IQ of only 61. This sparked questions about all police activities, including questioning Brooks. He may not have fully understood most of the questions, and may not have provided adequate answers due to his significantly low IQ. All of this made Hunt wonder if the man had anything to do with the case at all, since his strange behavior could just as easily have been caused by his extremely low IQ. Hunt then started to speculate as to who else might have killed this person. She did a thorough investigation on every person connected to the case or residing nearby. This continued until September 2014, which was almost 15 years after Jessica's passing. A departmental colleague called Hunt with some interesting information. An inmate at a Kentucky state prison asserted that he knew Jessica Disson's killer's true identity. Hunt was a little skeptical about this lead. When prisoners wanted to provide the police with information, it usually ended in disappointment and wasted time. Many of them merely make up stories to get early release or better treatment while incarcerated. Nevertheless, she realized that she had to follow up on this lead to ensure it was genuine. She went to see the man who was supposed to have the information at the prison. He claimed that, for a while, he and another person convicted of the same charge, child abuse, shared a cell. The two grew close on this common ground and occasionally shared information about their crimes. The cellmate informed him one day that he had killed Jessica Dissom, among other things. The detective was shocked when the informant then dropped a bombshell revealing this man's name. It was Jessica's uncle, Stanley Dissom, her father's brother. The informant claims Stanley admitted to him that while Jessica was residing in their home, he had sexually abused her for a number of years. If she ever discussed it, he threatened to kill her, or someone close to her. When Jessica got a boyfriend in the spring of 1999, Stanley became concerned that she would eventually confess to him about the abuse she had received from her own uncle. Jessica was home alone on September 10th when Stanley showed up in the morning. After loading all of her belongings into her vehicle, she went outside. Jessica resisted Stanley's demands that she end her relationship with her boyfriend, threatening to expose him if he did not leave her alone. She reached for the phone to try to dial 911 as he began to threaten her. Jessica managed to escape Stanley's attempt to grab her and escape inside the house, before bringing her to an abandoned shed close to where her body would eventually be discovered. The man followed her to her room, struck her, and bound her in her sheets. After torturing and mutilating her for several days, Stanley killed her, moved her body to a prominent spot close to the road, and buried the sheets beneath the shed. He added that he amputated a few of the victims in an attempt to fool the police into believing drug traffickers were responsible for the murder. Detective Hunt came to the conclusion that the informant could not have made this detail up because only Jessica's closest relatives were aware of the missing limbs. Finally, he mentioned that Stanley had buried Jessica's shoe next to the shed under a broken tree. Hunt made the decision to confirm all of the details regarding the hidden evidence. She contacted Jessica's brother and a few other relatives who agreed to help with the search because no one from the local police department could assist her due to staffing shortages. She chose to wait to inform them that Stanley might be the murderer in order to gather proof for these startling claims. They did not find any hints on the first day of the search. They dug in the areas that fit the informant's description in the pouring rain, but they got nothing. Hunt and Jessica's brother went back to the location the following day. They started excavating the soil inside the abandoned barn he had indicated to them along the way, and almost instantly a long-awaited breakthrough occurred. A bed sheet that had been buried was found. Hunt got the evidence and raced over to Jessica's place. Her parents had not altered her room in all these years. It was just the way it had been since the day their daughter disappeared. This allowed Hunt to verify that the discovered bedsheet was a piece of Jessica's bedding. The other linens had the same pattern, but it was absent from the bed. Following this discovery, Stanley was taken into custody and questioned right away. Despite looking visibly shaken during the conversation with the detectives, he refused to confess to the crime. He was eventually accused of murder and the matter went to trial. The fact that his brother had done such a horrible thing to his daughter was beyond shocking to Jessica's father. He went through a period of total denial before accepting this intolerable truth. He later remembered that Stanley had suggested looking for Jessica's body near the river in the early days of her disappearance, but he became ill during the search, so his brother drove him home. As it turned out, Jessica was found only a few hundred yards from the barn where this had occurred, indicating that Stanley may have purposefully misled them into thinking she was still alive. Detective Hunt conducted background research on the suspect in an effort to gather more evidence before the trial. Hunt quickly learned of an even more unsettling truth, though she already knew he had served time for abusing another girl in their family. A number of other women who were close to Stanley reported to the police that he had molested them when they were little. He would tell their family that he was temporarily homeless and ask them to let him stay in their house for a while. This pattern was consistent. Stanley used threats to silence the girls when he was left alone with them and carried out his heinous acts. After hearing all of these accounts, the police came to the conclusion that Stanley had been doing this for 30 years. Despite this, Detective Hunt recognized that it would be difficult to convict Stanley of the murder because there were so few clear-cut pieces of evidence, like fingerprints or DNA. She kept working on the case until she came across a box of old files that she had not yet looked through. Examining its contents, Hunt was struck once more with the ineptitude of her predecessor's handling of the case. There was a letter in the box, dated June 26, 2002. The same account which Hunt heard from the prisoner in Kentucky, just 12 years later, was submitted to the authorities by another informant. Stanley had already been incarcerated since the summer of 2002 for attacking a minor relative. He told his cellmate about killing Jessica during that period. The cellmate, who happened to be a police informant, wrote a letter to the department in charge of the case, detailing all of Stanley's heinous crimes against his niece. And what do you think happened? Did the police just disregard the letter, perhaps convinced of Brooks's involvement during those years, and stop looking into other possibilities? Hunt was again displeased with the incompetence of her colleagues. Had they been more diligent in their work, this case might have been resolved in 2002. She could only wait for the trial now, years later, in the hopes that Stanley would at last receive long overdue justice for his deeds. Stanley proclaimed his innocence before the proceedings started in 2015. Jessica's parents were in the courtroom and they could barely look at the relative who had ruined their lives. And they were angry that he could not just come clean and offer them some sort of resolution. Due to the dearth of strong evidence against him, the prosecution thought there was little chance of getting a guilty verdict on the murder charges. The assault accusations against the other girls in the family presented another issue. The prosecution chose to offer Stanley a plea deal because all of them would have to testify in court and give detailed accounts of what Stanley had done to them. In exchange for Stanley's confession about his assaults on family members and his involvement in Jessica's murder, they agreed to remove the death penalty. Ultimately, he consented and entered a guilty plea. He was not obliged to reveal any particulars about the crimes as part of the agreement. Jessica's parents were unhappy about it because they wanted to know the whole truth, but Stanley had to keep quiet because of the terms of the plea agreement. The murderer was sentenced to 20 years in prison with the possibility of release after 15 years. Stanley may be released at age 71, as he was 56 at the time of sentencing. Following the trial, Jessica's father pledged that he would wait for his brother to take matters into his own hands if he did not pass away in jail. In 2019, Stanley denied killing Jessica in his first interview. He said that he had been at work that morning. However, after 20 years, it was impossible to confirm. Furthermore, he was unable to explain how two unconnected informants could have come up with the same tales, including details like a bed-lin in burial site that the murderer alone knew. Detectives have yet to rule out David Brooks's possible small role in the case. Stanley could have asked for assistance in getting rid of the victim's belongings because Stanley knew him. Brooks may not have fully understood the situation given his low IQ. He may have set the girl's clothes on fire, and Stanley may have given him the gloves that contained the body odor that the dogs had picked up on. He might have left Jessica's picture in Stanley's shed so that it would frame him. The truth, though, might never be known because Brooks passed away in 2021 from cardiac issues. It is important to remember the incident where Jessica's younger brother mistook a cry for assistance outside for his sister on the third day after Jessica vanished. There is still no way to know for sure what transpired at that moment. Stanley was detaining the girl several miles from her residence in the barn, so it is possible that she was still alive. There is a somewhat unlikely possibility, but the child most likely imagined it because they were stressed or else someone else was screaming. Stanley was probably not far from the house because, as we remember, he drove up just after Jessica's father hurried outside. It is possible that the girl was unconscious or had her mouth taped shut while in his car, but this theory does not seem very likely. 42-year-old Ricky Lubert lived in Texas County, Missouri in 2007. He was last seen on November 10th. 3 days later, a neighbor of his became concerned that he had not seen Ricky for a few days. Inside of Ricky's home, the neighbor found his body and called 911. Investigators quickly had a suspect, Tommy Wetzel. Investigators at the time did not specify what led them to Wetzel. After an exhaustive investigation trying to find more evidence against Wetzel, he was charged and convicted of a federal weapons violation, but he was never charged with taking Ricky's life. That all changed after the Texas County Sheriff's Office opened a new investigation into Ricky's case in January of 2022. The Sheriff's Office was aided with the resources from the television program Cold Justice. Investigators from the Sheriff's Office reviewed the original case files and evidence. Based on that information, investigators conducted new interviews of witnesses and a suspect and had additional analysis performed on evidence in the case. The new investigative efforts, as well as the prior ones, led to an indictment for armed criminal action and discharge of a firearm at or from a motor vehicle and for taking Ricky's life against Wetzel. He was arrested on June 29, 2022 by the Barton County Sheriff's Office at his home in Liberal, Missouri. He has been transported back to Texas County. Texas County Sheriff Scott Lindsay had this to say in a statement. Today represents an important step in seeking justice for Ricky Lubert. I hope that this arrest is some sort of comfort to the family of the victim, even though it has taken 14+ years to reach this point. I would like to commend all the investigators that worked on this case, but especially the deputies that were assigned to reopen the investigation and approached it with a dedication and perseverance. I would also like to thank the staff and resources provided by Cold Justice to assist with the investigation. The motive of the crime is unclear at the moment. The Cold Justice team, who played an important part in solving the case, had this to say in a press release. Nearly 15 years later, there is justice for Ricky's brother Randy and his 2 boys. This is all possible due to the hard work of the Texas County Sheriff's Department and the assistance of Steve Spangler and Kelly Siegler. Our experts, Eric Devlin, Kathy Pernier, and the Cold Justice team worked incredibly hard to support the investigation team. Cold Justice has contributed to more than 50 arrests in cold cases around the U.S. 22-year-old Catherine Blauvelt lived in Simpsonville, South Carolina in 2016. She was married to 27-year-old John Tufton Blauvelt. He worked as a U.S. Army recruiter in Greenville County. Catherine disappeared from her home on October 25, 2016. The following day, friends found her body in the basement of a house that had been abandoned for more than 20 years. The house was a place where Catherine and her friends used to hang out as children. The post-mortem examination revealed that Catherine had been fatally stabbed with a knife. Less than a month after she was found, Simpsonville police obtained a warrant for John Blauvelt's arrest, charging him with taking Catherine's life and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. But by then, Blauvelt had fled the state with his 17-year-old girlfriend. He was classified as an Army deserter. The girlfriend is Hannah Thompson, a Fountain Inn, South Carolina. She was reported missing by her parents on November 21, 2016, just 3 days after police issued a warrant for Blauvelt's arrest. Blauvelt and Thompson was spotted in Las Cruces, New Mexico a few days later. Then, after the U.S. Marshals joined the search to find Blauvelt, they learned that he and Thompson traveled through Alabama, Texas, and California. In December 2016, Thompson called her parents requesting to return home to South Carolina. She was found safe in Oregon on December 12, having been abandoned by Blauvelt. Simpsonville police stated that Blauvelt was known to live around wooded areas near the Oregon-Washington border. The case was featured on In Pursuit with John Walsh in 2019. On July 20, 2022, the Pacific Northwest Violent Offender Task Force, led by the U.S. Marshals Service, captured Blauvelt following a lead received at the Marshals headquarters earlier in 2022. The nature of the tip was not disclosed, but officials stated Blauvelt had been living as Ben Klein when they arrested him without incident. Jackson Sheriff Nathan Sickler said, "We are glad this offender is in custody and the process can begin to seek justice for the victim and her family. The work of this local violent offender task force is extremely important to the safety of our community, and we are proud of their efforts and our continued partnership." Catherine's mother, Patricia Piver, said, "Losing a child is unbearable. We knew John did it, but when he ran, our hearts sunk. And then he disappeared off the face of the map. And months turned into years. And now 5.5 years later, you lose hope, and you just gotta find something to hold on to. But getting that call yesterday, I'm still shaking," Piver continued. "It was the most amazing phone call ever. She also told reporters that Catherine's relationship consisted of intimate partner violence and hoped others could learn from her daughters. He or she will beat you one day and then the next day apologize. Don't believe it. Catherine got away from him and moved back home, but they're not going to change. They threaten, beat, and hurt you. Get away and stay away. John Blavat was booked into the Jackson County Jail, where he awaits to be taken back to South Carolina to face prosecution. On December 5, 2001, 20-year-old Wesley Powell was sitting inside his vehicle at a Oaxaca gas station in Birmingham, Alabama. An unknown man then walked up to Wesley's car, stood inside the open passenger door, and shot Wesley a few times. Sadly, he succumbed to his injuries the next day in a hospital. The man fled on foot. Witnesses were able to tell the police that the culprit is a young black male, but unfortunately, no one recognized him and there was nothing else for the investigators to go on. Then, in early 2022, investigators received valuable information regarding the case. It led them to 46-year-old Ricky Witherspoon. Investigators were able to confirm that he was responsible. Witherspoon was arrested on August 19, 2022. He is currently being held at a Jefferson County jail without bond. During the news conference held by Birmingham Police Department to address the arrest, some family members of Wesley's attended and made a brief statement. Don't give up, because at one time I really did. After 21 years, I did. To see this come to light and give our family some closure, so we can have Christmas dinner like everybody else. Because everybody else was having Christmas dinner and we were burying our son. But the main thing is, don't give up, said Wesley Powell Jr. 26-year-old Anna Kane lived in Reading, Pennsylvania in 1988. She was a sex worker and drug user. Anna had 3 children. On October 23, 1988, Anna's body was found in a wooded area near Reading with baling twined around her neck. An investigation revealed that she had been strangled elsewhere and dumped in the woods. In February of 1990, about 15 months after Anna's life was taken, a local newspaper, the Reading Eagle, received an anonymous letter from a concerned citizen with information that only the perpetrator would know. The letter writer also left his DNA when he licked the envelope. Investigators analyzed Anna's clothing and found traces of an unknown male's DNA. The Pennsylvania State Police have declined to release the 1990 letter to the newspaper or to elaborate on exactly what it said. There were just intimate details about where she was disposed of, how her clothes were displayed, stuff like that, State Police Trooper Daniel Wummer said. This led investigators to believe that whoever wrote the letter had committed the crime. They later determined that the male DNA on Anna's clothing matched the DNA on the envelope from 1990, confirming investigators' belief that the person behind the letter was the perpetrator. But while the investigators had his DNA profile, there was nothing to identify him, because he had never been arrested for anything that required his DNA to be put into the system. That's where genetic genealogy came in. Genetic genealogy's effectiveness in cold cases depends on the quality of crime scene DNA and whether it has degraded. The detectives' careful preservation of DNA evidence in 1988 provided a solid foundation for today's investigators to examine with new technology. Genetic genealogy combines DNA evidence and traditional genealogy to find biological connections among people. In recent years, companies like 23andMe and Ancestry.com have encouraged people to explore their genealogy by spinning into a tube and sending it off for analysis. These companies then send back information on their clients' ethnic heritage, genetic health risk, and family tree, as well as a raw data file on their DNA. With millions of users seeking to explore their genetic roots, the practice has become a big business. It is also a valuable tool for law enforcement officers to solve old crimes. DNA collected from crime scenes can now be uploaded to an online service that compares it to DNA submitted by people using companies like 23andMe to explore their genealogy. If a possible match is found, genealogists can build out family trees to help find potential suspects. Finally, in August 2022, Pennsylvania State Police used genetic genealogy testing to identify the man responsible for taking the life of Anna Kane. Pennsylvania State Police Nathan Trate said, "All of that stuff was preserved the way it should be because they knew probably somewhere down the line whatever they collected could be that little piece of evidence to solve the case. Well, here we are in 2022, and that little piece of evidence that they collected was exactly what we needed. The person responsible is a local man named Scott Grimm. Grimm passed away in 2018 at age 58. Investigators don't know much about him other than he lived in a nearby Hamburg, Pennsylvania area. Investigators are trying to determine whether he knew Anna, and have urged anyone who knows the nature of their relationship to reach out. So far, they have found no ties. Anna's daughter, 43-year-old Tamika Reyes, spoke during the press conference. She was just 9 years old when her mother was taken away from her. I felt a bit of everything when I found out. I was happy to finally put a face behind the monster who took her from us and upset that he will never be able to face consequences. Tamika said one of her fondest childhood memories was taking walks with her mother and seeing her suddenly dance to random music playing in stores as they passed. She was a firecracker, very outgoing, not afraid of anything, very honest, blunt and caring. Tamika says she's still bothered by the image the media painted of her mother. Although she had a dark past that included drug use and prostitution, she was trying to turn her life around, Tamika said. She was portrayed as this slain prostitute, like she deserved what happened to her. It was hurtful. She was more than that. She was a victim. She was a mother. She was loved. No one deserves what happened to her. It has been hard growing up without a mom, she said. No child should ever have to grow up without their mom. Tamika still has so many questions she would ask Grimm if he was still alive. Why did he take the life of a young woman who was just trying to take care of her children? And what went through his mind when he learned she had a family that loved her? Tamika knows she'll never get the answers, but she's glad her family finally knows who did it. Now the investigators have identified Scott Grimm. They will review other open cold cases to see if he was involved. A small town in Kipling, Saskatchewan looked forward to a little spooky fun on Halloween night in 1992. But Candice Fonagy had no idea that the horrors that night would go far beyond her wildest expectations. First of all, she recently discovered that her partner was unfaithful to her. Then, she was unable to locate her friend when she went to see her at a nearby hospital. Candice was starting to feel nervous. Candice allowed Dr. John, the only physician in the community, to give her an injection as she sought solace from him. However, she soon sensed that she was being stripped and assaulted. She called the police and reported everyone's favorite doctor, Dr. John. No one, not even the police, took her allegations seriously because he denied doing anything of that kind. For years afterward, the entire community was plagued by suspicion about who was telling the truth, Candice or Dr. John. Then, after a grueling 5 years, a fresh perspective emerged, completely altering the narrative. Kipling, Saskatchewan, a charming town in rural Canada, is steeped in history. Its name honors the renowned writer Rudyard Kipling. Kipling grew from a tiny settlement in the early 1900s to a quaint town with about 1,000 residents. The town's architecture features wide streets and low-rise buildings, with a school and library at its center. There are a few restaurants, a co-op, a small cafe, farming supply stores, and more. Kipling is proud to be the center of the community's medical and educational resources. Kipling's close-knit community is comparable to a large family. The town comes alive with celebrations during the holidays. On Halloween, children dress up and roam the streets in search of candy. The chilly air is filled with a charming and celebratory atmosphere. However, for 23-year-old Candice Fonagy, a Kipling resident, Halloween 1992 changed her entire life. Candice Fonagy was working at a gas station on October 31st, 1992, just like any other day. However, this particular day proved to be unique. When Danny, her boyfriend, showed up, they got into a heated fight because Danny had done something that had truly irritated Candice. Candice had had enough of his lies and was shocked to learn that he had asked another girl out to dinner. Out of rage, she punched Danny's truck, causing a dent. Candice was left furious as Danny walked off. She was so upset that she left work and went to see a friend at the Kipling Memorial Union Hospital to unwind. But things did not go as planned. Candice arrived at the Kipling Memorial Union Hospital, hoping to find her friend, but she was not present. Candace was still upset and struggling to calm down. Candace accepted the nurse's suggestion to speak with a doctor after realizing she needed assistance to calm her emotions. That evening, Dr. John Schneeberger was in charge. John Schneeberger was born in Zambia on January 1st, 1961, into a family that valued education. He was a student at the prestigious Kearsney College in South Africa, where he was a standout student and made lots of friends. It came as no surprise when he enrolled in medical school following in his brother's footsteps. He left Kearsney behind to pursue his studies at the University of Stellenbosch, which is located close to Cape Town. He demonstrated his excellence as a student, particularly in anesthesiology, by graduating in December of 1984. John Schneeberger relocated to Kipling, which is south of Saskatchewan, in the year 1987. He officially joined the medical staff at Kipling Medical Center in December 1988, having completed the requirements to become a physician in Canada. Before long, the talk of the town was all about the handsome new doctor with the distinctive accent. In the entire region, he was one of only 2 physicians. He quickly gained the reputation of Dr. John. His initials served as his emblem. He became very popular with the locals, who saw him as a compassionate physician in this small, close-knit community. He was popular with everyone, especially the women, thanks to his polished and easygoing demeanor. He revealed that his female patients were sometimes so enamored with him that they would pretend to be ill in order to see him. He was attractive, tall, and endearing. He was the most eligible bachelor in the town. He met Lisa Dillman, a single mother of 2 children, at his doctor's office. They tied the knot in 1991. He treated Lisa's kids as if they were his own, encouraging them to participate in sports. The couple was again blessed with 2 daughters, born barely a year apart. Not only was Dr. John skilled in general medicine, but he also recognized that the town needed more specialized care. As a full-time physician and father of 4, he continued his education until 1992, when he became an expert in obstetrics and gynecology at the age of 38. In addition to all of this, he was spearheading an effort to raise funds for a new pool that the town would be able to use. At the high school, he also taught a special class on relationships and related topics. For Dr. John, everything was going well, but soon things would change. Dr. John was well known to Candace because, just 9 months prior, he had assisted her in giving birth. She confided in him about her altercation with Danny and her concerns regarding her outburst. Dr. John had witnessed an argument between Candace and Danny during a fundraiser for the Naperville swimming pool. He was aware of Candace's fiery side, and this time she was unable to control her emotions. Dr. John briefly left the room and came back with a small syringe in his hand. Candace was a little taken aback because she had assumed she would be given medication, but the doctor clarified that a shot would be more appropriate given her circumstances. Candace offered her right arm for the shot because she trusted him. Her body felt heavy, as if she were asleep as soon as the medication was injected, and she was barely able to move. She moved from the chair to the exam bed with Dr. John's assistance, lying on her left side with her back to the wall. For Candace, it was an odd sensation. Versed, a type of sedative, is the medication that Dr. John used. It is typically utilized when patients must endure uncomfortable procedures like a colonoscopy. Normally, it puts patients to sleep and causes them to forget what happened during the procedure. But as you can see, every person is unique, and Candace was only immobilized, not unconscious or asleep. She could not react when she felt someone tuck her jeans down and move her underwear to the side while she was dazed. Then the dependable physician did the unimaginable to her. Candace wanted to scream, but all she managed to produce was a weak, raspy noise. She did not see anyone's face during this terrible moment, but Dr. John was the only person in the room with her. When it was all over, the doctor adjusted her pants and underwear. He went out of the room, sipping up his own pants. Because of the powerful medication, Candace was completely disoriented and unable to act. When a nurse checked on Candace, she was too exhausted and lightheaded to drive home, so the nurse recommended that Candace stay the night. Keeping the incident from the nurse, Candace went to bed feeling very disoriented. Because of the medication, Dr. John probably thought she would not remember anything, but that was not the case. Candace's head felt foggy the next morning, and for a brief while, she was not quite sure what had happened. How could Dr. John, who was usually so kind, do something so horrible? Her doubt, however, was short-lived that she immediately recalled every detail of what had transpired. Before she could leave the hospital, she had to wait for the doctor to finish his morning rounds. Upon seeing him at last, she inquired about the medication he had administered to her. He asked her why she wanted to know and if it had given her crazy dreams while remaining composed at the time. Although she was traumatized and still experiencing the side effects of the powerful medication, Candace was able to maintain focus even though she knew he would never admit to what he had done to her. If she ever wanted to prove the doctor's guilt, what she did next was vital. When she removed her panties, she noticed a stain. She hurriedly placed her panties in a plastic bag and closed it, realizing that this might be her only piece of evidence. Candace realized she had to get the word out to someone as soon as possible about what had occurred. However, she did not feel comfortable reporting it in Kipling, where she was raised, because she knew the doctor had connections to the local police department. Rather, she made the decision to travel 2 hours by car to Regina. She visited a clinic there so that the appropriate tests could be performed. The material on Candace's underwear was unquestionably bodily fluid, as the test revealed. Additionally, some was discovered in swabs taken from her private area and on her jeans. The Regina police were alerted by the hospital right away, and Candace informed them of the incident. She clarified that the bodily fluid they discovered could only have come from the attacker, Dr. John Schneeberger, because she had not engaged in any sexual activity in the weeks prior to the incident. DNA was a novel concept in science back in the early 1990s, 3 years before Candace's ordeal in 1989. Evidence was used for the first time in Canada to apprehend a criminal. She was very wise to go to the clinic straight away and get the test done, since they could use the bodily fluid's DNA to see if it matched the doctor's. After learning about the situation, the Kipling police visited the hospital to conduct their own investigation. They started attempting to determine when the attack might have occurred. They discovered that there was a 20-minute window during which Dr. John could have carried out the attack. There was only one other man in the hospital that night, and he never left his wife alone while she was giving birth. After that, the police went to Dr. John's residence to question him regarding the incident. He was furious and claimed that on Halloween night, Candace was acting strangely when she arrived at the hospital. He claimed to have given her medication to help her relax. According to him, Candace may have confused things or possibly dreamed about the assault while under the influence of the medication. He hinted that she might have made these accusations to coerce him, but he provided a sample of his blood for DNA testing to demonstrate his innocence. For Candace, the lengthy DNA testing process seemed to go on forever. Around this period, rumors concerning Candace's assertions had begun to circulate in Kipling, a tiny town. She was not well believed by many. Some began to wonder if the assault actually occurred because Candace chose not to speak with the nurses who were on duty the night of the attack. There was a theory that Candace may have kept the evidence to force the doctor to pay her to drop the charges, even though Candace and the doctor may have had consensual sexual relations. She was held accountable for the events by some individuals. At this time, Candace felt incredibly isolated. Dr. John, on the other hand, was well received. He was well liked by the general public and had never been involved in any scandals. When he revealed what Candace had said to his wife, Lisa, she was convinced of his innocence. Lisa found it hard to accept that the father of her children and her devoted spouse could be cruel to anyone. She thought that Candace might have been having feelings for her husband and was hurting him by expressing these thoughts because he was not feeling the same way about her. She disliked Candace and was enraged that she was attempting to harm the family name and the reputation of her husband. By this point, Candace had received the results of the DNA test, and to her dismay, neither the DNA nor the bodily fluid discovered on her underwear matched the blood sample from Dr. John Schneeberger. It was decided that he was innocent. He was happy to move on and freely expressed his relief to his friends and co-workers. So was it really a dream? And even if it was, how would one account for the stains on her panties? Still, the town did not need an explanation. Many believed that Candace had falsely accused the reputable physician, and as a result, she lost a number of friends. Even though they struggled, Candace's parents never wavered in their belief in her. Regardless of the DNA result, Candace was adamant that Dr. John had attacked her on Halloween and was not willing to back down. She insisted on a second test because she was positive that Dr. John, a specialist in medicine, had altered his blood sample in some way to produce different results. Police had to admit that they did not witness the initial blood test, which was required by law, acknowledging Candace's tenacity that went up to Dr. John to request another blood sample. Despite being incensed and insulted by the request, he reluctantly complied. He was aware that his reputation and career could be damaged by these charges. His wife Lisa was by his side the entire time, giving him unwavering support. Dr. John visited a lab in August 1993 to give another blood sample. 2 law enforcement officials were there to supervise the procedure this time. After the doctor rolled up his left sleeve, the lab technician started using a needle to take blood. But Dr. John stepped in, grabbed the technician's needle, and completed the task himself. An RCMP officer was standing close by, watching intently. To be extra thorough, Dr. John filled a second vial of blood after filling the first one. In response to the officer's questioning, Dr. John said that the prior blood draw had damaged a tendon, which was the reason for the bruises on his upper arm. The officer was satisfied because the explanations made sense. The blood files were then taken by the officers for analysis. Candace continued to endure the resentful glances from Kipling residents for 6 more months. She persisted in believing that she was correct and that the test results would eventually support her belief despite the obstacles. Nevertheless, her expectations were not met by reality. The results of the second test showed that, once more, the DNA profile of the fluid found in Candace's underwear did not match the blood sample from Dr. John. In 1994, the case against Dr. John Schneeberger was concluded. The DNA evidence appeared to confirm the opposite of what Candace instinctively felt to be true once more. Lisa Schneeberger was particularly vocal, implying that Candace was looking for financial gain from the situation. It turned into a case of a young mother on her own against a highly respected physician, who was also a father of 4 and well-liked in the community. In Kipling, the criticism directed at Candace was tremendous. She knew it was time to go because she felt alienated in her hometown. She moved to Regina with her daughter, saying goodbye to the town. Life carried on in Kipling's usual manner. The Schneeberger family continued their journey, putting the past behind them. In a week following the release of the results of the second DNA test, Dr. John Schneeberger, who retained his South African residency rights, became a citizen of Canada. But the idea that Dr. John had gotten away with it haunted Candace, and she refused to let go. And Candace was afraid he would hurt someone else. She decided to take matters into her own hands because she was determined to find out. She hired a private investigator with the support of her attorney. After retiring from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Larry O'Brien, who had 25 years of experience, began his career as a private investigator. His impression of Candace's honesty was cemented after their first conversation. He agreed with her suspicion that Dr. John's DNA tests were not quite right. They had to come up with another method of proving his guilt, another way to get his DNA. O'Brien made a pretty smart first attempt. He sent an assistant to visit Dr. John Schneeberger's residence while posing as a representative of a nearby radio station. The doctor was tricked by the assistant into entering a fictitious contest and placing his entry in an envelope. John handed the envelope back after sealing it. Though this plan failed, it might have yielded the DNA that would validate Candace's story. Later on, O'Brien clarified that there was a problem with the envelope. Despite being chosen at random from a fresh box, it became contaminated in some way which was not supposed to happen. It was uncommon to have secrets in a small town like Kipling. They were aware of one another's business. The cleaning lady from Schneeberger's knew the Fonages, and she told Lisa that the Fonages had a private investigator. Lisa was enraged to find that Candace had not given up because she thought the unpleasant situation was over. The Kipling Medical Center sent a letter to Candace's family within a week telling them they were no longer welcome. In a town with just 2 doctors, this was a serious problem. They would have to get medical attention outside of Kipling if they got sick. Larry O'Brien followed Dr. in his car on Saturday, March 23, 1996, while he waited for him to park. The first initial of the doctor's last name, Snee, was personalized on the license plate of his car. This was without a doubt the vehicle belonging to the man Candace thought had abused her. As soon as Dr. John was out of sight, the private investigator attempted to open the driver's door, which, like most cars in Kipling, was unlocked. He knew precisely what he was looking for. He looked in the ashtray and found a used chapstick. He also found hair strands on the headrest of the driver's seat. Although it appeared brand new, he discovered the edge was worn when he opened it. It had already been put to use. He sealed it in a forensic bag after rubbing it on the envelope's window section. Candace paid for DNA testing at a separate lab by using a loan from her parents. The hair samples could not be tested because they lacked roots. On the chapstick, though, was some residual saliva. When the results were received after 2 weeks, they did not match the blood sample that Dr. John had provided. But the tale had one more twist. The stain discovered in Candace's assault kit and the DNA on Dr. John's chapstick matched. It was finally verified that Dr. John Schneeberger was, in fact, the person who had attacked Candace as she had always believed. Although it took her 4 years to prove this, the war was far from over. The significant obstacles stood in their way, notwithstanding the chapstick's evidence. They could not demonstrate that John was the only chapstick user, and the fact that the private investigator had obtained evidence by breaking into this car without authorization meant that it would not be accepted in court. They gave the police access to the evidence, but they were limited in what they could do. Nevertheless, the cops were persuaded by the evidence that Candace was telling the truth. They only needed to find a different way to prove Dr. John's guilt, because they were positive he was guilty. With the evidence that Candace's private investigator had uncovered, the officers came up to John and requested a third blood sample. In November of 1996, Dr. John had additional blood drawn. This time, the entire procedure was recorded by the police. The doctor refused to allow the nurse to prick his finger, stating that he had a medical condition that would cause severe bruises if blood were extracted from his hands. He held out his arm and complied. They could not make him do anything against his will without a court order. The nurse's expression of surprise can be heard during the testing procedure in the video recording. Nothing looked particularly fresh about the blood she had just taken from the doctor's left arm. It appeared to be ancient due to its dark brown color. After examining the sample, the technicians determined that it was of inadequate quality, which precluded carrying out appropriate testing. Candace was incensed. If the blood seemed strange, why had they accepted it? When the doctor was still at the lab, why did not they insist on another sample? She had gone a long way in demonstrating that Dr. John was not who he claimed to be, and she had no intention of giving up just yet. In a desperate attempt, Candace bravely decided to sue the doctor in civil court. She also informed the nearby medical society about his behavior. It was evident throughout the court proceedings that the majority of people supported Dr. John. Lisa, his wife, was incensed that Candace had implicated her husband in such a heinous act and was not inclined to accept the possibility that it was true. She even used derogatory language to characterize Candace during a local TV station interview. Sadly, the civil lawsuit never proceeded, and Candace was forced to accept the possibility that Dr. John might get away with his misdeeds. But things were about to turn around. Lisa Schneeberger learned of something going on within her own family's home on April 25, 1997. Her 15-year-old daughter from her first marriage informed her that something strange had been going on. During the night, her stepfather came to her room and gave her an injection. When she awoke, she found the condom wrapper in her bed. She showed her mother by bringing her to her bedroom. When Lisa asked her daughter if it had happened before, she replied that it was not the first time. Lisa recalled inquiring once about giving her daughter an injection, to which her husband acknowledged having done so and explained that the girl had been coughing and he was just trying to help her. Lisa had never heard any coughing, but she did not think twice about it because he was the doctor. Lisa discovered that when her daughter was just 13 years old, 2 years prior, John had begun abusing her. Lisa questioned her daughter about why she had not spoken up earlier, and she gave an explanation of her reasoning. If her mother did not believe Candace, Why would she believe her? She could never have imagined, even in her most romantic fantasies, that the devoted father and stepfather she loved so much was actually a predator. Lisa discovered sedatives, including Versed, condoms, and syringes concealed on a high shelf in her husband's home office. It was a major step when Lisa asked John to leave their house and told the police everything. When Candace learned the news, she was shocked. After spending years battling for justice and fearing that John might harm someone else, learning that he had preyed on his own stepdaughter was undoubtedly bad news. Candace said that day she found out would always be in her memory. John was again sampled by the police. This time it is hair, saliva, and blood. They collected the blood from his finger. Upon receiving the test results, it was verified that Dr. John's DNA corresponded with both the DNA discovered in Candace's underwear and the DNA from the chapstick that was discovered in his vehicle. Following his arrest, John was charged with assaulting both his stepdaughter and Candace Fonagy. Despite Dr. John's best efforts to persuade Lisa of his innocence and his desire for her support, Lisa happily decided to believe her daughter and rejected his attempts to change her mind. Lisa was left alone to raise her 4 children, the youngest of whom was only 13 months old. To pay off the mortgage, she had to sell the family vehicle. In Red Deer, Alberta, she was able to secure employment at the Diabetes Association. This gave her the opportunity to start over in a new location and provide for her family. The trial of Dr. John Schneeberger started in 1999. He continued to refute the accusations during the trial. He was under the impression that Candace had broken into his home, removed the used condom from the basement trash, and used the bubbly fluid to fabricate accusations. He asserted that she intended to set him up for financial gain in blackmail. As soon as he realized what was going on, he acted decisively to defend his family, his reputation in the community, and himself. He meant manipulation of evidence when he mentioned strong actions. Even after he confessed, no one knew how he did it. The eagerly anticipated moment soon arrived. It was demanded of Dr. John an explanation of how he altered the DNA evidence. The public was profoundly affected by the genuinely shocking events that transpired during this crime. But when his desperate plan was eventually revealed, the real surprise was still to come. Dr. John had surgically placed a tube, a 15 centimeters Penrose drain filled with the blood of another man, into his arm next to his actual vein, following the initial request for a blood sample in 1992. Also, he had added anticoagulants to maintain the blood's fluidity. He set things up so that the technician drew blood from the tube, rather than his real vein when he was brought to the police lab for testing. He took out the tube following the test. He went through this again for the second test 9 months later. He put the tube back in April 1996, after finding out that Candace had hired an investigator. This could clarify why the nurse believed the blood to be aged. It belonged to Danny Sabo, one of his male patients, and it was, in fact, as old as 7 months. After watching the video, investigators saw how Dr. John had manipulated the situation. He consistently extended his left arm and rolled up his sleeve just above the elbow, concealing the scar from where he had cut himself to insert the tube. There is a brief moment in the video where you can see the elevated skin in the shape of a tube. In the spotlight, as the main witness was Candace, her voice was finally acknowledged and heard after all these years. The defense tried to portray her as a money lover and a deceiver, but she refused to accept that. As resolute as ever, she stressed that she had no hidden agenda for searching for the doctor's truth all those years. The defense argued that the sedative Candace had taken had clouded her memory of the crime. "We will drug you unversed and you can explain to us how it feels," Candace said to John's attorney. Took 7 years before Dr. John Schneeberger was found guilty of assault, administering a noxious substance and obstructing justice. For these offenses, he received a 6-year prison sentence. He was very fortunate to have escaped the usual life sentence that was the maximum punishment for these offenses. Furthermore, there was not enough proof to convict him of assaulting a stepdaughter, so the case was dismissed. Candace Fonagy felt vindicated, nevertheless. "This is a glorious day that I have waited for 7 years," the woman remarked following the trial. "I hope he rusts because that is exactly what he deserves for all the hurt he caused." The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Saskatchewan revoked his medical license because of his misuse of a position of trust. Lisa Schneeberger submitted a divorce petition. Dr. John insisted on keeping his parental rights even after receiving his sentence, and Lisa was compelled to take their daughters to see him in jail on the last Sunday of each month. They were also required to call them on Mondays for an hour-long talk. The girls would frequently hide behind their mother in tears when they visited him in prison. They avoided being close to or conversing with their father out of fear. He had broken their family and hurt their sister. Because the meeting was too upsetting for the young girls, who were 5 and 6 years old, the social worker stepped in and ended it. Even John acknowledged that this was an inappropriate method for his daughters to meet with him, and that Lisa did not need to bring them back. Lisa told immigration authorities that he had lied on his citizenship application, and that there was no investigation against him because she was worried he would be released from prison in 6 years and inflict more harm on the family. After that, he was deported to South Africa, where he was granted permanent residency. He moved to live with his mother in Durban after running out of options. He worked as a caterer for a while before turning to religion after being denied his medical license. In recent years, John joined the Durban Wine Academy, which is affiliated with the Cape Wine Academy, and received approval to lead wine tasting courses and provide sommelier training. In addition to working as a care assistant in a Saskatchewan Addiction Services facility, Candice Fonagy found happiness in marriage. Regarding Lisa Dillman, she is still of the opinion that her ex-husband has no regrets. Despite the complete upheaval in her life, she concentrated on raising her daughters. "At least I can tell my girls when they are older I try," she remarked. "They will be aware that their mother made an effort to keep them away from him." A terrifying incident took place in Jackson County's peaceful rural areas on October 31, 1982. 24-year-old Clifford Smith was shot and killed. He was a devoted Seymour City civil servant and a U.S. Army veteran with an honorary position for his nation. For decades, this mystery persisted. Joyce Smith, Clifford's wife, reported him missing on November 4th, a few days after he was last seen on Halloween. Sadly, 2 animal trappers found his body in December of that year, close to Rockford, just north of Seymour, along the serene White River. It was a depressing sight. Officials later confirmed that Clifford had been shot in the head. Who could have carried out such a horrific deed? And why did it take this cold case more than 40 years to solve? With 46,428 residents as of 2020, Jackson County, Indiana, is a historically significant area. In 1886, the Reno Gang committed the first train robbery in American history there. The Medora Covered Bridge, the second longest 3-span covered bridge in the world, is another reason for the county's fame. Of historical landmark and source of community pride, the amalgamation of historical occurrences and sites molds Jackson County's identity, mirroring a society that cherishes its history. In this context, the Clifford Smith cold case, a protracted enigma in the county, was ultimately resolved in 2023. Born on October 1, 1958, Clifford Smith is a man whose life story is still somewhat unknown. The fact that his parents' names and his own goals are not well known lends an air of mystery to his life narrative. Clifford's family was left behind as he was buried in Scipio Cemetery following his sudden death. He was the stepfather of Jennifer Anderson and the husband of Joyce Anderson, Ronald Anderson's sister. His family network was further expanded by his 5 brothers, Leonard Smith of Indianapolis and Lonnie, Ronnie, Anthony, and Timothy Smith of Columbus. He also had a sister who lived in Indianapolis, Tamara Gibbs. Clifford demonstrated his commitment to both local and national commitments while working for Summer City. He also honored his country as a U.S. Despite being tragically cut short, Clifford's life was deeply ingrained in his family and community, presenting a picture of a man who was a devoted civil servant as well as a loved family member. Even though his story is not fully recorded in the public domain, people who knew him do recall it, and it is woven into the greater fabric of the community he served. A haunting scene was discovered by 2 animal trappers, Scott Bridgewater and Randy Marshall, on the evening of December 1, 1982, at approximately 8 o'clock while they were traveling through the bay near the White River, which is situated north of the Rockford area. The revelation was unsettling. In a remote area roughly half a mile east of County Road 700 East and just south of County Road 800 North, they discovered a body floating in a small pool of water. This remote area could only be reached by following a dirt path that wound between fields. It led to a small area of woods that was known to flood frequently because it was close to the White River. They found a body floating face up, wearing brown boots, a black t-shirt, and blue jeans. The skin had turned a grayish color, suggesting slight decomposition, and the top part of the head and an area by the ear were missing. These were unsettling observations. Seymour and the Indiana State Police were promptly notified of the horrific finding by the trappers. The ISP at the time had a police station in Seymour, and its officers arrived on the scene without delay. After some investigation, a billfold was found in the deceased's pants pocket. Inside was an identity card that verified Clifford Smith, who was born on October 1, 1958, was the person buried there. A graphic detail uncovered during the autopsy was that the shotgun blast had caused extensive brain damage, which was the reason for the death. Multiple pieces of buckshot were discovered in the victim's head. The gun appeared to have been fired with the barrel inside the mouth based on its positioning, a detail that only added to the enigma surrounding Clifford's death. After more research, it was discovered that Clifford's wife, Joyce Smith, had reported him missing to the Stanmore Police Department on November 4, 1982. This finding not only resolved the mystery surrounding his disappearance, but also started a new phase in the inquiry into his untimely demise. Clifford's death and the circumstances surrounding it painted a dark picture of his last moments, raising many unanswered questions about what caused such a violent end. The Indiana State Police detectives began a thorough investigation to solve Clifford Smith's death mystery after finding his body in a grim manner. Their investigation quickly narrowed down to two people who were intimately connected to Clifford: Joyce, his wife, and Ronald Anderson, her brother. Their close relationship with Clifford drove this direction of the investigation and naturally led to inquiries about their possible role in the case. When confronted with the accusations, Joyce and Ronald vehemently denied any role in Clifford's tragic death. The detectives continued to search for the truth in spite of their denials. They investigate further, following up on every lead they can find and closely examining any information that might provide insight into Clifford's death circumstances. But they came to a dead end in their never-ending quest for justice. None of the leads they pursued or paths they took resulted in a significant development in the case. No one was arrested and no hard evidence linking any suspects was discovered. The investigation conducted by the Indiana State Police detectives took a significant turn as they continued their tenacious quest to unravel the mystery surrounding Clifford Smith's cruel death. The pivotal moment occurred when Clifford's spouse, Joyce Smith, chose to speak with the police and provide a statement that fundamentally altered the course of the case. Joyce Anderson's testimony on December 10, 1982, revealed a complicated and unsettling story and implicated her brother, Ronald Anderson, in a crime. According to Joyce, everything happened on October 30, 1982, around 10 o'clock at night. When Ronald and Clifford arrived with stolen goods, she was at Tim and Pat Lee's house at 112 East 13th Street in Seymour. Joyce distanced herself from the stolen goods because she did not want to be associated with them. Ronald went to fetch Tim and Pat, but he did not come back with Pat until about 11 o'clock p.m. At this point, Joyce, Clifford, Ronald, and Pat were all at the Lee residence. Joyce recalled that Clifford, who was intoxicated, had asked her to go home with him, but she had declined. She screamed out that she was so angry that she hoped something horrible would happen to him. Clifford responded with a disturbing statement about ending his own life. In the heat of the moment, Ronald vented his anger at Clifford, accusing him of being responsible for the break-in and the subsequent possession of stolen goods. Additionally, Ronald stated that Clifford had physically mistreated him all day. Joyce related the terrifying series of events in which Ronald took Tim's pump-action shotgun and loaded it with 4 red shells. Then Ronald menacingly threatened Joyce's life and urged her to remain silent about the gun. Ronald started acting erratically, demanding that Clifford go with him. Clifford hit Ronald during the ensuing altercation and then left the house. Saw that Ronald went outside and honked a car horn after Clifford. Later, Joyce was driven by Pat to her mother's house, where she saw Ronald show up later that evening. When Ronald asked to be dropped off close to the Rock's, say, skating rink the following morning, he was acting suspiciously. He had also taken Joyce's car keys and was using them to get some stolen items out of her vehicle. The suspicion that Ronald was involved in Clifford's death increased when he told Joyce not to use the car for a few days after giving her the keys back. While at Pat's house, Joyce noticed the shotgun was back where it belonged. When questioned, Ronald gave contradictory accounts of the previous night's events, while maintaining his threat to Joyce to keep quiet about the gun. Ronald's contradictory and evolving statements were revealed during the investigation by ISP Detective Jim Levins. Ronald admitted to several actions, including wiping off the shotgun shells and admitting that the weapon used was a shotgun rather than a .22 caliber rifle. He also admitted to buying acid on the day of the murder. Ronald's stories differ greatly, initially blaming Tim Lee for Clifford's death, then blaming two men armed with long guns. He later stated that Clifford was kidnapped and shot near the bayou in Rockford by Greg Howard, a man he met at a park, and another man. Ronald gave a detailed account of the events leading up to Clifford's death in an interview on April 13, 1982. He claimed that after an argument with Greg, Clifford was shot with a shotgun as he tried to flee. Ronald admitted to cleaning the blood from the shotgun and returning it to its original location, as well as throwing empty shells into the Rockford Dam in White River. On August 13, 2014, the case took a new turn when Roger Drew II, an ISP detective, revisited it with George Weir, a pathologist, and Roger Wheeler, the Jackson County coroner. It was found that Clifford's 1982 death certificate was still pending, and that coroner Keith Burkholder's verdict at the time indicated that Clifford had self-inflicted gunshot wounds. The investigation's zeal faded with time. The case eventually went cold due to a lack of fresh evidence or leads. It gradually faded into the background. A major breakthrough in the decades-long, unsolved Clifford Smith cold case occurred in 2015. When Detective Kip Main took up the case on September 21st, the investigation was rekindled with new eyes and a redoubled commitment. Jennifer Rodriguez, a family member, provided a critical tip on July 29, 2016, mentioning a jacket found in an attic that was connected to the suspected murderous night. Following up on this lead, Jennifer was interviewed by Detective Main and Joyce Smith, now known as Joyce Dreyer, on August 2, 2016. This information fueled the investigation, prompting a search of the attic on August 15, 2016 in search of evidence. Unfortunately, this search produced no significant results. Joyce was re-interviewed on October 26 and reiterated earlier facts while adding an important detail. She claimed that on the night Clifford vanished, her brother, Ronald Anderson, or his military jacket, which she never saw again after that night. Joyce recalled hearing Ronald tell their mother that he had left the jacket at party, which piqued investigators' interest given its potential connection to the crime. During this time, Detective Main met with coroner Roger Wheeler and pathologist Whitler to discuss the case. On August 26, 2016, Ronald Anderson and his wife, Tammy, were interviewed again. An important update was added to autopsy on August 31, 2021. Dr. Whitler re-examined the case and concluded that Clifford's death was a murder. This was a watershed moment because all official documentation now reflected the new conclusion. During these interactions, Ronald's story began to change. He acknowledged that the shotgun that killed Clifford was the same one that he had loaded and taken from Tim's home. Ronald acknowledged that he had loaded the shotgun with the intention of scaring Clifford out of the house because he was angry with him. According to him, Clifford was shot by Greg Howard approximately 5 feet away, which is how Clifford died. Ronald also talked about going back to the scene of the murder to gather spent shotgun shells, which he threw into the river to obliterate any evidence. On November 7, 2017, Tammy Anderson disclosed that her spouse, Ronald, informed her that the gunman was Lonnie Smith, Clifford's brother. On February 9, 2018, Ronald refuted this claim, claiming to have been present when Clifford was killed and providing details about the events leading up to the lethal shooting. He told how he and Clifford met Lonnie and Greg at a park when they were both high on drugs. After a disagreement between Clifford and Greg, Clifford was shot in the left side of the head by Greg. Clifford's final death certificate, which was obtained on November 8, 2016, listed the cause of death as a homicidal shotgun blast to the head, causing extensive brain damage. This formal acknowledgement was a crucial turning point in the case. Ronald's accounts over the years were riddled with contradictions and alterations, revealing a convoluted web of dishonesty and jumbled memories that were probably made worse by his acknowledged drug use. He accused Tim Lee at first, then moved on to other unnamed men, and finally accused Greg Howard and Lonnie Smith in various contexts. Detective Main got in touch with Ronald and Tammy Anderson on June 3, 2021 in an effort to wrap up the case. Ronald had earlier said he would be happy to point out the precise spot where Clifford was killed, which was close to the bayou. Ronald was scheduled to lead Detective Main and Sergeant Roger Drew to the crime scene on June 4, 2021. But Ronald told the detectives he was too nervous to help and that he did not want to get any more involved when they got to his house. This concluded the conversation with Ronald Anderson. The investigation continued in spite of the numerous detours and turns in his story, assembling the disparate and contradictory accounts. Probable cause was established based on the gathered evidence and testimonies, leading to the conclusion that Ronald J. Anderson killed Clifford Anderson. A complex figure in the Clifford Smith cold case is Ronald Jack Anderson, who was born in 1962. Ronald, also going by the moniker Space Monkey, was the brother of Clifford Smith's wife, Joyce Smith. It is unknown what his parents' names are or where he was born. Ronald's life illustrates a man enmeshed in a web of his own making, intertwined with personal hardships and a criminal trajectory. His relationship with his sister Joyce and his participation in Clifford's life in Final Demise point to a tumultuous blend of emotional upheaval and family dynamics. It is not fully known how much Ronald learned about his criminal past or about his early habits, but his part in the sad circumstances surrounding Clifford Smith's passing paints a picture of a troubled, possibly deeply conflicted man. The mystery surrounding his life before and after this well-known case is further compounded by the lack of information regarding his marriage and his children. Many questions about Ronald's deeper character and a life he led beyond what the public has seen remain unanswered in his tragic crime-marred story. Exactly 41 years to the day after Clifford Smith was killed, on October 31, 2023, Ronald J. Anderson, now 61 years old, was taken into custody. A pivotal moment in the long-running Clifford Smith cold case. The Indiana State Police detectives in Seymour, who apprehended Anderson, did so without any problems. Ronald Anderson was taken to the Jackson County Jail after his arrest and is currently being held without bond. This breakthrough provided much-needed progress in a case that had been under investigation for more than 40 years. A pre-trial conference has been set for December 12, 2023. At the Jackson County Circuit Court as part of Anderson's legal proceedings. It is decided that Judge Richard Pointer will handle the case, setting the stage for the trial and choosing the direction of the legal arguments and evidence will be accomplished in large part during this pretrial conference. The jury trial is scheduled to begin at 8:30 a.m. on April 16, 2024, signifying a crucial day in the quest for Clifford Smith's justice. It is expected that this trial will be a major event in the neighborhood, shedding light on details of a case that has plagued the area for years. In a case that has been long shrouded in mystery and tragedy, Jackson County's eyes, as well as those who have followed this case over the years, will be on trial seeking justice and closure. A family that had been struggling with uncertainty and grief for more than 40 years finally felt some closure with the Clifford Smith cold case arrest. The Indiana State Police's Public Information Officer, Sergeant Stephen Wiels, considered this momentous occasion and noted the great relief it provided the Clifford family. More than just providing closure for one family, this Clifford Smith case breakthrough serves as a ray of hope for other families who are still looking for answers in unsolved cases. Indiana State Police worked hard to bring peace to more families who have been waiting for justice by working towards similar resolutions to other unresolved cases. Clifford's brother, Leonard Smith, conveyed the relief and long-held belief of his family at the news. On January 2, 1944, 15-year-old Willie Howard experienced a sudden and heart-wrenching moment when 3 white men forcefully entered the house armed with guns and other weapons. It was really shocking for Lula Howard, his mother, who was alone at home and frightened about what was happening. She begged with all her heart to save her son, but the men heartlessly took Willie from their home. Even more shocking is that they took his dad, James, and brought them to the Suwannee River in a moment that painfully revealed the depths of his father's helplessness, when Willie looked at him who was crying and couldn't help but witness his son jumping into the river. All James could say to his son were these last words: "I cannot do anything for you now. I'm glad I have belonged to the church and prayed for you." So why did those men abduct Willie Howard? And what could Lula possibly do when the white men left the house? It all started in Suwannee County, Florida, back in 1858, when the people there, with a population of 44,485, decided to make it official and called it a charter day on December 21, 1858. Later, they set up Live Oak in 1863, naming it after those giant oak trees, giving travelers some cool shade. This place eventually became the county's main hub. Tucked away in the soil-rich panhandle, it was part of the Florida Black Belt, where farming was the real deal, cotton was the star, and lots of African-American farm workers were in demand. One such ordinary African-American man, Willie Howard, ended up caught in the crossfire of some seriously messed up racism. But who was Willie, and what went down with him? To figure that out, we need to dig into the nitty-gritty details of the events from the very start. When Willie James Howard, a 15-year-old boy, was born on July 13, 1928 down in Suwannee County, Florida, he was the only son of James and Lula Howard, and they loved him the most. When Willie was little, he was a super smart, cheerful, and talented guy. He was a sophomore in Florida high school, and his friends knew him as the boy with some serious singing skills. Willie was the really happy, likable, and talented kid that anyone wants as a friend. He was all about staying clean, looking sharp, and being well-dressed. The boy was defined for his politeness. He showed respect to everyone, from his pals to the older folks. Plus, he had this heart of gold that made a bunch of girls in his community crush on him. A retired public school at the African-American school that Willie attended, La Francis Stevens, painted a picture of Willie as an extremely respectful and polite guy, a genuinely nice young man. According to her, if he spotted you approaching, he'd step aside with courtesy. Even though La Francis didn't get to teach him because she was all about teaching girls back then, she couldn't help but notice his cheerful spirit and melodic talents. Willie lived with his mother and father, and even though they both had jobs, it wasn't easy for them to buy fancy clothes and shoes for him. It also made them feel sad, as Willie loved dressing up and sometimes resorting to asking other people for clothes. Despite his parents working hard, getting those snazzy outfits for Willie was a bit of a challenge. For such a bright and widely loved boy, he and his parents lived humbly and peacefully. Now, because of his habit of dressing up and being a polite and respectful man, in 1943, when he was just 15, he landed a seasonal job during the Christmas holidays. It was at Van Priest 5 and Dime store in downtown Live Oak as a delivery boy, spreading holiday cheer with his deliveries. So back in the day, it was kind of a big deal for an African-American boy like Willie to score a job inside a store and do the deliveries. That spot wasn't exactly the go-to place for hiring African-American folks because of the not-so-friendly racist ideology floating around. Surprisingly, the store also had its share of Caucasian workers, and Willie was breaking the stereotype because he didn't look like the typical poor African-American person from his neighborhood or in the Deep South at the time. Now, at one point, when Willie was working at the store, he became really infatuated with a 17-year-old white girl who worked there by the name of Cynthia Goff. Willie, the quiet observer, used to watch Cynthia from afar, but never gathered the courage to talk to her. Now Willie, being his always nice self, decided to spread some holiday cheer. It was the festive season and everyone was in a joyful mood with family and friends. So Willie took a sweet initiative and sent Christmas cards to all the female co-workers at Van Priest store, wishing them health and happiness. So after spreading the joy with Christmas cards for everyone, Willie was on cloud 9, but his happiness didn't last long. Why? Well, it turned out that one of the store employees spilled the beans that Cynthia, the girl Willie had a crush on, was actually upset about getting a card from him. When Willie heard that Cynthia was upset, he got restless because he never wanted her to feel down. In an attempt to fix things, he decided to send her a personal letter. But little did he know, this well-intentioned move would turn out to be the biggest mistake of his life. In a letter he wrote, "Dear friend, just a few lines to let you hear from me. I am well and hope you are the same. This is what I said on that Christmas card. From WJH with L. I hope you'll understand what I mean. That is what I said now. Please don't get angry with me because you can never tell what may get in somebody. I did not put it in there myself. God did. I can't help what he does. Can I? I know you don't think much about our kind of people, but we don't hate you all. We want to be your friends, but you won't let us. Please don't let anybody see this. I hope I haven't made you mad. If I did, tell me about it and I'll forget about it. I wish this was a northern state. I guess you call me fresh. Write and tell me what you think of me, good or bad. Sincerely yours with L. From YKW to Cynthia Goff. I love your name. I love your voice. For SH, you are my choice. In the letter to Cynthia, Willie spilled his feelings, sounding like he was asking her to be friends. He wrote, I know you don't think much of our kind of people, but we don't hate you. We want to be your friend. It's like he sensed that Cynthia might not be too keen on hanging out with people like him, but Willie was still hopeful. Even if Cynthia hadn't been the friendliest to people of his race, Willie, being the hopeful romantic, didn't want to give up on trying because he really liked her. So at 15, Willie had a pretty clear picture of what he wanted in life, and he understood every word he wrote in that letter. It also gives us a peek into Willie's mindset and a glimpse of how some people not just in his town, but all over the country were thinking during those times. But one thing Willie probably didn't know was that Cynthia's dad was Alex Goff, a respected former member of the Florida House of Representatives. Now, we're not sure if Cynthia told about the letter or if Mr. Goff found the letter himself. But on January 2nd, 1944, when he read Willie's letter that he gave to Cynthia, he got seriously angry. Mr. Goff wasn't exactly the hangout with any African-American kind of person. Imagine his shock when he found out that an African-American guy, Willie, had written a letter to his daughter. For Mr. Goff, this was like a total challenge to him and almost a crime in his eyes. So, being extremely furious, he rounded up his friends, Reginald H. Scott and Selden B. McCullers, and the three of them decided to pay Willie a visit at his house, supposedly to question him about the letter. But they weren't just armed with questions. They were also armed with guns and other weapons in tow. It seemed like their intentions might have been more than just normal questioning with Willie, but they were planning something more serious. As Mr. Goff and his friends were on their way, Willie, who was still busy with his work at the dime store, got some unsettling news. A fellow employee informed him that 3 white men were heading to his house looking for him. This news got Willie seriously scared, especially since he knew his mom, Lula, was home alone, and he knew what those men could really do. So, without wasting a moment, he rushed back home to ensure his mother's safety. As soon as Willie got home, he quickly started telling his mother about the letter and everything that happened and why these men were coming to their house. But before he could finish, at around 10 a.m., those 3 men stormed into his house and started to forcefully pull him away. When Lula saw what was happening, she did everything she could to protect Willie, pleading with them to let him go. She cried, begged, and tried to reason, but Mr. Goff seemed totally consumed by anger and was unwilling to listen to anything. That's when things took a terrifying turn when Mr. Goff pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Lula's head. He demanded that she hand over Willie to them. Being terrified and caught in an impossible situation, Lula reluctantly let the men take Willie away. As the cars drove off with her son, Lula ran after them, crying and screaming for them to let him go. But they didn't stop. Now, after seeing no other way desperately, she rushed to the lumber yard where her husband James worked in hopes to share the dreadful news of Willie's abduction. However, fate had different plans. Before she could even reach there, Mr. Goff and his 2 companions showed up with guns in hand and ordered James to get into the car with them. Now, by the time Lula reached the lumberyard, it was too late. Those men had already taken her son and husband, but there she met the lumberyard owner's wife, who spilled the details about everything that went down and how those 3 men took James with them. From there, the car drove out of town towards the Suwannee River, reaching a bluff in Sulphur Springs. Once they reached the high bank of the river, Mr. Goff had Willie and his father step out of the car. That's when he explained to James about everything Willie was accused of doing. James, even after knowing that his son was innocent and didn't do anything wrong, he felt utterly helpless in that heartbreaking moment. The three men tied up Willie's hands and feet, and he just stood there watching helplessly. Then Mr. Goff took on the roles of both judge and jury, and asked Willie James if he grasped the so-called penalty for his crime, which was just sending a letter to his daughter, Cynthia. According to Mr. Goff, Willie committed a crime, and he wanted to make an example out of him so that no one else would even think of doing the same in the future. Being terrified, Willie tearfully replied, "Yes, sir," as he faced this bizarre trial, weeping all the while. Mr. Goff turned to James and asked if he had any words for his son. Powerless to change the course of his son's fate, James just shared some comforting words, and what he realized were Willie's last moments. "Willie, I cannot do anything for you now. I'm glad I have belonged to the church and prayed for you." Both father and son had tears streaming down their faces. In a poignant final request, Willie asked his father to take his wallet. In a small yet significant exchange in the midst of this heart-wrenching ordeal. Then, without wasting a moment, Mr. Goff took out a gun and aimed it at Willie's head. He gave him a chilling ultimatum: either jump into the water or face what was in the gun. Remember, Willie's hands and feet were still bound. He was gagged and forced into an impossible decision, where he had no other choice but to jump into the water, and subjected himself to a horrific drowning death. Meanwhile, James, who was helpless, watched his son from a distance, ending his own life and meeting such a tragic end in front of his eyes. Even after doing this, the men seemed like they weren't satisfied. They took James back in the car and left him at the lumberyard, making sure he couldn't try to save his drowning son. Now, when James finished his work shift and returned home with a heavy heart, he had to deliver the devastating news to his wife, Lula. James sadly informed her that Willie wouldn't be coming home again, even though Lula was somewhat prepared for the news, since she knew what the man had intended. But hearing it from James, she couldn't hold back her tears. It was a heartbreaking moment for the family. Now, if you think that's the end of the story, then hold on tight, because the story doesn't stop there. The white men went back to the Suwannee River, retrieved Willie's body and buried him, but they weren't done. They crafted their own version of events, and here's where it gets really interesting. Mr. Goff, being a representative with some serious power, headed straight to Tom Henry, the sheriff of Suwannee County, in 1944. There, the three men gave Sheriff Tom a written statement in which they shared their side of the story. According to them, they picked up Willie James from his house and brought him to his father James with the intention of having his father whip him over the letter. Further, they claimed that upon reaching the river, Willie actually resisted his father's attempt to discipline him. According to them, in his struggle to break free, Willie accidentally fell into the river and drowned himself. They insisted that they tried hard to rescue him while his father supposedly stood by, doing nothing. It was a strategic move on their part, telling their version of events in advance because they knew that the sheriff would believe them more than the Howard family. It was done to secure their innocence and avoid being suspected of Willie's death. But the question was, even if Sheriff Tom decided to buy into the story that Willie drowned himself, why didn't he slap them with a kidnapping charge? Even though they themselves had straight up admitted that they grabbed the boy from his house. Even back in Suwannee County in 1944, it was against the law to forcibly take a child from his mother. Yet, the white community seemed to swallow the story hook, line, and sinker. In their eyes, the African-American boy's demise was just a tragic accident. In reality, Willie was kidnapped, murdered, and buried within a mere 24 hours without leaving a proper grave marker. Sadly, Willie's case wasn't the only one, and he wasn't the only African-American boy to endure such cruelty. In August 1955, another tragic incident unfolded in Florida with Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American boy who faced lynching at the hands of 3 white men, all because he supposedly got physical with a white woman. Racism has been around for a long time, and unfortunately, it still exists in many parts of the world. Many cases of lynching have remained hidden, which never came to light, and the stories often go unheard. Willie's case would have also been one of those cases, and no one would have ever known until one day fate took a turn. Albert C. Robinson, an African-American attorney from Live Oak, then in 1944 living in Washington, D.C., came home for the holidays. There he heard from the owner of the lumberyard about an African-American child being lynched, and he was so disturbed by this injustice that just 2 days after Willie's murder on January 4th, 1944, Robinson wrote a letter to the NAACP in Washington, D.C. Little did he know that this letter would set in motion the involvement of Thurgood Marshall, who in 1944 became the first African-American person to serve on the United States Supreme Court, ensuring Willie's story wouldn't be buried in silence. The letter dated January 4th, 1944 stated, "While visiting in Florida during the Christmas holidays, one of the most gruesome cases imaginable was called to my attention. The people who relayed the facts in this case to me asked that I withhold their names, but implored me to get the facts in this case through to the NAACP as soon as possible. It appears that the conditions there are so tense that the colored people, high and low, are so frightened that they are afraid to have their names identified with cases of this type." After reading that impactful letter, Attorney Robinson not only shared the names of those he'd spoken to, Willie's father, James Howard, the African-American undertaker, Ansel Brown, Reverend R.M. Lane of Live Oak, and Mr. McPherson, the principal of Willie's school. But he also made a request to not publicize these names. Attorney Robinson's intervention actually sparked action into Willie's case. The NAACP sent letters to Florida Governor Holland urging an investigation into Willie's killing. This move marked the first step toward justice for Willie. The governor also appointed Special Investigator David Laney from Florida Law Enforcement Agency and instructed him to provide a discreet report on the matter. The wheels of justice started turning, albeit quietly. Investigator Laney wasted no time and went straight to the heart of the matter, interviewing those involved in Willie's case. His interviews included Sheriff Tom, the 3 men implicated in Willie's death, James and Luna Howard. However, Luna and her account to the special investigator painted a vivid picture. On January 2nd, 1944, James had left for work at Bond Howell Lumber Company, where Mr. R.L. Howard was his boss. Later that morning, an automobile carrying 3 white men pulled up to my house. From that, 2 white men stood at the gate, in which one was named Mr. McCullough, and the identity of the other man remained unknown to me. The third man was Mr. Phil Goff. Suddenly, Willie walked into the house and Mr. Goff seized him, insisting him to come along. I frantically tried to pull Willie away, begging and asking what he had done. In the midst of this, Mr. Goff produced a revolver, pointing it at me. He forcibly dragged Willie to the car, joined by the other white men, and sped off towards Live Oak. I chased after the car, but it quickly got away from me. Once the interviews were done, Investigator Lanier was convinced that the 3 men were responsible for Willie's tragic end. In his report to the governor, David Lanier straightforwardly stated that the men were guilty of murder if they were guilty of anything. In response, on February 14, 1944, Governor Holland wrote to Thurgood Marshall, attaching a copy of Lanier's report. However, the governor also cautioned Marshall about the challenges ahead, emphasizing the difficulties when the testimony of 3 white men and the girl would likely stand against the account of 1 African-American man. Despite having all the information, fighting for this case remained an uphill battle. The pursuit of justice for Willie took an unexpected turn at the Shawnee Courthouse on May 4, 1944. The state's attorney brought the Howard killing before a grand jury, but things didn't unfold as anticipated. In a surprising twist, the only witness summoned was James Howard, who had relocated to Orlando by then. The grand jury just had 2 questions for him. How old was the boy? Did he personally deliver the letter to Cynthia Goff? Strangely, there were no inquiries about what transpired at the river. Lula Howard and other potential corroborating witnesses were not called. Even the special investigator, Laney, was left out. After responding to the 2 questions, James Howard was dismissed from the grand jury proceedings and was left in the dark about any further developments. But why weren't there any questions about those white men? Why weren't there any questions about how Willie died? Why wasn't it important for the state's attorney? In a final push for justice, Harry T. Moore, the head of the state NAACP and a childhood classmate of Lula Howard, made a valiant effort. Moore conducted his own investigation. He gathered affidavits from the Howard family. He organized an NAACP chapter in Live Oak using the Howard lynching as his rallying cry. Hailing from the same settlement outside Live Oak called Houston, Moore felt a personal connection to Willie's case. He teamed up with Marshall and they both aimed to involve the federal authorities. But despite the compelling arguments presented by Marshall and Moore, the state chose to remain silent, which only added another chapter to the sadly familiar narrative of justice eluding those who needed most. Following the lynching, Willie James' parents promptly relocated to Orlando, where James Howard passed away a few years later and Lula Howard lived until 2004. Mamie, Lula's sister, shared in a 2006 interview in Orlando that Lula's heart remained broken throughout her life. Willie was her only child and had left an indelible mark on her, a wound that time couldn't fully heal. Even after decades, some Caucasian individuals in Live Oak continued to cling to the drowning myth. In an interview on October 19, 2006, Susan K. Lamb, the editor of the Sewanee Democrat, the town's newspaper, adamantly stated, "It was not a lynching, it was a drowning." According to her, the boy was supposedly running away and met his demise in the river. When questioned about the practicality of running with bound hands and feet, her response was simply, "Isn't that interesting?" Willie James Howard was laid to rest in Live Oak's Eastside Cemetery, resting in anonymity for over 60 years with no marker on his grave. It was finally in 2005 when Douglas Udall, a Sewanee County commissioner and mortician, took the initiative. Having acquired the funeral home and records from Ansel Brown, who'd handled Willie James' burial, Commissioner Udall funded and arranged for a long-overdue grave marker. Additionally, he organized a church service to honor Willie James, a poignant tribute that had been absent at the time of his tragic death. Now, Douglas Udall stands as a testament to the evolving landscape of African-American political influence in Sewanee County, once among Florida's most conservative regions. Despite a district with a majority of white voters, Udall was elected chairman of the Sewanee County Commission in November 2007, showcasing a shift in the county's political dynamics. Also in 2006, Sewanee County Sheriff Tony Cameron demonstrated a rare commitment by attending the memorial service for Willie James, one of the few Caucasian people to do so. His presence spoke volumes, saying, "I thought I should be there." Sheriff Cameron's assistance extended to aiding Douglas Udall's research efforts. He reached out to Cynthia Goff's best friend from his office, revealing that Cynthia, although no longer residing in Live Oak, occasionally visits there. The friend shared that Cynthia was deeply distressed by Willie James' tragic fate, expressing, "She did not intend for that to happen. I think it stayed with her all of her life." Cynthia never married and spent her life working in downtown stores, including the Van Priest Time store. This incident had a profound impact on everyone involved and disrupted their lives permanently. During that period, racism deeply influenced society and created a stark division between African American and Caucasian people. Caucasians were often considered superior, while African Americans faced unjust perceptions of inferiority. Over time, society has evolved, and today, people from all backgrounds are treated with equal respect and offered opportunities regardless of their race. Presently, individuals of all races, including white people, embrace diversity and easily interact with one another. Yet some lingering perceptions suggest that Willie may have believed he could navigate a racially biased world, relying on charm, style, singing talent, and an unconventional job choice. The complexities of his motivations during those times continue to fuel discussions. It's hard to definitively say why Willie wrote the letters of Cynthia. Some might argue he wrote it out of pride in himself, believing he could break social barriers. On the other hand, it's also possible that Willie genuinely had feelings for Cynthia, hoping to build a connection despite the racial challenges of the time. The complexities of human emotions make it challenging to pinpoint a single motivation behind Willie's actions. The situation raised many questions about the role of fear, power dynamics, and societal pressures during those challenging times. On a seemingly ordinary day, on June 1, 1986, 16-year-old Elaine Doyle ventured out for a night of fun with her friends at Greenock Celtic Supporters Club. Little did she know that this would be her last outing. The club, originally established as a charitable organization for the impoverished in Glasgow's East End, was the backdrop for a chilling mystery that unfolded that night. In the quiet town of Greenock, Scotland, and Lane disappeared without a trace, leaving her family completely unaware of the impending tragedy. The following morning, the town awoke to the sound of sirens and police cars as everyone grappled with the question of what could have happened to this young woman during the short 15-minute journey from the club to her home. Was she deliberately targeted? And if so, what could anyone possibly have against a teenage girl? The roots of Greenock, Scotland, can be traced back to 1711, when a fishing community laid claim to the land. Over the next 2 centuries, the village flourished into a bustling port and industrial hub. During World War II, it even served as a French naval base. With its rich history, the picturesque town attracts many tourists. However, despite its allure, Greenock is not particularly known for its security. Sadly, Elaine Doyle's case was just one of many tragedies that occurred during that time. Elaine was the cherished daughter of Maureen and Jack Doyle, with her brother John being her only sibling. She was a bright and optimistic young girl. She always looked towards the future. At the age of 16, when she vanished, she was already working at a jewelry store. Thanks to her warm and inviting personality, she had a vast circle of friends. Among her citizens' band, named CB Radio Friends, she was affectionately known as the Golden Girl due to her affinity for the color yellow. On June 1st, 1986, Elaine had gone to the Green Act Celtic Supporters Club to enjoy a night out with these same friends. Her compassionate nature and friendly demeanor often led her to volunteer at social clubs like this one. She informed her mother that she would be returning home late that night, around midnight. However, when Elaine didn't arrive even after the expected time, Maureen, trusting her daughter's judgment, simply assuming that she had stayed over at a friend's house for the night. It wasn't until the morning of June 2nd that the family would wake up to devastating news. As Maureen opened her living room curtains, she was met with the sight of numerous police cars parked outside in the neighborhood. Later, she would discover that a local resident had stumbled upon a body dumped on a lane across Arguin Street, where Elaine resided, during his morning walk at 7:30 a.m. Due to the close-knit nature of the town, he immediately recognized Elaine's face. Horrified, he promptly contacted the police. The responsibility of delivering the tragic news to the family fell upon the police. The family was shattered upon identifying the lifeless body. No parents should ever have to witness the state in which Elaine's corpse was found. Her body bore severe bruising, particularly evident as deep purple marks along her neck. She was completely unclothed, with only a bra attached to her arm. However, her clothes were neatly folded and placed beside her. Given the visible bruising on her neck, the police suspected that strangulation was the likely cause of death. Additionally, the presence of a black eye led the investigating officers to believe that Elaine had fought back against her attacker. Upon receiving the autopsy report, their suspicions were confirmed as the cause of death was officially determined to be asphyxiate due to strangulation by ligature. The autopsy findings also indicated that Elaine was likely strangled while facing downwards, with the culprit tightening the ligature from behind her neck. Forensic scientist Pauline McSorley, who conducted the autopsy, discovered DNA evidence on Elaine's face and chest. Additionally, broken pieces of bracelets and chunks of hair were found near the body. The presence of extensive bruising and defensive wounds further supported the police's belief that a struggle had taken place between the culprit and the victim. Unfortunately, the crime scene had not been properly handled, with evidence being mishandled without protective gear. As a result, over 41 DNA samples were found at the scene, all of which were accounted for except for one. It was theorized that this remaining unaccounted sample belonged to the culprit. Through questioning Elaine's friends in the neighborhood, the authorities were able to establish her whereabouts until midnight, when she was with her friend Lynn McCurdy. They had separated from their other friends to buy hamburgers, making them the last known individuals to have seen Elaine alive. After that point, none of her friends reported seeing her again. A local girl claimed to have heard loud screams around 12:40 a.m., but no further useful details were available to the authorities. The severity of the incident and the extent of abuse suggested a possible sexual motive behind the attack. The detective successfully located Elaine's handbag outside the Watt Library on Union Street on June 9th. The bag had been severely burned, indicating an attempt to destroy any potential evidence. The case of Elaine Doyle is renowned as one of the most extensive manhunts in Scotland's history. It involved conducting numerous interviews and compiling a suspect list that exceeded 700 individuals. Despite these efforts, the investigators were unable to identify the perpetrator. Even after exploring multiple leads and conducting numerous interviews, the investigators remained no closer to solving the heinous crime. Eventually, the case went cold as no new leads emerged. Over the years, Elaine's parents and the entire community anxiously awaited answers. The case remained a perplexing mystery, and hope began to fade. However, in 2012, nearly 28 years after Elaine's death, renewed interest in the case arose when investigators stumbled upon old case files. They discovered that John Doherty, a person of interest mentioned in the reports, had never been interviewed. Several witnesses had cited him near the crime scene on the night of the incident. Intrigued by this revelation, the investigators decided to pursue it further. Upon further inquiry, they found that Doherty had even been mentioned in a statement during the initial investigation, but for unknown reasons, he was never questioned. Although the detectives did not have high expectations due to the significant passage of time, they felt compelled to speak with him in order to tie up loose ends. Doherty, who was 21 years old at the time of the incident, initially claimed that he was at his parents' house in Greenock. However, under further police questioning, he eventually admitted to being at the disco on the night of the incident. In order to fulfill their final requirement, the police requested a DNA sample from Doherty, which he willingly provided. The shock was overwhelming once the police inputted the information into the database. It was revealed that John Doherty's DNA was a perfect match to the one found at the crime scene and on Elaine Doyle's body. Born in 1964 and residing in Dunoon, Argyll in Scotland, Doherty had previously served as a soldier before retiring and becoming a bus driver. On the surface, his life seemed ordinary, with a long-term relationship and a daughter. However, everything was about to change as his past crimes finally caught up with him. Following the confirmation of his DNA, Doherty was promptly arrested and later convicted on June 17, 2014, after a 52-day trial. Leading the prosecution was John Scodian. Authorities were able to gather enough evidence based on the extent and location of the Lane's injuries. It was deduced that she had been forcefully grabbed by the hair, struck on the head, and dragged into the lane where she was assaulted and ultimately found. The presence of Doherty's DNA at the crime scene further supported the claim that he had been with her that fateful night. The prosecution painted a vivid picture for the jury, reconstructing the events of the incident through a compelling narrative. They alleged that Doherty had caught Elaine off guard, forcibly removed her clothing, and then strangled her from behind with a ligature while she lay face down on the ground. Fortunately, the police were able to locate a witness named Martin Brown, who came forward to testify and provide additional credibility to their case. According to Brown, he had allegedly witnessed Doherty following Elaine into the lane, appearing angry as he trailed behind her. John Doherty refuted all of these allegations and enlisted the services of QC Donald Femmel to mount his defense. Femmel skillfully presented a counterargument against the DNA evidence, asserting that it was insufficient and should not be deemed a reliable source of proof. He contended that due to the evidence being stored away for more than 2 decades, there was a high possibility of contamination or tampering. The defense's argument held weight considering the numerous errors committed during the handling of Elaine's case. Not only was there a lack of proper forensic equipment and knowledge on how to handle a crime scene at the time of the incident, but it was later discovered that the officers had also failed to wear protective gear while collecting evidence. Furthermore, the credibility of the witness testimony was called into question. Martin Brown, the eyewitness in question, was colorblind when he was asked to examine black and white photographs of individuals resembling the perpetrator. He was able to eliminate all but 3 individuals, initially identifying someone else in his statement before eventually naming John Doherty. Brown's credibility was further undermined when he revealed that it took him a decade to come forward because he had only recently recognized Elaine's face in a newspaper and realized that she was the same woman he had seen on the night of the incident. The defense argued that it was unjust to blame Doherty, as the news of a contaminated crime scene had not been disclosed prior to the trial. They claimed that the officers handling the case were negligent and could have mishandled the DNA sample, leading to a match with Doherty due to contamination. However, their argument was swiftly dismissed when the forensic scientists responsible for the crime scene testified that it was 560,000 times more likely for the DNA found at the scene to belong to Doherty than any other unrelated male. Despite the counterarguments, the jury ultimately sided with the prosecution, resulting in John Doherty being declared guilty by a majority verdict. This case became one of the longest-running cases in Scotland, with the culprit being apprehended after nearly 3 decades thanks to DNA evidence. In 2014, Doherty was finally convicted in a high court in Edinburgh and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 21 years by Lord Advocate Frank Mulholland. Mulholland justified the severity of the sentence by emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Elaine Doyle, who was simply walking home that night when she became a victim of this heinous crime, had her brother John Doyle expressed his belief that the sentencing was appropriate and just. He further clarified that despite the lengthy process of obtaining justice for his sister, they found solace in the fact that she could finally find peace. On behalf of his mother, he acknowledged that the pain of losing a loved one never truly fades, but the resolution of the case provided a glimmer of hope amidst their sorrow. The family expressed gratitude for the apprehension of the perpetrator, as it brought a sense of closure. However, their grief was compounded when John Doyle's 17-year-old son Jack was tragically stabbed to death in Greenock in 2012. John's father, also named Jack, was unable to bear the loss and subsequently passed away, adding to John's immense devastation. Despite the overwhelming sorrow he had to endure, he remained thankful that at least one of the culprits was apprehended and brought to justice. Let's travel back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, on October 22, 1984, when the city was left baffled as 18-year-old Annette Craver disappeared without a trace. The police searched the area in an effort to find the truth, but they were unsuccessful, and the teenage married girl's whereabouts remained a sinister mystery. Despite the fact that her disappearance remains a mystery, the police were concerned that it might actually have been a horrifying homicide. It turned out that this situation was much more complicated than it seemed. In the long run for justice, a man was found at the center of it all, and for an incredible 54 years, his perverted viewpoint would prevail over the pursuit of justice before justice finally prevailed. What might have happened to Annette, a young, beautiful teenage girl? Why did it take so long to solve the mystery of this chilling case? Who was this maniac that took her away? Tulsa, a city in Oklahoma, is captivating with a distinctive fusion of tradition and modernity. This city, which is tucked away in the middle of America, offers a vibrant way of life that is enriched by its varied cultural scene. Tulsa is renowned for its exquisite architecture, well-preserved art installations, vibrant performing arts community, and succulent barbecue restaurants. The city is also well known for its long history of oil production and for being the birthplace of the famous Route 66. Tulsa has battled crime despite its accomplishments. The city's violent crime rate exceeded the national average in 2020, making it one of the most dangerous cities in the country. Further emphasizing the negative aspects of the city, Tulsa also saw the mysterious disappearance of Annette Craver. Annette Michelle Craver was born on December 7, 1965, in Houston, Texas, but little is known about her early life. In 1979, when her father tragically died in a car accident, things took a significant turn. The heartbreaking incident had a negative impact on Annette's emotional health. Annette's mother, Mary Rose, observed a noticeable shift in her daughter's behavior, noting that she became more reclusive and frequently turned to solitude for comfort. Annette was by herself a lot of the time. She was constantly creating art and writing poetry. She would also occasionally pick up a guitar. Mary was aware, deep down, that her cherished daughter had been experiencing great hardships as a result of her father's passing. A significant event took place on September 8, 1981, when Mary organized a yard sale in Houston to sell her late husband's possessions. 15-year-old Annette actively helped her mother sell off her father's possessions. Despite her lack of expression, it was clear that Annette had not yet recovered from the devastating loss of her father. Mary worried about Annette's isolation and loneliness, but she was unaware that Annette wasn't actually feeling lonely. Unknown to Mary, Annette had been involved with a charming man who had a sizable age difference. In addition to being older than Annette, the man was even older than Annette's mother. Mary's first encounter with Annette's friend, 40-year-old Felix Vale, occurred at the yard sale. Mary didn't suspect anything and never entertained the thought that there might be more going on. As Felix approached Annette to talk, Mary noticed the obvious age gap. Mary struggled with the burden of financial difficulties following the death of her husband. After finding it difficult to find employment in Houston, she considered moving away in search of work and better opportunities to give her daughter a better life. Mary overcame a number of obstacles and was rewarded for her perseverance when she received a job offer in Oklahoma. But there was still a lot to worry about. Annette, who had already missed 2 academic years, was about to receive her high school diploma. Mary was aware that her daughter's academic progress might be jeopardized by a sudden move to another state. When faced with this decision, Mary went with her plan of action. She asked a friend for help in taking care of Annette, while she relocated to Oklahoma in search of employment. Although the plan seemed good at first, it soon started to fall apart for Mary. As time went on, a growing worry became apparent. The bond between Annette and Felix appeared to have grown stronger while she was away. As she watched the 40-year-old man become more involved in her daughter's life, Mary couldn't help but feel uneasy. This was a circumstance that greatly disturbed her. After Annette graduated from high school, Mary was able to buy a new home thanks to her diligent saving. She registered the house under both of their names with the hope of reuniting their lives and living together once again. Mary's thoughts of a long-awaited reunion were dashed after she learned that Annette had left when she got back to Houston. Mary discovered that after Annette graduated high school, Felix immediately suggested a road trip to her. Captivated by his charm, she happily accepted his offer. Over the course of 1983, Mary did occasionally get letters from Annette, each coming from a different place. Then one day, a call from her daughter, who was at the time living in California, arrived. Hearing from Annette gave Mary a rush of happiness, but the conversation quickly became concerning. Annette, who was only 17 years old at the time, asked her mother for permission before she married Felix Vale. Annette seemed to have already made up her mind, despite Mary telling her daughter it would be a mistake to marry Felix, advising her to wait until she was at least 18 years old. Annette allegedly declared her love for Felix Vale and intended to wed him in Mexico. Mary struggled with a difficult decision, knowing that she might lose her daughter who was very involved with Felix. She was aware that refusing a daughter she hadn't seen in a while could have its own effects. She consequently gave the marriage her approval with a heavy heart, believing her daughter to have good judgment and not realizing Felix was a bad man. But the perfect married life Annette had pictured would soon start to fall apart. Annette opened up to her mother in letters written shortly after their wedding. She revealed that Felix had changed unsettlingly, becoming more and more domineering. She shockingly revealed that Felix had even forced her to have an unauthorized abortion after learning she was pregnant with his child. Mary begged Annette to come home right away, consumed with worry for her daughter's safety. Annette eventually mustered the strength to escape Felix's grip in 1984 and made her way back to her mother. However, when Mary finally caught a glimpse of her daughter, she couldn't help but notice that she had changed. Annette had lost her identity. She was constantly perplexed by everything. Mary believed that her daughter was simply overwhelmed by Felix's attempts to manipulate and control her life. Mary found comfort in being reunited with her daughter amidst the changes. But this joy was short-lived. They were unhappy not long after Annette returned. Felix began tormenting their home with relentless phone calls and his insistence on speaking to Annette. Mary was unmoved and maintained her position, determined to defend her daughter at all costs. However, things got worse in October 1984. When Felix was able to breach Mary's house's perimeter, boldly entering without permission and making his way up to Annette's room, the two spent some time talking privately in Annette's room. When they eventually came out to Mary, they would say something that would break her heart. Mary was sternly instructed to leave the house by them. Mary tried to patch things up with Annette, despite her heartbreak, but her efforts were in vain. Annette remained controlled under Felix's sway and was unresponsive to any opposing viewpoint. Mary gave up her share of the home as a result, packed her belongings, and moved to California with a heavy heart. The nightmare did not end there, though. When Annette turned 18 years old, she made a big decision by claiming the inheritance her late father had left for her. Surprisingly, she allegedly transferred all the money into Felix's account and gave him legal ownership to her home. Mary attempted to contact her daughter after learning of this worrying development, but for some reason she was unable to reach her. She then wasted no time and contacted Felix right away. Felix asserted that Annette had requested going to Mexico on her own and that he had put her on a bus. On October 22, 1984, Mary immediately called the police and reported her daughter missing. Following receipt of the missing person report, the Tulsa police moved quickly to speak with Felix Vale in an effort to gather any information they could. Unfortunately, the police were also manipulated by Felix, just like Annette. Mary had a strong hunch that Felix was concealing the truth and had a significant role in Annette's disappearance. Despite her convictions, the police were persuaded by Felix's remarks and gave up looking for Annette Craver. Felix was successful in persuading the authorities that Annette had left alone on her own volition. Mary was left feeling helpless and clinging to the steadfast hope that her daughter would one day return after being repeatedly ignored by law enforcement regarding her daughter's disappearance. She sat by the phone for years, hoping Annette would call to say hi on special occasions like her birthday and Mother's Day, but sadly nothing ever happened. By 1991, a startling 7 years had passed without a significant development in the search for Annette Craver. Mary wrote hundreds of letters in an effort to contact the police, but neither they nor the FBI were interested in getting back to her. Even Felix didn't respond to the letter she sent him. Mary had the sobering insight that depending on others would be fruitless. She made the decision to conduct an independent investigation. Due to her tenacity, Mary initially tried to learn more about Felix using the developing internet's resources, because she was convinced he held the key to Annette's disappearance. However, there wasn't a lot of online information available in the 1990s. Mary's unwavering diligence allowed her to track down a single but crucial lead, which was Sue Jordan, Felix's sister. Mary traveled halfway across the country to meet her, spurred on by hope and the potential for learning crucial information. Mary was informed by Sue Jordan that Felix had a wife who had drowned. With the help of this promising information, Mary was able to locate Mary Horton Vale's family in Louisiana in 1993. Mary Horton Vale was Felix's first wife. Her efforts paid off when she was able to track down Mary Horton's brother, Will Horton, who had only been 15 when his sister tragically drowned in the Calcasieu River. Will Horton described his sister with a warm heart during Mary's encounter with him. He said, "My sister was so very special, so thoughtful and kind." He spoke of her with fondness. Felix Vale, his brother-in-law, was not accorded the same sentiment, though. Will Horton revealed that his family had a clear grudge against Felix. Mary Elizabeth Horton Vale's ancestry can be found in Louisiana, where she was born on February 16, 1940. She assumed the position of editor for the school newspaper. She was also named the Eunice High School Homecoming Queen. When she was attending McNeese State College in 1960, to further her education, her path crossed with Felix's. Amazingly, the two exchanged wedding vows just 6 months after they first met. In 1961, their union produced a Bill Vale, their son, was welcomed into the world by Mary. Felix, however, acted otherwise. With the birth of their child, Felix's attitude changed noticeably. He began to treat his first wife with a controlling attitude, much like he did with Annette later. He even threatened her, telling her what would happen if she got pregnant again. Mary Elizabeth Horton Vale became pregnant once more the following year, despite Felix's warning. Felix was enraged by the news, driving her to seek safety from his fury. She and her son, Bill, fled to her mother's house out of fear of his wrath. Mary Horton considered divorcing Felix, but her mother advised her to go back and try to make amends with him. Mary's life tragically ended before they could settle anything. On October 28, 1962, Mary Horton and Felix Vale went fishing along the Calcasieu River. In an unfortunate turn of events, Mary drowned to death. Felix described what happened when he was questioned by the police. According to him, Mary allegedly drowned after she unintentionally fell off the boat. The Horton family remained dubious of this account and found it difficult to believe. Felix quickly rose as a top suspect in the investigation. As a result of the murky circumstances surrounding Mary's drowning, she was found dead in a place that was unsuitable for fishing. After being found 2 days later, her body underwent an autopsy, which turned up red flags. Mary had bruises on her neck, right calf, and left leg, which suggested that she may have fought before being forced into the water. Authorities discovered a scarf that had been wrapped around her neck and put in her mouth, suggesting traumatic asphyxia, a type of suffocation. This discovery provided additional damning evidence. The detectives were confident Felix was the murderer in light of the mounting evidence, but the coroner had a completely different take. He thought the evidence was insufficient to convict Felix. Felix also vehemently denied being guilty. He was released in January 1963 after a Calcasieu Parish grand jury declined to indict him. At the time, Mary Horton's family was devastated and felt cheated by Felix's release. Mary Rose, Annette's mother, was more enraged by what she had heard as Will Horton broke down, relaying this tragic information. Will described how the loss of his sister devastated their mother and left a void in his heart that would never be filled. At that point, Mary Rose's pursuit of justice included a steadfast search for justice on behalf of Will's sister, Mary Horton, in addition to her daughter. Though before the two women could receive justice and the police could be fully involved, Mary Rose understood the need for more concrete evidence than just statements. Thankfully, she was no longer fighting for justice by herself. Will Horton tells Mary that since 1975, he has been getting calls from people asking about a girl who vanished in Sulphur in 1973. The fact that the girl in question was Sharon Hensley, Felix's ex-girlfriend after Mary Horton, added to the unsettling nature of the situation. Sharon Hensley's mother called for years to inquire as to whether Sharon had been seen. Mary Rose began a new journey in her search for knowledge. She soon understood that her daughter was not Felix's only victim. In 1994, she made her way to Bismarck, North Dakota to meet with Sharon Hensley's brother, Brian. Brian characterized his sister as independent. In the summer of 1970, Sharon Hensley, who was born on December 20th, 1948, left her home in Bismarck, North Dakota. She aimed to welcome a new beginning in her life as she joined other free-spirited people who are forging their journey in the wake of the renowned Summer of Love. Sharon Hensley's ultimate destination was San Francisco. She was able to accomplish her objective, but the reality that met her was a far cry from the idyllic life she had imagined in her North Dakota sanctuary. Her path instead took her to Felix Vale. Felix, at that time, adopted an unconventional lifestyle and embraced a nomadic existence after the death of his first wife. During this stage, he even assumed the persona of a traveling preacher and founded his own personal cult group called the Holy Order of Mans. During this time, Sharon Hensley, then age 21, met Felix. In 1972, 2 years after leaving, Sharon visited her parents' house in Bismarck with her new boyfriend, Felix Vale. But their daughter had undergone a change. The once vivacious North Dakotan girl who loved to dance and hang out with her friends now seemed distant. Her parents were worried that her independence was being supplanted by the influence of her new boyfriend. Her parents were uncomfortable after the meeting, but Sharon, who was an adult, decided to leave with Felix. She had the freedom to choose her own course of action. Nevertheless, her parents' concerns grew more serious. They believed Felix was exposing their daughter to a dangerous lifestyle, one characterized by drug use and irresponsible conduct. But not even they could have predicted what lay in store for the future. In a short period of time, Sharon joined Felix's cult group and interacted with them. Her involvement, though, came at the same time as the dramatic change in their relationship. At the time, Felix's drug use increased and his behavior changed, becoming more violent and domineering. During those times, Sharon's family thought she was with him out of fear. She had no idea how to escape the predicament. Along with Felix, Sharon was about to travel to South America. But before beginning this journey, she called her mother one last time to say goodbye. Her mother sensed something was wrong, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Her maternal instincts were spot on, because after that final communication, Sharon stopped calling or writing. She disappeared with no trace. In a letter to Sharon's family in 1973, Felix claimed that he had last seen Sharon in Key West. His story was that she had left him and gone sailing around the world with an Australian couple. The Hensley family, however, had skepticism about everything Felix said, as was a common theme in all of these cases. In February 1973, Sharon's family reported her missing, but regrettably the police did nothing for a full year. A dated newspaper report filled the gap even though there were immediate investigations or initial police support. The story from the old newspaper caught Brian Hensley's attention. The news report from 1970 mentioned Sharon and Felix's arrest. According to the report, a young boy of about 8 years old showed up at the police station and asked for help to go back home. Bill Vale, the son of Mary Horton and Felix Vale, was revealed to be the child. Bill, an 8-year-old boy, went to the police station without shoes or socks and complained that his father was forcing him to smoke marijuana and that he wanted to return home. The Horton family was unaware that Felix had taken Bill with him when he left for California following Mary Horton's passing. Bill was compelled to follow his troubled father wherever he went from that point on. Additionally, the police discovered that Bill had a history of violence. The police also discovered that Bill had experienced abuse during this time before escaping and making his way to the police station. Felix and Sharon were detained for endangering a child. However, it is unknown how the two managed to escape the police custody. When Mary Rose heard about all of these things from Sharon's brother, she made the decision to meet Bill Vale. She thought Bill might be a source of vital information because he had valuable knowledge about where Felix was. With this goal in mind, Mary set out for Kansas to meet with Bill and his family. Mary Rose said Bill was very honest. He treated her with a lot of kindness and sympathy. Mary observed that despite being a good man, he was terrified of his father. Bill was initially apprehensive to share much information, for fear that doing so might unintentionally bring Felix closer to his own wife and kids, but his desire to help Mary and obtain justice for his mother one. Bill made the decision to seize this opportunity after realizing its importance. He gathered the courage to divulge the dark secrets that might support Mary's claims. Bill described an important event that happened in 1970, just before he fled and arrived at the police station. He had unintentionally overheard his father, Felix, and Sharon talking to each other. Bill claimed that Felix admitted to Sharon that he had killed Mary Horton, his mother. Bill sought refuge with his grandparents after Sharon and Felix were detained in 1970, which resulted in a significant change in his life. Despite this alteration, he continued to be afraid of his father, especially since he was required to testify against him in court throughout the trials. This fear of his father's return increased his anxiety, and tragically Felix did return in 1975. Felix arrived at Bill's grandparents' house and asked to see his son. The fact that Sharon was no longer with Felix added to Bill's fear, which was already strong. When Bill inquired about Sharon, Felix responded that Sharon would never bother anyone again. Bill, who was only 13 years old, understood what he meant, but he had no way to put that knowledge to use. At the time, he was unable to speak to anyone about his father's sinister behavior. Bill struggled with the worry that if he shared these revelations, Felix might hurt his family. His desire for justice was stronger. Sadly, Bill's battle with cancer claimed his life in 2009, preventing him from seeing his mother's justice served. Bill, however, made sure to meticulously document his account of Felix's confession before he passed away. He asked the local preacher to write down his story so that the truth would be preserved for future generations. After a while, Mary Rose felt she had something important enough to ask the FBI to reopen the case. Although she was aware that there was no physical proof, she clung to the belief that the testimony of the Hortons, Sharon's brother, Felix's son, Bill, and herself could possibly give her the evidence she needed to pursue justice for her daughter. Mary had the opportunity to speak with a special FBI agent who dealt with cold cases and serial killers. He accepted Mary's account and determined Felix was a serial killer. Tragically, the cold case department took the brunt of the budget cuts, and the agent who had demonstrated support for Mary's cause was let go. Due to this unfortunate turn of events, Mary's quest for justice had no way to be furthered. She awoke to find herself exactly where she had started. Mary felt guilty for having inspired all the families to pursue justice. The families who trusted her, though, knew she wouldn't give up. Even though the conversation fizzled, Mary kept looking for someone to assess their situation. She simply felt a strong desire to put Felix behind bars. Over the course of nearly 30 years, Mary had been gradually worn down as a result of her resolve to fight for justice. While listening to the radio in June 2011, Mary heard about a detective who had solved 8 murder cases involving the infamous Burning Mississippi murders, which were carried out by the Ku Klux Klan. Before he cracked them, these cases had remained unsolved for 50 years. The knowledge of this gave Mary the additional push she required. Mary immediately set out on a quest to find the investigator's contact information. Fortunately, she was able to find his phone number. Jerry Mitchell, a resident of Mississippi, was this person. Mary informed Jerry Mitchell about the cases and soon learned that Felix Vale had moved to Mississippi. As a result of this realization, Mary was faced with a decision she had to make. Mary Rose and Jerry Mitchell traveled through Mississippi in 2011 in order to reach the crucial spot where the criminal was. They arrived at a remote and desolate trailer park. Jerry wondered if Felix was watching them as they highlighted from their vehicle, but Mary didn't seem to care. She merely wished to put an end to Felix Vale's chapter. They noticed a broken window as they neared the trailer house. Mary crept through the window to enter the room in search of the truth without thinking twice about the danger. Jerry couldn't believe his eyes when she started throwing out machetes a short while later. Mary Rose and Jerry saw someone rushing in their direction as they looked around the house. But it wasn't Felix Vale. Rather was K.A. Faulkner, his sister, who appeared to be upset at their sudden intrusion. However, when Kay found out why Mary and Jerry were there, her initial anger at their unforeseen presence quickly subsided. When Kay Faulkner was spoken to, she admitted that she thought her brother had murdered those women. Only one day into the investigation, Jerry Mitchell recognized the quick progress made and seized the opportunity. He started by speaking right away with Mary Rose, the Hensleys, and the Hortons. As a result of these testimonies from the victim's family, in 2015, the book titled Gone was published. This book painstakingly documented the family's experiences. It received numerous awards and a great deal of immediate acclaim. The FBI became aware of this book, and after carefully considering all the relevant information, they decided to reopen the investigation. Mary, who had struggled for a long time, at last felt true happiness. Mary Horton's case was given priority by the FBI after a careful review of all the information that was available, primarily because her death had been officially declared, unlike that of Sharon and Annette, whose bodies had never been found. The problem was that this case had been going on for more than 50 years, which had led to reports and data being lost over time. The FBI persisted in their search for a district attorney who would be willing to take on this challenging old case, and they eventually found the right candidate, Hugh Holland. After reviewing the case, Hugh Holland didn't waste any time in sending out a squad to raid Felix's house. Authorities discovered Felix Vale's nearly 2,500-page journal. They learned from reading the journals that Felix made a conscious effort to dominate every woman in his life, frequently using physical force. Felix wrote about how he even enjoyed drinking raw blood in the journals, but there was nothing pertaining to the killings. Since Mary Horton drowned in the Coquizia River in 1962, Holland and his team decided to find someone who might have any information regarding the incident. Surprisingly, they discovered a man named Ike Absker, who was 90 years old. Felix Vale and Ike Absker shared a room when Felix Vale lived in Lake Charles. Ironically, Ike's father had a lot of boats and was a member of the search team that the sheriff's office hired to look for Mary Horton's body. Ike was on board in his father's boat when Mary's body was found. As they were talking during their meeting, Ike Absker, who was in a wheelchair, handed Hugh Holland an envelope with the word "keep" written on it. When Holland opened the envelope, he took 2 pictures out, and they turned out to be pictures of Mary Horton's body on the day it was discovered, showing severe bruising and wounds. When Holland finally came to the realization, he grabbed the photos and started his examination. Holland was working on the case in his office when a pathologist happened to walk by. "Who murdered her?" the pathologist said as he bowed down to look at the pictures. That was sufficient evidence and confirmation for Holland to declare Mary Horton's case to be a homicide. Now armed with sufficient proof and strong evidence, Holland quickly filed charges against 76-year-old Felix Vale for the murder of his first wife, Mary Horton. In a fitting turn of events, Louisiana, the very location where the case had started, became the location where it finally came to an end. 2014 served as the year of judgment when Felix Vale was captured and taken into custody. The disappearances of Sharon and Annette were also brought up during the trial. After all, Felix Vale was the last person to see them both. Holland asked Ike Abshire to testify because he understood how important his testimony was to the case, and that it will be the most important piece of evidence used throughout the entire trial. Ike Abshire died at his home on May 17, 2014 from old age, nearly 3 months after giving his testimony. However, during the court proceedings, his testimony proved to be the deciding factor that all doubts were dispelled. The jury only needed about 10 minutes to reach a conclusion. Felix Vale received a life sentence after being found guilty. When Felix was found guilty, Mary Rose, Brian Hensley, and Will Horton, who were among the audience, breathed a sigh of relief. Mary and Brian were relieved that Felix was held accountable for his actions, finally receiving the punishment he deserved, even though his involvement in Annette's and Sharon's disappearance could not be proved. Brian Hensley was finally able to hold a memorial for his sister after the verdict. It makes no difference to the victim's family whether Felix was found guilty of killing just Mary Horton or all 3 women. What matters is that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. After Felix was taken into custody, justice was served, and Mary Rose's tenacious pursuit was rewarded. However, the emotional scar on her heart never fully healed, serving as a constant reminder of the agonizing pain she had experienced. Writing letters as if they were meant for Annette to read helped Mary cope with her lingering guilt over abandoning her daughter because of work. And she did so in the hopes that one day she would be able to move past it and eventually forgive herself. The central character of today's story, Maury Travis, was born on October 25, 1965. He was known by the nickname Toby and lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis in Carr Square, a public housing complex in St. Louis, Missouri. They later bought a house at 1001 Ford Avenue in Ferguson in April 1976. Maury Travis's childhood seemed relatively ordinary. While he was undeniably introverted and reserved, he was also known for his exceptional politeness and respect. Adults who interacted with him perceived him as someone who was highly mindful of etiquette and social norms. One teacher distinctly called Maury as an unusually quiet teenager, who even took the initiative to mow his neighbor's lawn. His demeanor at school was unremarkable, and those who knew him, including teachers, parents, and peers, never suspected him of being capable of violence. When police later interviewed individuals who attended school with Maury or lived near him, many of them didn't even recognize who he was. He didn't leave a memorable impression. In all of his childhood that is known to us, the separation of his parents was the only potential trauma that he may have experienced. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300 a day. Maury's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record prior to these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, the court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter, urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a more lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he is living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior. Although he had 13 conduct violations, they were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stays due to drug-related charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, one of his former girlfriends had something different to say. In March of 2001, Maury's girlfriend left him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, for suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered, concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough role play involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage in him, since they chose drugs over their children. Although it's not confirmed, that's the association they'd drawn. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. More, he would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen or they needed to break them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a kneeling naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31st, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern. In the months that followed, the tragedies escalated. On March 24, 2001, the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Alyssa Greenway, a 34-year-old caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 1, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Yvonne Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming for more lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Muscatoa, Illinois on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope. Ithroldham, 325 to 331, Lafayette Street, New York, New York 10012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark indicating it had been mailed locally. The zip code 10012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional. So why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenway. Write a good one and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last." The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X indicating the location of a body. The sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims and as evidence of their identity, provided directions to number 17 accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com, according to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez. On May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its map site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. Took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20th, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227.106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227.106.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2022, WorldCom's Internet Division, UUNet, identified the user as MSN/Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The taunting letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance, and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence, including DNA and tire trademarks, linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maury's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene. Hidden within the depths of his home, they discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well-maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers, and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maury's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letter sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found blood stains on the walls and on the ceiling and on the carpet and furniture as well. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, menacing stun gun and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers, in the states of Missouri and Illinois between 2000 and 2022. Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on two of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heeger said that the investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home, showing plans for a basement extension. Heeger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heeger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County, Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. 1 or more limbs and 1 or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4 length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer, Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Marine, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5 feet 1 inch and 5 feet 6 inches, and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair. When discovered, the victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white checkered flannel style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger and the pair of gray shorts from the brand's Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30th, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascoda, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40 of African American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit, bearing the brand Jason Matthews, with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. His arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just when St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury's arrest on June 7, 2002, the city saw darkness again. 3 days later, on June 10, 2002, Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have, but I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why, I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma, Marina, James, and everybody I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that. Forever your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violating jail rules skipped 2 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor, and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts in 2014. She rented the home to Katrina McGaw without mentioning the house's dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past. In this country, landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month. Despite Sandra's objections, the situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events. but it may not be ethically right to do so. On the other hand, Maga, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had been occasionally playing near the same pool in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, Maga understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remain unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing? Not even the woman he dated? And then the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the prison reality more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? In the heart of New Jersey, situated in a region called Woodbridge Township, it's a place where diverse cultures blend seamlessly, creating a unique charm. Woodbridge is more than just a location. It's a home filled with warmth and stories. Talking about safety, Woodbridge Township is a generally secure place. With a low crime percentage, the community enjoys a sense of peace and security. The parks and waterfront not only provide scenic beauty, but also serve as communal spaces where families and individuals can unwind without worry. Yet beneath this friendly exterior, there's a chilling tale that shook the town. The story of Bill McGuire is a dark moment that unfolded in this seemingly peaceful town. It's a reminder that even in the most everyday places, mysteries can be hidden. William Theodore McGuire, also known as Bill, was born on September 21, 1964 in Bloomfield, New Jersey. He was the son of William Christopher McGuire and Ruth Theodora Sell McGuire. Bill grew up in Bloomfield and graduated from Bloomfield High School in 1982. He then went on to study computer science at Rutgers University, where he graduated in 1986. After college, Bill worked as a computer programmer for a variety of companies. He was a hard worker and was well respected by his colleagues. In his free time, Bill enjoyed playing golf, fishing, and spending time with his family. Bill was a kind and generous man who was always willing to help others. He was a charismatic and witty individual. He got married to Marcy Pollock in 1986, but that marriage was short-lived, leading to their divorce in 1994. The couple moved to Virginia Beach in 1986, where Bill worked as an electronics technician in the Navy. Marcy, originally from Vernon, New Jersey, joined him in this relocation. Around 1990, and Marcy returned to the Atlantic City area. However, it was in this new setting that Bill's behavior changed drastically. He became deeply involved in excessive gambling and drinking. This is when Marcy noticed a stark deterioration in their relationship. The situation escalated in 1995, when Marcy filed a restraining order against him after Bill threw rocks through her window, ultimately leading to their divorce. Bill then met Melanie Lynn Slate in 1998 at a restaurant in Woodbridge, New Jersey, where Melanie was working part-time while attending nursing school. Born on October 8, 1972 in America, Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly known as Melanie Lynn Slate, grew up in Ridgewood in Middletown Township, New Jersey, attending Middletown High School South. Her academic journey took her to Rutgers University, where she pursued a dual major in math and psychology. Graduating in 1994, achieving the second position in her class, she earned her nursing diploma from the Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, now Raritan Bay Medical Center, in 1997. When he met Melanie, she perfectly complemented his personality. They quickly fell in love and were married the following year in 1999. The couple soon started a family, welcoming 2 sons into their lives. In 2000, they had their first child, a son. 2 years after that, in 2002, they had their second child, another son. Their marriage seemed picture perfect, filled with love and laughter. However, beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to appear. Financial struggles began to weigh heavily on the couple. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been responsible and financially secure, but his gambling addiction took a toll on their finances. As debts piled up, stress on their relationship grew. Melanie, a nurse, worked tirelessly to support the family, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to make ends meet. In addition to their financial woes, Bill's gambling addiction also led to emotional turmoil. He would often disappear for days at a time, leaving Melanie to care for the children and manage the household on her own. The trust that was once the foundation of their marriage began to erode, replaced by suspicion and resentment. Despite the growing tensions, Melanie remained committed to her marriage, hoping that things would eventually improve. She tried to help Bill overcome his addiction, but his struggles continued, further straining their relationship. In 2004, the McGuires were planning to move to a larger home in Warren County, New Jersey. They had closed on a new house on April 28, 2004, but before they could move in, the unthinkable happened. On April 29, 2004, vanished from his seemingly ordinary life, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family in despair. Where did Bill go? What could have been the reason for his sudden disappearance? Weeks had slipped by without a trace of Bill. His absence left a gaping void in the lives of his caring wife and children, but little did they know that Bill's fate was far more extraordinary than they could have ever imagined. On the early morning of May 5, 2004, 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their children went on a fishing trip from Virginia Beach toward the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. As they headed north, parallel to the tunnel, they stumbled upon an unexpected catch, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. Intrigued by the mysterious object, they hauled it aboard their boat. The suitcase was surprisingly heavy, and upon opening it, they made a chilling discovery. Inside was a black sack, containing a pair of legs. Horrified by their find, the fishermen immediately contacted police. They wondered if there were more suitcases hidden in the depths of the Chesapeake Bay, each concealing another piece of a human body. Soon police started actively looking for the other missing pieces of this disturbing puzzle. Just days after the first suitcase was found, a student studying the nature reserve on Fisherman's Island made another chilling discovery. A second suitcase, identical to the first, was found on the beach on May 10, 2004. This time, however, it was a human torso, including the arms and head. The wait for answers continued as the search for the missing body parts intensified. 5 days after the second suitcase was found, a fisherman made the final gruesome discovery. On May 15, 2004, a third suitcase, again identical to the first two, was found floating in the Chesapeake Bay. Inside were the victim's pelvis and legs. With the Chesapeake Bay's vast expanse making the search area challenging, investigators decided to turn to the public for help. They released the victim's sketch in the media, hoping that someone would recognize him. Incredibly, it took only a few days for the sketch to yield results. Susan Rice and John Rice, close friends of Bill who hadn't seen him in weeks, played a pivotal role in identifying his body. When they saw a sketch of the victim on TV on May 21, 2004, Sue immediately recognized her friend's distinctive features. Skeptical at first, her husband John also agreed that the sketch bore a striking resemblance to Bill. Recognizing their friend's face, they promptly notified the authorities. The couple also provided crucial information to the investigation. They recalled that Bill had recently been involved in a physical altercation with his wife, Melanie McGuire, and had stormed out of their home. They assumed that he had impulsively fled to Atlantic City, distracting himself on a gambling spree. However, weeks passed without any contact from Bill, raising concern among his friends and family. With Bill's identity confirmed, investigators immediately initiated a fingerprint analysis. Fortunately, Bill's fingerprints were on file and a match was quickly established. The once missing man was now the victim of a horrific crime. Bill's past was shrouded in mystery with rumors of gambling addiction, domestic abuse, and even a restraining order. Bill's ex-wife, Marcy Pollock, had also spoken out about the emotional and physical abuse she endured during their marriage. She had described their relationship as deteriorating rapidly after their wedding, culminating in a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. These allegations painted a troubling picture of Bill's character and only made it difficult to identify the perpetrator. Investigators were now faced with the task of piecing together the events that led to Bill McGuire's death and bringing the perpetrator to justice. The question remains, who was the killer? Imagine a loved one vanishing without a trace. Even if it's just for a day, you'd be worried and scared, and you'd do everything you could to find them. Even if you had an argument with them, you would still report the missing to the police. However, in this case, the police received no missing person reports from Melanie regarding Bill's disappearance after being away for almost a month. Instead of immediately reporting him missing, she sought legal counsel from a divorce attorney. On April 30th, 2004, she filed a restraining order against him, further indicating that she felt unsafe in his presence. The police were surprised that Bill's wife hadn't reported him missing, especially since they had found the person in the sketch through Bill's friends. The cops decided to look into Melanie McGuire, and what they found was pretty odd. On April 30th, 2004, just 2 days after the big fight between her and Bill, she did something that would make most folks raise an eyebrow. Melanie believed he might be in Atlantic City gambling, so she planned to drive down there and search for his car. She said her goal was to annoy him by parking the car in the most hectic part of town. But interestingly, here was how people reacted to her. As the police began monitoring Melanie's activities, they also started tracking her phone calls. In the midst of seemingly ordinary conversations, the police discovered a crucial piece of evidence. In one of these intercepted conversations, Melanie talked to Jim Finn, an old acquaintance from nursing school who had a crush on her. After losing touch for some time, they reconnected in February 2004 with Melanie reaching out when she needed something. Aware of Jim's interest in firearms, she discussed Bill's behavior with him before his disappearance, and Jim, still harboring feelings for Melanie, suggested obtaining a gun for self-defense. However, investigators listening to their conversations concluded that Jim had no knowledge of any plans related to a murder. When questioned by detectives, Jim was surprised to learn about Melanie purchasing a gun and was unaware of her involvement in any foul play. She then purchased a .38 caliber handgun on April 26, 2004 from a store in Easton, Pennsylvania. This was just 2 days before Bill went missing. Despite constant monitoring and scrutiny, Melanie denied any participation, maintaining her innocence. There was another unexplained road trip, this time to Delaware, just 5 days after her husband's disappearance. Melanie had told Dr. Miller that she was actually furniture shopping in the early hours of May 4, 2004. However, investigators suspect that this trip to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up. The route she took would typically lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, contrary to the usual path via the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge and Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and Tunnel. She stated that this theory was absurd because Virginia Beach was an additional 450 miles away from Delaware. Considering the considerable distance, it was implausible to cover such a vast stretch within a limited time frame. Was Melanie McGuire truly acting alone, or was there an accomplice involved? Maybe it was Jim Flynn, but why would someone go to such lengths for a girl he had a crush on years ago? Yet consider this, it could be someone else, someone closer. A secret affair, perhaps? Was it someone who would do anything, even kill, for her? The voice you heard was of Dr. Brad Miller. He was a partner at RMA Associates, and Melanie worked as one of his nurses. The affair between them officially began when Melanie was 8 months pregnant with her second child, at least for both of them. After Melanie returned from maternity leave, she and Dr. Miller began a full-blown affair. It appeared as if they were falling deeply in love with each other, despite their marital ties in young children. Investigators uncovered mounting evidence indicating Melanie McGuire's involvement in her husband's murder. Bill's car held a bottle of chloral hydrate, a sedative, along with 2 syringes prescribed by Bradley Miller, who had said the prescription was written in Melanie's handwriting. During the investigation, Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer expert, analyzed the computers and handheld devices belonging to the McGuires, including a desktop computer situated in their apartment. Her examination revealed that between April 11th and April 26th, 2004, several concerning topics were searched online. Among the searches were inquiries about undetectable poisons, how to purchase guns illegally, how to commit murder, gun laws, and toxic insulin levels. Among all the evidence, the gun, the internet search, or the affair, one particular detail left people confused. It was the purchase of a $500,000 house, which occurred right before his disappearance. They ended up placing a substantial deposit on an impressive home in New Jersey. This residence was quite lavish, with a significant amount of land and carrying a price tag of $500,000. This seemed contradictory. On one hand, Melanie was growing closer to Dr. Miller, but on the other, she was making a major investment in a new property with Bill. On April 28, 2004, they were set to close on the house at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Melanie stayed in touch with Dr. Miller throughout, as he pleaded with her not to proceed with the house purchase. He expressed a wish to be with her and build a future together. Melanie assured him she would handle it. After closing on the house, they returned to their rented townhouse. Bill, quite excited, called John Rice, reportedly in a very happy state. Melanie's final conversation that night was with Dr. Miller. She informed him that they had closed on the house and mentioned that Bill was asleep on the couch after having some red wine. Melanie planned to discuss matters with Bill when he woke, intending to request a divorce. Melanie recounted the events as a significant argument between her and Bill, stating that they had a fight in the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock. It all started regarding the house they were purchasing, with Melanie mentioning that she had settled for that particular house. Bill's reaction was immediate and intense, expressing dissatisfaction and stating that it wasn't what he wanted. He mentioned his preference for a cheaper house in Virginia, which Melanie refused, leading to an escalating, heated exchange. Melanie further described that the argument turned physical, specifying that Bill pushed a dryer sheet into her mouth, revealing his fixation with dryer sheets during such moments. He informed her that he was leaving and wouldn't return, even instructing her to explain to their children why they wouldn't have a father. He communicated this through the bathroom door while he packed and made several trips up and down the stairs, continuously criticizing her. Her final words to him were a plea to stop. After discovering the suitcases, the police were finally on the verge of bringing justice to Bill. One crucial piece of evidence the police were eagerly seeking, yearning for proof of Melanie's involvement in the dismemberment, remained elusive. Despite thoroughly searching her home, they found no blood, no bullets, nothing. There was no direct physical evidence linking her to the murder. Over a year after Bill McGuire's murder, on June 5, 2005, Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her kids at a daycare in Madison. She was charged with first-degree murder in what became known as the suitcase killer case. Melanie pleaded not guilty and was released on $750,000 bail. In 2005, a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts, raising her bail to $2.1 million. She was again released. Another indictment later accused her of writing letters that obstructed the investigation. 3 years after the murder, in 2007, Melanie's trial began. The prosecution argued that she killed her husband in 2004 to start a new life with her boyfriend. Lead investigator Prezioso testified that the evidence points to a well-planned murder. Melanie maintained her innocence, stating that her husband was a compulsive gambler who had become increasingly erratic. However, a spokesman for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice disputed her characterization, saying that there was no indication that Mr. McGuire was anything more than an occasional gambler. Melanie's defense team argued that the murder and dismemberment could not have happened in the Woodbridge apartment because there was no evidence to support this claim. They highlighted the absence of blood, tissue, or DNA in the apartment, as well as the lack of a bullet or saw marks. Additionally, there were no testimonies from neighbors regarding gunshots or the sound of a power saw. 3 years later, on April 23, 2007, Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, packing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and tossing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 63 years and 9 months. She also received a concurrent 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains and a further 5-year sentence for perjury for lying to a family court judge about her husband's whereabouts after he vanished in 2004. William and Melanie Maguire's two sons, whose identities are protected for their privacy and safety, were last seen with their father on April 28, 2004. Melanie dropped the boys, aged 2 and 4, off at their daycare as usual around 8:20 a.m. After their routine, the boys returned home expecting to see their father, but he was nowhere to be found. William and Melanie's sons were placed in the care of Bill's elder sister, Cindy Legoshi, a realtor at the Weichert office in Franklin Lakes. Cindy, along with her husband, pharmacist Bill Legosche of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were deemed capable of providing a loving and nurturing environment for the boys. They already had 2 adult children of their own, Laura Legosche and Max Legosche, and were experienced parents. When the question of custody arose, the 2 boys were sent to live with Cindy and Bill, especially since they were already a close-knit family. After Melanie was convicted of murdering her husband, her family initiated a custody battle with Cindy, but to no avail. As a result, William and Melanie's sons continue to reside in New Jersey with their aunt, uncle, and cousins, the only family they've ever known. In 2007, during Melanie's murder trial, Cindy presented evidence that both of her sister and lost children, then aged 5 and 7, had been diagnosed with autism. Cindy had grown concerned about their well-being upon noticing their behavior and had them tested. Due to the protection of their identities, no further information regarding their current status is available. However, it's known that the boys have not had contact with their mother since before her conviction. If you've watched the entire video without missing a moment, you probably have numerous questions about the investigation and arrest. After looking at her history as a nurse and her caring and charismatic nature, it's hard to even consider if someone like Melanie could commit such a heinous crime. The high-profile nature of the case prompted a range of opinions among viewers. Many believe that there are many gaps in the story, beginning with the fact that she doesn't quite appear to be capable of murder. Even if she had the motive, how could this small woman accomplish it all alone? Did someone assist her? Was she unfairly charged? Perhaps the jury overlooked someone? Or was the accusation entirely mistaken? If you're pondering these questions, you're not alone. Many people, including criminology professors Megan Sachs and Amy Schlossberg, doubt Melanie Maguire's guilt. They host a podcast, Direct Appeal, questioning her conviction, pointing out that Melanie doesn't fit the typical profile of a murderer. The key witness for the prosecution, a forensic ballistics expert, stated that the bullets found in Bill's case were identified as .38 caliber lead cutter bullets. Subsequently, they found an error on the gun manufacturer's website. What's puzzling is that the website information was altered after the unfortunate incident involving Bill Maguire's murder. Post this, they also discussed the garbage bags found at the Maguire residence and the one Bill was found in. The investigator highlights that these characteristics indicate that the 2 bags were made at the same facility, on the same production line, and within a very brief time frame. Furthermore, they express confidence in their conclusion, drawing from conducted tests and observed results, affirming that the bags were produced during the same run. Sachs also emphasizes the physical challenges of dismembering a body and the lack of a believable crime scene. In a video demonstration, they conducted 2 tests. The first was a suitcase weight test, assessing whether Melanie, weighing 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase of similar weight, around 80 pounds, across a bridge with a guardrail height of 40 inches. Their findings suggested that a reasonably manageable weight to lift was around 40 pounds, approximately half of Melanie's weight. Despite a movie about her case coming out, Melanie remains in prison. Despite the attention, she insists she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcase. 52-year-old Andrea Sincata lived in Arlington County, Virginia in 1998. She was a single mother and worked as a librarian. Andrea was engaged to a guy named James Christopher Johnson. Johnson discovered Andrea's lifeless body in the bedroom closet of the apartment they shared August 22, 1998. Johnson told authorities that coins and bags were missing from the apartment, and that her hatchback Honda Civic and its keys were also gone. Were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. He also told police that Andrea had given an old computer to a man doing maintenance work around the apartment 4 weeks before her life was taken. According to Johnson, Andrea was having problems with the computer and the maintenance worker was in their apartment a few times to work on it. The maintenance worker was identified as Bobby Joe Leonard. Leonard was viewed as a suspect but was not charged and the case went cold. The case was reopened in 2013 at the insistence of Andrea's son, Kevin Sincata. In 2018, Leonard told the police he had in fact worked on Andrea's computer and talked to her a few times about it not working well. Leonard said that he got a call from a male who identified himself as an engineer. Leonard believes this man was Andrea's fiancé, James Christopher Johnson. According to Leonard, Johnson called him and offered $5,000 if Leonard could take care of something for him. Johnson then apparently told Leonard to take Andrea's life. He told him when Andrea would be home. Allegedly, Johnson then told Leonard not to use a gun because that would be too loud, that he should wear gloves, that he should not be seen by anyone, and that he should wear a hat to cover his face. He also told Leonard that the $5,000 would be left in the closet for him to pick up. Leonard said that Andrea offered him a root beer when he came to the apartment. He then strangled her until she was no longer breathing. When he went to the closet, the money was not there. In November of 2021, both Leonard and Johnson were charged with the crime. At that point, Leonard was already serving a life sentence for assaulting a 13-year-old girl in 1999. Arlington Police Chief Andy Penn said, "The passage of time does not diminish the need for answers and accountability in this senseless crime that took Andrea's life. The indictments are the culmination of years of dedicated investigative work in our ongoing pursuit of justice on behalf of Andrea and her family." On July 27, 2022, 54-year-old Bobby Joe Leonard pleaded guilty to taking Andrea's life. Johnson is currently under home confinement since his arrest and denies any involvement in what happened. His trial is scheduled to start on September 12, 2022. Mr. Johnson is innocent. His attorneys, Manuel Leva and Frank Salvato, said in a statement. They also said, in prosecuting him, the government is relying on the self-serving lives of a man serving a life sentence for the assault of a 13-year-old girl. Kevin Sincata, Andrea's son, said that he had been surprised that Johnson was a suspect and that the family had supported the man they called Chris back in 1998, when he was first identified as a suspect. On October 18, 1983, a couple gathering wild mushrooms discovered 2 partially buried human skulls alongside an oak tree close to an abandoned farmhouse in rural Lake Village, Indiana off US 41. After immediately reporting their discovery to authorities, investigators found 4 murder victims at the location. It was determined that each victim had been deceased for several months. All 4 were bound, stabbed, and had their trousers and underwear pulled down around their ankles. The victims were almost immediately linked to Larry Eiler, a serial killer known as the highway or interstate killer. It was believed that several weeks or months had actually elapsed between each of their deaths. Within a couple months, 2 of the victims had been identified via dental records as Michael Bauer and John Bartlett. The 2 remaining victims became known as Brad Doe Newton County, 1983, and Adam Doe, Newton County, 1983. Eiler would eventually confess to all 4 murders in a statement posthumously released by his attorney Kathleen Zellner following his death due to AIDS-related complications in March 1994 while on death row. His posthumous confession specifically states the 2 victims, unidentified at the time of his death, found at this abandoned farmhouse were the 3rd and 4th victims he had murdered at this location. According to his confession, Adam Doe was a hitchhiker who had agreed to perform a sexual act for $75. Brad Doe was an individual whom Eisler claimed to have been introduced to by his alleged accomplice, Robert Little, at his Terre Haute, Indiana home, but he was unaware of either of their actual identities. In addition, he is known to have disposed of any forms of identification that he would find in his victim's possession. Adam was a black male believed to be between the ages of 15 and 18 or possibly early 20s and had received several dental fillings during his lifetime. The clothing he wore included a distinctive red and black belt inscribed with the word devil multiple times with the buckle containing the word jeans. A pair of jeans and pajama bottoms were also found on his remains along with a pair of boots. The boots were made in the Hush Puppies design and had metal buckles to fasten them on each side. Eyler specifically stated that this murder had been committed in July 1983 and confirmed investigators' suspicions that the victim had been a hitchhiker whom he had lured into his vehicle near Indiana State Road 63 in Terre Haute, Indiana. In his formal confession, Eyler stated that in early or mid-July 1983, following several heated arguments with his boyfriend, John Dobrowolski's, Eyler had driven toward Terre Haute. While traveling on State Road 63, he had encountered a hitchhiker whom he confirmed to be Adam Doe and who he described as being aged in his late teens or early 20s. According to Eyler, he offered this victim $75 to allow Eyler to bind and perform an act upon him, to which the victim contemplated before agreeing. Eyler had given his victim vodka and a sedative and then drove him to the abandoned farmhouse and performed his brutal act. The fourth and final victim was a white male believed to be between 17 and 23 years old. This victim had also received several dental fillings in life and in the years prior to his murder had severely fractured his nose and left ankle. He had 2 homemade tattoos on his right forearm, both of which were moderately preserved and recognizable. One of these tattoos depicted either a crudely inscribed Chinese character or a cross with 2 circular marks. The other was a rectangular or possibly U-shaped marking containing 1 circular mark. The crude nature of these tattoos indicates that he may have spent time in jail, prison, or a juvenile detention center in life. Eyler specifically stated this murder had been committed in either mid or late May 1983. In late 2019, authorities reached out to the DNA Doe Project for assistance with the case. DNA extract was obtained for human identification, and in January of 2021, the DNA was sent to Hudson Alpha Discovery for whole genome sequencing. In March of 2021, bioinformatics work was performed, and a file was produced suitable for upload to genealogical databases. On April 2, 2021, the file was uploaded to GEDmatch. The top match was a close relative, which led to the identification of Brad Doe. In April 2021, nearly 40 years after the remains were found, Brad Doe was formally identified as a 19-year-old Kentucky native named John Ingram Brandenburg Jr., who had disappeared from Chicago in 1983. He was last seen by his family, leaving their home to visit a friend. His loved ones called him Johnny, and he was born February 14, 1964. He was the son of Cleta Louise Brandenburg of Grays, Kentucky, and the late John Ingram Brandenburg, and had several siblings. In Euler's posthumous confession to Brandenburg's murder, he stated that following a weekend of continual arguing with his lover, he had driven from his lover's home in Greenview, Illinois to Robert Little's Terre Haute residence, where he first encountered his victim. According to Eyler, Little confided to him he had picked this guy up at a location he did not divulge. He was unsure whether Brandenburg and Little had been previously acquainted, although he did observe the two had seemed sort of familiar with each other. Shortly thereafter, Little allegedly persuaded this individual to participate in a sexual act at the abandoned farmhouse where Eyler had earlier murdered Bartlett and Bauer, upon the promise of being paid $100. According to Eyler, as the trio drove to this location, Little informed this individual were looking for something really far out. At this location, the victim was blindfolded and restrained before Little allegedly took several photographs as Eyler removed or adjusted several items of his clothing. According to Eyler, he had to struggle to remove Brandenburg's clothing, as he seemed to know something was wrong prior to stabbing him to death. He said he didn't know as much about Brad Doe as he did Adam Doe. He remembered vivid details about each victim, but not always their names. He said he told his victim to make peace with God, waited a few minutes, and then killed them. The investigation to determine the identity of the sole remaining unidentified individual is still ongoing. Dental records belonging to this decedent are in the possession of investigators, and his DNA is stored within national DNA databases. In July 2020, the DNA Doe Project announced renewed genetic testing efforts to identify Adam Doe. The same website announced their efforts to identify Brad in January 2021, 3 months before his identification. Before his death in 1994, Eyler confessed to over 20 killings of teenage boys and young men between 1982 and 1984 in the Midwestern states while struggling with his homosexuality. Eiler was on death row from the 1984 murder of 15-year-old Danny Bridges at the time of his death. To this day, Adam Doe remains unidentified. On December 26, 1978, authorities uncovered human skeletal remains in the crawlspace of a house in Norwood Park, Illinois, a small community northwest of Chicago. The house belonged to notorious serial killer John Wayne Gacy. The remains were among 26 sets that were found in the crawlspace under Gacy's home. 3 other victims were found buried on his property, and another 4 people whom Gacy admitted killing were found in waterways south of Chicago. Of Gacy's 33 victims, there were 8 that remained unidentified for many years. Of those 8 was one victim who was simply labeled victim number 5 because they were the 5th remains to be unearthed. Forensic anthropologists determined that victim number 5 was a white male between 22 and 32 years old. The date of death was most likely between December 1976 and March 15, 1977, based on the location of the remains between 2 other victims who have since been identified. In 2011, the sheriff's office exhumed the remains of the 8 unidentified victims, who had been buried without police knowing who they were. Police were looking for relatives to submit DNA, and so they called on anyone who had a male relative disappear in the Chicago area in the 1970s when Gacy was active. Within weeks, the sheriff's office announced that it had identified one set of remains as those of William Bundy, a 19-year-old construction worker. In 2017, a second set was identified as those of 16-year-old Jimmy Hackinson, who disappeared after he called his mother in Minnesota and told her that he was in Chicago. Then in 2019, investigative genetic genealogy was put into place to help identify the remaining unidentified 6 victims. Victim number 5 was ultimately selected as a promising first case. An attached molar was submitted to Astria Forensics in Santa Cruz, California for DNA extraction. The sample was then delivered to Hudson Alpha Discovery in Huntsville, Alabama for whole genome sequencing. Once sequencing was completed, the DNA file was uploaded to GEDmatch, where the talented genetic genealogists were able to identify a potential family of the victim within 8 hours. They compared his DNA profile to those on 2 genealogy websites to find possible relatives and got a hit tied to a second cousin, which led them to a set of shared great-grandparents born in the 19th century. Researchers then worked from those great-grandparents, eliminating descendants who were alive or whose death they could account for. Ultimately, they zeroed in on a young male. That led them to the victim's mother and half-brother, who both provided their DNA for comparison. On October 2021, about 45 years after his murder, it was announced the remains of victim number 5 belonged to Francis Wayne Alexander. Little is known about him, but it is known that he was born in North Carolina, moved to New York where he married, and then moved to Chicago in 1975 where he was soon divorced. Police were able to get a general sense of when he was killed because they knew when the victim who was buried on top of him went missing. Moreover, the fact that the trench in which his body was discovered was dug by Gacy's employee and victim, Gregory Godzik, shortly after the commencement of Godzik's employment at Gacy's contracting firm on or about November 22, 1976, and before Godzik's own murder on December 12, 1976, indicates Alexander's death most likely occurred between November 1976 and March 15, 1977. He would have been 21 or 22 at the time of his death. The last known record of his life were traffic tickets he received, the last one in January 1976. How he crossed paths with one of the most notorious serial killers in American history is a mystery. As authorities say, all they know is that he lived in an area that was frequented by Gacy and where other victims had previously lived. Gacy lured some victims to his house by promising to hire them for construction jobs, but Alexander worked in bars and clubs. His family never filed a missing persons report, and when they lost touch, they figured he'd started a new life and didn't want to be in contact. Still, they loved him, and although news of his murder saddened them, they were relieved to finally know what happened and where he was. He is survived by his mother and 4 half-siblings. As a bonus, the submission of DNA from people who suspected Gacy might have killed their loved ones has helped police solve at least 11 cold cases of homicides that had nothing to do with Gacy. It has also helped families find loved ones who, while missing, were alive, including a man in Oregon who had no idea his family was looking for him. As of today, this leaves 5 remaining unidentified victims of Gacy. The DNA Doe Project is a nonprofit that consists of volunteers and is operated by donations to identify Jane and John Does using forensic genealogy. They sell merch on their website and take donations as well if you would like to check it out to support the cause. On July 17, 1992, a farm worker in San Mateo County, California found a woman's body near an irrigation pond. An autopsy showed that the victim passed away due to blunt force trauma from a flat object to the back and left side of her skull. She was identified as 25-year-old Juliet Rivera. Juliet lived in Alameda and worked as a legal secretary. She had been reported missing by her family 10 days before her body was found. Her boyfriend, 50-year-old Abraham Riviera, soon became a suspect. He also went by the name of Gregory Mark Riviera. The Alameda Police Department and San Mateo County Sheriff's detectives questioned Riviera. They noticed numerous inconsistencies with the statement that he had made. They also found other unnamed evidence connecting him to the crime. An arrest warrant was issued for Riviera on August 7, 1992, but by the time they went to arrest him, he was long gone. Detectives found his apartment in Alameda abandoned. Juliet's case was featured on an episode of America's Most Wanted soon after Riviera disappeared. Riviera was added to the website Northern California Most Wanted that is run by the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, aimed at enlisting the public's help in finding individuals wanted by law enforcement. On the website, it said that Riviera has a U.S. Army background and he has auto mechanic experience. He loves to talk about his times in Hawaii and has been described as a person who loved the Bay Area and likes to attend social events and local bars. The breakthrough in the case would finally come in May of 2022. A transient man who was known as John Paul passed away in Merced County, California. A coroner then ran the man's fingerprints in order to locate his next of kin. Results showed that the man was actually Riviera. It turns out the Riviera used his brother's name and lived a transient lifestyle to stay under law enforcement's radar. He and his brother would often swap identities to keep law enforcement guessing. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office had this to say in a statement. Based on this investigation, with the identity of suspect Abraham Riviera, aka Gregory Mark Riviera, aka John Paul, finally located and now deceased, this case is closed. Public Information Officer Lieutenant Eamon Allen said, "Here at the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, a cold case does not mean a closed case. We investigate all cases thoroughly. Investigators are hoping that someone will come forward to shed light on why Riviera did what he did. Anyone with additional information pertaining to Juliet Rivera's case is urged to contact the San Mateo County Sheriff's Cold Case Unit at this email address." On the morning of November 13, 1986, the body of 75-year-old Richard Finney was discovered in a living room chair of an East Mission Avenue apartment where he lived by himself in Ontario, California. Money, jewelry, and other miscellaneous items belonging to the victim had been stolen. Knives, fingerprints, and blood belonging to the suspect were located inside Richard's apartment by investigators at the time. The case went cold until technological advances allowed for further examination of the evidence. The case was reopened in 2016. Investigators resubmitted the bloody handprint and a fingerprint found on the knob of a sink inside Richard's home. This time, they found a match. The fingerprint matched that of Nathan Eugene Mathis. Mathis submitted his fingerprints for a job application as a security guard, and that was why investigators had his fingerprints on their database. Mathis was arrested in April 2018 at his home in Ontario in connection with the case. He was 31 years old when the crime took place. In May of 2022, Mathis pleaded guilty. Then, 2 months later, in July, he was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Before imposing the stipulated 15 years to life term, San Diego Superior Court Judge Carlos Amores said, "The question as to who did this heinous crime has been answered. The question as to why it was done, and how could somebody do this to someone who was obviously unable to defend himself may never be answered." The workplace holds a significant role in our lives. as it is where we spend the majority of our working hours, gain knowledge, build relationships with colleagues, experience fatigue, and repeat the cycle the next day. While some people cherish their workplace, others may not feel the same way. However, no one desires for it to be the final chapter of their existence. Unfortunately, this became a reality for Sharon Bloom, a 38-year-old woman who mysteriously disappeared from her workplace in Woodbury on November 2, 1989. The circumstances surrounding her vanish and raise perplexing questions. Did she choose to disappear voluntarily, or was there a more sinister force at play? To find answers, we must journey back to where this haunting tale began. Woodbury, located in the eastern part of Minnesota, is a vibrant city known for its family-friendly environment and abundant recreational opportunities. With a population of over 75,000 residents, Woodbury offers a blend of suburban charm and urban amenities. Its esteemed school system and low crime rate contribute to its reputation as a safe and welcoming community for families and professionals alike. That is why it is hard to believe that in 1989, a crime occurred in broad daylight at the heart of this community. November 2nd, 1989 started like any other day in Minnesota. Following her usual routine, Sharon Bloom bid farewell to her leaving boyfriend, David Kofot, and headed to her job at 3M in Woodbury, a mining and manufacturing company, where she worked as a system analyst. Sharon arrived at her workplace at 7:30 am. The day went by without any significant incidents, but as evening approached, David grew increasingly worried when Sharon did not return home in time for dinner at their apartment. After inquiring at her office, David discovered that Sharon had left work around 11:20 am for her lunch break and had not returned. Concerned about Sharon's well-being, he requested the night shift workers to check the parking lot for her Honda automobile. Instantly, David sensed that something was amiss. Throughout the sleepless night, he anxiously awaited Sharon's return, but she never came home. As the morning of November 3rd, 1989 dawned, and Sharon still hadn't appeared, David wasted no time and promptly filed the missing persons report with the Woodbury Police Department. Taking charge of the case, investigator David Hines commenced his investigation with the only clue left behind by Sharon, her car. No evidence was found inside or outside the vehicle, so Hines shifted his focus to the circumstances surrounding Sharon's work environment, which proved to be concerning. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Sharon had been subjected to anonymous hostile pranks at work, including the theft of items from her locked desk. On one occasion, materials she had prepared for an important presentation vanished only to reappear in a different area of her desk after the presentation. 4 sets of keys were stolen from her desk and never recovered. Recently, coffee had been poured on her chair cushion. Sharon confided in her coworkers, expressing genuine fear for her life. Due to this anonymous individual, detectives were well aware that these pranks were not harmless workplace jokes. Someone had deliberately targeted her. The question remained, who and why? Soon enough, detectives obtained a lead when they discovered a crucial detail. On the day Sharon went missing, all her coworkers had returned to the office after lunch, except for Steven Zanter, who, like Sharon, worked as a systems analyst at 3M. This raised red flags and heightened suspicions regarding Zanter's potential involvement in her disappearance. When questioned, Zanter promptly provided an alibi, but there was a problem. His account of that day did not align with the detective's findings. He stated that he left work shortly after 11:00 am and had lunch at a Burger King in Maplewood. On his way back to work around noon, his car suddenly broke down on a busy street. He claimed to have waited for an unknown period of time until an unidentified passing motorist helped him jumpstart his car. Feeling cold, he decided to go home in Eagan, where he took a bath to warm up. At approximately 2 p.m., he called 3M to inform his supervisor that he would not be returning to work that day. Zanter insisted that he spent the rest of the afternoon at his residence. However, the problem arose when there was no one who could verify his statements. Investigators were unable to locate the passing motorist to corroborate his story. In addition to this questionable alibi, there were other factors that raised suspicions about Zanter. Colleagues informed the detectives that Zanter and Sharon had been friends, But Xanter had shown resentment when Sharon received a promotion while he was overlooked for the same opportunity. This brewing workplace jealousy added a motive that investigators could not ignore. Many believe that Steven Xanter was fully capable of making Sharon's work life a nightmare. Given his previous questionable actions, one of his co-workers, Tamara House, shared her troubling experiences with investigators. She recalled that Xanter had lent her a computer manual in either 1986 or 1987, but in 1989, she discovered that the manual was missing from the cabinet above her desk. When she confronted Xanter about it, he admitted to taking it without her consent, leaving House understandably angered by his unauthorized intrusion. 8 days into the investigation, David Hines called for reinforcements and Ray Duprem, an agent with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, was assigned to the case. After reviewing the case file, Duprem's suspicions also turned towards Xanter. On November 12, 1989, 10 days after Sharon's disappearance, Hines and Duprem conducted an interview at Xander's home, with Xander's wife, Barbara, present as well. During the interview, Xander admitted that he was aware of the pranks played on Sharon and acknowledged that some of his co-workers considered him a suspect, but he denied any involvement. He maintained a consistent story regarding the day of Sharon's disappearance. After approximately 3 to 4 hours into the interview, Ray Duprem received a phone call that would change everything. They learned that Sharon's partially clothed body had been discovered by a farmer in a cornfield located in Rice County, between the cities of Northfield and Faribault, Minnesota. It was a tragic scene, as she had been viciously bludgeoned and showed signs of assault. The absence of struggle at the discovery site indicated that the killer likely murdered her elsewhere and then disposed of her body in the field. The detectives decided to inform Xanter about the discovery to observe his reaction. They were taken aback when Xander displayed intense emotional distress. He expressed a desire that Sharon wouldn't be found, but his wife clarified that he meant he hoped she wouldn't be discovered deceased. Xander's emotional state escalated, and he eventually curled into a fetal position on the floor, sobbing and moaning. Concerned for his well-being, his wife requested the officers to leave. As they were preparing to depart, Xander made a troubling remark, asking if they were going to take him to jail. Detective Hines inquired if there was a specific reason for them to do so, but Xanter didn't provide a direct answer. His peculiar behavior only deepened the detective's suspicions, although blood and hair samples were collected from Xanter, and arrests could be made due to the lack of direct evidence. The investigation suffered a significant setback when the autopsy results were revealed. Unfortunately, the biological material collected from Sharon Bloom's body did not turn out to be semen as initially suspected. Furthermore, the 2 hair samples found at the dump site did not match Sharon's hair. Although microscopic analysis indicated some similarity to Steven Xander's hair, there is not enough conclusive evidence to link him to the crime. As time went on, the investigation came to a standstill due to a lack of viable leads. However, the potential breakthrough seemed to be on the horizon more than 2 years after Sharon's murder. In February 1992, Agent Duprem interviewed several of Barbara Xanter's co-workers. Joe Sorensen, one of Barbara's colleagues at Woodland Elementary School, recalled that on November 3, 1989, the day after Sharon Bloom disappeared, Barbara seemed distracted at work. She mentioned discovering fresh blood stains on the carpet and walls of her new home from the previous day and sought advice from her co-workers on how to remove them. Barbara explained that her husband had accidentally cut himself, causing the blood trail to extend across the new carpet, the stairs, and into the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Detective Duprem asked Sorensen if she would be willing to record conversations with Barbara, to which she agreed. Joe arranged a meeting with a few co-workers at Barbara's house, and everyone except Barbara was aware that the conversation was being recorded. Sorensen believed that Barbara was in a state of denial about the situation, as she was unwilling to accept the idea that her husband could be capable of murder. Armed with this new information, a search warrant was authorized on March 4, 1992, and the following day, law enforcement conducted a search of Steven Xander's home. The presence of blood throughout the 2nd floor was confirmed through luminal tests. During the search, the police seized a set of keys that were discovered in the bottom drawer of a dresser located in the basement. These keys were definitively identified as belonging to Sharon. In Xanter's briefcase, the police also found numerous explicit photographs, including some featuring women in bathing suits and others depicting women sitting on the toilet. On October 23, 1992, Stephen Xanter was indicted by the Rice County Grand Jury for the murder of Sharon Bloom. However, the case was far from resolved. Following a lengthy hearing on August 12, 1993, the trial court suppressed several items obtained during the 3 searches, including the photographs and Bloom's keys. The court ruled that the police only had probable cause to seize the blood evidence, but not the keys and photographs. Furthermore, the source of the blood found in Xanter's home could not be determined, leaving no physical evidence to link him to the murder. Reluctantly, Rice County prosecutors decided not to pursue the charges to avoid the risk of potential acquittal, allowing Xanter to remain a free man. Once again, the case went cold. In the late 1990s, DNA technology advanced rapidly, and by 1999, the introduction of STR-DNA analysis revitalized cold cases. Through this method, DNA traces were identified in cases where they had previously been undetectable. In March 1999, Amory Gross, a forensic scientist at Minnesota's BCA Crime Lab, conducted further testing on the blood-soaked carpet. This time, the results conclusively matched the blood to Sharon Bloom's DNA. Additionally, hair samples collected from the dump site were found to match Stephen Xanter's mitochondrial DNA. Based on the compelling forensic evidence, Stephen Xanter was once again charged with murder. This time, realizing that the state had a strong case against him, he chose to plead guilty. In April 2003, after a span of 14 years since Sharon's tragic murder, Stephen Xanter, a 47-year-old individual, made a public confession for the very first time. Xanter acknowledged that on November 2, 1989, Sharon had visited his residence, where she confronted him regarding the torment she had endured at her workplace. In a fit of rage, Xanter brutally struck Sharon on the head multiple times with a hammer. Following the heinous act, Xanter concealed her lifeless body in the basement of his home. Later that night, he disposed of her remains in a remote cornfield located in Rice County. The discovery of Sharon's body occurred several days later. However, Xanter claimed to have no recollection of the precise steps he took to clean up the blood-stained crime seen in his home before his wife and daughter returned. Consequently, in June 2003, Stephen Xanter, aged 47, received a 25-year prison sentence at Minnesota's Stillwater Penitentiary. The peaceful city of Ottawa, located in Canada, was shaken by a gruesome crime that occurred on May 3, 1975. The body of a woman, later known as the Nation River Lady, was discovered floating in the nearby Nation River. The detectives who arrived at the scene immediately recognized the signs of a horrifying homicide. Despite their best efforts, they struggled to uncover any substantial clues or evidence that could help identify the victim. As time passed, the case seemed destined to remain an unsolved mystery. However, advancements in technology decades later provided a glimmer of hope for a new generation of detectives. They embarked on a mission to unravel the identity of the Nation River Lady and uncover the truth behind her tragic fate. How did this woman end up in such a horrific condition in the river? The city of Ottawa, known as the cultural and diverse center of boasts of numerous national museums, renowned art galleries, and vibrant annual festivals. It is widely regarded as one of the best places to live in Canada, offering a high level of safety and well-being for its citizens. In fact, Ottawa is recognized as one of the safest cities in the country according to the Crime Severity Index, with a crime rate significantly lower than the national average. However, the heinous crime that occurred in 1975 challenged this reputation, leaving detectives perplexed for years. On that fateful day, a farmer stumbled upon the lifeless body of a woman floating in the Nation River near a bridge crossing on Highway 417, just 60 kilometers east of Ottawa, Ontario. Witnesses immediately alerted the Ontario Provincial Police, who swiftly arrived at the scene and recovered the body. An intensive investigation was launched to uncover the truth. It was determined that the remains had likely been in the waters since either the previous fall or early spring of that year. The body had been tightly wrapped in various pieces of cloth, towels, and rags, with the hands and feet bound using neckties. The investigators determined that the woman had been strangled to death using a television cable wire before being disposed of in the water. An examination of the remains revealed that she was estimated to be between 25 and 50 years old, had dyed reddish-blonde hair, and painted her fingernails and toenails pink. Despite numerous efforts to identify her, the investigators were unsuccessful. Consequently, she was designated as a Jane Doe and became widely known as the Nation River Lady. The detectives diligently investigated the case and scrutinized the evidence, but their efforts always reached a dead end. As a result, the investigation lost momentum and eventually went cold. In 2017, the Ontario Provincial Police reopened the Nation River Lady case and approached it from a fresh perspective. Collaborating with the Forensics Department, they created a 3D reconstruction of the victim, believing it would accurately depict her appearance. Over the following years, the police attempted to identify her using this 3D model, but their endeavors proved fruitless. Nevertheless, the detectives refused to give up on the case. In 2019, the Center of Forensic Sciences in Toronto obtained a new DNA profile of the victim. This DNA data was then sent to a laboratory in California, where it matched samples collected from 2 individuals listed in a family DNA tree. The detectives also collaborated closely with the DNA Doe Project, an organization dedicated to identifying victims in cold cases. In 2020, the organization uploaded the victim's DNA profile to genetic genealogy databases, leading to a breakthrough in the case. The DNA profile for the Nation River Lady was established and uploaded to the genetic genealogy databases at GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. After weeks of searching for matches on various sites and conducting a thorough investigation of the available records, the genetic genealogists at DNA Doe Project successfully identified Jewel Parchman-Lanford as a potential match. It was discovered that Jewel had gone missing around the same time the body of the Nation River Lady was found. Despite extensive efforts, Jewel was never located. Decades later, detectives began to suspect a connection between the 2 crimes and believed that the unidentified woman was, in fact, Jewel Parchman-Lanford. Born on March 30, 1927, in Tennessee, USA to parents Little Mitchell Parchman and Egla Mae Wilson. Jewel was the eldest of 5 siblings and was deeply loved and respected by her family. She grew up to become a well-known businesswoman in Jackson, Tennessee, where she owned the Jackson Health Club and Imperial Health Spa alongside her then-husband, Atlas Lanford, during the early 70s. Described as kind-hearted and down-to-earth, Jewel had a special bond with her niece, Denise Chung, despite not having any children of their own. Unfortunately, Jewel's marriage to Atlas faced difficulties, leading to their divorce in the mid-70s. Shortly after, Jewel met Rodney Nichols, a Canadian man, during his visit to the U.S. The 2 quickly formed a strong connection, prompting Jewel to make the decision to accompany Rodney to Montreal, Canada, where they planned to live together. Tragically, in June 1975, Jewel Parchman-Lanford was reported missing by her family in Montreal, marking the last known whereabouts of the 48-year-old woman. When Jewel's family was unable to reach her for an extended period of time, one of her relatives made the journey to Montreal in search of her. However, despite their efforts, Jewel could not be located, prompting the family member to contact the Montreal police for assistance. A concerned relative informed the authorities that they had not heard from Jewel since April 1975 and expressed their worries about her well-being. In June 1975, Jewel's brother, Ronald Parchman, also reached out to the Montreal police, but unfortunately he returned home empty-handed, with no information about Jewel except for her Cadillac, which he brought back. It wasn't until August of 1975 that an official missing persons report was filed for Jewel. Once she was officially listed as missing, the Service de Police de la Ville de Montreal, also known as the SPVN, initiated an investigation into her disappearance. As part of their efforts, the detectives notified the media and other police forces about Jewel's case, hoping that someone who knew her might have information about her whereabouts. Although the detectives were able to establish a connection between Jewel's case and the Nation River Lady case in 2020, there was also investigation into Jewel's disappearance when she initially went missing in 1975. Just before her disappearance, Jewel had been residing with Rodney in his Montreal residence. making him a person of interest in the investigation. Rodney was brought in for questioning, but unfortunately, no valuable information was obtained from the interrogation. Following Jules' mysterious banishing in 1975, Rodney continued to utilize her Cadillac for personal use. During that time, Rodney was actively involved with the Westmount Rugby Club, where he held the position of team captain for several years. In order to gain further insight into Rodney's background, the detectives decided to conduct a thorough background check. This investigation revealed that Rodney was born in Middleton, Nova Scotia in 1942 to a Canadian couple who were stationed in the United Kingdom during the Second World War. In 1961, Rodney himself joined the British Army. According to a spokesperson from the UK Ministry of Defence, Rodney served in the Wessex Brigade for approximately 1 year but did not complete his training. Upon investigating his background, no suspicious information was found. Since there was no evidence linking him to Jules' disappearance, the police released him from suspicion. Despite extensive efforts to locate Jewel, she was never found. The detectives found no leads to pursue. There were no reported sightings of her, and her bank account showed no signs of any financial activity. The police concluded that she had vanished without a trace, resulting in the case of Jewel's mysterious disappearance going cold. Several years after Jewel Lanford disappeared, she was officially declared dead in her hometown of Jackson, USA. Her family held a memorial service for her and laid her to rest in Highland Memorial Gardens, with a headstone bearing the inscription, "Missing but not forgotten." With a thorough examination of Jewel's case, the detectives knew their next steps. They contacted Denise Parkman Chung, one of Jewel's beloved nieces and other family members, requesting their DNA samples to potentially solve this decades-old mystery. The family willingly provided their DNA samples, which were then sent for testing. Finally, in 2020, after 45 years, the body found in the Nation River, Ottawa, in 1975 was identified. The woman, known as the Nation River Lady for decades, turned out to be Jewel Parkman Lanford herself, the woman reported missing in Montreal in 1975. While DNA genealogy analysis had been successfully used in the United States to solve cold cases and identify unidentified remains for several years, this was the first time it was employed in Canada. The results of this technique were not only significant for Canada's law enforcement team, but also provided hope for solving numerous other cold cases. Jewel's case presented a unique scenario, as it involved both an unsolved murder and an unidentified victim, showcasing the intriguing application of DNA genealogy technology. The majority of Jewel's immediate family, including her siblings and parents, had long passed away. However, her mother, during her lifetime, tirelessly advocated for Jewel's case. She persistently reached out to the FBI for updates from the Ontario Provincial Police in Canada, fighting for her daughter until her final moments in 1996. Denise, Jewel's niece, had no knowledge that the detectives were still actively investigating her missing aunt until she was approached to provide a DNA sample for testing. In 2022, the investigators apprehended Rodney Nichols, an 81-year-old residing in an assisted living center in Hollywood, Florida, USA, as the perpetrator of Jewel's murder. Extradition proceedings were initiated against him. Nevertheless, the investigators refrained from disclosing the details surrounding Rodney's AV crime and the motive behind it. They believed that prematurely revealing developments in the investigation could compromise the case and subsequent legal proceedings, including potential extradition from the United States. Consequently, all progress in the case remained confidential until the Ontario Provincial Police issued an official statement. In September 2022, Rodney was formally charged at the Ontario Court of Justice in L'Original, Canada. When questioned about the absence of a connection between Jewel's disappearance and the unidentified Nation River Lady, the detectives explained that establishing such a link was challenging at the time the crimes occurred due to the absence of DNA analysis techniques. Additionally, the involvement of two separate jurisdictions in different provinces further complicated matters, as the means of sharing information between police departments and regions were limited to telephone, fax, or mail. Former investigators who previously worked on the case believed that if they had connected the discovery of the unidentified woman's body with Jewel's disappearance back in 1975, the investigation would have had a significantly higher chance of success. Henry Rosenblatt, an acquaintance of Rodney, described him as an enjoyable individual to be around. He mentioned that Rodney was entertaining and had a vibrant social life. Henry recalled meeting Jewel a few times during the 1970s. According to Henry, Rodney introduced Jewel to him as his romantic partner. When Henry and some other friends inquired about Jewel's absence after a while, Rodney informed them that she had left him and he had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Henry was shocked when he heard the news of Rodney's arrest for Jewel's murder. Despite spending a considerable amount of time with them over the years, he had no inkling that Rodney was capable of such a heinous act. To Henry, the entire situation seemed completely out of character for Rodney. Finally, all of Jewel's surviving family members found solace. In March 2022, Jewel's remains were brought back to the United States with the assistance of Highland Memorial Gardens and George J. Smith and Sons Funeral Home. The family held a small ceremony and laid Jewel's ashes to rest. Her headstone bore the inscription, "Finally home and at peace." The family was grateful to have Jewel's ashes returned. And now that she was back home, they could peacefully move forward, cherishing Jewel's memory forever. Danae's Jewel's niece was quite young when her aunt went missing in 1975, but she still held fond memories of her and shared them with the detectives. Dennis described Jewel as a joyful and compassionate person who always lent a helping hand to her community. Jewel took care of herself and ensured the well-being of her loved ones. She had a vibrant personality and a deep love for traveling. Dennis vividly remembered the times when Jewel would take her shopping and buy her anything she desired. Dennis and her father, who happened to be Jewel's brother, provided assistance to Jewel and Addis, who was Jewel's ex-husband during the construction of their house, frequently visited the house to spend quality time with her beloved aunt. However, when Jewel departed for Montreal, Dennis was left in a state of anguish. As she grew older, she was eventually informed about her aunt's sudden disappearance, which deeply shattered her heart. Nevertheless, gaining knowledge about what had transpired with her aunt brought Dennis a sense of closure. The current situation regarding Roney's potential arrest remains uncertain. Both the American and Canadian Departments of Justice have refrained from confirming whether an extradition hearing date for Roney has been established, citing confidentiality. Consequently, Jewel's family, who have been patiently waiting for the past 48 years, will continue to seek further information and closure regarding Jewel's untimely demise, although they find solace in finally knowing the truth about Jewel's fate. They firmly believe that true closure can only be achieved once Rodney is incarcerated and facing the consequences of his actions. If the cases had been linked earlier, do you believe Rodney would have been apprehended much earlier? What could have driven Rodney to commit the heinous act of killing Jewel? What circumstances do you think might have unfolded between them that led Rodney down this path of sin? At the age of 16, Jennifer Pratt was described as outgoing and popular with dreams of becoming a model when she grew up and went by Jenny. She was a 10th grader in Carlsbad, California, and began dating a man named Curtis Croft who said he was 17. However, she would hide this relationship from her parents for several months. They would eventually figure out that he was not actually 17 and was 24 years old instead. Not only that, but Curtis had also been in jail for drugs and was described as a bad boy who drove a Porsche and was a surfer. On April 25, 1987, after hanging out for several hours, Curtis went to bring Jeannie home before her midnight curfew. The two set off on a motorcycle, which he borrowed from a friend, with Jeannie sitting on the back holding onto him when the two approached a red light in the turning lane. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a light-colored pickup truck carrying several young men in the bed of the truck drove by and hit Jeannie in the back of her head with a 2x4. She immediately went unconscious and the unidentified culprit sped off laughing. She had to be airlifted to the hospital and had sustained significant brain damage, leaving her in a coma for 3 months. After she surprisingly woke up from her coma, she had no memory of the attack, and it was apparent that she now had severe physical and mental functioning problems. At first, she seemed incapable of thought or action, but after 12 weeks, she started physical therapy. 7 months later, Jeannie began to speak, and a year later, she learned to walk again. Sadly, her mental and physical disabilities will remain with her for the rest of her life. Curtis Croft was interviewed more than once, and strangely, his story changed more than once. He told them he didn't get the chance to identify the attackers, as they were going 55 miles per hour, but authorities immediately suspected Curtis of lying about what he knows. He would eventually provide them with some names, but would later say he felt threatened and pressured and just gave them names, including one name from someone he had an argument with the night before. However, he said he did not know if the people that he named were really involved. To test his statement about the truck going 55 miles per hour and him not being able to see the occupants of the truck, tests were done using mannequins on a motorcycle. After the actual attack, the board found at the scene was only a few feet from the spot where Jeannie was attacked. A mock test was done using reconstructions of the attack at 55 miles per hour versus 10 miles per hour. In the 55-mile-an-hour reconstruction, the board swung by the assailant fell about 50 feet from the scene of the crime. The second reconstruction played out at only 10 miles an hour. This time, the mannequins sustained injuries very similar to the ones Curtis and Jeannie actually received, and the board fell right next to the motorcycle. Authorities said that if the truck was moving 55 miles per hour, that Jeannie and Curtis would have been killed instantly, proving Curtis lied. In 1985, 2 years prior to the incident, Curtis was caught selling cocaine to a DEA agent. By cooperating with the police, he had served less than half of his sentence, leading to him being known as a snitch. This led to the belief that other drug dealers then attempted to have him killed but missed and hit Jeannie. Jeannie's parents hired a private investigator who interviewed students at Jeannie's high school, and based on the evidence and interviews, he concluded that Curtis was the target of the incident, not Jeannie. Police believed that Curtis did in fact see those people and lied about how fast they were going and not being able to recognize them. Curtis continually told police that he had been threatened not to talk about the case and was afraid of being killed. He admitted to police that he had indeed informed on other drug dealers. In 2010, Curtis became popular on battlecam.com, which is a social media where people broadcast via their webcam. He would often perform immature stunts and bizarre acts, even sustaining injuries at times. He reportedly bragged about having a lot of women, and despite being about 50 years old at that point. At one point, he videoed himself with 2 garbage bags full of marijuana that he grew and was later arrested because of it. Rogue area drug enforcement agents raided his property in Grants Pass, Oregon in 2013 after Google Earth images helped authorities track down his marijuana garden, in which he was allegedly growing more plants than he had authorization for. Huffington Post reports that he was caught with 94 pot plants despite registration to grow only 30. As of today, no one has been charged in the attack and the case remains unsolved. Alyssa Angelique McLemore was born July 23, 1987. She is a member of the Aleut tribe and described as fun-loving and enjoyed dancing and roller skating. At the age of 21, she lived with her mother and grandmother in Kent, Washington, along with her 3-year-old daughter. Sadly, her mother Gracie was losing her battle with scleroderma, a severe autoimmune disorder. Alyssa took care of her mother and the two were very close. On the evening of April 9, 2009, Alyssa's grandmother, Barbara, called Alyssa to tell her that her mother's condition had taken a turn for the worse. She told her grandmother that she was going to head to the hospital to be with her mother, but she would never make it. Hours later, a call came in to 911 from a young woman frantically asking for help before the call was disconnected. Before the 10-second call disconnected, a man could be heard in the background saying, "I'll hurt you." They could not trace her cell phone because her BlackBerry did not have a GPS sensor, but authorities stated they believed the call came from the Kent region. The caller was later determined to be Alyssa, and her phone would go out of service a few days later. Earlier in the day, a couple of witnesses said they saw her approached by a man in a green 1990s model pickup truck with an out-of-state license plate, possibly Oregon, near Kent Des Moines Road and 30th Avenue South on Kent's West Hill. The witnesses stated that it appeared they may have known each other. It's also of note that the area she was seen in is a city area of Taunton with lots of prostitution activity. The driver of the green truck was described as white in his 50s or 60s, but it is unclear if he had anything to do with her disappearance. Sadly, her mom passed away 3 days later. Her grandmother then moved to Auburn, Washington following Alyssa's disappearance and Gracie's death. Alyssa's aunt, Tina, has been heavily involved in trying to keep Alyssa's name and disappearance in the public's attention. However, due to her history of sex work, her case has received little coverage. As of today, Alyssa has never been found and this case remains unsolved. Michael Joseph Vaughn is a 5-year-old boy nicknamed MJ and Monkey, born to parents Tyler and Brandy from Fruitland, Idaho. On July 27, 2021, he spent the day with his family at the park before his mother went to work. That evening, little Michael was home with his father and younger sister on Southwest 9th Street in Fruitland while his mother was at work. He was last seen in the area of his home in South Arizona Avenue about 6:30 p.m. that evening, wearing a blue Minecraft t-shirt, dark blue boxer briefs, and flip-flops. Apparently, while Michael's father was busy ordering pizza and changing his daughter's diaper, Michael went next door and asked the neighbor if he could play with their kids. The neighbor said no and watched Michael walk back towards his home. This was the last reported sighting of him, and he has never been seen again. Large searches have taken place multiple times, including the draining of nearby irrigation ditches, as well as a search of the nearby Snake River. Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Hoff previously stated no Amber Alert was issued because not enough information was known, including whether there was a suspect or suspect vehicle. Police have searched Michael's home at least 4 times and also brought in dogs, but Michael's scent could not be found. This could be due to the amount of people that entered the house around the time he went missing. The search for Michael has involved more than a dozen law enforcement agencies, canine units, dive teams, paragliders, and drones. Fruitland Police are still wanting to speak to 4 citizens seen in the area around the same time he went missing. One is the driver of a white 2016 to 2020 Honda Pilot seen on surveillance camera at 6:47 p.m., leaving the area where he went missing, and also a blue Dodge Avenger model year 2010 to 2011. Police would also like to speak to a man who was jogging on the sidewalk on Southwest 8th Street near Crestview Park around 6:15 p.m. He had dark hair, facial hair, dark shorts, and no shirt. They are also looking to identify an adult male with dark hair, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts, seen walking off of Southwest 8th Street, around the park area and the splash pad, towards the lower drainage behind the neighborhoods. There have been nearly 600 tips come in that have been investigated but have not resulted in finding Michael. Officials have said his parents remain fully cooperative and have complied with all requests of investigators who have worked tirelessly to find him. A reward established for information leading to Michael's safe return has increased to over $50,000 and is available until March 31, 2022. It is feared that Michael was abducted due to not being found in the area after so many searches. His family remains broken without Michael, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Charles Arlen Leon Henderson was born March 16, 1980 and went by Arlen. His mother describes him as a fun-loving boy who enjoyed telling stories, swimming, diving, and bike riding. Sadly, his father died of emphysema in 1990 when Arlen was only 10 years old and he lived with his mother Debbie. On July 25, 1991, at the age of 11, Arlen was riding his white and yellow Huffy White Lightning bicycle in the trailer park he lived at in Moscow Mills, Missouri. His friend Justin came over and the two hung out before going to Justin's home to play, and then Arlen returned. Later, he told Deborah that he was going to go out and look for his friends to play with. His mom checked on him at 4:30 and he was still outside playing. The last thing he said to her was, "Save me some Polish sausage, Mom." He was last seen between 5 and 5:30 p.m. on his bike. Between 6 and 6:30 p.m., Arlen's friends came over to his house to look for him, and Deborah assumed he was still playing outside with his friends. But when they said they hadn't seen him since earlier that day, she knew something was wrong. Turns out Arlen had disappeared and has never been seen again. Despite searches conducted by the police, no trace of Arlen was found. His bicycle would eventually be found in a bean field on North Ethlyn Road nearly 3 months after his disappearance and was taken by the police as evidence and for fingerprint retrieval. In 2001, 10 years later, Joshua Spangler would confess to murdering Arlen. Spangler was 13 years old at the time of the alleged killing and was apparently involved in drug activity in 1991. He was allegedly selling drugs for his older brothers George and Charles Gibson. Charles is currently serving a 30-year sentence in a federal prison for running a meth operation. Both of the Gibson brothers were initially charged in connection with Arlen's case in the spring of 2001. Spangler told investigators that a member of Arlen's family owed money to Charles and Spangler was paid $10,000 to kill Arlen as a warning. Spangler stated that he was riding in a truck with George on July 25, 1991, the day Arlen vanished, and they abducted him and held him in a house in Davis, Missouri for a few days. He claimed he shot Arlen with a 9mm pistol in a creek bed near Davis on July 28, 3 days after his abduction, and buried the body along the Mississippi River. Investigators searched a site near Winfield, Missouri in the summer of 2001 for Arlen's remains, but nothing was found. Authorities withdrew charges against both of the Gibsons in October 2001 after learning that Spangler lied regarding their involvement in the crime. Citing numerous discrepancies in Spangler's account, they charged him with perjury and connection with his testimony about Arlen's supposed death. Spangler is described as being a compulsive liar, wanting attention, and had it out for his brothers for unknown reasons. Those who know him say that he believed that since he was only 13 at the time of the alleged murder, that he would suffer less punishment, but his brothers would get more punishment. Spangler pleaded guilty to perjury and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. At the time of his plea, he was serving a 4-year prison sentence for unrelated charges of burglary and evidence tampering. Authorities now believe Spangler and the Gibsons had nothing to do with Arlen's disappearance and made up the story as a malicious joke to make the police look incompetent. Authorities have not cast aside the theory that Arlen's disappearance may have been drug-related, but his mother denies allegations that she or any of her family members were involved with drugs. In 2007, investigators began investigating Michael Devlin for possible involvement in Arlen's disappearance and in several other cases. Sean Hornbeck, a 15-year-old boy who disappeared at age 11 in 2002, and William Van Omby, a 13-year-old boy who was abducted in 2007, were both found alive in Devlin's 450-square-foot apartment on South Holmes Avenue in Kirkwood, Missouri in January 2007. Van had been missing for 5 days and Sean for over 4 years. Both boys had been held against their will by Devlin, who pleaded guilty to kidnapping and child molestation and was sentenced to 74 life sentences in prison. Authorities initially suspected Devlin could be linked to other missing child cases, and a task force was created to investigate that theory. However, the task force dissolved in 2007 as it could not find any evidence that Devlin was involved in any other children's disappearances. In 2007, someone who claimed to know Devlin provided detectives photos of a teenaged boy that appeared about 17 years old, which is how old Arlen would have been in 1997 when the pictures were allegedly taken. When the photo was shown to Debbie, she said the boy did resemble her son, but there was no way of knowing that it was for sure him. Years later, a Canadian man came forward and said at the age of 14, he traveled to Illinois in 1998. He said while walking back from a video rental store, a man in a pickup truck tried to get him to accept a ride. He said the man became irritated when he declined, and he never forgot the man's face. He said he filed a police report and nearly forgot about it until he began volunteering for a nonprofit in Canada called Operation Underground Railroad that works to combat human trafficking. He said he was scrolling through stories on YouTube about children who'd been abducted and were able to escape later. That's when he said he came across a story on Sean Hornbeck, and he says he saw a photo of Michael Devlin. He said he immediately knew that that was the man that he encountered that day. Sadly, Arlen's sister was murdered 10 years after his disappearance by her estranged husband, who subsequently committed suicide. Arlen's mother still lives in the same trailer park where her son used to live, but in a different mobile home. Her husband's name is still listed in the phone book in case Arlen decides to call home. As of today, Arlen has not been located, and this case remains unsolved. Rebecca Lee Reed was born in May of 1987 and went by Becca. She is described as very sweet, but vulnerable due to being mentally challenged. On May 24, 2020 at 4 p.m., 32-year-old Becca disappeared from her yard at 201 Leetown Road in Lumberton, Mississippi. She allegedly told her sister Veda and family friend Thomas that she was thinking of taking a walk to a farm that her father worked at, which was about 1.5 miles away. However, she never arrived at the farm and would go missing. Upon investigation, there was no indication that she even attempted the walk. Family members say that Becca suffers from a medical condition that could affect her judgment, but they don't believe that she would have gotten into a vehicle with someone she was not comfortable with or someone she did not know. A resident in the area reported seeing a white SUV, possibly a 2002 Chevrolet Trailblazer, in the area on the day and around the time she went missing. Becca suffers from severe diabetes and asthma and has to take medications several times a day, and these medications were left behind at her home. When she was last seen, she was wearing a faded pink or red shirt, black sweatpants, black diabetic shoes, and a tan or brown Carhartt jacket. Her family hopes that someone will call the Anonymous Crime Stoppers tip line or even use the Anonymous Crime Stoppers app online. A silver alert was issued after her disappearance and little information is available in her case. As of today, Becca has not been located and this case remains unsolved. Russell Sigurd Evans was born on July 22, 1975 to John and Susan Evans. He lived in Spokane, Washington, and was an 8th grader at Libby Middle School and excelled in basketball. At only 13 years old, Russell was already 6 feet 3 inches and was described as popular and an all-around good kid with a good sense of humor. On the night of June 3, 1989, 13-year-old Russell was hanging out at Thornton Murphy Park near 28th and Ray Street with 7 of his friends, including Brian Bushing, Don Hepburn, his best friend Aaron Abrizen, and others. This is when Aaron and 2 foster brothers, aged 15 and 17, got into an argument because one of the boys approached Aaron's girlfriend, Dawn, and asked for her phone number. An argument ensued and turned into shoving until Russell intervened. The 2 brothers left the park and said they were going to get their homeboys because they were outnumbered. Russell then spent the rest of the evening at Aaron's house until he left around midnight after calling his father and telling him that he was heading home, which was 2 miles away. Soon after, he ran into his friend, said Madison, and Russell was telling him about the incident earlier at the park. Said recalled Russell being hyped up about the incident, but did not appear to be in fear of retaliation. The 2 departed ways at 29th Avenue and Freya Street, and Russell continued jogging north towards his home, 1 mile away at this point. About 30 minutes later, at 1:05 a.m., a woman named Sandy Ferris, along with another woman, came upon Russell lying in the northbound lane of South Thor Street, along an incline referred in the media as either Thorray Hill or South Hill, just 2 blocks from his home. While passerby Sandy waited with Russell for help, she tried to keep him still and asked him what happened. However, he just kept yelling out for his friend Brian. While Russell was being placed in the ambulance, Sandy noticed a teenager in white shorts and a white t-shirt watching the scene from a nearby grassy knoll and then running up the hill. Sandy tried to get the officers' attention, but they just asked her to step away and didn't address the issue, which was a vital mistake. Later, one of the EMS workers reported seeing the boy dressed in white running away as well. He was taken to Sacred Heart Medical Center where he sadly passed away hours later. The police ruled that he had died after being struck by a vehicle, most likely a truck. Authorities believe that minutes after beginning his walk home, Russell was struck from behind by an unknown vehicle, possibly a pickup truck. However, after viewing his body, his family did not believe that his death was a hit-and-run accident. They noticed finger bruises on his face, nose, and upper arms, which led them to strongly believe he had been held down. He also had bruises on his knuckles, again proof that he had been in a fight. Also, his shoes and shoelaces were found downhill, meaning he would have had to been struck by a vehicle while walking uphill, which was the opposite direction of his home. Strangely, his shoelaces actually separated from his shoes. 3 pools of blood were found about 50 feet away from his body. The pools of blood did not make sense to his parents since he had supposedly been thrown far away from where they were found. In the police report, they failed to document where his body was found. Eyewitness Sandy later helped his parents determine where she found the body. His parents believed that a person hit by a vehicle and are subsequently separated from their shoes by the impact would not have blood on the shoelaces. However, strangely, Russell's shoelaces did, leading them to believe he wasn't struck by a vehicle like initially thought. Also, there were no drag marks on his body. His parents believed he was most likely attacked with a weapon such as a bat or a 2x4 by more than one person while being held. However, a forensic pathologist agreed with police, believing that Russell was struck in the back by a vehicle bumper, knocking him out of his shoes. Overall, he felt that the injuries were consistent with an accident, and his official cause of death was a severe blow to the back, which lacerated his kidney and broke his spine. His parents, a registered nurse and a cardiopulmonary technologist, then hired a second pathologist who determined that he had been in a fight prior to his death. The irregular bruising found on his back appeared to be inconsistent with only a hit and run. His parents also believed his friend Brian might have been at the scene. However, when Russell's father talked with Brian, he denied any knowledge of this, although he did state that he was wearing white shorts that night. Interestingly, when Russell's mother arrived at the hospital, a nurse said someone named Brian had called asking about Russell's condition. It is unknown how Brian would have known that Russell was rushed to the ER if he hadn't been at the scene. Also, Brian later changed his story when questioned by the police, telling them that he didn't even own white shorts and a white shirt. One theory is that Brian was being threatened to keep quiet about the murder and the case went cold. Brian and his family moved to Ohio within a year of the murder. Interestingly, the day after his death, Dawn Hepburn told Saeed's mother, a school bus driver, that the day before the incident, she saw a note given to Russell which read, "You'd better watch your back." If this is true, the incident could have involved suspects besides the ones at the park. Due to rumors of their involvement, the two Foster brothers from the park incident volunteered to take polygraph tests and said that they passed, but years later, a private investigator hired by the Evans family uncovered rumors that they'd bragged about taking muscle relaxants before the test to influence the results. Since they passed the polygraph, the police allegedly never verified their alibis. The two were arrested on charges of stealing and selling electronic equipment about 2 weeks before Russell's death. In 1992, the Evans won a court case which gained them access to all the reports in their son's investigation. After reviewing the reports, this increased their beliefs that the case had been mishandled and Russell died from more than just a hit and run. Here are the reasons Russell's parents feel that the authorities mishandled the case. Officers didn't photograph Russell or the scene and didn't chalk mark where his body was found. No samples of blood spots on the pavement, some of which may have belonged to individuals other than Russell, were taken. Police never interviewed Sandy Ferris about Russell's comments to her after she found him lying in the road. Russell was walking downhill on a one-way road at the time he was struck. Why then were his shoes found 86 feet downhill from him? Also, there was no road rash or lacerations, which would have been commonly found on someone after being hit by a vehicle at a high rate of speed. The blood pools were also downhill from his body. The blow that caused Russell's death hit him 46 inches off the ground, more than twice the height of the average car bumper. There was also evidence that Russell may have been restrained at one point due to bruising on his biceps. Russell's socks were never recovered. His father believes that they were intentionally discarded at some point due to the fact that they would have been soaked with blood, thereby proving that Russell had been in a fight. Police contend that the socks may have been discarded in the emergency room. According to Sandy Ferris, she noticed Russell's were at the scene when she found him. No one believes that the EMTs would have picked up his socks off the road and placed them in the ambulance with him. No interviews were conducted with Saeed Madison, the last person to see Russell Evans alive, or with Sandy Ferris that found him that night, who has sadly since passed away. The private investigator, Sandy Brewer, located 5 people who claimed they heard one of the boys boast about his involvement in Russell's death. Another witness said a gang of youths known as the Schoolboys or the GQ Gang, which stands for Gangster Quality, assaulted Russell with a bat, then ran over him with a car. The PI also came forward with recorded conversations with someone who said that someone admitted to them the day after the murder that he indeed killed Russell. He had told this person that he had accidentally killed that boy last night, that he had went too far and that he had screwed up. He said he hit him, backed up, and ran over him. His friends agreed that they would give him an alibi if police came to them. The PI handed over this information to police, but it's unknown if they ever investigated the recordings. After receiving information from the police reports and hiring a private investigator, the Evans constructed their own belief of the events that led to their son's death. They theorized that while Russell was on his way home, that a vehicle approached them at a high rate of speed and he was hit with a bat or 2x4, striking him in the back. Then the vehicle stopped in front of Russell, forcing him to turn and go back up the hill, but was restrained by the assailants who beat him. However, despite the new witnesses coming forward, the police continued to insist it was only a hit-and-run accident or possibly even a suicide by jumping out in front of a vehicle. Prosecutors have declined to charge anyone in this case. Years later, following Russell's mother's death, an anonymous posting showed up on Craigslist, which implicated a suspect in Russell's death, but this claim may or may not be true. It read, quote, "In 1989, Russell Evans was killed by ex-Ferris High School students. One of them told me he did it and he graduated from Ferris in 1988. This is how I was told for what happened which killed Russell Evans. A four-door car full with 4 18 to 20-year-old young adults sitting in the back seats of that car was a Darrell, not Darnell, and the killer Thomas J. Crow, TJ. Thomas J. Grow, TJ, told me they were driving down the hill and they saw a tall kid walking on the side of the road. And Thomas J. Grow said they just wanted to scare the kid. The car pulled up next to Russell Evans, like the Dukes of Hazzard, and grabbed a hold of Russell Evans and took off down the hill, holding Russell Evans along the side of the car. When the car took off down the hill, holding onto Russell Evans, Russell's long legs went back and under the rear wheel of the car, while Russell Evans was being held by Thomas J. Grow, TJ through the back door window of the car, and Russell Evans' feet were ran over by the rear wheel. That is how Russell Evans' shoe was found at the top of the heel and how the shoe had come off from Russell Evans. At the bottom of the heel, Thomas J. Grow, TJ let Russell Evans go, and that is where Russell Evans had died. Remember that Russell Evans was a tall 12-year-old that maybe was thought to be older because of his height. Thomas J. Grow, a year after Russell Evans' murder, had gone to Washington's Walla Walla State Prison for around 7 years for an assault charge. TJ Grow is the murderer who told me he was involved. With what is said above, you can even ask TJ Grow's girlfriend Holly. I'm sure he told her. Also, if anyone would like to debate me on what I was told, then why don't you first do forensics on the 2 shoes found on the hill for tie rubber? Sadly, both of Russell's are now deceased. Sadly, both of Russell's parents are now deceased. His father died in 1998 and his mother passed away in 2011. Russell's sister Diana, who was 5 years old at the time, is still hoping to find out what really happened to her brother. And as of today, this case remains unsolved. 29-year-old Sharon Hammock lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 1996. She had 2 children and was pregnant with another child on the way. Sharon was a sex worker and had addiction issues when it came to drugs. Her family's attempts to get her into rehabilitation programs failed due to her lack of health insurance. Sharon's body was found on October 3, 1996 in Kent County, Michigan. She had been assaulted and strangled. Sharon had been rolled up in a blanket and dumped on the side of the road. A delivery driver discovered her body on the same day her life was taken. Was the 9th body found of a dozen women in the 1990s in and around Michigan Grand Rapids area. Unlike Sharon, most of the victims' remains had already become skeletal by the time they were found. The majority of the 12 Michigan victims had addiction issues and did the same work as Sharon did. A local task force was formed in 1996 to investigate the 12 cases. They questioned a lot of people, followed up on leads, but were unable to make any arrests for a very long time. Then finally, in August of 2022, 64-year-old Gary Dean Artman was arrested in connection with Sharon's case. He was taken into custody in Mississippi and is currently waiting to be taken back to Michigan. His DNA matched the male DNA found in Sharon's body along with DNA found on the rope used to tie her up. He is also a suspect in a similar case of a woman who disappeared outside of Los Angeles, whose remains were later found in Maryland. The same male DNA was found in both this victim and Sharon. A detective working the case said, familial DNA was done on both the Grand Rapids case and the Maryland case. It was determined that the assailant in each case was in fact the same person. Artman, by his own admission, was living and working near Sharon's crime scene and was present in the state of Michigan when her life was taken. It was also discovered that before the other victim's body was found in Maryland, she was in Ontario, California. Artman was within 20 miles of Ontario at the same time she was. It's not clear yet if the investigators suspect that Artman is responsible for any of the 11 other victims in the Grand Rapids area. Artman was previously incarcerated for 11 years in Michigan on a charge of first-degree criminal conduct. Sharon's younger sister, Tina the Young, said that the arrest had brought up a lot of emotions. "We got him. Mama, we got justice for her," Tina said at the press conference, looking toward the sky in a gesture to her deceased parents. "I'm sorry it didn't happen before the good Lord took you, but justice will be served. You can celebrate with her up there." 22-year-old Heather Hodges lived in Rocky Mountain, Virginia in 2012. She was a college student and just recently became a mother. Heather dated Paul Revens Jordan. Jordan reported Heather missing on April 11, 2012. This was 2 days after she had last been seen by her family members. Jordan claimed to get Heather a blizzard at a nearby Dairy Queen around 10:30 p.m. on April 9th, but she was gone when he got home. Her sister had dropped her off at the couple's house around 6:30 a.m. that day after Heather had spent a few days staying with her family. Jordan immediately became a person of interest in Heather's disappearance. He had been arrested on April 5, 2012, less than a week before Heather disappeared, on misdemeanor charges for an attack on Paula Hodges, Heather's mother. Jordan had thrown a chair and metal toys at her before chasing her out of the couple's home with a baseball bat. Jordan was ultimately convicted in that case in July of 2012, given a 1-year suspended sentence. He had also been previously convicted in 2007 of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Jordan was arrested in an unrelated incident in July of 2017. He pleaded guilty to abduction by force or intimidation in June 2018 and received a 10-year sentence. This just showed investigators that this worthless individual was definitely capable of taking Heather's life. Since that time, the investigation has continued yielding additional evidence of Jordan's involvement in Heather's disappearance and her demise, although her body has not yet been located. In April of 2022, 49-year-old Paul Revens Jordan was indicted by a grand jury for taking Heather's life and concealing her body. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office said this in a statement, "who have worked diligently over the past 10 years on this case to bring justice and provide closure to Ms. Hodges' family and loved ones." Heather's disappearance has always been an active investigation and has never been considered a cold case, the statement added. Heather's sister, Crystal Songer, said, "There's never been any doubt in my mind that it was him." Over the past decade, Songer said she's fiercely advocated for justice on her sister's behalf. "If she was still here today, this would have happened to somebody else. Just say, she would be standing right here beside me ready to fight just as hard as I am," she added. No further information was immediately released by law enforcement regarding what specifics led to the indictment. Jordan is currently being held at Green Rock Correctional Center. He had been previously expected to be released in February of 2025. 35-year-old Jeannie Childs lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1993. She was a sex worker. On June 13th, neighbors from an adjacent unit in Jeannie's apartment complex complained of bloody water leaking from Jeannie's residence. Her body was then found in the bathroom shower. She had been stabbed 65 times, mostly around her neck and torso area. Investigators found male DNA on Jeannie's comforter, bathroom towel, and bathroom sink. Other than the DNA that investigators could not do a lot with because DNA technology was not that advanced back in 1993, investigators did not have much to go on. Police called it a horribly difficult case to crack with so few leads and no witnesses at all. In 2018, officials reopened Jeannie's case. The break investigators needed soon followed in 2019, when police matched the DNA from the crime scene to 52-year-old Jerry Westrom with the use of genetic genealogy. He had not been previously a suspect in the case and was a married father of 2 adult children from Assentai, about 40 miles north of Minneapolis. Investigators discovered that he had lived in the Twin Cities area from 1991 to 1993 and had multiple contacts with law enforcement, including a 2016 conviction for solicitation. In 2019, investigators tailed Westrom to a hockey game where he ordered a hot dog from a concession stand. Investigators then collected one of Westrom's discarded napkins and obtained his DNA, which was determined to match the DNA found at the crime scene. He was arrested shortly thereafter. He long denied having contact with Jeannie or any other women in all of Minneapolis, claiming to have no idea why his DNA was found at the crime scene. In 2022, his trial started. On August 25, 2022, 56-year-old Jerry Arnold Westrom was found guilty by a Hennepin County jury for taking the life of Jeannie Childs. Westrom is expected to appear for formal sentencing hearing in the next few weeks, and it's expected that he will be handed a life sentence. Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman said, "My condolences go out to the victim and her family. They have had to live without justice for nearly 3 decades. I hope this brings some sense of closure to them. Today's guilty verdicts show that we will pursue convictions for serious crimes even if it takes years to gather evidence." Jeannie's mother, Betty Eichmann, was in the courtroom when Westrom was found guilty. This is what she had to say. "I know that the law is finally going to take care of him for what he did, and I hope he can sleep at night." Jeannie was a wonderful person. Even though she had problems, she had a big heart. In 2002, 23-year-old Cheryl Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina. She was married to John Olsby, her high school sweetheart. They had a 7-year-old daughter named Justice. On the morning of August 16, 2002, Justice woke up and realized that Cheryl had not woken her up in time for the school bus, and she missed it. She went to her mom's bedroom, and it was there that she discovered that someone had taken Cheryl's life. An autopsy showed that she had been strangled and presumably assaulted. It was not made public if there were signs of forced entry or if investigators were able to collect forensic evidence from the crime scene that belonged to the perpetrator. Despite an extensive investigation by authorities, no arrests were made and the case went cold. Justice and John grieved together for 17 more years. Tragically again, by December 2019, after going missing, John Osby was found fatally shot and rolled up in a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators were unable to track down the person that shot him, and for years the family was left wondering if they would ever get answers to what happened to John and Cheryl Taylor. That changed when Sheriff Tyree Davis hired Detective Sergeant Rich Summergy as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator in January 2023. His job was to pore over the office's unsolved cold cases, looking for anything that investigators may have missed in the past, and using new technology to find clues that were out of reach before. Detective Rich Summergy first looked into John Osby's case, before realizing Cheryl's life had been taken by someone years earlier. He identified the person responsible for what happened to Cheryl. Finally, on July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. was arrested and charged with taking Cheryl Taylor's life. He was living in Northampton County, North Carolina. It is not known yet if he is responsible for shooting John Osby. It was revealed that Turner was a friend of Cheryl and her family back in 2002 when he took her life. Turner was 25 years old when the crime took place. He has 2 other criminal charges on his record: assaults from when he was a teen. In both of those cases, he got probation. After being arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter, Turner was held at the Halifax County Jail under $250,000 bond. Scott Hall, patrol captain of the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, outlined the reasoning behind the voluntary manslaughter charge. This was not a premeditated crime with malice. Based on the facts of the case and elements of the crime, we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis remarked how he cried tears of joy at being able to arrest a suspect in connection with Cheryl's case. "I received the call that we were able to solve one of our cold cases. A cold case from over 20 years ago. No one knew about this information and we could not say anything until we notified the family first. However, I was instantly overcome with emotion and tears started to flow. As a member of the state commission, I was sitting up front with the other board members and I tried to hold things together. I did so just by wiping the tears away. But once I started sniffling, I knew I needed to leave the room. Folks, I can tell you that these tears were tears of joy. These were tears of excitement. Excitement not only for Taylor's family, but also excitement for her friends, co-workers, schoolmates, and anyone that she had ever crossed paths with. I was excited for the community because this is a beacon of hope for all those families that need closure too. Cheryl's daughter, Justice Ausby, had this to say after the arrest. "Unbelievable. We never knew this day was coming." Justice said she is grateful to everyone who helped bring Turner to justice, and she is glad that she can finally have some closure. She said, "I am just so thankful for everyone that participated and helped me get closure for my family, because today is a good day." In 2018, Sarah Ashley Hill, a mother of two who was 33 years old, was employed as a waiter at a neighborhood diner in Patrick County, Virginia. She was well known for her kind disposition, upbeat smile, and passion for dancing and music. She was very close to her sister, April, who frequently assisted her with her kids. Out of her 5 siblings, Sarah was the only one with the attractive red hair and vivid blue eyes. She used to get teased and told she was adopted by her siblings. Sarah was visiting her friends in North Carolina in June of 2018. She called April on her cell phone at 1:30 a.m. on June 6th, informing her that she was on Blue Hollow Road close to Mount Airy and that she would need a ride. Sarah did not give an explanation for her early morning walk. April was unable to simply leave her job, which was nearly an hour away. At Elkins Hugh Chatham Memorial Hospital, April worked as a registered nurse. Sarah Hill had vanished from view by the time the family got to Mount Airy. They assumed she had found another ride, or perhaps she had managed to get into her own vehicle, a white 2000 Ford Taurus. When April texted Sarah the following day to check on her and to ask if she still needed a ride, April received no response. When April called back, it went to voicemail. Sarah's phone had been switched off for 2 weeks. It was highly unusual for Sarah to be disconnected from everyone for so long. April claims that they spoke at least once a week, if not more frequently. April mentioned that Sarah had a lot of dubious friends and was dependent on illegal substances. April pondered whether it had anything to do with her sister going missing. Sarah was officially declared missing 1 month after her last sighting. Investigators began looking into her disappearance right away. Her white Ford Taurus was soon sighted at a shop close to the intersection of Blue Hollow Road and North Carolina 89. It was captured on camera footage that the store owner obtained while attempting to apprehend shoplifters. Sarah was, however, not named among the people suspected of misconduct there. Upon searching the vehicle, the police discovered Sarah's handbag, phone keys, and a few personal belongings inside. Nevertheless, no DNA fingerprints or other identifying marks that may have connected someone to her disappearance were discovered. The police thought of every scenario in which Sarah might have vanished. They looked into any enemies or issues she might have had with anyone who could have hurt her. They looked to see if she was burdened with debt or other financial issues that might have caused her to elope. Investigators also investigated whether she had a history of substance abuse or mental illness, which could have influenced her behavior or judgment. They looked into any romantic relationships or domestic conflicts she may have had that could have resulted in aggression or jealousy. They did not, however, discover any proof to back up any of these theories. 3 separate properties on King Park Circle in Mount Airy, North Carolina, were among the many locations the Surry County Sheriff's Office checked during the investigation that began in January 2019. After following Sarah's last known movements, detectives surmised that she was in the neighboring Stokes County, where she had been hanging out with a man. This person of interest displayed suspicious behavior, including restricting entry into his residence. It was found that the man had faced assault charges in the past. The Asbury Road property in Stokes County, North Carolina, where Sarah was last seen at the time of her disappearance, was shown to detectives in 2022. The Surry County Sheriff's Office, the Stokes County Sheriff's Office, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation carried out the execution of a search warrant for the property located at 1791 Asbury Road, Westfield, North Carolina on Monday, October 17, 2022. Investigators brought in specialist personnel to use heavy machinery to stabilize an existing structure and move dirt and terrain. Beneath the floorboards were human remains. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center received the remains. After an autopsy on October 20th, 2022, it was determined that Sarah Ashley Hill's remains were what was found. The Stokes County Sheriff's Office announced on October 11, 2023, that Leroy Hoover had been detained and charged with killing Sarah. Hoover is presently awaiting trial while being held without bond in the Stokes County Jail. In Stokes County, he is also involved in other cases. We can only imagine how difficult this has been for the family of Miss Hill, Sheriff Joey Lemons remarked. The detectives working on this case from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, the Patrick County Sheriff's Office, the Surry County Sheriff's Office, and the Stokes County Sheriff's Office did an amazing job and never gave up. While nothing can truly bring a loved one back, we can only hope that this gives Miss Hill's family some sense of closure. The Durhams, a well-respected family in North Carolina, were brutally murdered in their own home on a gloomy, snowy night on February 3, 1972. The community was filled with anxiety and uneasiness as the case went unsolved for more than 50 years, leaving many to wonder who could have committed such a horrific act. In this world, there are certain mysteries that appear to be covered in shadows. They're mysteries kept from curious minds and prying eyes. After more than 50 years, the triple homicide case was finally solved by investigators in 2022. Is there any evidence connecting this case to organized crime? How did the police crack this case? The stunning city of Boone, North Carolina, is the setting for today's case. It is a charming mountain town in the northwest of the state, tucked away in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It is a well-liked location for those who enjoy the outdoors and the natural world. The Appalachian State University, located in Boone, infuses the community with a youthful vitality. In addition to the many outdoor activities available in the area, such as hiking, biking, skiing, and more, visitors can explore the charming downtown area, which is home to numerous unique stores, eateries, and galleries. Boone is a fascinating place in North Carolina because of its stunning natural surroundings, fascinating history, and dynamic culture. On November 12, 1926, Bartex Bryce Durham, the son of Coy M. Durham and Collie Devon Crab Durham, was born in the lovely state of North Carolina. He was a multi-talented and experienced man who led a purposeful life. Growing up, Bryce's siblings, Ralph L. Durham and Gail Durham Malden, played a significant role in his life. After completing his studies in history and physical education at Appalachian State University in 1941, Bryce Durham taught for a year at Wilkes County's Mount Pleasant School. However, his career path diverged and he ran the Mount Ariata Loan and Sales Finance Company for 6 years prior to moving to Boone. Prior to that, he worked for 13 years at the Home Finance Company, where he acquired invaluable business and financial knowledge. Despite having a diverse professional background, Bryce Durham was a devoted member of the Boone community, up until this tragic and premature death in 1972. Bryce's wife, Virginia Durham, who was born on October 24, 1927, was the daughter of Calvin M. Church and Virginia Lucina Eller Church. She was one of 5 siblings, and the other 4 were Winnie Levine Church Elliott, Dasha Church, Dovey Pierce Church Baker, and Rena Moju Bumgarner Walsh, who were all integral parts of her life. As she grew up in 1951, Bryce and Virginia got married, and later that year, Virginia gave birth to a baby girl and they named their daughter Jenny Sue Durham. On May 2, 1953, they were blessed with a son and gave him the name Bobby Joe Durham. They were a loving and tight-knit family. Jenny Sue was later married to the love of her life, Troy Hall. Nestled in the mountainous terrain of Boone, North Carolina, the Durham family had found their heaven. After moving from Wilkes to Mount Airy, the family of 3 decided to start afresh and settled in Boone in 1969. Their residence, 187 Clyde Townsend Road, was perched atop a steep driveway just off the 105 Bidas. Jenny Sue Hall and her husband were only 4 miles away. For the Durhams, it was the ideal location, a haven from the daily grind. In the quaint town of Boone, North Carolina, on the wintry evening of February 3, 1972, the weather was unforgiving. The Durham family took cover from the bitter cold in their Clyde Townsend Road home as the freezing air whipped through the trees, sending snowflakes swirling in a frantic dance. Only a year before, Bryce Durham, a Buick dealership owner, and his wife, Virginia, a librarian, had moved to Boone from Mount Airy. Bobby, their son, was a first-year student at Appalachian State. The family was well known for their diligence, quiet demeanor, and love of solitude. But something dark was simmering within, even as the wind howled outside. Something terrible was about to happen that would rock Boone to its foundations. The Durham family had no idea that their lives would soon alter irrevocably. On February 3, 1972, a dreadful tragedy befell Bryce, Virginia, and their son Bobby as they were at home on a snowy night. The Hall family was happy and peaceful as they settled into their split-level house, but their tranquility was abruptly disturbed by a terrifying phone call. The panicked voice of Virginia Durham on the other end of the line made it clear how serious the situation was. She was whispering to her son-in-law, Justin Troy Hall, about multiple intruders breaking into her house. However, the call ended abruptly before anyone could understand it, leaving Hall to wonder if it was all just a cruel joke. Hall was skeptical about the call's legitimacy, but his wife Ginny was frantic for her family's safety. They hastily moved toward the car, which was refusing to start. They were unable to reach the Durham's home on foot due to the hazardous road up to it. Fortunately, Cecil Small, a private investigator and neighbor, agreed to drive them up there. Hall went inside with their neighbor Cecil, while Jenny stayed in the car. Inside the house, they discovered a chaotic scene. The sound of running water filled the air, and the house had been looted, but the real horror of the situation became apparent as they made their way to the ground floor bathroom. Bryce, Bobby, and Virginia Durham lay motionless and fully clothed in the bathtub, their heads submerged and the water running. The phone line had been ripped from the wall, leaving the house strangely silent. With no other options, Hall called the authorities from the neighbor's apartment around 11 p.m. to investigate the gruesome scene in front of them. In a matter of minutes, a swarm of law enforcement officers arrived, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness of the snowy night. Investigators entered the Durham home and scanned the once tidy interior, which now appeared to have been ripped apart by a tornado. Drawers were pulled out. Clothing was strewn across the floor and pictures were hung at odd angles or lying shattered on the ground. Closets had been ransacked and furniture had been knocked over, as if the perpetrators were searching for something in a frenzy. The officer's gaze then fell on the torn sofa set, where the Durhams had been relaxing with a late-night snack while watching their favorite TV show. The sight of the chaos and violence gave them a sinking feeling in the pit of their stomachs, knowing they were in for a long and arduous investigation. The television was still flickering, showing 3 half-full glasses and plates of half-eaten food that had been left abandoned on a coffee table. Additionally, they observed something strange on the kitchen table, a baked chicken that had partially been consumed, suggesting that the crime occurred while the Durham family was having dinner together. Initially, it seemed like a straightforward heist gone wrong, but the discovery of unclaimed valuables sparked concerns. An undisturbed money bag filled to the brim with cash proved that the horrible crime was not motivated by robbery. The agents from the State Bureau of Investigation in North Carolina realized they needed to move quickly. The bodies were carefully moved to Chapel Hill so an autopsy could be performed. The outcome was disappointing, but not unexpected. The state medical examiner, Dr. Paige Hudson, verified the reason behind the Durham family's death. The 2 men had been strangled and drowned, and Virginia had died from strangulation. Determined to learn the truth about the Hannis killings, agents from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation stormed the Durham residence as the investigation into the murders of the Durham family got underway. They searched every square inch of the house with diligence and precision, meticulously cataloging each clue and piece of evidence they came across. The team expanded as the investigation progressed, reaching 7 or 8 agents by Saturday morning, but that was just the start. 2 highly qualified physicists from the State Crime Laboratory were brought in to help them try to solve the mysteries surrounding the crime. They arrived in Boone on Saturday night and got to work. They labored for hours, sifting through the evidence, connecting the dots and solving the mysteries surrounding the Durham murders. As the investigation progressed, witnesses came forward with crucial information. Just after 10:30 p.m. on that fateful night, an eyewitness saw the green and white SUV leaving the Durham residence. However, the vehicle vanished in an instant. The North Carolina Highway Patrol found the SUV abandoned on the side of the road after looking for it for a few miles. The doors were securely shut. The engine was still running and the windshield wipers were scraping the snow. The investigators discovered that the SUV had been the murderer's getaway vehicle. Later on, it was found that Bryce Durham had taken the SUV out of this dealership in order to drive home during the hazardous weather. A bag of silver that was most likely taken from the Durham home was discovered by the police when they were searching the car. It was a crucial clue, and the investigators were hoping it would help them find the people who committed this horrible crime. The Durham murder investigation was a difficult voyage through speculative and suspicious waters. There were numerous turns and turns along the lengthy and convoluted list of potential suspects. Among those under investigation by authorities was Bryce and Virginia Durham's estranged son-in-law, Justin Troy Hall. A group of Asheville men also came under investigation. They were charged and arrested in relation to the killings, but were later released because there was insufficient evidence. Due to the accuracy of the knots used to bind the victims, there were persistent rumors and whispers of a contract killing. However, leads grew chilly as time passed. Despite the tireless efforts of the Watonga County Sheriff's Department, Boone Police Department, and North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, the trail became increasingly unreliable with every day that went by. It appeared as though there would always be unanswered questions regarding this heinous crime. The Durham triple murder case was unsolved for more than 45 years, with investigators finding it difficult to piece together the clues and leads drying up. However, in 2019, a glimmer of hope appeared following the conversation between a man named Shane Bird and a Georgia sheriff's deputy. Billy Sunday Bird, a suspected killer who passed away in prison in 2017 while serving a life sentence for 3 murders he committed in the 1970s, was the father of Shane Bird. While assisting Phil Hudgens with research for a future book, Shane Bird revealed an astonishing anecdote his father had told him while visiting him in prison. A murderous and chaotic tale set in North Carolina's snow-capped mountains, Burt claimed that his father had confessed to killing 3 people in a strong snowstorm and had escaped capture just in time. The White County Sheriff's Office was shocked by the news and promptly contacted their Watawia County Sheriff's Office counterparts to relay the details. This discussion gave rise to fresh hope for justice for the victims and their families, as well as a reopened investigation into the Durham murders. Justice's wheels never stopped turning, and in the Durham murder case they turned slowly, but in the direction of the truth. Finding Billy Wayne Davis, a known associate of Billy Bird, who was already serving a license in Georgia for his prior crimes, took little time for investigators after they started following new leads. Over the course of 2 years, the Sheriff's Department held 3 separate sessions in September 2019, October 2020, and August 2021. Each session included a critical piece of information that helped identify the perpetrator of the horrible crimes. The truth was ultimately revealed as a result of the evidence from these interviews and 2 additional sources being corroborated. The investigators were able to piece together a startling connection to a case from across state lines by carefully gathering evidence and cross-referencing it. The Dixie Mafia, a loosely organized criminal organization that had terrorized the Southeast with its violent crimes in the 1960s and 1970s, was at the center of the Fleming case of 1973. Names started to surface connecting this case to the Durham murders, which shared similar circumstances. Officials claimed that Billy Wayne Davis, an 81-year-old inmate at a Georgia prison in Augusta, is the last living member of the infamous Dixie Mafia. He has been incarcerated since 1986, and is presently serving a life sentence for murder at the Augusta State Medical Prison in Georgia. Investigators claim he divulged information regarding a hired hit in the mountains of North Carolina that went wrong during a severe snowfall. Davis acknowledged that he drove the group away after the Durham family was killed, saying that Charles David Reed, Bobby Jean Gaddis, and Billy's son, Debert, were the ones who went inside the house on that fateful night. Davis declined to provide any further details about them. Justice may never be fully served, even with the Durham family murder case breaking new ground in 2022. It is unlikely that charges will be brought for the killings because 3 of the 4 suspects have already passed away. It is unlikely that the 4th suspect, 81-year-old Billy Wayne Davis, will be released from prison anytime soon. He is presently serving a life sentence in a Georgia prison. For the families of the victims who have been waiting for answers for 5 long decades, the prospect of justice being served may amount to nothing more than a pipe dream. The fact that the people who ordered the hit are still unidentified adds to the tragedy of this unsolved case. The unanswered question of why their loved ones were targeted could follow the surviving family members into the afterlife. Chris Lotz, special agent in charge of the Northwestern District of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, commended the hard work of all the experts and members of the community who have given their contributions to the case over the years. The only surviving member of the Durham family, Chinny Durham, was overflowing with gratitude as she thanked the committed people who put in countless hours to crack the 50-year-old cold case of her family at the 2022 press conference. She expressed her gratitude to the investigators for giving up numerous days and weekends in order to crack the case. Jenny Durham was particularly appreciative of Watauga County Sheriff Len Hagerman for his unwavering dedication to providing her family with closure. She also thanked Charles Whitman, a retired special agent for the State Bureau of Investigation, who kept working on the case after retirement. Wade Calvert, a special agent with the State Bureau of Investigation, and Carolyn Johnson, captain of investigations for the Watauga County Sheriff's Office. Their unwavering friendship and dedication meant the world to Jenny Durham, giving her hope during her challenging years. The Watauga County Sheriff's Office expressed gratitude for everyone's efforts in helping to find answers for the Durham family and acknowledged the many people who have contributed to wrapping up the case. It became a personal obsession for former North Carolina Attorney General Rufus Edmiston. It crushed his heart to see Bryce Durham's mother die without receiving justice when he met with her. She had pleaded with him to track down the murderers. Edmiston had been frustrated for years that he was unable to solve the mystery of the mountains on his own, but he is now relieved that the case has been resolved for him by Sheriff Hagamond and his team. He thanked the investigators who made it happen and said it was a huge relief. Shane Bird, the son of one of the offenders, wishes to express regret to each and every victim of his father, Billy Sunday Burt. The case may have taken 50 years to solve, but everyone involved demonstrated dedication and commitment to justice, which is a testament to their perseverance. Shane, despite his father's murderous nature and the dozens of people he killed, is not trying to cover up his horrific act. Rather, he wants to bring closure to as many people as possible. Even though there is not complete closure, it is somewhat relieving that the case has been resolved after 50 years, and it gives hope that future generations will be able to sleep well knowing that justice has, if only partially, been served. This case takes us to the southern city of Kalamazoo in the state of Michigan, 6300 Proctor Avenue in Comstock Township, home to 22-year-old Christopher Neal, his wife Haley Coe, and their 2-year-old daughter Charlotte. The couple had recently learned that Haley was pregnant with their second child and were so excited to start telling people and see their family grow. Everyone said that Christopher and Haley were a perfect match from the beginning, both caring, hardworking, good listeners, and very much focused on everybody else being happy. Christopher's father said his son never had trouble walking into a room, even if he didn't know anyone. Within the first 2 or 3 minutes, he'd be sharing life stories with someone. He was just that type of guy. He genuinely cared for others. After finishing high school in North Texas, Christopher became a volunteer firefighter and then joined the Navy. Haley was a young Navy recruit too, and the pair had met on a beach in Florida. 2 weeks later, he asked her out on a date. Haley politely said, "No thank you," something the couple laughed about for years after. More time passed, and when Haley needed help with her studies for the Navy, Christopher offered to tutor her. They went on their first date shortly after, and Haley said they were inseparable from that point on. The couple soon eloped, and after this, their baby girl Charlotte was born. When Haley found out she was pregnant again, the pair were over the moon, and had even started making plans to adopt children after this, providing children in need with a loving home they knew they could give. The couple were often apart due to their time in the Navy, but always made family their priority. Christopher would often write Haley letters and leave messages on her phone while she was sleeping, so that when she unlocked it, she found them later. His friends said he was a hopeless romantic and always let his family know they were on his mind. wherever he was in the world. The young couple were often taking photos and sharing them on social media. It really was clear to see just how much they were in love, how much they adored Charlotte, and how precious being together as a family was to them. A year or so later, having finished their duties, they were both granted terminal leave from the U.S. Navy, and in 2019, Chris started a new job in real estate. The family moved to Michigan and started living in Haley's parents' house while they worked on their new dream home. Beautiful home that had actually belonged to Haley's grandmother. Christopher spent most days renovating it, and they couldn't wait to settle in. The family finally moved in on November 17th, and everything seemed to be going great. Christopher was excited about his new job and what this could offer. It was nearly Christmas, and they were finally together as a family with a second baby on the way. With so much joy in the young couple's lives, it's hard to fathom what happened less than 2 weeks later, December 1st, 2019. It was a typical evening in 6300 Proctor Avenue. Everyone had finished their dinner. Charlotte was sound asleep in the other room, and Christopher and Haley settled in for a night of watching television. Suddenly, at 10 p.m., there were several loud bangs on the front door. As most will agree, 10 p.m. is usually quite an alarming time to get a knock at the door, unless otherwise expected, so the couple were instantly hesitant. Christopher jumped up to see what was going on. Little did the pair know, a man had opened their screen and interior door and was already inside their home, looking around. The man was 35-year-old William Paul Jones, and he was armed with 2 handguns. According to Haley, everything went from 1 to 10 in a matter of seconds. As soon as Christopher saw him, he knew the situation was bad and tried to get his wife and daughter upstairs, moving them around the house trying to get into a room where they could at least lock the door. Christopher then called 911. There was a scuffle between the pair as William tried to get Christopher into another room, which he refused to do. A SWAT team and negotiators had already been dispatched and were starting to gather outside on the street. The operator began explaining to William that she had officers there that were ready and willing to help him, but he needed to put the guns down and let the family go outside. Christopher remained calm and collected, assuring William he understood where he was coming from, and trying to calm him down and reassure him. The line was then transferred to the officers and negotiators outside. William answered the phone with a list of demands, one of which was the police were not to enter the house. William then hung up the phone, and the officer tried to ring back. Upstairs, panicking and fearful, Haley tried to make a quiet 911 call herself. The situation was escalating, and police slowly started entering the house, before announcing themselves and continuing the negotiations from the hallway. Neighbors could now hear screaming and shouting and were trying to get hold of police too. Some of the officers who were still outside then called Christopher's phone back, which was answered by William. Although Christopher was still alive at that point, a few moments later shots rang out inside the house and body cam footage captured officers running into the rooms. William jumped out of the bedroom window before officers pinned him down on the front porch. The entire ordeal lasted about 40 minutes in total. As William was taken away, officers found Haley and Charlotte hiding upstairs. "Is my husband alive?" Haley asked. Officers had to deliver the devastating news. 22-year-old Christopher Neal was dead. William had also opened fire as the SWAT team came in, hitting 3 officers as he was trying to escape. Fortunately, the officers survived and made full recoveries. As he had jumped straight through a pane of glass, he was taken into hospital to be checked over. Doctors noted he seemed intoxicated, but he was so resistant, it was undetermined what, if anything, was in his system. He wasn't making sense and was rambling about aliens, claiming he didn't know the date, time, or place. It took deputies and hospital security to restrain him as he got more violent and aggressive. Witnesses later told police William often smoked meth before going on long, violent rampages, shooting at cars and breaking into homes. It turned out that William had an extensive criminal record and had spent most of his life going in and out of prison. He had actually been released just 5 days before he killed Christopher. Over the years, he had been arrested and jailed, many times for many things, including burglary and home invasion, driving without a license, firearms charges, assault, resisting and obstructing police officers, and fraud, to name a few. When he was calm, Willie and Paul Jones was charged with 19 felony counts, including the murder of Christopher, and his bail was flatly denied. As news began to spread about what had happened, everybody was in a mutual state of shock and disbelief. Neighbors said it was a sobering realization that no matter how safe and quiet their little street and area always felt, this was proof that it simply wasn't. As per Christopher's wishes, there was no funeral held, but friends and family gathered to remember and celebrate his life. His friends remembered him as a goofball, someone that had a thirst for life and a sincere devotion to those he loved. In court, William's obstructive and difficult behavior continued, but his attorney actually advised him to plead not guilty and pushed for a psychiatric evaluation of his client. An extensive evaluation was carried out by the Michigan Center for Forensic Psychiatry, and all everybody could do was wait. William Paul Jones was deemed competent and fit to stand trial. It remains unknown as to why all this transpired that night and why William did what he did. He didn't know Christopher and Haley, and there was absolutely no link or motive that anyone could find. It was seemingly completely random. In court, William said he was sorry for what had happened and told jurors it was the worst he had ever felt in his life, but the prosecution weren't buying it. They argued this was completely premeditated and said, if Haley and Chris had 40 minutes to think about whether the defendant will choose for Chris to live or die, the defendant had the same. At any point during that time, he could have stopped what he was doing, but he chose not to, and this was deliberate and calculated decision. It took jurors just 3 hours to find William Paul Jones guilty of 18 out of the 19 felonies, including 1 count of first-degree murder. In July 2022, the judge said, "There are good people and bad people in the world, and what you did on that day was pure evil," adding there was no reason for him to ever get out of prison. Haley gave a statement and said, "I cried myself to sleep every night for 6 months after Chris died. I'm so broken that living feels like too much. Dealing with the trauma does not make me strong. It reminds me of the card I've been dealt. I can no longer handle simple pleasures such as fireworks on July 4th, or any day for that matter, because as soon as I hear loud bangs, it brings me back to hiding in that upstairs bedroom in my family home, fearing for my life and my family's." She added that William had snatched away all her dreams, one of which was to be old, wrinkly, and cranky in a home together. She said her heart was broken when their daughter Charlotte tearfully told her, "Some days I just want to die already so I can be with Daddy." The devastation caused by what happened that December night is hard to fathom, and the loss of Christopher has been so widely felt. Haley later gave birth to their son, and he was named after his father. Haley's dad Jack said, "He's the reason my daughter and granddaughter are still here. He sacrificed himself to let his wife and daughter get away. He got them out of the situation, and he's a hero for that. He saved them." Christopher's love for his family and his instincts to protect them at all costs is as admirable as it is utterly heartbreaking. He was a hero until the very end. August 1st, 2010, a 000 call was made from Mount Druitt in Western Sydney. A little girl was missing. Her mother had tucked her into bed the night before, and by the next morning, she had vanished. The caller was Christy Abrahams, the mother of the missing child, Kaisha. As police descended on the scene, they knew they had to act fast, as the first few hours of a child being reported missing are critical. They needed to speak to as many people as possible to put together a timeline of Kaisha's last known movements and try and narrow down leads as quickly as possible. Christy was no longer with Kaisha's biological father, Chris Whippet, so officers headed over to speak to him. At around 10:45 that morning, they talked with Chris, who said he had been at home with his mother before heading out to get a tattoo. Christy's best friend and neighbor, Allison Anderson, was desperate to help, and so she asked Christy if she had any suspects in mind. Allison would later say she said of Whippet, "The effing so-and-so. He had rode past the unit a week or so ago and did a gun sign with his fingers to Rob, who was hanging up the washing." She told Christy she needed to tell this to the police, but Christy wouldn't. Rob was Christy's partner, and she said that he had been out searching for her since they discovered she was missing, to try and generate leads and also find Kaisha if she had simply left the unit and wandered off. A major search was conducted by police and volunteers. They scoured bushland, parks, and reserves, hoping that it would lead them to the little girl. The fast-moving operation continued to gain momentum and Strike Force Yarisun was formed. The police discovered that Kaisha hadn't been to school or been seen by anyone else since early July. The officer in charge, Detective Inspector Russell Oxford, said the last time she had been seen by immediate family was around the 7th of that month. She had been reported missing on the 1st of August. The 3 weeks in between were vital in putting together a timeline of events. 2 days after the call to emergency services was made, Christy and Robert made appeals for any news of her whereabouts and for anyone with information to come forward. Those in the community were desperate to find Kaisha and bring her home. Candlelit vigils were held and flowers and toys were laid out for the missing child. On the 30th of August, it was reported that Kaisha's father, Chris, was being questioned by the police. He was adamant that although he had been paying child maintenance, he hadn't seen Kaisha in years and had not had regular contact with her since he and Christy had separated. He was adamant he had nothing to do with her disappearance. Police said that they had received new information that he had allegedly been seen near the Woodstock Avenue block on the morning she went missing. Chris had been in hospital for the previous 3 weeks after complications from diabetes. Meant he had to major foot surgery. His mother, Liz, said, "I'm furious." She said that her son had not been kept up to date with the information about Kaisha's case. "It has been 28 days. We have no idea what is going on. The police tell us nothing. Then they show up here saying this." But there was something that was standing out to the police. What had initially appeared as a desperate mother and stepfather awaiting any news soon began to raise eyebrows. The behavior of Christy and Robert stood out to many as unusual. Neither of them had made any effort to join in the searches, and despite the fact her daughter was missing, life for Christy seemed to resume as normal. She would go and get her hair and nails done and go shopping. Her appearances in the media only aroused more suspicion. The pair were adamant that they were innocent, and their friend and neighbor, Allison Anderson, became the spokeswoman for them and would defend them against the rumors that had begun to swirl. Allison gave a statement on their behalf saying, "The family wished to deny the recent allegations in the media. The family encouraged the public to come forward with any information that may assist police to find Kaisha, but please stop making baseless allegations. The family wished to be left alone to deal with the situation. You put yourself in their shoes. You couldn't imagine. And that's why this is the time when they need their friends and support and family." There was soon more controversy surrounding Kaisha's case. As the investigation continued to be carried out, and Christy moved into a local motel, Allison agreed to help them move to their new property in Kings Langley. When they went into the unit, one of Kaisha's jumpers was lying on the floor. Christy said that the police had told her that there would be nothing belonging to Kaisha there before she kicked the jumper away and began swearing. When Allison went into Kaisha's room, there was nothing there. No possessions or toys. The forensics team descended on the unit they had lived in with Kaisha. Something disturbing was revealed. Blood belonging to the missing child was found in every room. Christy Abrahams was brought in for an interview. Over the following weeks and months, the community continued to hold on to the hope that she was still alive. But this would soon come crashing down. 22nd, 2011. Huge announcement was made. 2 people had been taken into custody on suspicion of the murder of Kaisha, none other than Christy Abrahams and Robert Smith. This arrest was the culmination of months of an intricate and complex undercover operation. An undercover officer would get close to Christy in the hope she would reveal what had happened to Kaisha. At a motel, the undercover officer met with her, and in order to win Christy's trust, the officer told her he needed to know the truth and that he could help her move the body. Christy Abrahams would finally confess. She said that Kaisha had been refusing to put her pajamas on, and in response, Christy gave her what she called a nudge with her foot. This resulted in Kaisha falling, hitting her head against the bed. She said Kaisha's body was like jelly, but said that she did respond when Christy had asked her to squeeze her finger. She said, "And then she went funny, and then I put her in the shower to try and wake her up. She just started making weird noises. We thought it would go away, we really did." She stated that when she had checked on her the next morning, she wasn't breathing, but she didn't get her medical help. When describing how they had disposed of her body, she said, "He put petrol on her and branches on her." Smith and Abrahams then took the undercover officer to the deposition site. It was here that the search for Kaisha came to a devastating end. Her little body was found in bushland near Shelby, in Sydney's west. At 1:12 a.m., Abrahams and Smith were both arrested in a laneway near their home. They were then charged. It would have been Kaisha's 7th birthday. For those officers who had been watching the couple for months, it was a bitter end to a tragic case. A candlelit vigil had been planned for Kaisha's birthday, and hundreds turned up to pay their respects, many voicing their anger and disgust at how things had panned out. One card read, "Happy birthday, Kaisha. You deserved a better life here, in your time on Earth." At 2 o'clock on Good Friday, police informed Kaisha's grandmother, Liz, that Abrahams and Smith had been arrested. This devastating news sent shockwaves throughout Kaisha's family and the local community. The little girl they had helped look for, prayed for, and kept in their hearts was gone. In September 2011, Kaisha's private funeral was held. Before the funeral, Chris said, "I want Kaisha to leave this earth knowing how much she was loved, and I want her put to rest the way she deserves." They also requested that mourners wear Kaisha's favorite color, purple. Abrahams and Smith had both put in requests to be able to attend the funeral, but Chris said hell would freeze over before he would let that happen, adding, "My family are ones left to deal with all of this and arrange the best send-off for Kaisha that she deserves. And I'm telling you, they are not coming." Their requests to attend were denied. On the 28th of September 2011, a public memorial was held for Kaisha. Many questions needed to be answered, one of them being, how had this tragedy unfolded? When the truth was revealed, it would leave people outraged. Christie's early life had been marred by domestic violence. She had both witnessed and been subjected to violence at the hands of her father. Her mother had epilepsy, and when she was 10 years old, she heard her mother having a seizure. She was alone with her little brother, who was just 3 years old. When she went to help her mother, she had tragically died from the seizure. Her father didn't want custody of his children. So, following this, she and her younger brother were put into foster care and spent time in various group homes. As a young teenager, she was examined by a psychologist who determined that due to an intellectual disability, she needed to be with an appropriate family who could provide her with the correct emotional support, and by the age of 16, she was in a girls' refuge. When she was 19 years old, she met Chris Whippet through his brother Matthew, and a romantic relationship quickly formed. Not long after, Christy was pregnant. Soon into her pregnancy, Chris had found Christy punching her stomach following an argument between the pair. Things seemed to simmer down for a while, and the pregnancy continued. On the 6th of February 2003, she gave birth to their son, Aiden. Community services officers visited the house and found nothing seemingly untoward with Aiden, apart from Christy giving him 1 scoop of formula instead of 2. After another fight between the pair, the police were called. Chris said, "I'm Aiden's dad. His mom's not coping and she mixes her medication. She threw my clothes and stereo off the balcony last night and threw a lit candle at me while she had Aiden in her arms. The wax went everywhere and nearly burnt him. She's up all night with Aiden and has threatened to throw him off the balcony if he doesn't shut up and let her sleep. I don't know what to do." Christy refused to open the door to the officer, but after talking to a community services worker, the officer believed that Aiden would be removed that night. But this didn't happen. Just 6 weeks later, tragedy would strike. March 22nd, 2003. Chris's mother Liz saw her son arriving at the house on his bike. The news he had was horrifying. He told her, "Aiden's blue and he's dead and he's cold." Christy's up there screaming and screaming, "Mom, I found him and he was on his face." Liz went straight to the unit and found Christy holding Aiden, screaming that he was cold and to get another blanket. He was taken to hospital, but there was nothing that could be done. Little Aiden had died. The post-mortem found no signs of abuse, and his cause of death was unascertained. Just over 1 year later, Christy gave birth to their second child in April 2004, a little girl, Kaisha. Pair began arguing again. She told Chris that it was over and he needed to leave for good. As he packed his things, followed him, and they carried on rowing. Kaisha was just 15 months old at the time and started crawling towards the couple. Chris said Christy stormed towards Kaisha and picked her up by the neck before carrying her through to the living room and dumping her on the sofa. Kaisha began to crawl off again. Christy responded by picking her up and biting her on the shoulder, leaving Kaisha screaming in pain. Chris immediately called the police. Kaisha was taken to the hospital and Christy would be convicted and given a 12-month good behavior bond. Chris was originally given custody of Kaisha. However, the Department of Community Services, now the Department of Family and Community Services, put Kaisha into foster care. On the 15th of October 2006, Christy was arrested for having outstanding warrants for driving without a license. Just 2 months later, and after taking part in anger management counseling, Kaisha was returned to her. A year later, Christy was pregnant again with a second daughter. During a hospital visit, a nurse saw a bruise on Kaisha's face and reported it. The caseworker spoke with Kaisha the following day, and Kaisha could not explain how it had happened. There was also a cigarette burn on her body, and she said, "Mum hit there, Mum did that." But no further action was taken. Kaisha lived in such a state of fear. Her mother raising her arm in conversation would cause her to flinch. At this point, Christy was in a new relationship with a man called Robert Smith. By June 2010, Christy was pregnant for a fourth time. Christy called her father, someone at the center of much of her unhappiness, and asked him to take Aisha. She told him, "I'm sick of her. I will hurt her. I really will hurt her. I will kill her." Liz, Chris's mother, didn't even know Kaisha was back living with Christy until the police arrived at her house saying the little girl was missing and they needed to search the property. Over the course of her life, several reports had been made by family members and neighbors regarding injuries on Kaisha. Education officials also made various trips to the home as Kaisha had only been to school 4 times in her whole life. And when she had gone, teachers had reported seeing bruises on her head and face. Between January and July 2010, truant officers made 7 trips to the home, but each time the door was locked and they got no answer. They then informed Christy that they would be taking legal action against her regarding Kaisha's school attendance. Allison said the last time she had seen her was on July 11th at around 4:30 in the afternoon. Kaisha was in the car and Christy was stood outside smoking. Allison would later say, Kaisha asked if she could hop out of the car. Christy said, "No, UFNG can't. Shut up and sit in the car." That was the last time I heard or saw Kaisha. As the initial investigation began, the behavior of Abraham and Smith stood out. When looking back at the press appeals, Liz, Chris's mother, said, "A lot of flashbacks come into your head. I'd seen it before with Aiden. That's why I knew something was going on. It wasn't tears when Kaisha was missing. I'd seen it before. There was no inquest held into Aiden's death. But after Kaisha was killed, a senior official said there probably should have been one. And following their arrests, Detective Inspector Russell Oxford said they would consider reopening the investigation into Aiden's death. Abrahams and Smith then went about attempting to destroy any evidence they thought could link them to Kaisha's death. They took things out of the property and threw away shoes and clothes, along with the SIM cards from their phones. In order to maintain the image that Kaisha was loved and cared for, and that they hoped she was still alive, they went out and brought children's toys and a Tinkerbell poster for when she came home. Forensic pathologist Dr. Matthew Ord had carried out the examination of Kaisha's remains. She had fractures to her teeth and 10 different injuries to her body and head. Her jawbone had been broken in 2 places. Dr. Ord said, "These types of injuries are mainly found in children who have suffered severe, prolonged physical abuse," adding they would have left her in considerable pain. Following her death, her mother and stepfather kept her little body in a suitcase. After several days, they burned her body and buried her in a shallow grave. They threw away the hammer used to dig the grave and also burned the suitcase her body had been kept in. After this, they got a taxi home. In late November 2012, more tragedy would strike. Chris, Kaisha's father, passed away suddenly. He was found by his mother and he had been suffering from various health issues, including diabetes, and had also been battling substance abuse. He went to bed and then didn't wake up. Before court proceedings began, Allison Anderson went to see Abrahams in prison. She asked her former friend why she had lied. throughout the investigation and left people wondering for months where Kaisha was. The first thing for Christy to say to her former friend was, "Have you seen Robs? What are you doing here?" Allison asked why Christy had used her and lied to her and why if she was struggling to cope. She hadn't given Kaisha to a family member or her to look after. Allison then shouted at her, "You rot in jail, you filthy pig, kid killer." She then took her shirt off to reveal a purple shirt with a voice for Kaisha written on it, something she would later wear throughout the trial. Allison said the only response from Abrahams was, "Use rot in hell." Abrahams also blew a kiss at her. The prison guards had to pull Allison away and she was subsequently banned from going back to the prison for life. She decided against visiting Robert Smith, saying it wouldn't achieve anything or give people the answers they needed. July 18, 2013. As the police van pulled up at the Sydney Supreme Court, there were angry reactions from members of the public, with people chasing the van and shouting. The courtroom was packed. Abrahams turned her back on the public gallery and looked only in the direction of the judge. On the first day of her trial, Christy Abrahams entered a plea of guilty to the murder of her daughter after the Crown had previously rejected her plea of manslaughter. Christy Abrahams was sentenced to serve at least 16 years, with a maximum of 22.5 years in prison for murder and interfering with a corpse. As her sentence was handed down by Justice Ian Harrison, she showed no reaction. Cries from the public gallery could be heard. Justice Harrison said, "The trust placed between a parent and child is of the highest and utmost importance." Abrahams caused the death of Kaisha with the infliction of a violent, lethal force on what was a vulnerable and defenseless child in her care, who is entitled to expect and receive her attention. Justice Harrison found that while she hadn't intended to take Kaisha's life, she had meant to cause grievous bodily harm. He also said that he could not be sure beyond a reasonable doubt who was responsible for the other injuries that Kaisha had sustained prior to her death. He rejected her account of what had happened, but said that the evidence could not adequately explain exactly what had happened. He noted that Christy Abrahams had been abused as a child and said that what had happened to Kaisha was the inevitable product of entire intergenerational failures, adding, "The death of the deceased is the foreseeable and predictable consequence of preventable cyclic abuse. The offender's failures are mirrored in the failures of others." Justice Harrison did find beyond a reasonable doubt that she had recklessly failed to look after Kaisha after she had become injured, which amounted to reckless indifference to human life. Robert Smith was tried separately. On the 3rd of May 2013, he was sentenced to a minimum of 12 years for manslaughter and being an accessory to murder. Christy Abrahams will be eligible for parole in 2027. For her former friend, Allison Anderson, the sentence wasn't good enough. She said, "It's just horrifying knowing she can be out when she's 46. Does having a bad upbringing and abuse give you the right to go and take people's lives? She knew what she was doing. It's just a cop-out." Kaisha was killed by a cold-blooded murderer. The knock-on effect of Kaisha's case was huge. So many people had been betrayed, lied to, and left broken. They hoped that they would be able to bring Kaisha home and put all of their efforts into making this happen. One person who was particularly affected was Allison Anderson. While she had had her own concerns from the beginning of the investigation, she had desperately wanted to believe that her friend had nothing to do with whatever had happened to Kaisha. Now faced with the realization that she had been lied to the entire time, it was an incredibly painful and devastating thing to come to terms with. Allison had also been in foster care as a child and experienced abuse, meaning that this was incredibly personal to her. She would later go on to become a qualified youth worker and use her skills to help those who were vulnerable and in need, so more children don't fall through the cracks. Childhood should be a time of innocence, wonder, and joy, but for little Kaisha Whippet, it was a time of torment, fear, and pain. She should have been able to grow up in a happy and safe environment, free from abuse and free to flourish and grow. Those who loved her are determined that she will never ever be forgotten, that she will always be loved. Kaisha's headstone reads, "You are not just a memory or part of our past. You're part of our family as long as it lasts." A squirrel hunter in Brent, Alabama's Talladega National Forest made a horrifying discovery on November 9, 2015, at approximately 9 a.m. The mutilated and nude body of a woman was tied to a tree. When law enforcement officers got to the scene, they immediately got to work on the investigation. As soon as they started to doubt the victim's identity, Tuscaloosa County sent them a missing persons report for 29-year-old Samantha Payne, who turned out to be the victim. Investigators were soon led in a more unsettling direction by new evidence. Although initially it seemed as though Samantha was a part of a horrific ritual sacrifice. Was she really a ritual victim after all? Or was there a darker tale involving the cunning murderer hiding in plain sight? Today's case takes us to Tuscaloosa County in western Alabama, a significant hub for the state's business, education, and industrial sectors. With 227,000 residents, it is the fifth most populous county in Alabama. Tuscaloosa County is renowned for its picturesque landscape and designated wilderness areas. It is bordered by the Appalachian Mountains and the southern Gulf Coastal Plain. Additionally, the University of Alabama, a prestigious school and a significant employer in the area, is located there. Tuscaloosa County has a fair share of crime, just like the majority of other counties of similar size. However, as of 2023, the crime rate has significantly decreased due to law enforcement efforts. But in the fall of 2015, a pretty graphic murder that shocked the locals in Tuscaloosa County made headlines. On Monday, November 9th, 2015, at 9:00 a.m., Jeffrey Ellion, a squirrel hunter, was traveling through the Talladega National Forest south of Tuscaloosa County. He came upon a horrifying scene as he got closer to a thicket of trees close to South Sandy Road. A woman's naked, disfigured, and headless body was bound with barbed wire to a tree. She lay with her head about 14 feet away from the tree. After a distraught Jeffrey called the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office in a panic, deputies showed up on the scene shortly after. Investigators were taken aback by how violent the crime was. The woman's body was so severely decomposed and looked to have been severely beaten that the authorities realized it would be challenging to identify the victim. The body was brought to the Tuscaloosa County Medical Examiner's office along with the severed head. In an attempt to explain the grisly incident, investigators searched the area. Investigators ruled out the idea that the scene was a cult sacrifice ritual because there were no altars or other markers to indicate the location. The crime scene was searched, but no clues were found. There were no obvious drag marks or tire impressions. Neither identification papers nor personal items were found in the vicinity of the body. Due to a dearth of evidence, investigators had to entertain a different theory. The victim had been attacked elsewhere and then brought to the forest to be executed. The complete absence of forensic evidence baffled investigators, but two unexpected leads surfaced back at the sheriff's office. Despite no evidence being found at the crime scene, investigators learned of a missing persons report for Samantha Payne, a 29-year-old local woman. That same day, Suzanne Payne, her mother, stated that she had not seen her daughter since Friday, October 30th, 2015. Although Samantha's photo could not be matched to the decomposed remains from the crime scene, there was a good chance that the victim was the missing woman. If the coroner's report could confirm that Samantha Payne was their victim, then the police would have to rely on it. Dr. Stephen Dutton conducted the victim's autopsy. He found it difficult to pinpoint the victim's identity and the precise cause of death. This was caused by the victim's severe injuries and mistreatment in addition to the decomposed state of the remains. This included for broken ribs and multiple lacerations on the skin caused by a sharp object. Her teeth had been extracted, along with her finger and toenails. The most perplexing finding, though, was the absence of her internal organs. Dutton was unable to establish whether the victim's organs were harvested by a murderer or scavenged by untamed animals, but it was clear that this was a homicide based on the manner the body had been tied to a tree and dismembered. DNA was taken from the body by the coroner and sent to be tested on Samantha's relatives. A sheriff's deputy from nearby Hale County called in to report an intriguing piece of information while Tuscaloosa County investigators awaited a positive identification. Concerned neighbors close to the Talladega National Forest had reported an odd car that had been abandoned along South Sandy Road approximately 10 days prior. The deputy discovered a couple strolling by the side of the road and stopped to talk with them after going to look into the matter. The deputy reported to the police that the two individuals had given their names as Stephen George, 27, and Chili Bruce, 18. The deputy saw that their clothes were stained with blood, despite their claims that they had run out of gas and had to leave their car and walk home. After searching the two, he discovered that they were carrying crystal. The deputy informed the investigators that Chali and Stephen had been taken into custody at the Hale County Jail on charges of drug possession. Stephen and Chili were visited by detectives from the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office at the Hale County Jail early on November 10, 2010. They both acknowledged that Samantha Payne was a friend of theirs when asked if they knew her. When investigators questioned Stephen and Chili about any information they had regarding the remains found in the forest, they unexpectedly confessed that the body found there was Samantha's. Furthermore, they acknowledged their involvement in the events that preceded her demise. They insisted, though, that they had nothing to do with her death. Rather, they accused Michael David Belcher, a 31-year-old friend of theirs. Investigators were told by Chili that Michael and Samantha were friends after their previous relationship ended. After Samantha threatened to report Michael to the police for stealing her car, Michael made the decision to kill her on Sunday, November 1, 2015. In addition, Chili gave investigators important information when she revealed that Michael was the rightful owner of the car she and Stephen had abandoned close to Talladega National Forest. She said that there was evidence in the car linking him to the murder. Investigators had a starting point with Chili's statement, but her cryptic answer suggested there was more to the story than what she had revealed. Stephen and Chili were taken to the Tuscaloosa Sheriff's County Jail by investigators, where they were charged with capital murder and detained without bond while awaiting additional questioning. The Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office also received Michael's car, which had been impounded in Hale County. Investigators discovered that their suspects were telling the truth after entering the vehicle registration number through the system. It is true that Michael Belcher owned the car. The investigators got ready for a challenging assignment as well. They had to break the news to Samantha's family that their lovely daughter had died horribly. On October 30, 1986, Samantha Christine Payne was born in Dallas County, Alabama. She was raised in a loving family consisting of her sister Katrina, two brothers, Stephen and Jonathan Payne, and her parents Roy and Suzanne Payne. Samantha's family said she was understanding and forgiving. She had put a lot of effort into her part-time jobs to pay for her college education. She had a reputation for cherishing her friends and giving thoughtful gifts. But Samantha had joined the wrong crowd in her mid-20s and began dabbling with crystal. Samantha's parents had made a concerted effort to assist her in breaking the habit, but she was unable to separate herself from her questionable new group of friends. The distraught parents were questioned by investigators regarding the last day they had seen her alive. Samantha's mother, Suzanne, stated that on October 30, 2015, she had gone to a Halloween party. On that day, Samantha turned 29. She wanted to dress like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, but she was afraid her friends would make fun of her. Since it was her birthday, Suzanne had consoled her daughter and told her to go enjoy herself. Samantha's parents never thought it would be the last time they would see their daughter as a beaming Samantha left the house. A warrant was issued for Michael Belcher's arrest based on the information that Chili and Stephen provided. Michael was brought in for questioning at the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office on November 11, 2015, but he was uncooperative right away. Even though he denied knowing Samantha's whereabouts and steadfastly refused to acknowledge his role in the murder, the investigators' investigation was not yet at a standstill. Given that Stephen and Chili had already admitted to seeing Michael kill Samantha, investigators attempted a different approach. They made a plea agreement with Stephen and Chili, offering them a lighter sentence in court in exchange for their testimony against Michael. They both nodded, and the harrowing account of what transpired before Samantha's murder started. Stephen and Chili claimed that they had continued their drug-fueled party with Michael and Samantha on Halloween night well into the next day, well past midnight. Two additional friends, Alyssa Watson, 22, and Marcus George, 34, joined them. All six of them were smoking meth on the evening of November 1, 2015, at Michael's father's motorcycle repair shop. Michael was regarded as their ringleader by the group who frequently congregated at the store. Stephen proposed to the group that they take Samantha's car when she went to use the restroom. After removing the keys from Samantha's purse, Stephen and the other three men drove off with the vehicle. Samantha did not seem to care about the men's absence when she got back, and she did not even realize her car was missing. The men eventually made their way back and resumed smoking meth. Stephen revealed to Chili and Alyssa that they had taken Samantha's car's battery and catalytic converter before setting it on fire. Samantha did not realize her car was gone until much later, right before they were going to leave. She asked her friend about it, but everyone laughed at her car. Samantha finally threatened to call the police on them as she grew angrier and more impatient. According to Chili, this was the point at which everything began to go wrong. Michael was aware that they would not be able to get Samantha's burned car back, and that if Samantha reported the incident to the police, they would face charges for both meth possession and vehicle theft. Michael then seized Samantha and threw her to the ground. After he repeatedly punched and kicked her until her face was covered in blood, the group loaded her into Michael's car trunk and drove around for hours while Samantha sobbed. However, her night of agony was far from over. After some time, the group reached Michael's residence. Michael gave Samantha the order to undress before they entered. Samantha's humiliation at having to enter the house nude in front of her friends was intolerable. Samantha's feet and wrists were restrained inside the home with a belt, shoelaces, and cable. Again, for hours on end, she was beaten by the group. Samantha's survival was not an option, in Chili's own words. Once more, they placed Samantha in Michael's vehicle's trunk and proceeded to the Talladega National Forest, the site of the ultimate act of this horrifying brutality. While being driven, Samantha had hurt herself trying to get out of the trunk, but the 5 suspects forced her back in and struck her with sticks until she stopped talking. When they arrived at the forest, they pulled her over to the tree. With the last of her strength, Samantha tried to scratch Michael's face to get away, but they caught her, hit her again, and used barbed wire to tie her to the tree. Samantha had begged them to stop during this terrible ordeal, Chili recalled, and she had promised to forgive them and never tell anyone if they let her go. However, her cruel captors disregarded her cries. Samantha had scratched Michael, so Alyssa and Chili made the decision to use a knife to remove her fingernails and toenails in order to destroy any DNA evidence that might have been gathered under her nails. The woman even took it a step further and used pliers to extract a few of her teeth. Samantha kept telling them she loved and forgives them throughout the entire scenario. After that, the group watched as Michael began to cut Samantha in various places on her body. Samantha eventually ran out of strength after being tortured for hours. At that moment, Michael stabbed Samantha in the neck, severing her throat. The graphic details that Chili and Stephen had provided, as well as the hours of suffering Samantha had gone through, unsettled the investigators. Investigators executed search warrants for Michael's vehicle and residence in an effort to bring her justice. They discovered an automobile battery in Michael's home, exactly as Chili and Stephen had said. They discovered blood-stained women's clothing in Michael's car. DNA testing using samples from Samantha's parents revealed that Samantha's body was the one discovered in the forest. Samantha's blood was also consistent with the blood on Chili and Stephen's clothing, as well as the women's clothes from Michael's car. Alyssa and Marcus, the other 2 suspects, were also taken into custody on November 13, 2015. Their statements were consistent with those given by Chili and Stephen. Marcus and Alyssa were placed under bond for $60,000 after being accused of first-degree kidnapping. As Stephen had informed investigators, Samantha's burned-out car was discovered beneath the Harrisburg Bridge in Bibb County, Alabama, equipped with the tangible proof and the admissions from all 4 suspects in Samantha's homicide. Detectives questioned Michael once more. He persisted in denying any involvement, but it soon became evident that there was sufficient evidence for the authorities to imprison him for murder. Then, when Michael allegedly called his mother to ask for advice, she reportedly advised him to be truthful. While he was incarcerated, Michael asked her to take care of his cat. Following his arrest, Michael was accused of capital murder. He was remanded without bond in detention. Investigators and prosecutors were forced to rely on the eyewitness accounts of the 4 other suspects prior to the case going to trial. Stephen and Chili had already consented to testify against Michael as important eyewitnesses and enter a guilty plea in exchange for a shorter sentence. If given the same plea agreement as Stephen, Michael consented to enter a guilty plea to the murderer. However, The prosecution flatly rejected his request. They desired the harshest penalty Alabama could offer him. Alyssa and Marcus declined the plea offers made by the prosecution, insisting instead on maintaining their innocence. Both were released from jail after paying their bonds. Judge Jim Quinn determined on December 22, 2015, that there was sufficient evidence to hold Michael Belcher, Chili Bruce, and Stephen George in custody while their cases were presented to a grand jury. The judge declared that a grand jury would hear the cases of Marcus George and Alyssa Watson during the same hearing. 18-year-old Chili Bruce entered a guilty plea to the charge of murder on January 15, 2016. She was given a 20-year prison sentence, but as a condition of the plea agreement, she would be eligible for parole in 5 years. She was also mandated to take part in the drug rehabilitation program at the Alabama Therapeutic Education Facility. Alyssa Watson and Marcus George were the first two to go on trial in November 2018. After rejecting the prosecution's plea deals, they both pleaded not guilty and claimed to have left the forest before Samantha's murder, but their gamble failed. Alyssa and Marcus had been involved in the entire situation, according to Chili's testimony. As proof that Alyssa and Marcus had been at the murder scene, the prosecution presented cell phone location data. Alyssa and Marcus were found guilty by the jury of first-degree kidnapping and felony murder. They were all given 30-year prison terms on December 17, 2018 for each of the charges. Later, the Alabama Court of Appeals maintained the 30-year sentence for murder, but overturned the first-degree kidnapping conviction. Alyssa was about to give birth to a boy, and Marcus was a young father whose family needed him, so their families begged for forgiveness. While Marcus apologized to Samantha's family and expressed regret for his poor decisions, Alyssa chose not to speak during the trial. But in her address to the jury, Samantha's mother, Suzanne Payne, called Alyssa and Marcus two of the most callous and evil non-human creatures that had ever walked the earth, and expressed her hope that they would always be haunted by Samantha's voice, pleading for mercy. Currently serving their sentences, Alyssa and Marcus are expected to be freed in 2048. With great anticipation, the trials for Michael Belcher, Stephen George, and Chili Bruce started in March 2019. Weeks after her arrest, Chili entered a guilty plea, and the jury upheld her 20-year sentence with 5 years of parole eligibility. A few days into the trial, Stephen, like Chili, entered a plea agreement and admitted to killing Samantha. He described in detail how Michael killed Samantha, and his indignant corroborated Chili's. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that he had been heavily involved in Samantha's demise. It was Stephen who proposed car theft and initiated the entire criminal activity. Therefore, the jury found Stephen guilty and gave him a life sentence in prison, even though they had promised him a reduced sentence. Thanks to the plea agreement, he barely avoided the death penalty. Michael Belcher was next in line. The prosecution made their case and portrayed Michael as the gang's ringleader. The prosecution claimed that Michael had already planned to kill Samantha after the three men stole her car based on the testimony of Chili and Stephen. His drug-induced rage had driven him to kill the young woman so violently out of fear of being discovered. Michael was given a death by lethal injection sentence on April 3, 2019 by Judge Brad Almond following the jury's recommendation. At the sentencing hearing, Michael expressed his sincere apologies for Samantha's ordeal, saying that words could never fully capture his sorrow and grief. But Suzanne, Samantha's mother, did not think Michael could really feel regret for what he had done. The age of 26, Chili will be released on probation in late 2023. Michael is incarcerated at home in prison on death row, and Stephen is still there for life. The sorrow of Samantha's passing will always be with her family. After Michael Belcher's trial and sentencing, Suzanne Payne talked to the media about her life without Samantha. She cried as she recalled how unique her daughter was. She was always able to find the good in everything and was quick to smile. It has been said by Samantha's parents that losing their daughter was like having no sun in the summer and no cold in the winter. Since that was also the last time they ever saw their daughter alive, they still mourn her loss every Halloween when it is her birthday. To ensure that Samantha's legacy endures, Suzanne has devoted her life to sharing her story. The risks of putting our trust in individuals who might not be acting in our best interests are brought to light by our case today. Samantha was the kind of person who did not see the negative aspects of people, which made her an easy target, according to what friends and family have said about her. Ultimately, her assassins used her innocence and good nature as leverage to take her life. On the evening of December 23, 1998, a distress call was made to 911 in San Diego, prompting firefighters to rush to La Jolla Scenic Drive. The scene they encountered was nothing short of shocking: a car completely consumed by flames. As the smoke dissipated, a horrifying sight came into view: the charred remains of an individual in the passenger seat. The vehicle, which had Kansas license plates, was registered to a man named David Stevens, a 38-year-old resident of Pacific Beach, San Diego. This grim discovery marked the commencement of a perplexing case. The question arises: who exactly was David Stevens, and what events led to this tragic occurrence along one of San Diego's most picturesque routes? San Diego, California, renowned for its breathtaking beaches, parks, and year-round Mediterranean climate, is also notable for its strong ties to the United States Navy, as well as its prominence in the fields of healthcare and biotechnology. With a population exceeding 1.3 million residents, it stands as the 8th most populous city in the United States and the 2nd most populous in California. San Diego's rich history dating back to its establishment in 1769 and its diverse population contribute to a distinctive way of life that harmonizes recreational opportunities with a profound appreciation for its past. However, like any major city, San Diego faces its share of challenges, including crime. It is within this context that the cold case of David Allen Stevens, which had remained unsolved for years, was finally resolved in 2023. David Allen Stevens, born on October 23, 1960, in Osmond, Pierce County, Nebraska, led a life that remains somewhat shrouded in mystery, even after his untimely demise. While information about his father, Gerald Lloyd Stevens, is available, details regarding his mother and early years are scarce. Nevertheless, what is known paints a portrait of a man who held a significant position in the corporate world. He served as a marketing manager at Perfect Match, a dating service, a role that likely granted him unique insights into the intricacies of personal relationships. The irony of this is not lost, considering the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his own personal life and tragic end. On December 23, 1998, in San Diego, a sudden explosion disrupted the tranquility of an otherwise ordinary day. The loud boom, reminiscent of a gas explosion, prompted an immediate response from the San Diego Fire Department. Racing to La Jolla's Scenic Drive, firefighters were met with a vehicle engulfed in flames. As they battled the blaze, a journalist captured the intense scene, documenting the extinguishing of the fire. However, as the smoke cleared, a chilling discovery emerged. The charred remains of a human body were visible in the passenger seat, marking the beginning of a complex investigation. Further investigation revealed that the car's license plates were registered in Kansas and belonged to a 38-year-old man named David Stevens, who resided in Pacific Beach, San Diego. The mystery deepened as homicide detectives turned their attention to Stevens' apartment, searching for any clues that could shed light on the events leading up to his death. Inside the apartment, they stumbled upon intriguing signs that suggested he was not alone on his final night. In the bedroom's wastebasket, detectives found a discarded contraceptive wrapper and a tube of KOY jelly, indicating the presence of sexual activity. Additionally, 2 glasses on the nightstand, one bearing lipstick marks, hinted at the company of a woman. Strands of long, straight black hair, likely belonging to a female, were discovered in the bathroom. The bedroom itself provided even more intriguing clues. Investigator Joseph Cristenziani, one of the homicide investigators from the San Diego Police Department, observed 2 sets of fingerprints on the mirrored headboard of Stevens' bed. The size difference between the 2 sets suggested the involvement of both a man and a woman. The positioning and number of fingerprints indicated that an intimate encounter had recently taken place in the apartment. Armed with these discoveries, detectives began to reconstruct the events of that fateful night. Their focus shifted towards collecting physical evidence, particularly the smaller set of fingerprints and the black hairs, as they pointed towards the involvement of a woman. This crucial piece of evidence indicated that the woman may have been in the company of Stevens shortly before his unfortunate demise. As the investigation into the death of David Allen Stevens progressed, the police focused their efforts on identifying the mysterious woman who could be connected to his final moments. Their search led them to a nearby establishment called Dancers, a topless bar that Stevens was known to frequent. Detective John Teff, one of the investigators from the San Diego Police Department assigned to the case, visited the club and shared Stevens' pictures with the dancers and staff. Regrettably, none of the fingerprints obtained from the dancers matched those found in his bedroom, leaving the police without any solid leads regarding the woman's identity. In an attempt to uncover new information, Detective John R. Young, another dedicated detective from the San Diego Police Department, decided to explore a different approach. He delved into Stevens' personal belongings, specifically his address book. During Young's interview with her, the woman described her relationship with Stevens as casually friendly, hoping that this new lead would yield results. Her fingerprints were compared to those found in the apartment. Once again, there was no match. For months had passed since Stevens was tragically discovered in his car, and with no new leads or matches, the case gradually grew cold. For over 2 years, the mysterious death of David Allen Stevens remained dormant in the cold case files, with no significant breakthroughs or promising leads. Then, in a stroke of strategic thinking, the San Diego homicide detectives decided to capitalize on a major event, Super Bowl 35, which took place on January 28, 2001, featuring the Baltimore Ravens and the New York Giants. With a large television audience anticipated, the detectives saw an opportunity and ran a Crime Stoppers spot during the game, displaying David Stevens' picture and appealing for public assistance. The following day marked a pivotal moment in the investigation. An anonymous female called in with potentially crucial information. The caller directed detectives towards a suspect, the same dancer who had previously asserted that she and David Stevens were merely friends. Despite the fact that her DNA and fingerprints did not match the evidence at the crime scene, detectives could not disregard this new lead. They believed it was more than a mere coincidence. Over the next 6 months, detectives tirelessly pursued the angle of the dance club, hoping to uncover solid evidence. Despite their diligent efforts, they continuously came up empty-handed, unable to definitively connect anyone to the crime. However, in November of 2001, the homicide team received another significant call. The caller was Nye Noren, a 21-year-old woman who claimed to possess vital information regarding David Stevens' murder. Noren disclosed that Stevens had been her supervisor and lover at Perfect Match. She held a crucial piece of information, the name of the man responsible for Stevens' death, Ronald Barker, who was 35 years old at the time of the murder. This revelation injected new life into the case, providing detectives with a solid lead to pursue. With this newfound information, the investigation gained momentum as detectives sought to unravel the connection between Nye Noren, Ronald Barker, and the tragic fate of David Allen Stevens. Ronald Barker, born in 1963, and Nye Noren, born in 1980, emerged as the central figures in the tragic case of David Allen Stevens. Barker's early life and family background remained largely unknown, concealed in the shadows of his later actions. On the other hand, Noren's life was marked by hardship from the very beginning. Born in a Thai refugee camp after her mother escaped the horrors in Cambodia, she arrived in the United States at the age of 5, initially settling in Florida before moving to San Diego. There, Noren's life was further tainted by domestic turmoil, as her stepfather's abusive behavior created a tense home environment. Noren worked as a telemarketer at Perfect Match, where she crossed paths with David Stevens. It was at that location where she also encountered Barker, whom she found through an online platform and entered into a passionate relationship with, despite him being a married 35-year-old man and her being only 18. While Noren's relationship with Stevens progressed from casual workplace flirting to planning their first date, her affair with Barker continued in the background. However, Noren became increasingly dissatisfied with Barker. On the same night that Stevens was killed, Noren had previously left his apartment at 3:00 a.m. when she returned home. She found Barker waiting for her in a jealous rage. In an attempt to conceal her infidelity, She falsely told Barker that her encounter with Stevens was non-consensual. Later, Norrin confessed to the police that Barker, consumed by jealousy, shot and killed Stevens before setting his car on fire. She claimed to have been present during the murder but unable to stop Barker. Norrin portrayed herself as another victim of Barker's anger, implicating him as the possessive boyfriend who carried out the murder. To support her account, Norrin agreed to a police request to call Barker and discuss the incident while the conversation was recorded. This tactic aimed to move beyond a he said, she said situation, hoping to obtain an admission or any detail that could strengthen the case. The investigation uncovered a complex and intricate plot. Barker admitted to following Stevens, pretending that Norrin's car had broken down. When Barker signaled with his lights, Norrin deceived Stevens by claiming it was her brother coming to assist. Unaware of the impending danger, Stevens allowed Barker into the back seat of his car, where Barker shot him twice in the head. Barker confessed to setting the car on fire to eliminate evidence and even displayed burns he sustained during the act. For nearly 3 years, the two kept their atrocious crime hidden, bound by their shared secrecy. However, as the case unraveled, it became evident that both Barker and Norrin were deeply entangled in a web of lies and deceit, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of David Allen Stevens. In November 2001, a significant turn of events unfolded when detectives apprehended Ronald Barker for first-degree murder. Shortly after, Norton was also arrested and faced the same charge. Barker's trial occurred in January 2003 in a San Diego courtroom, where he opted to represent himself. Despite his efforts to challenge the evidence, the jury swiftly found him guilty after just 2 hours of deliberation. Barker was sentenced to life in prison on January 27, 2003. Norrin's trial followed a similar path, resulting in her conviction for first-degree murder and a life sentence. However, Norrin's case took a different turn as she appealed her conviction based on battered woman syndrome. This appeal led to a reduced sentence of 15 years, which began in 2003. Norrin was released in 2017 after serving 14 years in prison, marking the conclusion of a complex chapter in San Diego's criminal justice system. The resolution of David Allen Stevens finally brought closure to this family, offering them a sense of finality and justice after enduring a long and challenging process. After leaving the school, an 11-year-old girl vanished from sight. This case has had numerous unexpected turns and strange facts for years, making it one of the most bizarre and mysterious in all of California. The story did not finish there, even though it took 45 years to discover the truth. We will explain what happened to Linda O'Keefe in this video, as well as the reasons why this investigation has drawn interest from millions of people worldwide. Born in Newport Beach, California, USA on May 24, 1962, Linda O'Keefe grew up in a large, close-knit family. Her mother worked as a seamstress, and her father was a machinist. Linda had 2 sisters, an older and a younger sister. Linda enjoyed drawing, playing the piano, and spending time in nature and with animals. On warm summer days, she took advantage of every opportunity to visit the beach, which was only 800 meters from her house. The girl was also a Girl Scout and went to summer school. Linda went there nearly every day in July 1973 when she was 11 years old. On July 6th, instead of her usual bicycle ride to school, she was given a ride by a piano teacher who lived a short distance away from the O'Keefe family. Linda called her mother from the school phone when classes ended, which was around 1:30 p.m. She was asking to be picked up because she did not have her bicycle with her that day. But the mother told her to walk even though it was only a little over 2 kilometers from school to home because she did not want to be distracted from her work. After speaking with her mother, Linda was not in the mood to walk. She even cried, and the school secretary considered giving her a ride home. But the woman needed to go the opposite direction, so she abandoned the idea. Linda left the school, sat outside for a while, and then headed home. Her route should have taken no more than half an hour, but the girl was clearly late. Her mother did not give it much thought at first. She assumed Linda had gone out for a walk with her friends, but as the hours went by, her concerns grew. Her mother made the decision at 6 o'clock in the evening to call all the people she knew whose kids lived close by and might have gone out with her daughter, but none of them had seen Linda that day. The family made the decision to start looking after her father got home from work. They made their way through the entire neighborhood, even the one Linda was meant to take on her way home from school. When it got dark outside and they were still unable to locate the girl, the parents decided to call the police. At that point, they believed the girl had resented her mother for not picking her up and was purposefully staying away from home. After receiving a report about a missing girl, officers started their search. Her mother stayed at home and called dozens of people who might have had a chance to see Linda, while her father and older sister ventured out in 2 cars to comb the neighborhood once more. All night long, the search went on. Using search dogs and helicopters, police combed the parks and streets, but their findings were equivocal. More police officers had been sent to join the search by morning, and local newspapers had already begun to cover the massive operation surrounding the 11-year-old girl's disappearance. 9 kilometers from Linda's house, at around 10:30 a.m., a bicyclist, her friend, and some were riding through a park. They went there in order to observe the local wildlife for the botanical circle. After dismounting, the father and the child rode toward the ditches in hopes of seeing frogs, but there was more waiting for them. The man moved closer after spotting something bright in the grass and realizing it was a human body that was half submerged in water. Upon reading in the morning paper about a girl's disappearance and the police's all-night search for her, assumed the body belonged to her right away. The man and his friends quickly exited the park, hopped in their cars, and drove to the closest payphone to report their discovery. An officer who had participated in the search for Linda was encountered by them en route. After learning their story, the policeman reported it and went in the direction of the location. It did not take long for the investigators to identify the deceased as Linda Delkeef. She was dressed in the identical clothes the girl had left for school, and her mother had made the outfit the girl was wearing. Her backpack was also lying next to her, but she did not have on any shoes and they were not discovered close to the body. After investigating the crime scene, detectives discovered tire tracks next to the body's location, but no other clues. The cause of death was determined by medical examiners to be strangulation. It was concluded that the death happened between 2 a.m. and 11 p.m. Investigators deduced that Linda had most likely been kidnapped not long after she had left school, meaning that her abductor had likely held her captive for roughly 12 hours. In addition to being abused, the victim's body had DNA traces discovered by experts. Since DNA and analysis had not yet been done in those years, they were given to the laboratory for safekeeping. After failing to find any solid leads, the investigators started searching for witnesses. Interviews were conducted with all of Linda's friends, school staff, and the people who lived on the streets where the girl was meant to walk home. It soon produced results. The girl's friends saw her on her way home from school and noticed something off. Linda was walking down the road when a turquoise van approached her, slowed down, and continued to drive alongside the girl. But her friend did not see anything else because Linda in the van vanished from her field of vision. Almost instantly, police were able to locate 2 additional witnesses. The 19-year-old girl and her mother were driving the car about 100 yards from Lynn to school when they noticed the girl speaking with the driver of the turquoise van that had stopped next to her. At approximately 1:15 p.m., the witnesses, who were familiar with the O'Keefe family from their neighborhood, were shocked to see Lynn chatting with an adult male on the street and decided to observe what was happening. Linda was standing directly in front of the van with its passenger door open. The girl entered the car at some point while she was reportedly conversing with the driver. The witnesses chose not to pay much attention to the van as it drove off shortly after. Since they were positive the girl would never get into a car with a stranger, they assumed Linda had been picked up by a relative or acquaintance. Investigators were able to get a rough description of the driver after questioning the girl and her mother. He was a white man, about 24 or 30 years old, with an elongated face and blonde, curly hair. Regretfully, the women were unable to recall the car's manufacturer or even the license plate number. Nevertheless, the 2 women's story was the only strong lead in the case. So based on what these witnesses had to say, investigators assembled an APB on the suspect and his vehicle. They were dispersed throughout California, but to no avail. The investigator had a few more conversations with the woman in the hopes that she would remember some more information. They even accepted an offer to undergo a hypnosis session at one point. It was only partially successful. The witnesses could remember a few more details about the suspect's vehicle, but they were all too little to lead to the murderer's location. The police soon located a second witness. Around 10:30 p.m., a neighbor who lived close to the scene of Linda's death heard a woman screaming. At first, she thought she heard someone yell, "Stop hurting me," but the voice ended suddenly. The witness might have heard it because the girl passed away at the same time. Later that morning, the detectives got another intriguing tip. This one concerned Linda's body. It was in that park that the artist was working on his painting. He started to watch what was happening and realized that something serious had happened when he noticed dozens of police cars. He once saw something that seemed strange to him. There was a young man in the park, observing from the bushes next to the police. The artist chose to ask him what was going on because he was standing fairly close to him. The young man said the police had located the girl's body and he looked very concerned. Aside from that, neither the man nor the artist could see any details because they were sufficiently far from the scene of the body's discovery. How the man knew that they were looking at the body of a girl was a reasonable question for the detectives to ask. The man was characterized by the artist as a thin, white man with sideburns and blonde hair who was between the ages of 18 and 24. He stood at 180 centimeters tall. When the two witnesses described the van driver's appearance to the police, this description came pretty close. Investigators came to the conclusion that this man was the murderer as a result that he had decided to observe the police that morning. Finding the killer in the large city proved to be quite difficult, despite the police possessing a fairly detailed description of his appearance. But then something unexpected occurred 2 days later. They were approached by 18-year-old Peter Wooden, who admitted to the killing. The young man went to the same school as Cindy, the victim's elder sister, and lived close to the O'Keefe family. The town's residents were shocked when the news quickly spread throughout it. Police questioned the boy for 7 hours and searched his parents' house, not anticipating such unexpected developments. Following that, he was formally accused of murder. After 3 days, everyone was in for another shocking turn of events. Peter was declared free by the investigators after being exonerated of all charges. They claimed that the young man's confession contained far too many falsehoods and that the only times his story lined up with information that was published in the media were by coincidence. If not, he purposefully provided the investigators with false testimony that went against the actual evidence. Finally, the two witnesses who had seen Linda with the driver of the van were positive it was not Peter. Since they both lived close to the young man, the women knew him well and could recognize him right away. Consequently, the police deduced that the young man was merely attempting to make a name for himself by admitting to the crime of someone else. The man may have suffered from mental health issues, but he was unrelated to the murder. The investigators were left without a single good lead after that. They continued searching the entire town for the van and its driver, even enlisting the help of Linda's classmates. Children searched for that same turquoise van on their bikes while riding through the streets, despite police protests, but they were unable to locate it. Police interviewed 175 people during the first month of the investigation, searched every inch of the route from the school to the home, and requested assistance from the general public. They chose to make public a crude drawing of the van's driver a few weeks later, but that move also failed to produce any results. Detectives were not sure whether to pursue this at first because they thought the man would leave town, but as time went on, they needed to employ more and more resources in order to crack the case. The police had a new lead after 2 months. In the same neighborhood, there had been abuse of another girl. After dragging her into his van and taking her to a desolate location, an unidentified man released her. Despite discrepancies, investigators surmised right away that Linda's killer might have been responsible for the murder. The attacker's description of his appearance did not correspond with the information supplied by the witnesses in Linda's case, and he drove a white van. The detective soon had a lead on the suspect. The truck driver, who was 32 years old, was found to be guilty. Investigators came to the conclusion that this man had nothing to do with Linda's murder. Because witnesses claimed he did not resemble the man Linda was speaking to at all. Although investigators have continued to work on the case over the years, no noteworthy evidence has turned up since then. Authorities sent DNA samples from Linda's body to a lab in 2001, 28 years after the murder, in the hopes of obtaining a profile of the killer's DNA. However, the man was not included in the FBI database. This suggested that either it happened before they began collecting DNA from offenders or the murderer had not been charged in any prior criminal cases. Experts attempted, but were unsuccessful, to locate his next of kin in that database a few years later. However, the tools available for DNA analysis were far from what they are today, making it nearly impossible to do something similar in those years. Around the middle of 2010, there was a breakthrough in the field of forensics, which gave the police new tools for locating suspects. Not to be left behind, investigators in Linda's case also turned to a private lab known as Parabon in 2018. They sent detectives a picture of a man created using Linda's murderer's DNA. DNA phenotyping is an innovative technology that enables you to identify various physical characteristics of an individual based only on a small sample of their DNA. Experts assembled two portraits at the same time, implying the perpetrator's possible ages of 20 or 60. This portrait was surprisingly accurate to the testimonies of witnesses who had 45 years earlier seen the suspect alive. Investigators in Lindis did something no one had ever done before. In most cases, they would contact people who may have known the man and published portraits of him in the media to garner public attention. Exactly 45 years after the murder, on July 6, 2018, they shared a string of messages on Twitter on behalf of the victim. The final day of Linda's life was detailed in the sequence of 68 messages. The way the investigators presented this data made it seem as though she was telling the public directly what had happened to her on July 6, 1973. The story started in the morning with Linda narrating her day at school, her anger toward her mother for not picking her up in the car, and the girls' walk home. Detectives have meticulously chosen every detail from these messages to create the most accurate picture of the day. The last tweet in the series informs followers that there has been no progress in finding her killer. In response, the police have released a picture of the offender on the girl's behalf. 45 years later, I am able to talk again, and I have to tell you something important. The killer's face, which was found through the use of his DNA, is a new lead in my case. This technology did not exist in 1973, but it can now change everything. This strategy attracted a great deal of attention to Linda's case right away, all over the world. Police had previously posted details about past unresolved cases on social media, but a victim's account was unique. The murderer's own portrait served no purpose. The investigators needed to get as much attention as they could for these photos because if someone identified the subject and informed the police, it would only aid in the case's resolution. They did a fantastic job at that. Over 7 million people saw this series of tweets in total. Detectives spent several months investigating the numerous tips and potential identities of the perpetrator that the police received, but they were never able to identify a credible suspect. They were not going to give up in the face of this, especially since Linda's case had attracted millions of attention. Once more, the investigators turned to Parabon, this time requesting that they attempt to use the killer's DNA to identify his relatives. While comparable efforts by forensic scientists have been made in the early 2000s, the required instruments were non-existent at the time. After nearly 20 years, things have changed. Investigators were able to identify the culprit thanks to the Parabon expert search for relatives of the DNA's owner. The search for Linda's murderers started in August 2018, and it took investigators nearly 6 months to find any leads. They located the killer's third cousin by using private DNA databases. That essentially meant that detectives were one step closer to cracking the case. All they needed to do was look up the man's family tree and identify a suspect, but the Parabon experts did not stop looking until they made an unexpected finding. In one of the private databases, they discovered the murderer's personal DNA. He had willingly submitted his sample to a database where they could look up long-lost or distant ancestors. Later on, it was discovered that the man had received the unique genetic kit required to access the database from a member of his family. Police finally knew the identity of the murderer, James Allen Neal, 45 years later. Detectives visited the 72-year-old man who was living in a different state in January 2019. A private database would not have the credibility the court required, so they had to obtain a sample of the suspect's DNA before they could make an arrest. Police installed surveillance on Neil's property on January 29th and made arrangements with a garbage company to receive anything the suspect threw out. Following the acquisition of multiple items from which specialists could extract the DNA sample, detectives dispatched them to the laboratory and stayed in close observation of James over the following 3 days. Sadly, forensics was unable to obtain a sample of the man's DNA, so the investigators had to look elsewhere for evidence. They soon got the chance. The police promptly gathered the evidence after observing the suspect smoking while seated in his car in the parking lot. He then threw the butt of his cigarette on the sidewalk before driving off. This time, scientists were able to take a DNA sample, and it precisely matched the murderer's DNA that was discovered on Linda's body. This implied that the culprit for whom they had been looking for nearly 50 years was James Needle. A few days later, detectives called a press conference to finally announce the suspect James Neal's arrest. James Neal was born in Chicago in 1946, and his family later relocated to California. His aggressive behavior was a result of his parents' frequent beatings, humiliations, and acts of violence against him. He started committing small-time crimes as a teenager at a young age, such as breaking into people's homes. Following that, he left school and made an effort to find employment, but he never stayed put for longer than a few months at a time. The man turned out to have a lengthy criminal past. He was arrested over a dozen times for theft, car theft, and robbery, among other offenses. Almost each time, he was released with little punishment and returned to his previous ways. James got married for the first time at the age of 25, and the two made their home in the Los Angeles suburbs. 2 years after they moved in, he killed Linda, and their house was a half-hour's drive from the city where she lived. The perpetrator was on probation for less serious crimes in another state at the time, and James' wife was expecting. Following that, he received numerous citations for theft and forging bank checks. He also briefly served time in jail for breaking the terms of his probation. James was apprehended by the authorities 3 more times for moving infractions after being released from prison. He divorced his first wife, with whom they had 2 daughters. He lived in different states for a while, but then returned to Colorado and married another woman in 1997. She had a child from her first marriage, and soon she and James had a daughter. Detectives who looked into the man's background discovered that although he may have been involved in numerous cases of child abuse, he was never prosecuted for his crimes. Neil approached 2 girls in his car and abducted them in 1995 and 2004. After mistreating them, he let them go. James remained free because he was never found guilty in either case. He was later suspected by police of at least 5 other similar incidents involving the kidnapping of girls from the street by an unidentified man in a car. A girl who attended James' church in 2010 lodged a complaint against him. She acknowledged that she had been molested for months by the man, who was 63 years old at the time. Neil admitted after all the victims reported multiple instances that were similar, all that followed was an inexplicable event. In some way, the victim withdrew her accusations, the case was quietly dropped, and the man avoided punishment. James went back to living his life as usual, staying out of the police's notice for the following 9 years until his arrest for Linda's murder. When asked if he had ever kidnapped the girls, the man denied any involvement. He claimed to have never seen Linda when shown a picture of her, saying that she reminded him of one of his daughters. In any case, the court ought to have found the suspect guilty because it was evident that his DNA was on the victim's body. Still, detectives made every effort to gather as much information as they could. They searched for evidence that James owned the turquoise van, but they were unable to locate any. But this was clarified very quickly. He worked in an apartment building and had access to the service van at the time of Linda's murder. Investigators discovered multiple hard drives containing the listed materials when searching his house. On his smartphone, there were also comparable images and videos. On his computer, there was also something intriguing. It transpired that James had researched the past of violent offenders apprehended via DNA testing. It seems that he was fully aware that the police could use DNA to connect him to a number of crimes. For the detectives, there was still another unexpected finding. James had Linda's name tattooed on his wrist following his examination prior to being placed in a cell. Investigators believed that he had done so as a memento of his victim. But as it happened, it was strange coincidence. The tattoo was obtained by James a long time prior to the murder, and the police verified this. The trial was scheduled to begin in February 2020, a year after the arrest of the pandemic caused it to be postponed. Although James persisted in claiming his innocence, investigators were convinced that he was the one who killed Linda. But a trial was never held in this case. James was hospitalized in May and passed away from lung cancer 2 days later. Prior to his arrest, he was unaware of this illness, and by the time it was discovered, it was too late to start treatment. And so, the 50-year-old case was finally closed. Investigators planned to continue looking into the possibility that James may have had numerous other victims. Linda's parents died before the culprit was apprehended by the authorities. Her mother, who declined to pick up the girl from school, blamed herself for everything that had happened to her during her life. Linda's sisters expressed their gratitude to the investigators for their perseverance and determination in solving the case. Their parents' passing before this day was the only thing they regretted. On the eve of Christmas in 2014, as the world hummed with festive cheer, Samina Imam, a 34-year-old marketing manager for Costco in Cardiff, South Wales, was preparing for the holiday season. She also had plans to visit her family in Essex the day after Christmas. But on Christmas Eve, Samina was all excited for a special date. Before heading for her date, Samina decided to make a quick stop at Costco to pick up a bottle of wine. Little did she know, this was the last time that anyone would see her. As Christmas passed, and Samina didn't return home to visit her family, her absence became a cause for concern. Her friends and family frantically tried reaching out to her, their hearts pounding with a growing sense of dread. Hours turned into days, but there was no sign of Samina. Where did she go? What could be the reason for her sudden disappearance? Cardiff, located in South Wales on the southeastern coast of the country, is the capital of Wales. Cardiff transforms into a winter wonderland during Christmas. The city is adorned with twinkling lights, charming Christmas markets pop up, and festive activities abound. For history buffs, Cardiff Castle stands tall, painting pictures of knights and ancient nobility within its walls. Wandering through Cardiff Market is a feast for the senses, with scents of freshly baked bread and spices filling the air, drawing you into a world of local flavors and crafts. Yet Cardiff isn't just about its history or market. It's alive with laughter, chats in the streets, and the genuine Welsh hospitality that fills its pubs and restaurants. From museums to the Wales Millennium Centre, Cardiff offers diverse experiences for everyone. But back on Christmas 2014, though the city gleamed under the warm glow of a million lights, unsettling shadows lurked beneath the surface. Samina Imam's life began in 1980 in the UK, nurtured by her loving father, Imam Dean, and a mother whose name remains cherished within the family. Her Pakistani heritage was a vibrant thread that wove through her life, enriching her with traditions and values. Samina's youth blossomed within the walls of Loxford High School in 1998, where she emerged as a bright and ambitious young woman. As a 34-year-old, Samina found herself in Coventry, where she took on the role of marketing manager at Costco. While details of her personal life are scarce, her presence was deeply valued, bringing joy to her family and colleagues. In 2014, amidst the bustling aisles of Costco, Samina's path crossed with 41-year-old Roger Cooper, a warehouse manager whose 2 decades of experience in logistics had kept him rooted in the same store. Their encounter marked the beginning of a new chapter in Samina's life, one filled with the promise of fresh beginnings. Everything seemed to be falling into place for Samina. Her days were filled with ease and contentment. However, on the eve of Christmas in 2014, an unforeseen event shattered her. As Samina eagerly awaited her date with Roger on Christmas Eve, she had also made special arrangements to visit her family. In particular, she planned to spend time with her ailing mother after the holiday festivities. On the eve of Christmas 2014, Roger pledged to spend the holidays with Samina, leading her to book a lavish two-night stay at the Malmaison Hotel in Birmingham. With £500 paid, she carefully arranged for meals to be served in their room, setting the stage for what was supposed to be a romantic Christmas celebration. As the clock struck 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Samina concluded her shift at the store. Little did she know that the journey ahead would deviate from the plans she had envisioned. After a brief stop at a liquor store to get a bottle of champagne, she began on her fateful drive toward the Malmaison Hotel. On her way there, she had a final conversation with her sister, during which she inquired about their mother's health. Samina assured her sister that she would be arriving at their parents' home on Boxing Day, December 26, 2014, eager to partake in the family's celebrations in Essex. This conversation underscored Samina's commitment to her family and her eagerness to be with them during the festive season. However, her unexplained disappearance following this conversation left her family deeply concerned. What was more concerning was the fact that Samina even texted her friends wishing them a Merry Christmas, but then suddenly ceased to reply. The abrupt halt in communication, coupled with Samina's failure to fulfill her planned visit, added to the distress surrounding her disappearance. This led to the police being alerted by Samina's family on December 26, 2014. The investigative saga commenced swiftly, and authorities were trying to do everything to get to the bottom of this crime. Media outlets, both local and social, rallied the community, amplifying the search efforts to locate her. A missing persons report was filed, prompting authorities to step in and join the search. The police talked to Samina's co-workers at the Costco in Coventry, who provided a crucial detail. One retail worker informed police that he last saw her departing the store around 4 p.m. on December 24th. It was the last time she was ever seen alive. Surveillance footage provided glimpses into Samina's last known movements, leaving her workplace, purchasing champagne, and departing in her car. Despite these visual clues, her precise location remained elusive. The West Midlands Police Department turned to cell tower data, using it to approximate Samina's whereabouts. On December 30th, 2014, investigators traced Samina's movements to Leicester, precisely to the residence of David Cooper, Roger's brother, on Christmas Eve at 5 p.m. At the same time, Roger's phone records showed that he was also in the area. It seemed unlikely that it was a coincidence they were both there at the exact same time, raising questions about why they were there together. As the investigation got more complicated, they wanted to know who Samina was going to meet on Christmas Eve. Their attention zeroed in on Roger Cooper, the person she was supposed to spend the evening and the next night with. Roger Cooper was brought in for questioning on January 1st, 2015. Now, he was the main person the investigators were looking at closely. While they were questioning Roger for details, a new piece of information emerged. Remember how Samina's last mobile signal led to David Cooper's location? Investigators considered interviewing David Cooper at the same time. While probing David Cooper's possible involvement, the investigators couldn't ignore a nagging question. If Samina and Roger had already booked hotel rooms, why were they at David's house? This added layer of mystery intensified the suspicions surrounding the case. Before diving deeper into the story, understanding the Cooper brothers becomes important. Their lives and connections might be essential in understanding the mystery surrounding Samina's case. Let's start with Samina's Christmas Eve date, Roger Cooper. He was born in Leicester around 1973 and excelled as a manager at the Birmingham Costco warehouse. He was admired for his leadership. However, beyond this public role, Roger led a secretive life, known only to a few, juggling multiple affairs, including one with Samina Imam and another unnamed Costco employee. He maintained a long-term relationship with his partner, Mira Chavda. Shockingly, Samina was unaware of his long-term commitment. This hidden reality exposed a more complicated and problematic side to Roger than anyone had realized. Roger's carefully constructed facade began to crumble when Samina discovered the shocking truth. Learning through a coworker about Roger's other relationships shattered her trust as it revealed a web of deceit and hidden liaisons. Now, turning our attention to Roger's brother, 39-year-old David Cooper, he added a surprising twist to the unfolding mystery. David, a former soldier, managed a cafe and worked as a doorman. Intriguingly, Samina's last cell phone signal led investigators to David's address in Leicester. The bond between Roger and David extended beyond family. They shared a close-knit relationship. The brothers shared a mutual love for Star Wars, often using cryptic phrases from the movies to communicate with each other, either referring to the lore of the movies or events from their daily lives. That being said, it's here that the real puzzle surfaces. Did David share any connection with her? These questions loomed large over the investigation, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the ties between Samina, Roger, and now his brother David. Let's look at the dynamics of Samina Imam and Roger Cooper's relationship. Was it genuine, or was Roger merely using her? At first glance, Roger and Samina appeared to be just another couple sharing laughter, secrets, and what seemed like genuine affection. Their connection was filled with playful banter and affectionate moments, a facade hiding the grim reality beneath the surface. Little did Samina know that she was just another woman in Roger's life. Despite his long-term commitment to his partner Mira, Roger found comfort in clandestine moments with Samina. At least that's what Samina was made to believe. Initially, she didn't know that he was having a third relationship with another woman in the same store. Their relationship was shrouded in secrecy due to strict company policies against workplace relationships. Yet, their bond grew stronger, blurring the lines between right and wrong, until Samina found herself hopelessly entangled. She saw a future with Roger, a peaceful life together, but there was a catch. He was already entangled in multiple relationships. Despite the red flags, Samina clung to the hope that Roger would leave his family. For her, as their relationship deepened, Samina's desperation for a settled life intensified. She confronted Roger, issuing an ultimatum towards the end of 2014, divorce his wife or lose her forever. The facade of their perfect relationship shattered when Samina discovered Roger's infidelity, another lover hidden in the shadows of their workplace. Enraged and betrayed, she threatened to expose their affair to his wife and their employer. Roger, adept at manipulation, managed to soothe Samina's anger, convincing her of his loyalty and promising to file for divorce after the holidays. He also said they'd go away on Christmas Eve for 2 nights. It was at the very beginning of this ill-fated trip that Samina disappeared. Now diving into the investigation, the police had their sights set firmly on Roger Cooper and were also wondering about the involvement of his brother David. On January 4th, 2015, Samina's car was found in Luton, about 65 miles away from Coventry. Her handbags, suitcases, and items she brought were missing. The lack of fingerprints made investigators suspicious, but there was another interesting detail. The driver's seat was adjusted for someone taller than Samina, possibly over 6 feet. This suggested that someone else used the car after her shopping trip. Additional evidence that the police found that pointed their suspicions towards the brothers involved multiple automatic number plate recognition hits, tracking their vehicles between Coventry and Leicester. A Bellini bottle purchased by Miss Imam on Christmas Eve in Coventry was discovered in David's home fridge, while Roger was Samina's date. The presence of the bottle in David's house raises the question, how did the bottle end up at David's house? These details added complexity to the investigation. During the investigation, the brothers, David and Roger, firmly denied any involvement in the crime, but their text messages told a different story. They used cryptic phrases from the movies to communicate secretly. Phrases like Death Star complete, stay on target, and you are expected Vader hinted at a hidden plan. One particularly puzzling French message, Seigneur Point, Elof, La Fronte n'est pas over, roughly translates to, there's no point, no score. The window of opportunity is closed, which caught attention. The message hinted at a closed opportunity or a mischance. The detectives interpreted their Star Wars messages as alluding to Miss Imam's abduction and murder. While the majority of their exchanges appeared to center around Star Wars, another concerning detail caught attention. David Cooper's eBay purchase history. He had recently purchased chloroform, a substance well known for use to knock people out, but which also can be lethal in larger doses. When coupled with Samina's missing car and the various intriguing details, the plot thickened. After all the clues and circumstantial evidence pointed towards the Cooper brothers, they were arrested on suspicion of murder on January 7, 2014 and brought in for questioning. During the interrogation of the Cooper brothers, subtle yet crucial disparities began to emerge in their narratives. Roger Cooper presented a detailed and emotionally charged account of his last encounter with Samina, a level of detail and emotion that the police found excessive. Conversely, David Cooper took a different stance, asserting that he had no real knowledge of who Samina Imam was. Recognizing David Cooper as the more vulnerable of the two, investigators intensified their pressure on him. This strategic approach, when applied effectively, can yield significant results, particularly when the person under scrutiny remains unaware of their alleged accomplice's statement. While he initially did try to mislead them, eventually, the police learned what actually happened on that fateful Christmas Eve. Samina had set off with Roger, believing they were headed to the Malmaison Hotel in Birmingham. Without Samina's knowledge, Roger was secretly directing their journey away from Birmingham, heading instead to a hidden location in Leicester, Roger's brother David Cooper's residence. As they arrived at David's house at Hughendon Drive around 5 p.m. on December 24th, Samina, unaware of her upcoming tragedy, greeted Roger's brother with genuine warmth. In a sudden and terrifying move, David and Roger launched themselves at Samina. The attack was horrifying. Samina's legs trembled, fear gripping her as she pleaded for help. She fought back, struggling against them. But David, with a cloth soaked in chloroform, covered her mouth and nose, silencing her cries until she couldn't breathe anymore. She faded away around 6:25 p.m., her efforts in vain against the overwhelming force. After the heinous act, Roger heartlessly headed back to Coventry, planning to spend Christmas Eve with his unsuspecting family. He left her body and her car with David, but it would take detectives some more time to figure out exactly what he had done with them. But David astonishingly confessed to assisting his brother in the horrendous act of killing Samina. The detectives learned that Samina tragically passed away due to chloroform toxicity. Investigators discovered compelling evidence in David's eBay purchase history, indicating a purchase of 200 milliliters of chloroform for £12, which he alleged never arrived. Further inquiries revealed David's movements, retrieving Samina's BMW from Coventry on Boxing Day and later abandoning it in Luton. He meticulously wiped away any fingerprints and DNA from the vehicle using a cleaning agent, methodically covering his tracks. Later, he also reveals how he tried to hide Samina's lifeless body. The callous act of killing someone and then referring to them as this thing speaks volumes about the perpetrator's lack of empathy and respect for human life. Such an act speaks to a disturbing level of dehumanization where the victim was stripped of their individuality and reduced to a mere object. This detached and callous language suggests that the act of killing was not just devoid of remorse, but potentially motivated by a deep-seated hatred or an animosity towards the victim. The dehumanizing language serves to further distance the perpetrator from the gravity of their actions, making it easier for them to justify and rationalize their behavior. David's continued refusal to disclose the location of Samina's body cast a long shadow of suspicion over him. His fabricated stories about others taking the body away only raise further questions. The fabricated stories appear to be a desperate attempt to distance himself from the crime and deflect suspicion. Such behavior is characteristic of individuals who have something to hide, further fueling the flames of doubt surrounding their innocence. While David initially misled the authorities about Samina's whereabouts, a crucial piece of evidence emerged that ultimately led to the discovery of the truth. A friend of David's, prompted by his arrest, came forward and revealed that David had entrusted him with a set of keys, including one that belonged to an allotment he owned in Leicester. The police, acting swiftly on this information, descended upon the allotment, carrying the weight of hope and determination. On January 16, 2015, the long-held silence surrounding Samina's disappearance was shattered, leaving hearts broken. Upon arrival at David's allotment, an unsettling sight greeted them. A sheet of tarpaulin lay crumpled on the ground with a suspicious mound of earth beneath it. Footprints, fresh and clear, marked the surrounding area. As they carefully excavated the soil, the grim reality unfolded. Samina Imam's body was found in Leicester, owned by David Cooper, a seemingly ordinary structure now at the center of a disturbing discovery. The haphazard manner in which the body was concealed spoke volumes about the perpetrator's state of mind. It was a stark contrast to the meticulous planning seemingly evident in the earliest stages of the crime. The haste and lack of proper concealment suggested that their focus was solely on the act itself, with little thought given to evading detection or ensuring a successful cover-up. This botched attempt ultimately led to their undoing and exposed the truth to the light of justice. Most disturbingly, Samina's body was found wrapped in cling film and a sleeping bag that belonged to David Cooper, serving as concrete evidence of his involvement in this tragic crime. Adding to the grimness was a sign hanging on the shed, its message blunt: "Don't wind me up. I'm running out of places to hide the bodies." The West Midlands police investigation was determined and thorough. They followed every lead carefully, leaving no stone unturned, and pieced together the events leading to Samina's tragic end. What made this ordeal particularly unsettling wasn't only the discovery of Samina's remains. The sign, meant as a joke, became a chilling confession, revealing the darkness lurking beneath ordinary surfaces. It was as if the perpetrator was challenging the law enforcement itself. Post-mortem examinations confirmed that the Cardiff-based shop worker met her demise due to chloroform. Additionally, a peculiar mix of metallic elements, antimony, cadmium, tin, mercury, and arsenic was likely administered to Samina Imam in a liquid form. During the 8-week trial, the chilling truth emerged. Roger Cooper carefully planned to silence Samina Imam for months, fearing she would expose their affair. The brothers, 41-year-old Roger and 39-year-old David Cooper, remained composed during their trial, avoiding eye contact as the jury unanimously convicted them at Birmingham Crown Court. Later, on October 20, 2015, during the trial, Roger made a shocking admission, revealing that a seemingly puzzling message, "You are expected, Vader," was actually a coded reference to Miss Imam. He claimed it was part of a surveillance effort to determine if she was involved with someone else. But the truth was the brothers' first attempt to harm Samina Imam took place way before in December at Soil Hill Premier Inn. Samina was a regular guest and planned to spend the night there following a Christmas party. Under the guise of a surprise, Roger had instructed Samina to meet him at the hotel, claiming to have booked a room for them. However, the surprise was a lie. No room had been booked and Roger wasn't planning to be there. Meanwhile, David, Roger's brother, lurked in a rented car parked in the hotel's car park, prepared to abduct Samina. To communicate their plan, the brothers relied on cryptic messages coded in Star Wars references like "Death Star complete" and "Stay on target, stay on target." You are expected, however, on that day, the taxi stopped right at the entrance, which didn't give David a chance to get close to Samina. The plan failed and Samina safely entered the hotel. Frustrated, David sent a message to his brother in broken French, which translated to, "There's no point, no score. The window of opportunity is closed." Samina, just 34 and one of Roger's lovers, was later overpowered on Christmas Eve of 2014 at David Cooper's home, meeting a tragic death by chloroform. Despite their calm facade and planning, justice caught up with the brothers. Arrested under suspicion a week before Samina's body was discovered, they couldn't escape the truth uncovered by post-mortem tests. Their arrest and subsequent conviction by Judge Thomas on October 21, 2015 led to a life sentence for each with a minimum of 30 years of prison time. While sentencing the Cooper brothers, the killers, for life, Judge Thomas told the siblings, "The use of poison in a case such as this demonstrates a cold-blooded intention to kill, regardless of the consequences. You work together hand in glove in planning and carrying out the murder of a joyful and bubbly young woman, brutally betrayed by a man she loved and his brother." DCI Caroline Marsh, senior investigating officer, shared her views on this case outside court. She said, "I would say this is the most callous offense I've ever investigated. Most murders that occur are spontaneous events driven by anger or jealousy. Whereas in this case, what we uncovered was weeks and weeks of planning to kill Samina and a really unusual cause of death. We rarely see chloroform homicides, It's a mystery to the investigation why David Cooper would do something like this for his brother. An extreme act. To kill a woman that he hardly knew. Their cryptic messages and meticulous planning failed in the face of justice, ensuring they'll spend all of their remaining Christmases behind bars, serving their deserved punishment. The anguish of losing Samina in such cruel circumstances was overwhelming for the family. The statement released by Samina's younger brother Imran Imam reflected the profound impact of her loss. He mourned not only the loss of his sister, but also the absence of her guidance and support during challenging times. Imran expressed the torment of contemplating Samina's final moments and the pain of not being able to seek her counsel anymore. The reminders of her absence were constant, with everyday triggers evoking memories that intensified their grief. This made it even more challenging to come to terms with their loss. The family's sentiments echoed a collective sense of shock, sorrow, and fear as they grappled with the reality of Samina's untimely and tragic demise, leaving an irreparable void in their lives. As we close this chapter on the tragedy of Samina Imam, it's impossible not to be shaken by the sheer senselessness of it all. Roger had countless opportunities to avoid this irreversible path. He could have chosen honesty, transparency, or even simply ending the relationship. Instead, he and his brother embarked on a calculated, cruel course of action that resulted in the loss of a vibrant life. This case stands as a stark example of the devastating consequences that can unfold when we prioritize personal desires over basic human decency. Let it serve as a cautionary tale, urging us to choose compassion and integrity over expediency and self-interest. May Samina's memory inspire us to uphold the values of honesty, respect, and accountability, ensuring that such a tragedy never befalls another innocent soul. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Ilera returned home from school in East Harlem, New York. After being buzzed in by her mother, she entered the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to the 30th floor where her family lived. However, during this short journey, Paula mysteriously disappeared. 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., a man walking his dog discovered Paula's lifeless body half a mile away from her home. This tragic event left the neighborhood with unsettling questions about what had happened to Paula and who could be responsible for her disappearance and death. The Ala and her family were an integral part of the East Harlem community, also known as El Barrio, situated in the heart of Manhattan, New York City. This culturally vibrant neighborhood is renowned for its diverse mix of traditions, art, and strong sense of community. East Harlem proudly embraces its Hispanic and Latino heritage, evident in its lively festivals, eateries, and vibrant street murals. The neighborhood is also home to the esteemed Museum of the City of New York, which showcases the city's rich history. According to statistics, the likelihood of being the victim of crime in East Harlem is approximately 1 in 22, setting the backdrop for our story. Paula Ilera was born in Colombia in the late 1970s to her parents, Cesar and Olga Ilera. She had 2 older siblings, Julio and Alexandra. In June of 1990, Paula, along with her mother and siblings, moved to East Harlem, New York City, in search of a better life. They resided on the 30th floor of an apartment building located at 420 East 111th Street, where they lived with Paula's uncle Guillermo Espina. Meanwhile, her father, Cesar, remained in Colombia, working as a taxi driver and saving money to eventually join his family in New York. Upon their arrival in New York, Paula enrolled in junior high school. According to her sister, Alexandra, Paula excelled academically and dedicated her spare time to studying English and mathematics. She possessed only a small circle of companions, primarily her classmates, and had aspirations of becoming a lawyer in order to assist those in need. Her uncle Guillermo regarded her as exceptionally intelligent and mature for her age, displaying the level of thinking that surpassed her years. He also observed that Paula found great joy in New York due to her fondness for the English language. According to her uncle Guillermo, she was a young girl with numerous ambitions for the future. Paula and her family seemed to be progressing smoothly until a devastating incident abruptly altered the course of their lives. On the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, Paula, who was merely 13 years old at the time, departed from her school and made her way back to the familiar surroundings of her apartment building. At approximately 4:45 p.m., she arrived at the building's entrance and utilized the intercom to contact her apartment. Her mother, Olga, responded and granted her access by pressing the button to unlock the lobby door. Little did Olga know that this ordinary interaction would be the last one she would share with her beloved daughter. With the door now open, Paula entered the lobby and stepped into an elevator. However, tragically, she never reached their 30th floor apartment. 10 minutes later, when Paula had not yet arrived home, her brother and uncle grew concerned. They sensed that something was awry and decided to search for her. As they hurried down to the lobby, they discovered it to be completely deserted. They frantically scoured the neighborhood for Paula, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., a man who was out walking his dog made a chilling discovery. He came across a lifeless figure lying on a walkway near the East River. The area was strewn with drug-related paraphernalia such as vials, syringes, and used lighters. Tragically, the lifeless figure he found was Paula's slender body, and she had passed away. The location where she was discovered was situated approximately half a mile south of the apartment building where she resided. When detectives arrived at the scene, they were confronted with an immensely sorrowful sight. There were no leads to indicate the perpetrator of this crime. The only items found on Paula's body were a new Kids on the Block watch and a piece of chalk. Paula's murder deeply impacted her family and the entire neighborhood. Her mother Olga was devastated, struggling to accept the loss of her daughter. Students and teachers at Paula's school were shocked by the tragedy. In the aftermath, teachers held meetings with students to offer support to those close to Paula, helping them deal with their sorrow. They also cautioned students against walking alone in the area for safety. Reporters were barred from entering the school, and the principal, along with district officials, refused to speak with them. Detectives were left with many unanswered questions. They canvassed the 30th floor building, hoping to find witnesses who saw Paula in the vicinity where her body was discovered. Unfortunately, no one had seen her there. Additionally, the detectives had no description of the person responsible for the crime. It was unclear whether Paula was killed at the location where her body was found, filled with crack vials, or elsewhere. During their investigation, the detectives uncovered crucial information. They learned that Paula often stayed late at school for a journalism workshop on Wednesdays and Thursdays. On the day of her murder, she was working on an article about her father as a Valentine's Day gift. The detectives also discovered that Paula left the school after the workshop around 4:00 p.m. and walked north on First Avenue with a friend. They parted ways at 106th Street, with Paula heading towards her family's apartment building. During their investigation, the detectives gathered information that revealed another teenager, Aram Warford, had entered the same elevator as Paula. However, during their conversation with him, he stated that he had exited on the 19th floor while Paula continued her ascent. Consequently, the detectives redirected their focus away from him as a potential suspect. The autopsy provided a harrowing account of the extent of Paula's suffering. She had been violated, strangled, and stabbed 3 times near her heart. The medical examiner also observed peculiar elongated marks on her thighs. It was evident that Paula had valiantly resisted her attacker, who had forcefully spread her legs, resulting in bruises that matched the shape of fingers. Additionally, the examiner collected male hair from her body, which was preserved as evidence. On February 2, 1991, Paula was laid to rest at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens. For months after her tragic murder, Paula's family made the decision to relocate to Flushing, New York, where they received support from Victim Services, a private nonprofit organization aiding victims of violent crimes and their families. In Flushing, Olga sought solace through counseling at the Families of Homicide Victims program, also operated by Victim Services. As the family continued to cope and heal, they clung to the hope of attaining justice for Paula. However, as time passed, the case gradually grew colder and the pursuit of answers became increasingly arduous. The murder of a 13-year-old girl should have garnered significant media attention in any city at any time. Regrettably, in the violence-plagued New York of 1991, this horrific crime in East Harlem went largely unnoticed. Between 1990 and 1992, the city reported over 2,000 murders annually, with an average of 6 bodies discovered daily across the 5 boroughs of New York City. Unfortunately, the majority of these incidents occurred in impoverished, predominantly minority neighborhoods such as East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, only a handful of these cases garnered significant attention from the media. Instead, the media tended to focus on more high-end crimes involving affluent, white victims in picturesque settings. Due to the lack of media coverage and political pressure, Paula's case was classified as a low-priority homicide. Consequently, her murder went unsolved and was largely forgotten throughout most of the 1990s. In the mid-1990s, crime rates in New York City were decreasing. However, in the housing projects of East Harlem, a troubling pattern persisted. A series of apparently unrelated incidents emerged, all involving the assault and murder of young, attractive teenagers, regardless of their race. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl fell victim to an attacker wielding a knife. This incident unveiled a consistent modus operandi employed by the perpetrator, which he repeated multiple times over the next 4 years. He would approach the teenager from behind, lead her to a secluded spot, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, coerce her to undress, and then subject her to assault. Surprisingly, the 15-year-old survivor managed to provide a description of her assailant. He was a well-groomed young man with a muscular physique and an inflated sense of self-worth. Shockingly, he even informed the victim that she should consider herself lucky to be assaulted by someone as good-looking as himself. A few years later, on September 10, 1997, firefighters were called to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street. Upon investigation, they found the lifeless body of a woman who had been severely abused, struck with a blunt object, and burned beyond recognition. This victim was later identified as 19-year-old Johalis Castro, who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family. Johalis, a young mother with a daughter, had been pursuing her studies in computer science at a community college in the Bronx. 7 months later, in April of 1998, a 13-year-old girl became the next victim in the same neighborhood. Fortunately, this young victim was able to escape with her life. 2 months after that, on June 2, 1998, 17-year-old Rashida Washington met a tragic end. She was discovered in a 15th-floor stairwell of an East 112th Street housing project, having been robbed, assaulted, and strangled. When Rashida's body was found, it was not immediately clear what had transpired. Her lifeless body, covered by a shirt, was positioned in a seated stance against the wall. Similar to the previous victims, Rashida, a fashion student who worked at a clothing boutique, was petite, weighing only 100 pounds. Sadly, she was murdered just 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday. In that same year, during the autumn, 2 more young teenagers fell victim to assaults in the same area. A 15-year-old was attacked on September 25, 1998, followed by a 14-year-old on November 16th. Thankfully, these 2 adolescents survived, likely because they did not get a good look at the attacker before being blindfolded. Despite the ongoing similar cases, the police did not publicly acknowledge the possibility of a serial murderer targeting teenage girls in East Harlem. However, due to the concerns raised by the parents of the victims, the police eventually decided to take immediate action. In the 1990s, there was a relatively small database of DNA samples on record because widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet begun. However, a significant breakthrough occurred in the autumn of 1998. Regarding the East Harlem cases, New York police forensics experts compared bodily fluid evidence from Rashida Washington's murder with evidence from 2 other similar cases in the neighborhood. These tests definitively linked the same perpetrator to all 3 crimes. Finally, detectives had concrete evidence confirming the existence of a serial criminal preying on teenagers in Harlem. In response, the police leadership formed a specialized task force consisting of detectives with a specific goal of capturing the suspect. They took action by circulating the wanted poster featuring a sketch of the serial attacker based on descriptions provided by the victims. Following the distribution of the flyer in East Harlem, a tipster suggested that the detectives focus their investigation on a 25-year-old man known as Ace residing on the 19th floor of the same building where Powell had lived. The police quickly discovered Ace's real name to be Aaron Key, triggering a memory of the name Aaron from Powell's murder case. The detectives recalled Aaron Warford, a teenager who had been seen entering the elevator with Paula and claimed to have exited on the 19th floor. The unique first name Aaron also appeared in the investigation of Jalhalis Castro's murder in 1997. Phone records revealed that Jalhalis had made several calls to a man named Aaron Key in the days leading up to her death. When questioned, Aaron explained that Jalhalis was a friend of his girlfriend, Jacqueline, and they were planning a shopping trip on the day of her murder. Jacqueline corroborated Aaron's statement during her interview with the police. It was later discovered that Aaron Warford and Aaron Key were the same person, with Warford being his father's last name and Key his mother's. This revelation linked Aaron to 2 of the 3 victims in the suspected serial killer case, as he was the last person seen with Paula before her death and had significant phone communication with Jalhalis prior to her murder. These connections raised suspicions, prompting detectives to delve deeper into Aaron's background. He was identified as an intelligent and fairly articulate individual. Born on September 18, 1973, he spent a majority of his childhood in East Harlem. At the time of Paula's disappearance in 1991, he resided with relatives in the same building. Aaron was known for his charm and had a talent for working with computers. He claimed to be involved in rap music production, although there was limited evidence to support this assertion. In terms of physical appearance, stood at a height of 5 feet 8 inches and possessed a handsome demeanor. His criminal record only showed 1 arrest for theft in 1990, and he had minimal or no time spent behind bars. However, neighbors had a different perception of Aaron. They described him as having a troubling side, often peering through the peepholes of women in the building and frequently carrying the portable video camera to capture inappropriate footage. At this point, the police lacked substantial evidence against Aaron, but they recognized the importance of conducting the thorough investigation. Their focus shifted towards the assailant involved in the September 1998 incident, who had left behind a black cap and a gray sweatshirt. The detectives decided to closely examine these clothing items for potential leads. Their efforts paid off when they discovered a laundry tag on one of the garments, leading them to a dry cleaner near Aaron's residence. What made this discovery even more significant was the fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was listed as a client at this dry cleaner. Every piece of information seemed to point towards Aaron as the primary suspect, and law enforcement became increasingly convinced that conducting a DNA test would confirm his involvement in the crimes. However, a significant obstacle stood in their way. Aaron did not have a DNA record since mandatory DNA testing for accused felons in New York would not commence until the year 2000. In the 1990s, obtaining a DNA sample was not as simple as bringing in a suspect and requesting a SWAT. DNA tests were considered invasive procedures, requiring judicial authorization based on reasonable suspicion to acquire a sample. Despite substantial circumstantial evidence pointing to Aaron's involvement, details like the elevator ride, phone calls, and the laundry tag alone were insufficient to convince a judge to order a DNA sample. As a result, the police had to come up with an alternative plan. Initially, they attempted to tail Aaron in the hopes that he would unknowingly leave behind a saliva sample through spitting or disposing of chewing gum. However, this strategy proved unsuccessful. Detectives finally had a breakthrough on February 8, 1999, when Aaron was arrested for stealing a computer hard drive. Since there were no laws mandating DNA testing for arrested individuals in New York at that time, the police resorted to a bit of deception to obtain a DNA sample. A female detective disguised herself as a doctor and approached Aaron, asking for a saliva sample under the guise of a routine osteoporosis test. Despite handing him paperwork to sign, Aaron, being cautious, refused to cooperate upon noticing a line mentioning DNA analysis. He cited his faith as a Jehovah's Witness, which prohibited him from participating in medical treatment. After tearing his paper cup into pieces and flushing them down the toilet, He swapped cups with a cellmate to further confuse investigators. However, the police were prepared and had already taken steps to secure the necessary evidence. Shortly after Aram's arrest, he found himself in a shared holding cell with several other men. While they were there, the attendants provided them with cups of water. The detectives were able to locate these cups in a waste paper basket and sent them for DNA testing. In just a matter of days, the results came back, confirming that a sample collected from the rim of one of the cups found in the police holding cell matched the DNA of the East Harlem criminal. By the time the DNA test results were ready on February 12, 1999, Aron had already been released without bail, as he was only facing a misdemeanor charge related to computer theft. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department offered an $11,000 reward for any information that could lead to his arrest. Authorities soon discovered that Aron had traveled to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old girlfriend named Angelique Stallings. Her parents believed that they were going on a Valentine's Day date. However, instead of sticking to their plans, Aron and Angelique boarded a bus headed for Florida from Newark, New Jersey. Detectives grew concerned that Angelique might be in danger, potentially facing the same fate as the previous victims. After Aron arrived in South Florida, he made 2 phone calls to another girlfriend back in New York. By this time, news of this status as a suspected serial killer on the run had made headlines. The second girlfriend, aware of the situation, promptly contacted the police and provided information that Aron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel, located just 2 blocks from the beach on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami. Responding to this tip, 2 New York detectives rushed to the hotel and began surveilling it. When they spotted Aron and Angelique walking around inside, they called the Miami-Dade SWAT team for assistance. The SWAT team stormed the building and discovered Aron and Angelique hiding under the bed on the hotel's floor. On February 19, 1999, Aron was apprehended and placed in custody. When detectives tried to question Aron regarding the East Harlem crimes, he chose to remain silent and withhold any information. However, the police devised a strategy. They later watched and listened from behind a 2-way mirror as they permitted Angelique to enter the interrogation room. Aron and Angelique thought they were having a private moment to bid farewell. During their conversation, Angelique urged Aron to clarify why he had carried out the crimes. Aron's response was enigmatic. He mentioned that he had bugged out and claimed to have been unwell. Following a prolonged 4-month legal dispute, Aron was eventually extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges linked to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Ellera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington. DNA evidence linked Aron to 6 out of the 7 cases. Throughout the trial in the autumn of 2000, prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky put forth a compelling case with a deluge of testimonies and DNA evidence against Aron. They summoned 130 prosecution witnesses, including 2 of Aron's victims. Aron himself insisted on being the initial defense witness to testify. Over the span of 2 days of testimony, Aron exhibited a variety of emotions, from laughing like a schoolgirl to weeping like a baby. He also voiced his frustration at being prosecuted. His soliloquy, which was largely unimpeded by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers, touched on a wide array of subjects such as pop culture, drugs, rap music, jail food, and his musings on the criminal justice system. With numerous family members of his victims in attendance in the courtroom, Aron spun a peculiar tale to elucidate why he found himself facing charges of savage serial violence against young women. He claimed that the police had colluded to frame him as part of a cover-up orchestrated by a corrupt medical examiner involved in the illicit trade of human organs. He even alleged that his DNA had been tampered with in what he termed genetic shuffling. However, the jury was not convinced by his intricate tale. On December 16, 2000, when the guilty verdict was announced, the courtroom erupted in cheers. As Aron was escorted past the grieving relatives, he directed a vulgar curse at them. During the sentencing a month later, in January 2001, the family members of Aron's victims had the opportunity to directly address him. Alba's mother spoke to him, expressing her hope that he would comprehend the torment of sleepless nights, loss of appetite, the inability to walk or breathe, and the absence of peace, all while thinking about her daughter's suffering at the time of her death. Olga shared her enduring pain having brought her daughter to the country in pursuit of the American dream. When it was Aaron's turn to speak at the sentencing hearing, he broke down in tears and apologized. In response, a male cousin of Jalhalis Castro erupted in anger and attempted to leap over the barrier to attack Aaron. Following this, Justice Joan Soldanek delivered the sentence. She imposed 3 life sentences on Aaron, each without the possibility of parole for the 3 murders. Additionally, he received a 400-year sentence for 4 counts of abuse. Aaron was incarcerated in the Clinton Correctional Facility located in Dannemora, New York. By the time Aaron was sentenced, lawmakers in New York and many other states had enacted laws mandating DNA testing for individuals arrested in connection with violent crimes. Since then, this testing has been expanded to include most felony arrests, encompassing both violent and nonviolent offenses. Furthermore, certain jurisdictions have initiated DNA testing for individuals arrested for misdemeanors. For Olga, the agony of losing Paula remains as fresh as ever. She understands all too well that the anguish resulting from the sudden and senseless loss of a loved one does not diminish with time, especially when so many unanswered questions persist. 9-year-old Elizabeth Olton was the youngest of 3 children and lived with her mother Patty in St. Martin's, Missouri, a small rural town of just over 1,000 people. Elizabeth loved all things theater and performing and had just been cast in the school play, which she was throwing herself into wholeheartedly. She was running through her lines every day with anyone that would read the other parts with her, practicing her songs and asking her siblings to act alongside her. She would find any excuse to dress up and sing along to Hannah Montana and Taylor Swift. Everyone said she was a very sweet, innocent, and kind-hearted girl, always so friendly and caring and looking out for everyone she knew. She and her mother Patty were especially close, loving to bake together and play puzzles and games. October 21st, 2009 was a typical Wednesday. Everybody was back from school and the dinner was being cooked. One of Elizabeth's friends, Emma, knocked on Patty's door and asked if Elizabeth could go out and play with her. Patty at first said no because it was a school night and the family meal was almost ready. But after her daughter heard Emma at the door, both girls were relentless in trying to go out together, jumping up and down and begging for Patty to let them go. Emma lived just 4 houses away and the pair and their other siblings were at each other's homes a lot. Patty told Elizabeth she had 1 hour and no more and she wanted her home by 6:15 p.m. Elizabeth was still not home and it was 15 minutes past the agreed time, which for a child as conscientious as Elizabeth was a reason to be concerned. The sun was setting and Patty said there was no way her daughter would still be out voluntarily as she was terrified of the dark. Patty called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She then rang Emma's grandmother Karen, whom Emma and her siblings lived with. To her horror, Karen said she hadn't seen Elizabeth either, and she had no idea that Emma had even knocked at her door that afternoon. Patty hung up straight away and called the police. By 6:30, officers were at Patty's house and combing through the area. The street the family lived on was very close to about 60 acres of woodland, and this was a huge yet overwhelming focus for the search teams. The police headed over to Emma's house, but they all maintained she hadn't been there. Karen and Gary, Emma's grandparents, were so upset they had no idea this had all happened, but they simply couldn't give any information that would help. All they could do was join in the search. Despite the fact their houses were connected by the street, which would have only taken a few minutes to walk, Emma said they had been walking through and around the woods and had been darting in and out of the neighboring lawns and backyards. She said an hour later, the incredibly diligent Elizabeth set off home as instructed. Emma said she watched her walk off and that was the last time she had seen her. Officers said they still couldn't see any evidence that pointed towards foul play or anything untoward, suggesting maybe she had become lost in the woods, to which Patty replied, "She's 9 years old. She wouldn't just walk off by herself." Soon, almost a third of the whole town was out and looking, but the search party eventually had to slow down and stop for the night because of how dark it was. As soon as the sun rose, they were out in force again. A few hours later, with the concern continuing to mount, the FBI was called in to help, and they moved quickly. Registered sex offenders in the area were all interviewed. Each car coming in and out was stopped and searched. Dive teams and helicopters were deployed, and sniffer dogs were brought in too. The team started looking at Elizabeth's phone activity and ordered the information from her cell phone provider. The data arrived quickly and showed that her phone was still on and was actually pinging near her home and in the woods. It was now 24 hours later, a painfully long amount of time when dealing with a missing child. There were no items of clothing found, no dropped phone, no clues at all. Unfortunately, when they were searching the location that linked to her phone battery suddenly went dead and the ping stopped. The forest was dense, dark, damp, and cold, and there was a huge amount of ground to cover. The more time that was passing, the less likely it was seeming that they were going to have a positive outcome in the search for Elizabeth. Elizabeth's phone records also came back, and they were able to look at her last contacts and messages, as well as some of the Patty and several others that could be easily accounted for. She had received a call that afternoon from someone called Alyssa. 6-year-old Emma then asked to talk to the police again. She now had a new story but seemed scared to tell the detectives. She said that her half-sister had been the one to get her to knock on Elizabeth's door that afternoon. Her half-sister was 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante. Emma said that when the two were outside playing together, Alyssa came and joined them and encouraged Emma to leave them alone. Elizabeth said she had to head home and started walking off. This timed perfectly with the call that came from Alyssa. Emma walked back to her house and stayed outside playing alone, leaving Elizabeth and Alyssa out together. A while later, Emma, who was now back in her garden, fell over and caught herself on some thorns. She called out for help. Alyssa heard her from her bedroom and came outside. Emma said as she was helping her, she noticed something that looked like blood on Alyssa's clothes. Detectives asked Alyssa a few routine questions, and despite the fact she seemed open and forthcoming, something about what Emma had told them wasn't sitting right. If what Emma was saying was true, it meant that she hadn't been the last person to see Elizabeth that day. As far as they now knew, it was actually 15-year-old Alyssa Bustamante. It was now 48 hours later, and the investigating team had to regroup. It was now glaringly obvious that Elizabeth had not run away. She had either been led somewhere or forced somewhere, and officers started looking closer to home. As they began doing rounds of the houses again, a search party inside the woods made a strange discovery. A group of volunteers had stumbled upon a huge hole that had been dug up, then covered back over. They alerted police right away, but there was nothing under the soil. There was still no sign of Elizabeth or anything belonging to her in that area. When detectives had been at the Bustamante house talking to Emma and Alyssa, they had noticed several holes in the garden that looked similar in size and shape to this one. Given this, a warrant was issued to properly and intensely search the home. Although Elizabeth definitely hadn't been there that day, she would often go over and play, so they needed to take a good look around. Everything seemed normal and in order until they entered Alyssa's room. Painted a very troubling and chilling picture. Everything was everywhere, and there was writing all over the walls, some parts in blood. There was also a drawing of an outline of a person with the name Emma next to it, her 6-year-old sister. Cards from her father, who was in prison, were scattered around the room, and buried under everything, detectives found Alyssa's diary. One entry read, "I don't talk about it, I bottle it up, and when I explode, someone's gonna die." They also noticed a paragraph that was scribbled over in blue pen. Fortunately, investigators were able to uncover some of the original writing by shining a light on the back of the paper. 2 words stood out: slit and throat. Despite Alyssa saying she had been at school that day, it would turn out she had actually skipped lessons, and her whereabouts around the time Elizabeth was last seen as Emma was saying goodbye to her weren't able to be confirmed by anyone either. Things were slowly being pieced together, but there were still so many gaps. Alyssa's diary was seized by the FBI and handed over to Sergeant David Rice, who was now preparing to interview the teen. Born in 1994, Alyssa came from a troubled and very broken family. Both her parents had substance addictions. Her father was in and out of prison, and her mother would often leave the family home on drugs binges. Eventually, Alyssa and her siblings went to live with her grandparents, Karen and Gary, who soon gained full custody of them. Karen said she adored Alyssa, and although the children had had a tough life, she did her best to raise them well. shower them with love and care, and be a constant and supportive presence in their lives. As she entered her teenage years, Alyssa started self-harming and expressing suicidal feelings. She was admitted into a psychiatric hospital after she overdosed and began to cut words into her arms. Doctors that assessed her described her as violent and angry. She was diagnosed with severe depression and prescribed antidepressants. When she was released, things only began to get worse and more concerning. On her various social media platforms, she changed her list of hobbies to killing people and cutting. She often told friends and her boyfriend she wanted to know what it was like to kill someone and had a dream of burning down a house with a family inside. Her Twitter feed talked about a hatred of authority and people telling her what to do. One of her posts read, "Bad decisions make great stories." She also posted a video to her YouTube channel called Idiots Getting Electrocuted by Electric Fence. The video showed her trying to get her two brothers to touch a fence that she knew would electrocute them. A disturbing pattern of behavior was clear to see, and the more the FBI looked into her background, the more they found pointed towards her being a dangerous individual that wanted to inflict pain on people in the worst ways imaginable. After going through her diary some more, Sergeant Reese Astalis had to come in for a formal interview alongside her grandmother and a juvenile officer. He said as the interview progressed, his tactic was to ask a question and sit in silence for as long as possible, sometimes for up to a minute at a time. He said as uncomfortable as it was, he knew the team would break eventually if there was something to say, which he was certain there was. He needed to know what had happened to Elizabeth that day, and he wasn't going to stop until he got to the truth. Alyssa started off by recounting her day. She said she had come back from school at around 3:30 and then had gone for a walk in the forest at around 4:30, 5 p.m. They now knew she was never at school that day, so she was already trapping herself in lies. She said she was supposed to take Emma on a walk with her, but ditched her as she was annoying and instead went walking alone. She claimed she had come back about an hour later and was up in her room when she heard Emma shouting for help from outside. Sergeant Rice got her to retrace her steps with a map he had printed out. Alyssa said after this, everybody went to church and got home at around 8 p.m. Rice then changed the line of questioning and moved onto the holes around her garden and around the woods. Alyssa calmly admitted to having dug them herself, but said it was because she liked digging holes and sometimes buried dead animals in them. He then said, "What kind of person do you think would do this to a 9-year-old girl?" Alyssa shrugged and said, "I don't know, a sick person, someone that can put down all their morals." She was still maintaining that she had never been out with Elizabeth on her own. It was always in a group of siblings, and she had been trying her best to help find her as well. After this, he started asking questions about Elizabeth's phone, explaining that the data did not lie and it was indicating that her phone was somewhere behind Alyssa's house, which she showed her on a map. He then moved on to Alyssa's house and her bedroom. When Rice confronted her about the entries, including the one that had been scribbled over, the interview would take a drastic turn. Alyssa said the pair had been playing out in the forest and Elizabeth had fallen, hit her head and died instantly. Panicked, she had tried to conceal her body by burning it. But given the final entry in her diary, Rice knew this wasn't true. But it was the start of the truth coming out. He just had to keep chipping away and poking holes in her stories. The entry in her diary that had been scribbled over had now been completely uncovered, and it read as follows. "I just fucking killed someone. I strangled them and slit their throats and stabbed them. Now they're dead. I don't know how to feel at the moment. It was amazing. As soon as you get over the, oh my god, I can't do this feeling, it's pretty enjoyable. I'm kinda nervous and shaky though right now. K, I gotta go to church now. LOL." It had been written on the same day Elizabeth had gone missing, October 21st. Rice told her they would find Elizabeth's body eventually, and when they did, an autopsy would tell them the full story. Alyssa told Rice that she had bumped into Elizabeth and Emma outside, and once Emma had gone, everything started to unravel. Despite her denials it was pre-planned, she was already armed with a kitchen knife. Holding the 9-year-old's hand, the pair walked for 15 minutes, deep into the forest. With Alyssa telling her she had something to show her, they just had to walk further in. Once they reached a certain spot, Alyssa said she beat and strangled her before slitting her throat and stabbing her repeatedly. The fear that Elizabeth must have felt as the forest got darker and she realized her life was in danger is unimaginable. Alyssa then said she had attempted to burn her body before digging a hole to bury her and disposing of everything else in the creek. However, Rice knew that the hole had not been dug on that day. It had been dug days before, as were all the other holes they had found. She didn't go out there with a shovel or anything she could have used to do this, and there was no way she could have killed Elizabeth, dug a hole to bury her, and been back home within the hour to go to church. If Rice could get her to admit to pre-digging the hole, it would help to prove premeditation. Everybody still found it hard to believe that Alyssa had managed to do this all by herself, but she swore it was just her, and she was the only one that knew about it. Alyssa Bustamante agreed to take Rice to her remains, and with this, just 15 minutes from her home, the search for Elizabeth Alton came to a devastating end. A day after Elizabeth was found, police announced that they had placed the 15-year-old under arrest, and she had been charged with first-degree murder. The neighborhood was horrified. Police had also interviewed Alyssa's boyfriend and asked him to undertake a polygraph test. Although they suspected he likely knew something had happened, they determined he didn't have anything to do with the murder of Elizabeth, and he was never implicated in anything. Other than the fact she had just wanted to know what it was like to kill someone, given her diary entry, there was no other explanation. She had dug 2 graves in the weeks before and essentially waited for an opportunity. It remains undetermined who, if anyone, the second grave was intended for, but police suspected she was actually planning to kill her 2 younger brothers. On October 28th, a week after she had gone missing, 9-year-old Elizabeth Alton was laid to rest. Her favorite color was pink, and her funeral was filled with the color. A horse-drawn carriage carried her pink and white casket. The community was a close one, and it was packed with people standing along the sides and waiting outside. The emergency responders and investigators were also sat in the first several rows. The case had deeply affected and moved everybody. In November 2009, despite her lawyers pushing for her to get a lesser charge on the grounds of a troubled childhood and her age, the judge ruled that Elizabeth Bustamante would be tried as an adult and she was therefore indicted. She entered a plea of not guilty and trial preparation got underway. Just as Elizabeth's family and the prosecution thought they were finally getting somewhere, a huge blow came. In June 2011, her defense team requested that her lengthy confession to Sergeant Rice was thrown out. A judge ruled that because of her age and the line of questioning put forward by the juvenile officer working alongside Rice, at least part of her statement would not be admissible in court. After this, her trial was delayed and set for early 2012. The prosecution knew they were really up against it, and after going back and forth, thinking of the best approach, they decided to offer the option of a plea deal to Alyssa. Second-degree murder instead of first-degree murder. With this, Alyssa Bustamante withdrew her not guilty plea for first-degree murder and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder instead. This also spared her the chances of receiving the death penalty. The courtroom was packed. Everybody wanted to know what would happen. As part of the deal, Alyssa had to recount what had happened that day. As she went through what she had done in all its awful detail, reporters in the court said the tension was palpable, with everybody sitting in stunned silence. Her defense team also spoke and leaned heavily on her childhood and upbringing, mental health issues, and claiming that her prescribed medication made her more prone to violence. Despite all of this, Alyssa Bustamante was sentenced to life in prison for second-degree murder and 30 years for armed criminal action, and the sentences were to be served consecutively. Several months after she pleaded guilty, however, the United States Supreme Court ruled that juveniles cannot face automatic life sentences without the possibility of parole. So under Missouri's law, Alyssa may seek parole after 30 years. Patty gave a speech at her sentencing. She was so upset and physically shaking, the judge eventually asked her to stop talking. All Alyssa could say in response was, "I cannot even understand what you guys are going through," adding that she would give her life to bring Elizabeth back. A detective said it was in this moment Karen and Gary got up and walked out of the courtroom, and everybody could see Alyssa suddenly realize that the only 2 people that had stuck by her and tried to be a constant in her life had just walked away. Patty said that everything that came out of Alyssa's mouth was a lie. She had no remorse, and she was being told what to say by her lawyers. The prosecutor Mark Richardson said he had never seen anything like this in his life and he hoped to never have to try a case like it again. The motive has to be the most senseless, reprehensible that could be in humankind, and that is to take a life for a thrill, he said. A forensic psychologist added it was clear from her patterns of behavior over the years, it was only a matter of time before she killed somebody. Went on to sue not only Alyssa, but the hospital where Alyssa sought treatment. She believes that the healthcare system should have seen the red flags and taken preventative measures. A judge threw out the lawsuit against the hospital, but the lawsuit against Alyssa was successful and she will ultimately owe Patty $5 million. Alyssa appealed her sentence in 2014, but this was denied. The events that transpired so very quickly on October 21, 2009 rocked the town and shattered the closeness of the community. Patty said she misses her daughter's kindness and her ability to see the good in everyone and everything. A friendly and innocent young girl, excited for her starring role in the school play, just playing with her friends and siblings, enjoying the simple pleasures that childhood brings. Her life was snatched away in the most frightening way imaginable, and the damage done to so many people on that day will forever be felt. Sunday, May 23, 1982, two roommates, 21-year-old Lori Lister and 18-year-old Melinda Aguilar, experienced a terrifying attack in their Houston, Texas apartment. A man seemed to target them with the clear intention of killing them. He tied them up and tried to drown Lori in their apartment bathtub. However, Melinda successfully escaped by pretending to faint and then jumping head first off her balcony. She sought help, and with the assistance of a neighbor, both herself and her roommate were saved. The culprit, 28-year-old Coral Watts, was arrested as he attempted to escape. What no one could have expected was that he was not only involved in just these two attempted murders, but was also suspected to have killed close to 100 other women. He confessed to killing 13 women and received a 60-year sentence in 1982. Then, in a shocking twist, in the early 2000s, this man, who had committed numerous murders, was on the verge of being set free from jail. This was because of a controversial legal ruling that changed his classification to a nonviolent felon. Surprisingly, under Texas law, well-behaved nonviolent felons could deduct 3 days from their sentence for every 1 day served. Watts, a model prisoner, had enough time deducted to potentially be released as early as May 9, 2006. The police, victims' families, and the public were left in utter shock and fear. The lingering questions haunted everyone. Why, against all reason, how could the killer be released? Can there be any conceivable justification for setting free a serial killer responsible for a multitude of deaths? Carl Eugene Watts, known by his nickname Coral, was born on November 7, 1953 in Killeen, Texas, to Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young. His father served as a private first class in the Army while his mother worked as a kindergarten art teacher. Before Watts turned 2, his parents separated, and after this, he was raised by his mother. They relocated to Inkster, Michigan, and in 1962, Dorothy Mae married a mechanic named Norman Caesar, with whom she had 2 daughters. When he was 8 years old, Watts and his sister battled meningitis. The illness nearly claimed his life, leading him to be held back in school an extra year and causing him to miss the 3rd grade. Herman Kiefer Hospital became Watts' temporary home, where he underwent spinal taps and had to be isolated from other patients. Reports from journalists suggested that Watts' body temperature reached alarming levels, raising concerns about potential brain damage. Following his illness, his family noticed a transformation in his personality. He became bashful, quiet, and introverted, with a compromised attention span and a deteriorating memory. Struggling to keep up academically due to being held back a grade and suffering from chronic sleeplessness, Watts began having violent dreams about combating and killing malevolent spirits of women, and these disrupted his sleep cycle. When later questioned about his crimes and why he killed his victims, he explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they possessed evil eyes. At the age of 12, Watts began to relish his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. This was when Watts, who was a teenager, started stalking girls, and it's thought he might have killed his first victim before the age of 15. At 15, Watts was identified by the police as the assailant in the attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave that occurred on July 29, 1969. During his newspaper delivery route, Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door and violently assaulted her when she opened it. Without showing any remorse, he continued with his delivery route as if nothing had transpired. Joan contacted the authorities and promptly reported the incident, leading to Coral's arrest at his home. Subsequently, he was mandated to undergo psychiatric treatment at the Lafayette Clinic in Detroit, a mental hospital. A psychiatric evaluation revealed mild intellectual disability with a full-scale IQ of 75 and a delusional thought process. Despite his poor academic performance, a police officer later described him as very, very intelligent with an excellent memory. Watts was released from the Lafayette Clinic on November 7, 1969. Despite academic struggles, Watts graduated from high school in 1973 and earned a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee. However, he was expelled after 3 months due to allegations of stalking and assaulting women. Additionally, suspicions surrounded Watts in the cruel murder of a female student, contributing to his expulsion, although insufficient evidence prevented a conviction. Following his expulsion, he relocated to Houston, Texas. In 1979, Coral and Dolores Howard, his girlfriend, welcomed their daughter, Nikesha Watts. However, shortly after her birth, Coral and Dolores ended their relationship and went their separate ways. Coral then entered into a marriage with Valeria Goodwill. Shortly after their union, Valeria noticed Coral exhibiting peculiar behavior. He constantly rearranged the furniture, used knives to chop up houseplants, broke candles, melted them onto a table, and scattered trash around the floors without bothering to clean it up. Additionally, after moments of intimacy, he would abruptly leave, disappearing for several hours. Unfortunately, their marriage only lasted 6 months. Watts' murders officially began when he was 20 years old in 1974, though there are suspicions he may have had more victims prior to this as well. He kidnapped his victims from their homes, subjected them to torture, and ultimately took their lives. Striking in various states, his victims were primarily thin, attractive white women who were between the ages of 14 and 44. Watts used different methods to murder his victims, including strangulation, stabbing, bludgeoning, and drowning. At 10:45 a.m. on October 25, 1974, Coral knocked on 23-year-old Lenore Nizaki's apartment door. Claiming to be looking for Charles, the name of one of his siblings, he engaged Lenore in conversation. When she opened the door with the chain still secured, Coral asked if he could leave a note. As she went to fetch paper, he suddenly attacked Nizaki and choked her into unconsciousness. Although Lenore later alerted police, they were unable to locate her assailant. 5 days later, on October 30, 1974, Watts tortured and ruthlessly killed 20-year-old Gloria Steele, believed to be his second victim. A student at Western Michigan University, Gloria was also a mother. She was found with a crushed windpipe and 33 stab wounds to her chest, inflicted by a wooden carving instrument. He didn't face a direct murder charge due to a lack of solid evidence. The only witness, Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager, observed a black man searching for Charles around the apartment complex. Upon seeing Williams, Coral seized her, forced her door open, and dragged her inside. During their struggle, Williams' phone rang, prompting her to knock it off the hook and scream for help. As her attacker fled, Williams saw him getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix. In a police lineup, both Williams and Nizaki identified Coral, who had been apprehended for stealing plywood from the Western Michigan University campus. For the Nizaki and Williams cases, he was taken into custody and charged with assault and battery on November 16, 1974. After being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting to take his own life with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital, Watts was relocated to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan. When questioned about the death of Gloria Steele in 1975, he admitted being nearby the day before Gloria died. However, he denied being responsible for her death, despite confessing to attacking approximately 15 other young women. A search at Watts' residence by Detroit police, conducted under a search warrant, revealed a wooden carving tool, but no evidence linking him to Gloria's death. During his trial for the assault and battery of Nizaki and Williams, Watts entered a no-contest plea and was subsequently sentenced to a year in the county jail. Psychologists evaluating him characterized Watts as extremely hazardous, lacking remorse for his crimes, reckless, careless, and emotionally distant, with a high likelihood of relapsing. After that, a series of attacks occurred in the Detroit region over the span of a year where he claimed the lives of 5 women. One peculiar discovery was that the majority of his crimes happened on Sunday mornings. This odd pattern earned the perpetrator the ominous nickname Sunday Morning Slasher from Ann Arbor newspaper, heightening the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrifying attacks, all occurring at around 4 a.m. In 1980, Shirley Small, a 17-year-old from Ann Arbor, Michigan, was fatally stabbed twice outside her home on April 20th. A similar attack targeted Glenda Richmond, 26, on July 13, 1980. Both cases lacked sufficient evidence for conviction, but exhibited Watts' characteristics. The first homicide directly attributed to Coral occurred on September 14, 1980, when 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was found dead, having endured around 50 stab wounds. A 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack on October 6, 1980, but suffered severe consequences, including partial paralysis and muscle weakness. On November 1, 1980, a 30-year-old woman, Agnes, narrowly escaped an attack by a hooded man resembling Watts after raising the alarm while returning from a Halloween party. Although she identified Watts from photos, the dimly lit surroundings left some uncertainty. In July 1980, local homicide investigators turned their attention to Watts, prompting the formation of a task force to delve into the Sunday slashings. Watts came under sporadic surveillance, and in November, a court order allowed officers to install a tracking device on his car. On November 15, 1980, around 5 in the morning, 2 patrol officers near Main Street in Ann Arbor observed a suspicious man in a car following a woman walking home. Realizing she was being tailed, the woman sought refuge in a doorway in an attempt to elude her pursuer. Coral, frustrated by losing track of the woman, was apprehended by the police when they pulled over his car for outdated license plates and driving with a suspended license. During the inspection of his vehicle, authorities found a package containing wood-filling equipment and a few screwdrivers. Their most significant discovery was a dictionary belonging to Rebecca Hoff, bearing the carved phrase, "Rebecca is a lover." However, it proved insufficient evidence to link him directly to her murder. In the spring of 1981, Coral relocated to Columbus, Texas, and secured employment with an oil firm. During the weekends, he would travel over 70 miles to his next hunting ground in the Houston region. Between 1974 and 1982, Watts committed murders of numerous women, totaling dozens. Despite the extensive list of victims, Watts managed to evade detection as a serial killer for nearly 8 years. Several factors contributed to this elusiveness. Watts operated across various jurisdictions and even different states, complicating the task of connecting the crimes. Additionally, his modus operandi diverged from typical patterns as he never engaged in physical intimacy with his victims, unlike many other serial killers targeting women and girls. Consequently, even with the emergence of DNA testing, linking the crimes proved challenging. Furthermore, Watts was not considered a suspect by those who knew him, and law enforcement did not identify him as a potential perpetrator until his arrest in 1982. On May 23, 1982, Melinda Aguilar, 18, and Lori Lister, 21, experienced a break-in at their Houston apartment by Watts. When Lori came back from work, Watts choked her down the steps outside the apartment. Subsequently, he entered the apartment and began strangling Melinda. Pretending to be unconscious, Melinda managed to escape being strangled completely. Watts wire-tied her hands behind her back with the intent to drown Lori. He carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water. However, Melinda seized the opportunity and leapt out of the window to seek help. Lori was saved and Watts was apprehended after he initially tried evading capture. While he was in custody, investigators started linking him to recent killings of women. Despite the connections, Texas prosecutors believed there was insufficient evidence to secure a murder conviction against Watts. In May 1982, following the attacks on Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea bargain, Watts would admit fully to his crimes, receiving immunity from murder prosecution in exchange for a charge of burglary with intent to murder. He agreed to a 60-year sentence for this offense. Watts accepted the deal, leading detectives to the graves of 3 victims. Finally, Watts confessed to attacking 19 women, resulting in the murder of 13. He admitted to killing some victims but also refrained from confessing to the deaths of a few. However, Michigan authorities declined to participate in the deal, leaving his cases in that state open. However, the hope for justice took a devastating turn when, shortly into his prison term, the Texas Court of Appeals ruled that Watts had not been informed that the bathtub and water he used in the attempt to drown Lori Lister were considered deadly weapons. This decision reclassified him as a nonviolent felon and eventually opened the door to early release. This was because Texas law at the time granted nonviolent felons 3 days deducted from their sentences for every 1 day served with good behavior. Watts, a model prisoner, accumulated time deductions that could have seen him released as early as May 9, 2006. The subsequent abolishment of the early release law, prompted by public outcry, brought little solace as it couldn't be retroactively applied as dictated by the Texas Constitution. In 2004, a plea for justice echoed across the nation as Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox sought information to convict Watts of murder and prevent his potential release. Joseph Foy from Westland, Michigan, bravely stepped forward, recounting the chilling sight of a man resembling Watts murdering 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1979. Helen had succumbed to 12 stab wounds. Foy identified Watts by his eyes, hauntingly describing them as evil and devoid of emotion. Despite Watts' immunity from prosecution for the 13 confessed killings in Texas, Michigan held no such agreement. As the 2004 trial approached, law enforcement officials implored the trial judge to allow the Texas confessions into evidence, a plea he accepted. Watts faced conviction for the murders of Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele and received 2 life sentences without parole in a Michigan prison on November 17, 2004. He was sentenced to serve his time in a maximum security prison in Ionia, Michigan. However, he passed away from prostate cancer a few years after the sentence began on September 21, 2007 in a hospital in Jackson, Michigan. In the end, he escaped once again from serving his full sentence for the lives he took, leaving a somber end to his dark tale. Coral Eugene Watts, a malevolent serial killer, terrorized the country with his many killings. Despite confessions, legal loopholes allowed him to reduce his sentence and almost led to his release. His later conviction for the 1979 murder of Helen Dutcher exposed the depths of his darkness. Watts, a chilling reminder of hidden evil, left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, casting a haunting shadow on his legacy. On the evening of September 28, 2017, Nikki Adamando, a 27-year-old woman, carried a heavy burden in her heart. In a moment of desperation to protect herself and her children, Nikki made a drastic decision and confessed to shooting her boyfriend, Chris Grover, who had subjected her to consistent abuse and threats. The shocking news sent shockwaves through their community, as nobody could have anticipated such a tragic outcome. For years, Nikki had silently endured the abuse inflicted upon her by Chris, with visible bruises and burn marks serving as painful reminders of her suffering. Despite seeking solace from friends, therapists, and colleagues, she hesitated to involve the authorities, fearing the potential loss of her children. Now, as a clear victim of domestic violence, Nikki finds herself entangled in a complex battle to convince investigators that her actions were in self-defense. Following her arrest, numerous individuals took to the streets to show their support for Nikki, while loyal supporters of Chris vehemently maintained his innocence, describing him as a gentle and loving person incapable of causing harm. Amidst the chaos, a lingering question arises. Was Nikki truly a victim of domestic violence? Or is she a manipulative liar? Poughkeepsie, New York, a city renowned for its historical charm and picturesque location along the Hudson River, has unfortunately gained notoriety due to the occurrence of high-profile murder cases, including the tragic incident involving Nicole Adamando in 2017. Despite the tragic events that occurred, Poughkeepsie continues to thrive as a diverse community, offering a range of cultural and recreational activities. However, the question remains, what happened to Nikki Adamando that prompted the entire Poughkeepsie community to rally behind her? Let's delve into the details. On the night of September 28, 2017, Officer Richard Sicily was patrolling the serene streets of Poughkeepsie, New York. It was approximately 2 a.m. when he noticed a car stopped at a red light. Even when the light turned green, the car remained motionless, suspecting a drowsy or inattentive driver. Officer Sicily politely honked his horn, unaware that this seemingly routine encounter was about to take an unexpected turn. As the car continued to stay stationary, Officer Sicily stepped out of his cruiser and approached it. To his surprise, a distressed woman, standing at just 5 feet tall and weighing no more than 100 pounds, emerged from the driver's seat. She was barefoot and visibly distraught. In the back seat, 2 children peacefully slept. Officer Sicily considered various possibilities. Perhaps the woman was lost or experiencing a medical emergency. However, he was completely unprepared for the shocking revelation that this distressed woman was about to disclose. The agitated woman, Nikki Adamando, quickly informed the officer that something terrible had occurred at her home. Nikki explained that she had been enduring long-term abuse at the hands of her boyfriend, which had reached a breaking point on September 28, 2017. When she attempted to leave, her boyfriend, armed with a gun, threatened her with gestures of violence. After confiding in the officer, Nikki urgently reached out to her friend for assistance. Without hesitation, Elizabeth Clifton responded to Nikki's distress call. Upon her arrival, the officers requested that Elizabeth wait in a nearby parking lot, as there were still crucial details that needed to be uncovered. But who exactly was Nikki Adamando? Nikki, whose full name is Nicole Adamando, was born on November 19, 1988. At the age of 4, she relocated to Poughkeepsie, New York, alongside her family. Throughout her upbringing, she was recognized as a lively, carefree, and sociable young girl. In 2008, at the tender age of 19, commenced her employment at a local gym named Mr. Todd's Gymnastics. Within the establishment, she assumed the role of a children's gymnastics coach. It was during this time that she crossed paths with Christopher Grover, a fellow coach and colleague who was 21 years old. Their professional relationship swiftly evolved into something more profound, as Chris became Nikki's life partner. Tragically, Nikki alleged that she had shot Chris that fateful night due to his continuous abuse and threats towards her. Upon the officers' arrival at Nikki's apartment, they discovered Chris, her partner, seemingly asleep on the couch. However, he had already succumbed to a fatal gunshot wound to the head. A thorough search of the entire apartment revealed a running shower in the bathroom and a damaged laptop in the bathtub. Meanwhile, Elizabeth also received the shocking news of Chris' demise, leaving her utterly bewildered as she had never anticipated such a tragic outcome. Amidst the confusion, Nikki emerged as the sole individual capable of shedding light on the situation. Consequently, she was brought in for questioning at the police station to ascertain the motive behind Chris' murder. Was it truly a result of domestic violence, or were there other factors at play? Simultaneously, Gail Grover, Chris's mother, received the heart-wrenching news of her son's passing from the sheriff. Gail's immediate concern revolved around Nikki and the children. When she inquired with the sheriff, her primary question centered on the well-being of Nikki and the kids. Gail expressed her complete lack of understanding regarding the true cause of Chris's tragic fate. Chris was described as a kind and athletic individual. He possessed an abundance of energy, was outgoing and exuded charm. With a black belt in Taekwondo and serving as the head gymnastics coach at Mr. Todd's gym in Poughkeepsie, Chris was highly respected. His coaching style infused gymnastics with excitement, making him beloved by his students. In 2008, Chris and Nikki's close collaboration fostered a deep friendship that eventually blossomed into a romantic relationship. By 2012, they made the decision to live together, and Nikki expressed her gratitude for Chris' unwavering support, compassion, and understanding. He patiently waited for Nikki to be ready, and after a year, they joyfully announced her pregnancy. Their first child, Finn, arrived in 2013, and Chris proved to be an exceptional father who adored both Nikki and their child. 2 years later, in 2015, Nikki gave birth to their daughter, further solidifying their family bond. Nikki was regarded as an exceptional mother, as her love for her children was paramount. However, Elizabeth noticed some concerning changes in Nikki. She appeared more anxious than usual, displaying skittish behavior despite her typically gentle and soft-spoken nature. Nikki's sleep patterns and appetite suffered, indicating her overall well-being was compromised. Elizabeth attributed these changes to Nikki's juggling of multiple responsibilities, including studying early childhood education, working at a preschool, caring for her children, and maintaining her job at the gym. Not only Elizabeth, but Nikki's childhood friends, Laura McAdoo and Rachel Hawkes, also observed something amiss. It wasn't just Nikki's behavior that raised concern, but the visible injuries and bruises scattered across her body. On September 28, 2017, Child Protection Services, CPS, paid a visit to Chris' apartment following a report from an anonymous parent at the gym where Chris still worked. Concerns were raised after witnessing Chris losing his temper with students and noticing Nikki, who was covered in marks. The parent became worried about Nikki and the children at home. However, the struck later that night when Chris was discovered dead in his apartment. In the interrogation room, Nikki desperately tried to explain why she had killed Chris. She genuinely believed that the detectives would recognize her actions as self-defense rather than intentional murder. Nikki was confident that her innocence would be proven through evidence and her actions. To her surprise, Nikki was arrested for Chris' murder. This turn of events left everyone close to her and her supporters, who believed Nikki was a victim of domestic violence, heartbroken and questioning why she was being held responsible for defending herself. Elizabeth held the key to this mystery, and it all began in April 2016 when she expressed her concerns about Nikki's injuries. Elizabeth was genuinely afraid for Nikki's safety at home with Chris. In response, Nikki confided in Elizabeth, admitting that Chris was abusing her on a daily basis. However, Elizabeth was not the only one to uncover the truth. Journalist Rachel Snyder, who had dedicated 10 years to studying domestic violence, stumbled upon Nikki's case. After reading numerous articles and speaking to various individuals, Snyder also believed that Chris was physically assaulting Nikki. Initially, although Chris displayed occasional violence, the situation was not too severe. During Nikki's pregnancy in 2013, he displayed qualities of gentleness, sweetness, and care. Nikki held on to hope, believing that the arrival of their baby would strengthen their relationship. The anticipation of becoming parents seemed to smooth out the rough patches in their relationship. However, after their son, Ben, was born, their situation took a dark turn. Nikki made the difficult decision to leave her job at the preschool and focus on establishing her own photography business, as well as selling homemade booties for infants. Initially, Chris proved to be a great father and provided assistance with Ben. However, approximately 6 weeks later, he began pressuring Nikki for intimacy, which placed a strain on their relationship. A few days later, Nikki experienced severe swelling in her face and jaw, rendering her unable to chew. She sought medical help at Vassar Brothers Hospital in Poughkeepsie. Her condition was so severe that a domestic assistance program was contacted to intervene and encouraged Nikki to take action. The examiner's records noted the extent of Nikki's injuries, which made it difficult for her to speak audibly. Despite the severity of her injuries, Nikki chose not to file a police report out of fear that Chris would take Ben away from her. Unfortunately, their troubles did not end there. In 2015, 2 years after the birth of their daughter, Fane, a similar incident occurred. A few weeks later, while Nikki was cooking eggs for Ben, Chris demanded that she make enough for him as well. In a sarcastic tone, Nikki replied with a "Yes, sir," which triggered an extreme anger in Chris. He proceeded to grab a metal spoon and heat it on the gas stove flame. Holding Nikki's other arm, he burned her in multiple places with a scorching spoon. Enduring excruciating pain, could only plead for him to stop. She sought medical treatment once again, and this time, the examiner documented her injuries through photographs. The images revealed bite marks on her shoulder and back, as well as burns covering her body. Chris' obsession with violent adult internet content took a sinister turn for Nikki when he began to act out scenes from those videos, going to extreme lengths to carry out aggressive acts against her. This included tying her up, physically assaulting her, and even using a weapon to choke her until she lost consciousness. Shockingly, Chris recorded all of these horrifying incidents without Nikki's consent. Despite the severe abuse she endured, Nikki hesitated to report it to the police out of fear that Child Protective Services might take her children away if she identified herself as a victim. This fear haunted Nikki, and she was determined to protect her children at all costs. Despite the urging of her friend Elizabeth and others, Nikki's emotional paralysis prevented her from pressing charges against Chris. In 2016, Elizabeth went above and beyond to help Nikki escape her abusive situation. Nikki packed her children into the car and drove to Elizabeth's house, but she couldn't bring herself to stop. She circled in front of the house, slowing down and then speeding up again for hours on end. Elizabeth watched in concern as Nikki repeatedly drove past. Finally, Elizabeth called out to Nikki, pleading for her to stop and come inside. Tearfully, Nikki admitted that she couldn't do it. The fear of Chris' reaction held her captive, and she believed that he would never forgive her if she left. Throughout 2017, Nikki sought medical help multiple times for various violent incidents. She had rope-like burns around her neck and body, frequent bruises and bleeding. Nikki also reported that Chris had a gun and had attempted to use it against her. Then, on September 28, 2017, Child Protective Services made an anonymous visit, drawing attention to their situation. The worker discreetly asked Nikki if she was safe at that moment, to which she nodded yes. The worker then inquired about the presence of weapons in the house, but Nikki lied and claimed there were none, despite Chris owning a gun. When the worker inquired about the bruises on Nikki, both Chris and Nikki asserted that they were merely engaging in normal fights and arguments like any other couple. Consequently, the worker saw no reason to take immediate action and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Chris had temporarily left the house but returned later in the evening. According to Nikki, he appeared calm and even kind. Surprisingly, they were intimate after putting the children to bed. In this time, Chris displayed a much gentler demeanor than Nikki had grown accustomed to. At one point, after leaving the room, Chris called Nikki again, this time holding his gun. He asked her to look at it and proceeded to demonstrate its functionality, while she nervously observed. In a chilling moment, he casually mentioned, I could kill you in your sleep, leaving Nikki feeling extremely unsafe. In an attempt to relax, she decided to take a shower. However, while she was in the shower, Chris unexpectedly entered the bathroom, stating that he could shoot her in there, but it would be too loud. Shockingly, he then threw the laptop into the tub. After Nikki finished showering, Chris forced himself onto her, creating a distressing and uncomfortable situation. As soon as she entered the living room, Chris instructed Nikki to lie down on top of him on the couch. Feeling fearful, Nikki complied for a while. However, when she sensed that Chris had finally fallen asleep, she cautiously attempted to sneak away. Unfortunately, her attempt took a frightening turn when Chris suddenly woke up and reached for the gun hidden in the couch cushion. In an effort to protect herself, Nikki swatted away Chris' arm, causing him to drop the gun onto the floor. This gave Nikki the opportunity to swiftly grab the weapon and point it at him. Chris reclined on the couch with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the situation. This lack of concern may have been a result of the damage he had already inflicted on Nikki's self-esteem and confidence. In a taunting manner, Chris dared Nikki to shoot him, threatening a grim outcome that involved taking both their lives and leaving their children without anyone. Before he could finish his sentence, Nikki swiftly lunged at him, pulling the trigger without hesitation. She believed it was a matter of kill or be killed. However, the night took an unexpected turn when Nikki, instead of being seen as a victim, found herself arrested for Chris Grover's death. In March 2019, Nikki Adamando, who had been out on bail, faced trial for the murder of her partner. The Poughkeepsie court became a gathering place for friends and advocates, all wearing purple to symbolize support for victims of domestic violence. On one side, loyal supporters of Chris stood, firmly convinced of his calm and gentle nature. Unable to believe he could harm anyone, they were shocked to hear Nikki's defense, which relied on claims of his alleged abuse and violence towards her. Chris's mother, Gail, vehemently rejected these allegations and maintained her belief in her son's innocence throughout the trial. The courtroom became a battleground for conflicting perspectives on this tragic and twisted case of violence. Inside the Dutchess County Courthouse in Poughkeepsie, prosecutors argued that Nikki portrayed herself as a victim, asserting that all her claims of domestic violence from Chris were false. Prosecutor Chana Kraus, who had dedicated much of her career to advocating for victims of physical abuse, remained skeptical of Nikki's narrative. To her, Nikki did not fit the typical profile of an abuse victim. During the trial, Prosecutor Kraus emphasized the first piece of physical evidence: the gun Nikki used to kill Chris. She stressed that Chris sustained a direct contact wound to the head. Additionally, the testimony from the medical examiner provided further evidence, stating that the gun muzzle imprint on Chris' head indicated that it was embedded when Nikki pulled the trigger. Therefore, if Chris had been awake, Nikki would not have been able to shoot at such close range. This suggests that Chris was likely asleep at the time of the incident, casting doubt on Nikki's claim of self-defense. Kraus also argued that it was actually Nikki, not Chris, who threw the laptop in the tub, suggesting that Nikki may have been trying to make it appear as if Chris was attempting to hide evidence of violence that was recorded on it. However, Nikki may not have anticipated that the laptop could be recovered in a way that allowed its contents to be examined, revealing no evidence of abuse. To support her argument, Kraus presented a series of texts Nikki sent to Chris days before his death, in which she referred to him as a man-child and questioned his intelligence. According to Kraus, these texts suggest that Nikki was the one who was abusive towards Chris. Adding a twist to the case, Kraus also presented damning evidence of multiple internet searches on Chris's phone on the night he died, and she believed that Nikki was responsible for these searches. In a text sent 6 weeks before the incident, Nikki expressed her frustration, stating, "I haven't figured out a way to kill him without being caught, so I'm still here." This led the prosecutor, Kraus, to discuss a dark chapter in Nikki's life that had a profound impact on her. She acknowledged that Nikki had experienced a traumatic event at the age of 5 during a sleepover at her friend, Caitlin's house. Caitlin lived with her mother and her mother's boyfriend, whom Nikki referred to as Uncle Butch. In the middle of the night, Nikki, who was sleeping with Caitlin, was abruptly awakened by Butch, who attempted to assault her. Regrettably, Caitlin, also a victim of Butch, was unable to assist Nikki during that distressing moment. When Nikki confided in her mother Belinda about the incident, it was met with denial and a plea to forget about it. Nevertheless, this incident had a profound impact on Nikki, causing her to become an extremely timid and reserved individual. It affected her ability to trust others and influenced the way she formed relationships. Even when Nikki met Chris, she still carried the haunting memories of her past experiences, making intimacy uncomfortable for her. Despite this, Chris, appearing to be a caring partner, respected her emotions and agreed to wait until she felt ready. His love and care for Nikki remained steadfast throughout. So if Chris was always kind to Nikki, how did the stories of abuse come about? Kraus alleged that Nikki fabricated these stories of abuse by Chris. She pointed out that Nikki never reported these accusations to the police, but only shared them with friends and therapists. A few years into her relationship with Chris, Nikki disclosed to her therapists that when she lived in an apartment complex with her mother would invite maintenance workers over for drinks. On a day when Nikki was home alone, a maintenance worker came by for repairs and attempted to assault her. However, Nikki later admitted that her memories of the attacker were unclear and she wasn't certain if it was the maintenance worker or if she had confused it with memories involving Chris. Around the same time, Nikki encountered a married police officer who was the father of one of her gymnastics students. He offered Nikki the opportunity to live with him, his wife, and children as a babysitter. Initially, she saw the 45-year-old man as a protector and even a father figure. However, as Nikki spent more time with the family, she grew increasingly uneasy. There was even a point when he tried to abuse and assault Nikki. It is a complex task to understand the circumstances in which their relationship began, particularly considering that she was still living with Chris and was pregnant with Ben. When discussing the marks and bruises on Nikki's body, Krauss contended that her injuries often had innocent explanations. Not all bruises were a result of violence. Many were actually self-inflicted. Krauss highlighted that even the medical records were not straightforward. During Nikki's initial visit to Vassar Brothers Hospital, she was asked a series of questions regarding the abuse, the injuries inflicted on her, and the burn marks all over her body. At that time, consistently denied that anyone had harmed her. However, after Fane was born, she returned to the hospital and answered affirmatively to every single one of those questions. Krauss suggested that Nikki was attempting to solely blame Chris for all the abuse she had endured, making him the primary culprit. Following the visit from Child Protective Services that night, Nikki feared that her fabricated stories of abuse would be exposed, potentially resulting in the loss of her children, which was her greatest fear. As the defense case unfolded, Attorney John and Ben Eastrier argued that Nikki lived in constant danger with Chris. They asserted that if she had not fought back and killed him that night, it would have been her life in jeopardy instead of Chris. Throughout the trial, Nikki's lawyers faced the challenge of persuading the jury that on the night of September 28, 2017, she acted in self-defense. Their argument revolved around the idea that Nikki shot Chris to save her own life and the lives of her children. To support their claims, Nikki's lawyers presented witnesses, including psychologists, examiners, midwives, and friends who testified about the extensive abuse she had suffered at the hands of Chris over the years. These concerned individuals, having witnessed Nikki's distressing situation, were genuinely worried about her safety. They consistently advised her to leave Chris and report the violence to law enforcement. Despite their well-intentioned advice, Nikki, scared of Chris, never felt brave enough to take such steps. Furthermore, they presented a photograph of Nikki's injuries and bruises in court, emphasizing that these marks could not have been self-inflicted. They pointed out specific injuries such as bite marks on her neck, rope marks on her neck and hands, and bruises from physical violence all over her body. This raised the lingering question, if neither Chris nor Nikki caused these bruises, then who was responsible? Nikki's lawyers argued that the other men mentioned by the prosecution were merely brought up to create confusion and shamed Nikki by suggesting she was involved with multiple men. According to them, the truth was clear. She had no physical relationship with anyone other than Chris. They believed that it was not crucial to focus on whether Chris was victimizing her with intimate partner violence. Instead, they stressed the importance of determining whether killing Chris was the right decision or not. The defense contended that the aggressive texts Nikki sent were typical responses when someone feels uncomfortable, challenging the prosecution's narrative. They also highlighted to the jurors that all the internet searches on how to kill someone while sleeping were found on Chris's phone, with no proof that Nikki had conducted those searches. While some speculated that Chris might be responsible, there was no evidence supporting that idea. The lawyers further argued that the medical examiner, Dr. Newman, testified that there was no proof Chris was actually sleeping at the time of the incident. He suggested that it could have happened the way Nikki described. To uncover the exact truth, they called Nikki herself to the stand so that the jurors could hear directly from her about what truly happened to her. Nikki, visibly shaken and in tears, testified in court about Chris's tendency to lash out whenever he felt disrespected. She recounted instances of abuse, including physical assault, choking, and being tied up for hours. Nikki also revealed that after their child was born, Chris began obsessively watching adult violent content and attempting to recreate it with her. Her attorneys presented graphic photos and videos, although Chris was always absent from the recorded footage. These videos were uploaded on an adult website featuring violent content and disrespectful language under the username GroveRespect. Surprisingly, the jurors seemed to overlook the disturbing nature of the videos. GroveRespect described himself as a 29-year-old cinematographer with a passion for martial arts, similar to Chris. However, the judge ruled that there was insufficient evidence to prove Chris's involvement in creating and posting the videos. The case took a surprising turn when undisclosed evidence emerged, including Nikki's full medical report from 2014 detailing the violence she endured. Additionally, midwife exams revealed injuries sustained the summer before Chris's death, which had been kept hidden. While it is not uncommon for certain evidence to be excluded in a murder trial, many argue that omitting this evidence was a mistake. Prosecutor Krauss suggested that Nikki may have fabricated the explicit videos herself, as there was no way to definitively identify the man in the footage. Krauss believed that Nikki had been gradually building a case against Chris, which explained his absence from the evidence presented. Nikki's anxiety during the trial was also observed by her prosecutors and Chris' mother. After extensive arguments and testimonies in Nikki's case, there were differing opinions, with some believing Nikki's innocence and others thinking Chris was innocent. Following 14 days of testimony, the case was handed over to the jurors, who faced the difficult task of determining whether Nikki Adamando was a frightened victim or a deceitful liar. After 3 days of deliberation, a verdict was announced. In April 2019, the jury, comprised of 8 women and 4 men, dismissed Nikki's self-defense claim and found her guilty of criminal possession of a weapon and second-degree murder. Consequently, she was sentenced to 19 years to life imprisonment. The jury's decision to convict Nikki, despite her traumatic experiences and potential harm, left many people shocked. Some believed it resembled a real-life Gone Girl scenario, suggesting that Nikki had meticulously planned everything for years, even causing injuries to herself to later justify killing Chris. On the other hand, Chris's family and friends felt a sense of relief upon hearing that the jury believed Chris was innocent and not responsible for abusing Nikki in any way. As a result of the updated New York state law in 2019, known as the Domestic Violence Survivors Justice Act, Nikki was granted the opportunity for another day in court. In 2020, a hearing took place where her claims of domestic violence played a significant role in reducing her sentence. This law empowered the judge to take into account the defendant's status as a victim and how it influenced the crime they committed when determining the appropriate sentencing. Judge Edward McLaughlin, who was presiding over Nikki's trial, listened to arguments from prosecutors who asserted that Nikki was not a genuine victim. They argued that she had access to services and could have left Chris at any time, even on the day he died. However, Nikki's supporters countered this by stating that labeling her as not a real victim oversimplified the intricate dynamics of domestic violence. Cross, Nikki's advocate, emphasized that she had the means to leave, including a car, and could have done so on the day Chris died. Nikki's defense team stressed that leaving was not a straightforward option, as she could have faced severe consequences even if she had left Chris. Challenging the misconception that escaping abusive relationships is easy, despite seeking help from support services, Nikki faced challenges in finding a safe way out due to her responsibilities as a mother to 2 young children. Even on the night of Chris's death, Nikki disclosed to the authorities that she had pleaded with him on numerous occasions, at least 17 times, to let her go. She had promised not to disclose anything, but Chris adamantly refused to allow her to leave. In Nikki's defense, her legal team argued that leaving an abusive and violent partner does not necessarily guarantee ones. They emphasized that even if Nikki had left Chris, the risk of harm could persist, making leaving not a guaranteed option for her safety. The defense suggested that escaping an ongoing abusive situation posed its own set of dangers and challenges for Nikki. In February 2020, the judge leaned towards the prosecution's argument, stating that Nikki was very close to her front door on the night Chris died and could have left. The judge also noted that Nikki's inconsistent statements about past abuse made it difficult to determine the identity of her abuser. However, despite this, many of Nikki's supporters firmly believed that she was the true victim, emphasizing that all the documented instances of abuse point to Chris as the perpetrator. Nikki's supporters gathered outside the Poughkeepsie courthouse, and although the court did not overturn her conviction, they ruled in her favor. They decided that she deserved a reduced sentence under the Survivors Justice Act, changing it from 19 years to life to 7.5 years in prison. With 5 years already served, Nikki's release was scheduled for 2024, and she was ultimately released on January 4, 2024, at the age of 35. While Nikki served her time behind bars, her children found a home with relatives, and the Grover family faithfully visited them every other day. Nikki and Chris are the sole individuals privy to the enigma that unfolded on that fateful evening of September 28, 2017. Regrettably, only one of them remains alive to recount their perspective. Domestic violence is a pervasive issue that can affect anyone, yet voicing one's experience proves to be an arduous task. Considering these circumstances, it prompts us to ponder, was Nikki genuinely a victim in this particular instance? Alternatively, despite seemingly possessing an enviable life, was she a deceitful manipulator? It is said that on February 4, 1989, at around 4:15 a.m., an intruder broke into an apartment in the 3100 block of Casa de Campo, San Mateo County, California. Using the kitchen knife he found in the apartment and abandoned it to hide his identity, the intruder used violence and threats to get into a woman's bed. He gave her a horrifying experience that included stabbing, strangling, and assault. Surprisingly, the victim managed to get the attacker to back down and immediately called the police. How did the assailant get in without being noticed? And who might this unidentified intruder be? With a population of 764,442, San Mateo County is well known for being close to Silicon Valley, which has an influence on its lifestyle by blending urban and suburban elements. Parks and historical sites are examples of recreational areas that add a cultural touch. While the crime rate is comparatively low when compared to other parts of California, the population is diverse and frequently involved in technology and innovation. The safety of the community is prioritized. In 2023, the John Harris Jr. cold case is brought up, bringing attention to one case of unsolved crime in this otherwise tranquil county. A violent incident occurred in the quiet neighborhood of San Mateo, California, in the early hours of February 4, 1989, leaving the 3100 block of Casa de Campo scarred for many years. In a disconcerting security lapse, a single man entered an apartment. His first action was cutting himself with a kitchen knife, a common object that was turned into a weapon. The burglar really went overboard when he proceeded to the victim's bedroom and began attacking her there as well as at her residence. The suspect launched a physical and psychological attack on her after climbing into the bed in which she was sleeping. He choked and stabbed the victim in what turned into a struggle for her life, barely missing her jugular vein. A deadly coincidence that spared her life. The woman showed an incredible will to live despite such horror. She fought back against the attacker, was hiding his face behind a bandana. Her fortitude was impressive, and she persuaded him to leave the apartment through a combination of bravery and quick thinking. This act of convincing the assailant to leave would later pique the interest and amazement of all who heard about the incident. The woman immediately called the police. When the police were alerted, they descended on the scene with a sense of urgency. They conducted interviews and meticulously processed the crime scene in search of fingerprints, DNA, or any other clue that could lead them to the perpetrator. They exerted great effort. The attacker's identity was still unknown despite the meticulous attention to detail. The trail became quiet and the leads grew cold as weeks turned into months and months into years. The assault case file was filled with notes and reports, but no definitive answers. The perpetrator of the horrifying crime within the walls of that apartment vanished into the ether, leaving behind a victim still dealing with the fallout, and a community in shock. The DNA evidence gathered from the Casa de Campo attack scene was stored for more than 30 years. A silent witness waiting for science to catch up. As DNA technology advanced, investigators did not let the case gather dust. They persevered in resubmitting the DNA evidence, hoping that each time there would be some revelation that would allow the truth to be heard. Their perseverance was rewarded. In December 2020, the evidence from that fateful night collided with the ongoing use of technology in forensic science. A match was discovered, an accomplishment that would have seemed almost miraculous to investigators in 1989. It turned out that the man identified by the DNA match, John Harris Jr., had resided in the victim's neighborhood. John Harris Jr. had stayed out of the public eye for the previous 30 years, even though their paths had not intentionally crossed. Following the event, he appeared to have lived in San Joaquin County, not too close to the crime scene, but far enough away to avoid being noticed. He had moved to Arizona by the time of the DNA match. Law enforcement and the community were both touched by the revelation that the suspect was leading a regular life, and may have thought that his chances of success had diminished with the passage of time. After Harris's identification, the case gained fresh momentum after going cold. New leads were now shedding light on questions that had lingered for years. Equipped with fresh data and a name, the inquiry team began piecing together John Harris Jr. movements and life during the previous 3 decades. They had to know how he avoided being detected and what connections he might have had to the area he had once called home. After the identity of the suspect was made public, the case took a significant turn and now had a defined course. It reinforced the message that justice is persistent, no matter how long it takes, and it gave some hope to those who think the case may never be solved. Thanks to a DNA breakthrough, the name John Harris Jr. is now at the center of a long-standing cold case that is coming out of the shadows. Who is John Harris Jr.? His background is complicated and mysterious, much like the crime he is suspected of. He was born in 1966. Since the public still does not know the specifics of Harris's birth parents or early years, he appears to be a ghost in the story of his own purported crime. It is thought that Harris spent the majority of his life in San Joaquin County, California. However, little is known about his life outside of his neighborhood. By 2020, he had established himself as a resident of Arizona in the context of his career. In Manteca, Harris carved out a niche for himself working for a company that installed surveillance systems. An ironic detail considering his subsequent criminal accusations. Harris appears to be a man who has managed to live a private life based on the skin information available about him. It is known that Harris was not a very noticeable person. There were no obvious indicators of a difficult upbringing or difficult educational path that the general public is aware of. The abrupt connection to a violent crime is all the more startling given the lack of a known criminal past. Harris is the primary suspect in an attempted murder case, and his DNA has permanently linked him to a horrific deed, raising the possibility that beneath the surface of a normal life, there may be a history of darker tendencies. There have been no disclosed marriages or family relationships. In many ways, Harris appears to be a lone individual cut off from the social pillars that support most people's lives. His former community in San Joaquin County and beyond have surely felt the impact of his name becoming associated with the case. The close proximity of a man suspected of a dangerous crime is causing discomfort to neighbors who previously might have simply nodded to him passing. John Harris Jr. experienced an abrupt upheaval in his life at the age of 55. He was taken into custody on Wednesday, February 25, 2021. On suspicion of attempting murder, he was apprehended by the long arm of the law not far from his Manteca, California workplace. Not only was this arrest the consequence of diligent police work, but it also marked a significant advancement in DNA analysis. The arrest was made by local detectives in collaboration with district attorney investigators, according to San Mateo Police Chief E. Barberini. It took Matt Broad, an inspector with the district attorney's office, persistently reopening the case at the request of District Attorney Inspector Kevin Raffaelli, for there to be an immediate connection. At the time, Raffaelli was a San Mateo police surgeon who was heavily involved in the investigation of this especially unsettling case. The investigators' determination was unwavering in their pursuit of justice for the atrocious crime committed in 1989. Harris appeared to have lived the nomadic life in the Bay Area, having lived in the counties of San Mateo, Alameda, San Francisco, and San Joel, Queen. Despite this, he had remained unnoticed, as his DNA was not found in the National Law Enforcement Database. To establish a connection, the investigators had to pivot and use advanced genealogical methods similar to the one used to discover the identity of the infamous Golden State Killer, Joseph James DeAngelo. In the end, it was his DNA that linked him to the case. Inspector Brolitz said that this scientific match would become the cornerstone of the case, unquestionably connecting Harris to the crime that had plagued the victims and the community for more than 3 decades. This statement summed up the results of tireless investigative efforts. As he considered the nature of the crime, Raffaelli noted how inhumane it was and how it left a lasting impression on the people who worked the case. At the time, Samatia was not used to handling crimes of that terrible caliber, and the local law enforcement had a collective memory of this specific incident. Steve Wagstaff, the district attorney, acknowledged the intricacy and skill of the investigation. Since Harris's DNA was missing from the databases that were usually checked, the investigating team had to use more creative ways to find the criminal. After being arrested, Harris was detained at the San Mateo County Jail with a hefty $500,000 bail. The community, which had previously been unaware of a seemingly ordinary man's dark past, was now confronted with the chilling reality of his alleged actions. For the victim and others impacted, this arrest represented a much-needed step toward justice and closure. On February 25, 2021, a gloomy Friday afternoon, John Harris Jr. appeared before the bench at San Mateo County Superior Court in Redwood City to answer to his charges. The seriousness of the situation was evident as he was about to be arraigning for two serious charges: attempted murder and aggravated mayhem, both of which carries a harsh life sentence. Given the gravity of the accusations, Justice Berberis handled the case with a calm disposition. Following Supreme Court Rule 23, the courtroom recognized that the rulings in this case would not establish a precedent. Therefore, the case's implications were limited to the present. When delivering the court's ruling, Justices Barberis, Vaughn, and McCaney presented a united front. John Harris Jr.'s attempt to review his conviction was unsuccessful due to the intricate legal proceedings. The court summarily dismissed his post-conviction petition in attempt to revoke his previous guilty plea for first-degree murder. This dismissal was not taken lightly following Harris Jr.'s appointment to the Appellate Council. The Office of the State Appellate Defender, or OSAD, submitted a withdrawal motion claiming that there was insufficient justification for the court's ruling to be incorrect. Harris Jr. was given the chance to reply, but he did not, so the court granted the motion and upheld the dismissal. The background to Harris Jr.'s current situation showed a complex legal battle. He had first accepted a guilty plea to first-degree murder in exchange for a shorter sentence of 25 years. But allegations of incompetent counsel and coercion emerged, and his guilty plea was temporarily withheld at a subsequent Krinkle hearing. The state's argument that they were unfairly excluded from the Krinkle hearing resulted in the guilty plea being reinstated. On appeal, Harris Jr. claimed that his constitutional rights were violated when the guilty plea was reinstated. The court denied the appeal, stating that the initial withdrawal was premature and that his plea was voluntary and informed upon review. Harris Jr.'s subsequent post-conviction petition was an attempt to work around these previous rulings. He asserted new arguments of collaboration between the trial court defense counsel and the prosecutor, but the court rejected them. The OSAD upheld the verdict. His actual innocence claim, which lacked new evidence or proof, was also rejected by the court. The petition was properly dismissed within the procedural boundaries, according to Justice Barberis, because it did not present any reasonably arguable issues. Finally, the court's decision was binding, the motion was granted, and the judgment was upheld. Harris Jr.'s attempt to obtain a new trial was ultimately unsuccessful due to the principle that once a case is decided, it cannot be pursued again. In a recent news conference, a San Mateo police chief, ITT Barberini, expressed the victim's relief and gratitude in the John Harris Jr. case, which had gone unsolved for over 3 decades. The victim, who has been through the unimaginable for the past 32 years, now has some closure. The arrest of a suspect was made possible by the combined efforts of the San Mateo County District Attorneys and investigators, the FBI San Francisco and Los Angeles divisions, Manteca Police, and San Mateo Police detectives. It demonstrates their commitment and the power of collaborative law enforcement. Authorities have stated that there may be additional victims. They are currently processing additional DNA in order to uncover additional evidence to help with the ongoing investigation. Police in San Mateo are encouraging anyone with information about Harris to come forward. Evening of May 30th, 2012, 19-year-old Brittany Wood dressed up and departed from her mother's residence in Mobile, Alabama, somewhere between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Everyone had assumed that Brittany was off to visit her friend, but the reality was far from it. Unbeknownst to those around her, Brittany's true destination was her uncle, Donnie Holland's home. However, what began as an ordinary visit would unfold into a nightmarish ordeal for both the family and law enforcement. 2 days later, on June 1st, 2012, the police made a gruesome discovery. Donnie, Brittany's uncle, was found in his car, a gunshot wound to the back of his head, revealing a chilling crime scene. The shocking and blood-stained scene added a layer of mystery, intensifying further. Brittany would remain mysteriously absent. Did Brittany play a role in Donnie's death? And if so, what drove her to such actions? Or was it someone else who not only killed Donnie, but also kidnapped Brittany? Brittany always had a dream of becoming a hairdresser and opening her salon one day. However, the young girl just in her teenage years would come across a man named Andy Woods. Their connection blossomed, leading to the joyous arrival of their beautiful daughter, Peyton, in 2009 when Brittany was just 18. While initially relishing the freedom of youth, the birth of Peyton signaled a profound change in Brittany's life. However, her life took an even more significant turn when, just a few months after Peyton's birth, and Brittany parted ways. Despite the breakup, the two made the decision to share custody, maintaining a positive and amicable relationship for the well-being of their daughter. Subsequently, Brittany ventured into dating, encountering several relationships that proved short-lived. Brittany found joy in spending time with her family, particularly her brother Derek, whom she considered as her protector. Reflecting on her past, Brittany's tumultuous experiences were also rooted during her childhood days. Her father, Wallace Hankey, had divorced her mother Chessie Wood when she was just a baby. Despite the divorce, Brittany maintained a positive relationship with her father. However, the main complication arose in her connection with her uncle, Donnie Holland. Donnie seemed like a fun-loving guy to everyone, always nice to those around him. However, beneath the surface his story was more complex than it appeared. At the time of his death, Donnie was actually under investigation for his alleged involvement in a child abuse ring, which extended to include other family members, even reaching members of Brittany's household. Now, is there a connection between everything that transpired in the past leading to the ultimate death of Donnie and Brittany's disappearance? On the evening of May 30th, 2012, Brittany left her house around 7:30 p.m. with her family assuming she was visiting a friend. Despite attempts to contact her later that night, they couldn't reach Brittany. The family, accustomed to her spending days with her friends, didn't initially suspect anything was amiss. However, unbeknownst to them, this was not just one of those nights. As Brittany's whereabouts remained unknown, chilling revelation awaited the family 2 days later, on June 1st, 2012. Donnie Holland, Brittany's uncle, was found in his car with the engine still running, left in a secluded area overlooking the Fish River. He had a gunshot wound to the back of his head behind his ear. He was transported to a local hospital, but had passed away. Upon learning this distressing news, Brittany's family attempted once more to contact her and share the tragic information. Unfortunately, their attempts were in vain as her phone remained unresponsive, indicating that it was dead. When they were unable to locate Brittany at her usual hangouts, the family grew increasingly concerned. In response, they swiftly headed to the Mobile County Police Station and filed a missing person report. This set off a series of investigations encompassing both Donnie and Brittany. Now, at the crime scene, the police conducted an exhaustive search for any evidence that could swiftly solve the case. Their thorough sweep revealed a small gun and a phone battery inside the car. While at the hospital, Brittany's mother, Chessie, mentioned that bags had been placed on Donnie's hands, presumably later for testing for gunshot residue. However, it remains unclear why these bags were removed without undergoing testing. In addition to the investigation, the police interviewed Donnie's wife, Wendy Holland, and their friend, Jennifer Gonzalez Moore, the individuals who discovered Donnie's body. They reported that Donnie was still gurgling blood when found approximately a mile away from the main road. The specifics of the interrogation, including whether Donnie was alive or not and the reason for their search, remain undisclosed. However, there was a significant suspicion that Wendy might be somehow connected to this incident. The police gathered the phone battery and the gun, presuming it to be the weapon used to shoot Donnie. However, surprising turn of events occurred when Brittany's best friend, Tiffany Bailey, confirmed that the gun belonged to Brittany. Tiffany revealed that Brittany had purchased the gun for protection shortly before her disappearance. With suspicions running high, questions arose about whether Wendy and her friend were involved or if Brittany played a role. However, another perspective on the story was yet to be explored. At the time of his death, Donnie was under investigation for his alleged participation in a troubling child abuse ring that implicated several of his own family members. A mere 30 minutes before his scheduled meeting with the investigators to discuss these allegations, he succumbed to a fatal gunshot while seated in his vehicle. Eric Winberg, a former detective with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office, posited the belief that Donnie likely anticipated arrest and as a result took his own life shortly before the planned police meeting. Amidst the suspicions and assumptions, the quest for truth began. The investigation was initiated by scrutinizing phone records. It was revealed that the battery found in Donnie's car belonged to Brittany's cell phone. Furthermore, the call records confirmed that Donnie and Brittany did in fact meet on May 30th, 2012, the day she went missing. Records revealed that Donnie had picked up Brittany at her home in Mobile and drove her to the residence in the Styx River area. Brittany's text records revealed continuous messaging until 11:30 p.m., abruptly ceasing at that point. In the early hours of May 31st, they returned to Mobile, coinciding with the moment her phone ceased functioning, preventing any further data collection. Healed by these revelations, the police force took drastic measures in their pursuit of Brittany. A widespread search ensued, mobilizing volunteers, the search and rescue unit, helicopters, dogs, and boats. The operation spanned a 5-mile radius around the Styx River Basin, the last location where Brittany's phone had pinged. Despite numerous interviews with her friends and family, the exhaustive efforts yielded no trace of her whereabouts. Meanwhile, Brittany's daughter also longed to see her mother. However, faced with a failed search for Brittany, the focus shifted back to Wendy. Police noted that on the day Donnie was discovered dead, Wendy was observed deleting items from Donnie's phone, suggesting an attempt to conceal something. Initially overlooked, this action gained significance as the investigation hit a dead end, prompting the police to turn their attention back to Wendy. The DNA results from the car yielded no conclusive evidence and the case reached a standstill. Soon, no further evidence surfaced to link anyone to the murder of Donnie Holland. Consequently, the case was closed, officially declaring it as a suicide. The decision to close the case as a suicide sparked controversy and raised many questions. Becca Johnson, a private investigator actively involved in the search for Brittany Wood, expressed skepticism, stating, "Generally, it's 4 to 5 hours till unpreserved gunshot residue is gone. And, hands in bags, it's being preserved. So I don't understand why that wasn't done, even if they thought it was an apparent suicide." Detective Eric Winberg confirmed that the gunshot residue test was not conducted because it was a procedure performed by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences at that particular time. Firearms expert Cameron Busey pointed out that the brain matter and bone fragments would likely have embedded into Donnie's hands if he had shot himself. However, no test was conducted to determine this aspect as well. Moreover, Busey highlighted that placing the gun behind one's head would be highly unusual. "I don't know of any suicide that was done in that position." However, despite various concerns and observations, the cause of death was officially determined as suicide and no concrete evidence emerged to challenge this conclusion. Although the case of Donnie concluded unexpectedly, the investigation delved deeper into unraveling its complexities as they explored the possibility of a family member being involved in the crime. The investigations exposed a disturbing history that the family had been hiding for years. They found that Donnie Holland headed a child abuse ring with the involvement of at least 11 other family members or friends. They had been abusing and exploiting children, including their own, for decades. As the police examined Brittany's Facebook profile, they discovered additional evidence linking the family to these accusations. Donnie's wife, Wendy, and Brittany's beloved brother, Derek, were among the 11 family members arrested for their involvement in the abuse ring. Adding to the gravity of the situation, his mother, Chessie, faced charges of child abuse. Despite maintaining her innocence, the allegations against the mother included an assault on another underage female relative. As the inquiry progressed, information from Brittany's friends, to whom she had confided, surfaced. It was disclosed that Brittany herself had been a victim of Donnie's abuse when she was just 9 years old. According to her friends, Brittany had intentions of confronting Donnie and exposing him to the authorities. The revelation raised a significant question. Did Brittany kill Donnie out of revenge? While the hypothesis had a compelling backstory, the absence of concrete evidence made it purely speculative. In a simpler narrative or a motive, it might have been the audience's initial thought that Brittany was responsible for Donnie's death, considering the backstory and her subsequent disappearance, especially with her gun found. However, in legal procedures, evidence is paramount, and without sufficient proof, no further investigation into her involvement was pursued. Alongside the theory of Brittany seeking revenge, another hypothesis emerged. Could a past victim have killed Donnie out of revenge and subsequently kidnapped Brittany? The motive behind kidnapping Brittany remained unclear, but her unexplained disappearance prompted questions about whether she was still alive. While various hypotheses circulated, the undeniable fact was that Brittany's family was on the verge of facing the legal consequences. Nevertheless, Chessie, Brittany's mother, expressed frustration that her daughter had not been located yet. On December 9, 2014, a young victim testified against Donnie's wife, Wendy Holland, in court. The testimony included the harrowing account of the victim's earliest memories involving abuse by adult relatives, one of whom was the defendant, Wendy Wood Holland, who was 35 at the time. During the largest case in Alabama, which involved the prosecution of 10 individuals, the teen girl testified that the relatives often engaged in adult group activities, mentioning that Brittany Wood was sometimes involved in these activities. Prosecutor Teresa Hines asked how often such things occurred. "It happened a bunch," she replied. A man who later pleaded guilty testified that he once participated in a 6-way inappropriate encounter with a group of relatives, including the girl and Wendy Holland. Brittany Wood's 23-year-old brother Derek Wood pleaded guilty to engaging in inappropriate activities with the victim in Wendy Holland's case. He mentioned that he had such inappropriate interactions with Wendy too many times to count, starting at around the age of 13. Received youthful offender status for his case, which was sealed, and he spent 3 years incarcerated. Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, who also faced charges related to a child abuse crime, arrived at court with her son, but was not allowed inside as she is a defendant in a related case. Moreover, she directly stated that her family members were guilty. Wendy Holland's brother-in-law, Dustin Kent, testified that he took part in a 6-way inappropriate encounter involving Wendy, the alleged teen victim, and his wife, Mindy Kent, who is Wendy Holland's twin sister. Dustin Kent, who also pleaded guilty to sex charges, stated he first witnessed Wendy Holland engaging in inappropriate activities with the alleged victim in October 2011. A week after entering a guilty plea, Dustin Kent pleaded guilty again in Mobile County, this time for charges of sodomy and assault related to engaging in inappropriate activities with 2 different 13-year-old family members in 2008. He was sentenced to 17 years in prison. Subsequently, Randall Scott Wood, another uncle of Brittany, entered a guilty plea in Mobile County. In succession, each of the accused individuals was convicted on charges related to child abuse. Mindy Kent, Wendy's identical twin sister, also landed behind bars after Mobile County jurors convicted her of sodomy and abuse of a child under the age of 12 in 2015. She was sentenced to a maximum sentence of 40 years behind bars, 20 years for each count against her. In 2015, Wendy Holland was convicted of child abuse and child torture, receiving a staggering sentence of 219 years in prison. Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, also admitted guilt to a misdemeanor charge and child endangerment. The conclusion of Donnie Holland's death as a suicide continues to be shrouded in controversy. The significant question of whether Brittany was the perpetrator remains unanswered definitively. However, beneath this veil, one certainty prevails. The troubled family of Brittany would face the consequences they deserved after concealing these taboo activities for ages, just as ultimately had prevailed. Now, concerning the disappearance or the night of the murder, only one person can tell us the truth: Brittany Wood herself. However, more than a decade has passed and she remains elusive, with her whereabouts still unknown. So what do you think about this disturbing case? What could have happened on the night of Donnie's death? Was it really a disappearance and a suicide? Or was there something more twisted? Let us know your opinions. We'd love to hear from you. Tragically, on January 13, 1972, 9-year-old Debbie Lynn Randall, a young third grader in Marietta, Georgia, vanished on her way home from a nearby laundromat. Her disappearance sparked a massive upsurge that involved thousands of people, but it ended in sadness. Debbie's body was found 16 days later, on January 29, 1972, and it was discovered that she had been tragically attacked and strangled. After decades of being unsolved, this case saw a breakthrough in 2023. With a population of almost 61,000, Marietta, Georgia is a significant city in Cobb County and a part of the Atlanta metropolitan area. Its roots are deeply ingrained in history, dating back to the early settlers in the area that is now Kennesaw, the Cherokee town of Big Shandy. The historic Marietta Square, located in the center of the city, is a symbol of its illustrious past. Marietta, well known for its monumental chicken structure, a landmark since 1963, combines old-world charm with contemporary suburban living. It is ideally situated between Kennesaw and Smyrna, and major routes like Interstate 75, State Route 3, and U.S. Route 41 provide good access to it. Despite its many positive features, the city is not immune to crime, as evidenced by the recent resolution of the Debbie Lynn Randall cold case in 2023. John Randall and Joanna DeWheeler Randall were delighted to welcome Debbie Lynn Randall into the world on August 21, 1962, in the sleepy Georgian town of Marietta. Debbie was a third grader at Pine Forest Elementary School when she was a child in the year 1972. Her kind and compassionate disposition soon won her over as a favor among her peers, both at school and in the neighborhood. Debbie was adored and renowned for her kind disposition. Debbie had a charming personality as evidenced by the warmth and love that were frequently present in her home. Guests showed their affection for her by bringing dolls for her on a regular basis. These dolls represented the affection of the community for her and were more than just toys. Debbie had a unique relationship with her elder brother Melvin Randall at home. Their bond as siblings was close-knit and compassionate. As Debbie's caring and protective older brother, Melvin always makes an effort to grant her wishes. Their family's close-knit dynamics were demonstrated by this bond. Debbie's life, which was filled with hopes and youthful aspirations, was tragically cut short, leaving her family and community grieving greatly. On January 13, 1972, the Randall family in Marietta seemed to be enjoying just another evening. Debbie, a lively little child, was with her mother, Joan Nita, and her brother Melvin was in bed because he was sick. Joan Nita was in the kitchen making dinner while she waited for John Debbie's father to return. The evening went on as usual. Debbie asked permission to play at the neighborhood playground that evening, as she usually did. It is a short walk from their house and a known and secure area. Debbie happily agreed, promising to return before supper. When Juanita asked her to pick up some washing powder from the laundromat across the street. Debbie's regular routine included a 5-minute stroll to the playground, where she would typically spend an hour playing after school. In roughly 1.5 hours, Juanita anticipated her return. But as time went on and Debbie did not come back, anxiety began to grow. Debbie never missed her curfew, and she never arrived late without telling her. Joanna's anxiety increased as the evening went on and Debbie was still nowhere to be found. Around 9:45 p.m., John arrived home, but they still did not know Debbie's whereabouts. When they realized that this was not at all like Debbie, their concern turned to panic. Melvin joined the search even though he was not feeling well. The family acted quickly. Normally the center of activity, the neighborhood was now the focus of an increasing amount of concern. Melvin went around asking people if they had seen Debbie, but nobody knew anything about her other than the fact that she had left the house earlier. Gemina and John hurried to the closed laundromat after discovering the playground was empty. The streets were deserted, and the loss of their daughter made each minute feel more burdensome. Their concerns were heightened when they found a box of washing powder on the road close to their house. a stark reminder that something was wrong. Refusing to cry and motivated by maternal instinct, Juanita made the decision to call the police. Nevertheless, they had to deal with the formal obstacle that Debbie had vanished in less than 24 hours, which prevented them from filing an official missing persons report at that time. The police reassured them that they would make every effort to find Debbie in spite of this. The Randall family received support and assistance in their search from the community as a whole. Approximately 4,000 volunteers, among them Debbie's brother Melvin, canvassed the city in the days that followed. The streets were covered in flyers with Debbie's picture on them and a request for her safe return. The local police were equally dedicated and followed up on every lead. Debbie had picked up the washing powder, as the laundromat confirmed, but it was still unclear what transpired in the short time between her visit and her disappearance. Although Debbie's immediate neighborhood friends were questioned during the search, none of them were able to provide information about her whereabouts. The Randall family and the community held on to hope as the days stretched into weeks, knowing that it would soon run out. On January 29, 1972, 16 agonizing days later, a group of Southern Tech students who had been assiduously helping the police made an extremely painful discovery. Debbie's body was discovered off Johnson Ferry Road in a wooded area. It was a grim scene, with her half-clothed body showing signs of a violent struggle, as though she had battled mightily to survive. It appeared that the murderer had muffled Debbie's screams for assistance with her own coat. The revelation provided a horrifying glimpse into the suffering Debbie had to go through. It seemed as though the offender had been pursuing her and waiting for the right opportunity to kidnap her. This vicious person made Debbie endure horrific experiences in multiple places before disposing of her body in the woods. The community, once unified and resolved in hope, was now brought together in grief. Marietta was rocked by shock when word of the tragic discovery of Debbie's body reached the community. The sight of their dead daughter's body struck Juanita and John Randall like a ton of bricks, turning their terrible nightmare into a terrible reality. Everyone who knew Debbie will always bear a profound wound from her passing. Debbie was a cherished daughter, sister, and friend. As the Randall family struggled to understand the terrible fate that had befallen little Debbie, the community grieved with them. The inquiry into Debbie Lynn Randall's death grew more intense after her body was tragically found. Examining the scene, the coroner found disturbing details. Debbie was severely injured as evidenced by the deep wounds on her body from being strangled and beaten. During this examination, a crucial finding was an unidentified hair strand that might have belonged to her attack. This discovery suggested a potential development in the case, but one major obstacle in the 1970s was the limitations of medical technology. Since such evidence analysis was still in its infancy, the hair sample offered more of a hope for the future than a quick fix. The hair was preserved with great care, hoping that one day new technological developments would help identify Debbie's killer. Detectives followed hundreds of leads over the course of days and months, all of which ended in dead ends despite the lead's initial promise. Law enforcement put in a lot of effort, but they were caught in a frustrating loop and could not find the key clues that would have solved the case. The Randall family was left with unanswered questions as a result of the protracted uncertainty and lack of closure. They wondered what had really happened that fateful evening and who was to blame for their daughter's premature death. They had to deal with the pain of losing their dear Debbie, as well as the never-ending annoyance that justice was still evasive. Debbie's case progressively moved from an active investigation to a cold case as the years went by and the number of leads decreased. Her murder mystery remained unsolved for almost 28 years, causing constant suffering and intrigue. The Marietta community and the Randall family were left to ponder whether the truth about Debbie's terrible demise would ever be revealed. The case, which left many who knew and loved Debbie with unsolved questions and unfulfilled justice, lingered in their collective memories. But in 2001, there was a renewed interest in the unsolved mystery surrounding Debbie Lynn Randall's case. Re-examining old files, Detective Morris Nix was unable to escape the haunting memory of unsolved cases. That included Debbie's case, where he sensed details that the 1972 original investigation had overlooked. Detective Morris reopened the case because he was determined to find answers. He found the long-stowed evidence box and the hair strand that had been preserved from the crime scene. The case was put on hold while future technological advancements were made because, despite the FBI's best efforts, the hair's owner could not be identified using the advanced technology of the early 2000s. Until 2015, when Detective Morris joined the Cobb County Cold Case Unit, the case remained unresolved. The case took on new life and increased momentum thanks to modern medical science. Sandra Walker was one of the children who played with Debbie that fateful evening, and media coverage helped bring her to light. Sandra's testimony, which had previously been suppressed out of fear, gave the case a terrifying new angle. Years later, the horrific details of her experience seeing Debbie kidnapped were still fresh in her mind. Police partnered with Amanda Wood, a freelance artist, and a graphic designer to engage the community in job memorials. Wood devoted months to putting Debbie's final moments into graphic form. The result is a moving and intense depiction that highlights both Debbie's innocence and the horrific nature of her attack. Debbie's father, John, held on to every article from the newspaper detailing his daughter's disappearance, a continual reminder of the mystery left unsolved. Detective Morris, in the meantime, sent a piece of cloth with floral prints found on Debbie's body to the Sorensen Forensic Lab so that it could be tested for DNA. Thanks to technological developments, a partial DNA profile of an unidentified man could be created. Despite obstacles, renewed DNA testing provided fresh opportunities for the investigation in 2019 thanks to additional funding from the Criminal Justice Coordination Council. Previously unmoving, the case now might lead to the answers the Randall family and the Marietta community have been looking for many years. Thanks to developments in genetic genealogy, Debbie Lynn Randall's cold case made a significant breakthrough in 2023. The police set out to create an SMP, a single nucleotide polymorphism profile, in cooperation with DNA Labs International. This was due to the fact that preliminary efforts such as evidence analysis and searches in the Combined DNA Indexing System, or CODIS, did not yield any results. Compared to conventional techniques, the TESNP profile offers a more thorough and insightful kind of genetic profiling. It required a painstaking process of looking through police files and public records. Their objective was to locate a DNA match for a person connected to the case. After finding a match, the detectives got to work creating an intricate family tree. They tried to track down as many of the suspected attacker's relatives as they could, a move that showed how police work and community involvement are always changing. The relatives of the named suspect were contacted by the police. Surprisingly, the family members cooperated and voluntarily gave samples of their DNA for analysis. This was a critical point in the investigation that demonstrated the ability of community collaboration to solve enduring mysteries. Following all required testing was a clear match between the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene. The killer was identified as William B. Rose, a resident of Mableton. For the Randall family and the Marietta community, who had been waiting more than 50 years for answers, this revelation was a warish moment. Born in 1950, William B. Rose is still somewhat of a mystery because so little is known about his upbringing, parents, and career. He kidnapped and murdered Debbie Randall at the age of 22. His life took a tragic turn. In 2023, authorities searched for Rose in an attempt to capture him. But in an unexpected turn of events, they discovered something they had not anticipated. Rose committed suicide in 1974, 2 years after his horrific murder of Debbie, because he was obsessed with avoiding being apprehended by the authorities. Even at the time of a prior arrest for an incident involving alcohol, this fear was apparent. Rose never made an appearance on the police radar during the first investigation, so it was shocking to learn that he was Debbie's killer. Given that Rose and Debbie's family shared an apartment building, it is possible that Rose saw Debbie at the neighborhood playground, where he was laying the groundwork for his evil scheme. When the police exhumed Rose's body in 2023 to establish his identity as the culprit, tests unequivocally identified him as the one who had tragically taken Debbie Randall's life. Debbie Lynn Randall's long-running case came to a bittersweet conclusion with the identification of William B. Rose as the culprit. Sadly, Juanita and John Randall, Debbie's parents, died before this information was found. After a fight with leukemia, Juanita passed away in 2018 and John in 2022. They had to bear the grief of losing Debbie at such a young age for decades. Debbie's brother, Melvin, conveyed his relief and appreciation. Morris Nix, a retired detective, said that technology was vital to the case's resolution. The Carriega family, comprising of 43-year-old John Derek Johnny Carriega, 37-year-old Crystal Lynn Carriega, and their two teenagers, 16-year-old Jonathan Felipe Higgins and 16-year-old Hunter Evan Shop, lived together in Kitsap County, Washington. John and Crystal tied the knot in 2009, blending their families with the two teenagers coming from previous relationships. However, their happiness didn't last long, and their 8 years together as a family were about to come to an end when an unexpected visitor changed everything. January 27, 2017 was just another typical Friday in Kitsap County, Washington. As evening came down, the Carriega family gathered in their home on West Tenino Drive, a charming single-story ranch house. Crystal reportedly had some friends over at the residence. Meanwhile, Johnny received a phone call while at the house and went out to meet someone, telling the family that he would return home shortly. Johnny later returned to the premises but did not enter the house. Like any ordinary family, they spent the night snacking, indulging in late-night activities such as scrolling through their phones or watching TV. However, the tranquility of the evening was shattered when on that fateful Friday night, dispatchers at Kitsap County received a harrowing 911 call from 16-year-old Hunter Shop. In a desperate plea, he urged authorities to rush to their location. By the time the rescue team arrived, a grim scene awaited them at the Carriega residence. The whole family, including Hunter Shop, had been shot and killed within the confines of their home, which was subsequently set in flames. On Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, the community woke up to a chilling headline. 3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire. The news sent shockwaves through the area, with residents grappling to make sense of the tragedy that had unfolded. The newspapers had this wrong headline, "Homeowner Missing." This added another layer of concern and uncertainty to the already disturbing situation. According to the initial reports, the victims, 2 teenagers and a woman, had been discovered inside a home engulfed in flames. Authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides, leaving the community reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime. It was confirmed that the crime had taken place the previous Friday night, with no sign of the homeowner, John. Concerned authorities urged the public to remain vigilant and report any sightings of Carriega or his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150. Despite being labeled as a missing person, suspicions began to swirl around John, with some suspecting he may have been involved in the heinous crime. Now, the press played a pivotal role in shaping public perception, with headlines fueling speculation and uncertainty. The mention of "someone's here with a gun" only added to the air of suspicion surrounding Carriega. However, it soon became apparent that the media had made a grave error in reporting the survival of 16-year-old Hunter Shop, who had made the distressing 911 call before tragically succumbing to his injuries. As authorities continued their investigation, some surprising details emerged, shedding light on the cruelty of the crime. Shell casings, predominantly 9mm, were discovered on the back deck, and more than $50,000 was found in cash hidden in a strongbox in the main bedroom, along with another $7,000 in a money bag. Throughout the next few days, law enforcement spared no effort in their search for Johnny Carriega and his truck, mobilizing every available resource in a desperate bid for clues. Eventually, a crucial development rocked the ongoing investigation. The discovery of John Carriega's truck, the burnt wreckage containing the lifeless body of Johnny, was found on a remote road in North Mason County. The discovery was made by a passerby walking in the area, prompting immediate action from authorities. The announcement from the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office sought assistance from residents in the area, urging anyone with information to come forward. Crime scene investigators carefully searched the area, scouring for clues that might shed light on the circumstances surrounding John's death. Their efforts brought out a crucial piece of evidence: a single latex glove found near the burnt-out truck. Now this discovery raised questions and fueled speculation, prompting authorities to appeal to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might provide valuable insights into the case. Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Earl Smith emphasized the importance of video evidence, urging those with relevant footage to cooperate with law enforcement. The appeal was met with a swift response from the community, with individuals stepping forward to offer assistance in any way they could. Despite the collaborative spirit permeating the investigation, details surrounding the circumstances of John's death remain shrouded in mystery. According to detectives, the road leading to the tree farm, marked by a gate, showed signs of forceful entry, with the gate visibly damaged. It appeared as though Johnny's truck had rammed through the gate, which was a stark indication of some level of struggle. Amidst the chaos and uncertainty, the memory of Hunter's shop weighed heavily on the minds of many. Principal Megan Swiecki of North Kitsap High School delivered the somber news, paying tribute to Hunter's memory and urging those who knew him to cherish the moments they shared. As the community mourned the loss of the Cariaga family, a sense of hope emerged. The appointment of Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum in this case. With a major lack of definitive evidence and any eyewitnesses, investigators turned to digging into the lives of the victims. As the investigators started to, they uncovered a series of puzzling yet potential motives. These were basically speculations about the family's business ventures and financial dealings, fueling theories of possible illicit activities and criminal connections. The first thing, the disturbing 911 call made by one of the victims struck a question. Why didn't Hunter mention anything about the fire, or was he confused? This raised suspicions about the timing and motives behind the arson, adding another layer of complexity to an already confusing investigation. As the investigation progressed, authorities faced a ton of questions and uncertainties. The motive behind the attack, the identity of the person or persons, and the circumstances surrounding John Cariaga's abduction remain shrouded. Amidst the confusion and despair, one question loomed larger than all others. Why? Months passed with little progress. However, in February 2017, a breakthrough occurred when surveillance footage captured John Cariaga at a local grocery store buying cigarettes, seemingly behaving normally in the hours leading up to his disappearance. While this provided some insight into his whereabouts, it failed to yield any significant leads. Then, in June 2017, authorities released a photo of a person of interest captured on surveillance footage at a Target store just days before the murders. The image showed an individual entering the store, raising suspicions about their potential involvement in the crime. This marked the first communication from authorities in months, highlighting the urgency of the investigation. Sheriff Gary Simpson emphasized the need for public assistance, confirming that more than one person was involved in the meticulously planned murders. This added a new layer of complexity to the case, prompting hints about the suspect's motives and connections to the victims. The request for information on the unknown suspect seen at Target 12 days before the murders raised questions about their possible purchases and their relevance to the crime. Could items bought at the store be linked to the murders, such as firearms or materials found at the crime scene? In September 2017, the investigation progressed with the identification of a person of interest, Danny Kelly Jr. Danny was a longtime friend of Johnny's, even turned out to be Johnny's best man at the time of his wedding. Now reports suggested a troubling encounter between Danny and his estranged mother, who accused him of misconduct. The case report was that he had repeatedly groped and propositioned his mother and was arrested on behalf of this case. Besides, the alleged involvement in the Cariaga case raised eyebrows, but authorities clarified that he had not been officially charged in connection with the homicides. Now the year of 2017 drew to a close, marking the Cariaga family murders as the most significant local news story of the year. The community's deep-seated feelings were further pushed by an anonymous donor who chose to contribute $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, bolstering the reward fund to $20,000. Despite the dropped charges against Danny J. Kelly Jr. for assaulting his mother, investigators remained committed to pursuing leads in the case. On January 11, 2018, authorities released an extended version of Hunter Shop's chilling 911 call, as the investigators weren't letting down on the case. They came to notice that Danny was wearing Bandito's motorcycle club attire in the video, and the investigators appealed to members of the motorcycle club for information. Now this marked a significant development, as investigators publicly identified Danny Kelly Jr. as a person of interest and highlighted his association with the Banditos Motorcycle Club. For those who aren't aware, the Bandidos Motorcycle Club is widely recognized as a motorcycle gang by law enforcement and intelligence agencies across multiple countries. Although the club has denied allegations of being a criminal organization, several members have been convicted of engaging in illegal activities. It has a substantial presence in Washington state and has been the target of various law enforcement operations over the years. According to the Department of Justice, Bandidos members have been heavily involved in methamphetamine trafficking and various violent crimes in Washington. Further scrutiny focused on surveillance footage showing Johnny Carriega meeting someone at a local grocery store shortly before the murders. In January of 2020, authorities once again pressed the importance of their belief that members of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club were directly involved in the Carriaga family murders. They appealed to the biker community for any information that could aid in the investigation. However, since then, there had been little to no progress in the case, and it stayed the same for nearly 5 years. On further digging, detectives found out that Johnny had been involved in the transportation and distribution of for a significant period. He made numerous trips to California, where he reportedly acquired kilos of coke to distribute in Kitsap County. This involvement led him to interact with members of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, particularly Robert James Watson, the leader of the local Bandidos chapter, to whom one of Johnny's close associates at the time began directly selling coke. Yes, the initial suspect, Danny J. Kelly Jr. Despite their close relationship, a falling out occurred before the murders, allegedly over money stolen by Danny. As Johnny went into distribution in Kitsap County, he came into contact with other Bandidos Motorcycle Club members who were in process of joining the club. Now the detectives used cell phone tracking to show the locations of Carriega and the suspects before, during, and after the killings. Danny Kelly Jr. had bought a prepaid mobile burner phone at the Silverdale Target, which he used extensively to communicate with John Carriega for the 10 days leading up to the killings. However, communication stopped afterward, even though the phone didn't expire until April 2017. Detectives obtained a search warrant in January 2020 for Robert Watson's cell phone when members of the Bandidos were suspected in the homicides. Text messages between Danny and Robert Watson, including one on January 23, 2020, were retrieved, with Danny commenting on the weather, saying, "A little humid today." On the night of the murders, the Carriega family had friends over, but Johnny abruptly left after receiving a phone call. Surveillance footage captured him briefly parked next to another vehicle in a nearby grocery store parking lot before driving off. Meanwhile, the friends departed from the Carriaga home. Before Johnny could return, 3 men arrived and began shooting. Crystal, Johnny's wife, was reportedly the first victim, followed by her son, Jonathan Higgins, and then Johnny's son, Hunter Shop, who was shot in the driveway. Crystal was shot in the head, and Jonathan Higgins, who came out of his room to check on the commotion, was as well. Hunter Shop was carrying a pizza into the home when he was ambushed by at least one gunman. It appeared, based on the evidence, that he surprised the killer. A first shot missed, but he was struck by 2 subsequent shots, and Shop was left for dead. But he was still alive when he made the 911 call. The call abruptly ended, suggesting the gunman interfered with or destroyed the phone, before fatally shooting Hunter. The assailants then set fires at different ends of the home using fire starter logs and accelerants, and they threw rocks through the windows to fuel the blaze. Now, subsequently, the suspects exhibited suspicious behavior and were linked to the crime through this evidence. Danny was seen by a witness driving Johnny's truck away from the crime scene. Surveillance footage from a local Target showed Danny purchasing a prepaid phone days before the murders, which he reportedly used to communicate extensively with Johnny. Notably, the phone's activity ceased shortly before the killings. Watson visited a club member's house missing his pants and claimed he had fought with a homeless black man. Later that evening, Watson called 911 to report his truck had been broken into several days earlier, and a loaded Glock handgun and a second loaded magazine were stolen. Watson, who worked for Kitsap County Public Works, stopped going to work and was eventually fired in September 2017. Detectives found that about $303,000 was deposited into his accounts that year, with numerous cash deposits that couldn't be traced. Johnny Carriega had reportedly hidden $200,000 under his home, but it was never found. Also, a neighbor heard gunshots on the night of the homicide and saw Carriega's truck speeding down Tanino Drive. The neighbor identified the driver as Danny, whom he knew from when Danny's family lived in the same house. Following the truck was a silver car, almost bumper to bumper. Detectives noted that Danny and John Carriega had a strong dislike for each other, making Danny's presence at Carriega's house or driving his truck suspicious. Less than a week after detectives released video of Carriega's truck in the unidentified car at the Camp Union grocery, Robert's brother Johnny Watson's car, a 2006 Mercedes, was found stripped and dumped in the Puyallup River. The vehicle was missing its plates and had not been reported stolen. However, later, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to retrieve the car. Now there was a question. Why did he only think to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby? Johnny Watson, the third individual, was believed to be the driver of the second vehicle seen in the grocery store parking lot on the night of the murders. And furthermore, the DNA from one of the rocks at the crime scene matched perfectly with his. Finally, on June 6, 2022, a significant development shook the community as 3 men were formally charged in connection with the quadruple murder of the Carriega family. This marked a crucial moment to the long-standing investigation that had gripped the region for years. The arrest operation, meticulously planned over several weeks, involved approximately 70 police officers spanning multiple counties. The suspects, identified as 43-year-old Danny J. Kelly Jr., 49-year-old Johnny James Watson, and 50-year-old Robert James Watson, were apprehended in different locations across the state. Robert Watson was caught in between traffic at Gig Harbor. Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested about an hour later in their apartments in Bremerton. Following their arrests, the 3 men were booked into local jails and charged with a total of 16 felonies each. These charges ranged from first-degree aggravated murder, first-degree murder, first-degree arson, to first-degree burglary. Bail for each defendant was set at a staggering $20 million. The suspects appeared in court the following morning to enter their pleas, with each pleading not guilty to the alleged felony charges. The judge ordered that they be held without bail and imposed strict conditions, prohibiting them from possessing firearms, alcohol, or drugs, as prescribed. Additionally, the defendants were forbidden from having any contact with each other as mandated by the court. In response to the Carriega family murders, investigators had formed a specialized task force dedicated to unraveling the complexities of the quadruple homicide. This collaborative effort underscored the gravity of the case and the determination of law enforcement to bring the perpetrators to justice. The community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings, hoping that the arrests would mark a significant step towards closure for the families affected by the tragic loss of the Carriega family. But even in this darkness, there's a glimmer of hope as people come together to remember them. The arrest of the 3 suspects in the Carriega family murder case was a moment long awaited by those touched by the tragedy. For years, Carly Scott, the mother of Hunter Scott, had pleaded for justice, and finally her prayers were answered. She's made so many emotional pleas over the years, just asking for someone to step forward. And it worked. The detectives got tips from the public that helped crack the case. The suspects, accused of killing an entire family, were brought before a Kitsap County judge, visibly restrained and escorted into court. Their alleged crimes, fueled by greed, disrespect, left a deep scar on the community. During the trial, emotions ran high as family members faced the accused expressing their desire for justice. The suspects exuded an unsettling aura reflecting on the severity of their actions. Despite the pain and heartache, the arrests provided a sense of relief and closure to the victims' loved ones, and it was very much visible around the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office. As family gathered to hug detectives and each other, anxious right after the arrest. As we wrap up today's episode, we invite you to share your thoughts on this disturbing case. Your reflections are valuable to us. If you have suggestions for other stories, please feel free to share them in the comments below. June 14, 2019, around 7:30 p.m. at the Costco Wholesale in Corona, California. The French family, consisting of 32-year-old Kenneth French, his mother Paula French, and his father Russell French, were just going about their usual shopping routine. As they looked around the aisles, they came across a food sample table offering sausages. At the same table stood off-duty LAPD officer Salvador Sanchez. He was holding his 8-month-old son Noah and seemed to be a caring father interacting with his child. For reasons unknown, Kenneth French suddenly attacked Officer Sanchez. It's unclear the exact nature of the attack, but it could be described as a push, slap, punch, or some other kind of physical contact. This unexpected act caused the officer to lose his balance and fall to the ground, dropping his baby and possibly hitting his head in the process. Upon arriving at the scene, officers found Officer Sanchez visibly shaken and disoriented. Sanchez claimed he suffered a concussion from the fall, which left him disoriented and scared. In this state, he says he pulled out his gun, wanting to protect himself and his young son Noah, whom he had dropped during the fall. He admitted to firing the gun, but maintained it was an accidental discharge due to his disoriented and scared state. The sound of gunfire sent shockwaves through the store. Panic erupted as people scattered in fear, some running for the exits to escape the danger. Others, with a sense of urgency, dialed 911 for help. During the chaos, while some took shelter, a few brave people went towards the sound of the shots to see if anyone was hurt. It was during this time when they found Officer Sanchez lying on the ground. Officer Sanchez also claimed that when he regained some awareness, he saw Kenneth holding a small black pistol similar to an LCP Ruger .380 pistol. The police arrived quickly after the shooting. Officer Sanchez told them he thought he'd been shot in the head and saw a gun before getting knocked down. One customer, who had been shopping elsewhere in the store, ran towards the commotion after the shot stopped. He saw Officer Sanchez pointing toward Kenneth French, who was also injured but found no gun near him. The police too were not able to find any witnesses who saw Kenneth, his mother Paula, or his father Russell with a gun. They also couldn't find any evidence, like a dropped weapon, near where the family was shot to suggest they had one. Once everyone was safely evacuated from the store, the police took extra precautions to check everywhere for possible dangers. They even used special drone cameras to look on top of cabinets and freezers where someone might have hidden something. After a thorough investigation, it became clear there was only one gun involved in the entire incident: the handgun carried by LAPD officer Salvador Sanchez. No other weapon was ever found. Officer Sanchez didn't seem to have any outward injuries after the shooting, but he still asked to go to the hospital. There, he told the doctors he thought he passed out after hitting his head on the floor. Based on this, they diagnosed him with a concussion, which is a kind of brain injury that can cause dizziness and confusion. However, the police reports didn't say he had any clear injuries like cuts or bruises even later on. Convinced there was more to the story than met the eye, the detectives set their sights on uncovering the family's past, believing it held the key to a complete understanding. The French family, originally from Kolkata, India, had built a life in California. Kenneth, 32, lived with his parents Russell and Paula, who had been married since 1986. They were a close-knit family who had lived in Canada and the UK before settling in Riverside. The couple raised their son Kenneth with a gentle soul and a warm smile. Kenneth, although 32 years old, had the mental capacity of a teenager due to a combination of schizophrenia and an intellectual disability. Schizophrenia is a complex mental illness that can affect a person's thoughts, emotions, and behavior. People with schizophrenia may experience hallucinations, which are seeing or hearing things that aren't there, and delusions, which are false beliefs held despite evidence to the contrary. It can be a challenging condition to manage, and Kenneth's family was dedicated to giving him the best possible care. But Kenneth's condition had been worsening over time, and he was nonverbal at the time of the incident. He had upcoming appointments to address recent concerns about fluid in his brain and the possible impact of stopping his medication due to other health issues. However, the circumstances surrounding the incident raised questions about whether Kenneth's situation could have played a role in the tragedy. To understand the full picture, it's crucial to hear from those closest to Kenneth, his parents. In the aftermath of the shooting, Kenneth's mother told responding officers that her son had hit the officer at the sample stand. However, She was understandably traumatized, and her account later changed, saying it was more of a slap. Meanwhile, Officer Sanchez wasn't arrested and went home while authorities investigated. He was initially given desk duty and then placed on paid leave. In light of the ongoing investigation, Officer Sanchez was given a desk assignment until further notice. Unfortunately, the store's security footage did little to shed light on the situation. The camera was far away and blocked by merchandise, so it didn't capture the initial interaction between Kenneth and the officer. It only showed Kenneth wearing a striped shirt, being pushed away from the stand by his father. Paula briefly appears gesturing towards the officer before moving away. The footage then shows the French family backing away just before the officer fired. Authorities released this footage as the only visual evidence they had from the store. They emphasized that there was no earlier footage available and no other cameras captured the incident. This was especially shocking for a crowded store like Costco, with people walking in various directions, browsing through aisles and stopping by sample stands. With only one camera and its limited view, large sections of the store remain unseen. While the footage provided a frustratingly limited window into the event, investigators weren't ready to give up just yet. Through careful analysis, they managed to get some valuable pieces of information from the grainy frames. They determined that a mere 3.8 seconds passed between Officer Sanchez falling to the ground and opening fire. This incredibly short time frame, barely enough time to blink, raises serious questions about what happened during those critical moments. As previously mentioned, Officer Sanchez fired a total of 10 shots during the chaotic encounter. 4 of them struck Kenneth, 3 bullets ripped through his back, and another pierced his shoulder. His parents, Paula and Russell, were also caught in the line of fire. Paula was wounded in the back, and Russell lost a kidney after being shot in the abdomen. The remaining 4 bullets lodged themselves in display cases, a grim reminder of the senseless violence that erupted in the familiar aisles of Costco. While no one else was physically harmed, the emotional toll was devastating. Russell and Paula spent months in the hospital, enduring surgeries and treatment for their injuries. But for Kenneth, there was no recovery. Witnesses recounted holding his hand, feeling the warmth fade as the 32-year-old man, a man with the mental capacity of a teenager, slipped away. His gentle smile, his struggles, his life, all silenced in a mere 3.8 seconds. The loss of Kenneth on June 14, 2019, a son, a brother, and a friend cast a deep shadow on his family and the community. His absence left behind a void filled with only the echo of unanswered questions and the weight of unimaginable grief. The French family spent 2 long months in the hospital recovering from their injuries. After being discharged in July 2019, they decided to speak up about their ordeal. They hoped that by sharing their story, they could convince the Riverside County District Attorney's Office to file charges against Officer Sanchez. Facing public pressure and the family's pleas, the District Attorney's Office presented the case to a grand jury in September 2019. However, the jury ultimately decided not to charge Officer Sanchez. This decision was another crushing blow for the French family. Just 1 week after leaving the hospital and finally holding a funeral service for Kenneth, they were forced to confront this new reality. Still deeply grieving and emotionally drained, they held a press conference to express their disappointment. They believed the city of Los Angeles, where Officer Sanchez worked, shared the blame for their tragedy. Their lawsuit argued that the city had been negligent in its duty to ensure proper training for its officers. Meanwhile, Officer Sanchez's attorneys were fighting back against the charges. The attorneys maintained that the officer had acted appropriately. The legal battle didn't end there. While the local district attorney's office decided not to pursue charges, the state stepped in. In August 2021, almost 2 years after the incident, the California Attorney General's office decided to press charges against Officer Sanchez. They accused him of 1 count of manslaughter, which means causing someone's death unintentionally, along with other charges related to using a gun dangerously. If found guilty, he could face up to 30 years in prison. Although it had been 2 years since the shooting, the public, especially the neighbors, were still waiting for justice to be served. Officer Sanchez's lawyer argued against these charges, claiming they were politically motivated. Despite the earlier setback, the French family's fight for justice continued in the civil trial. This time, they were able to introduce a powerful new piece of evidence. This animated recreation filled in the crucial missing pieces that the grainy store security footage had failed to capture. The animation brought the events of that tragic day to life. It depicted the French family, Paula and Russell, strolling through the aisles. Kenneth, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, walked beside them, seemingly unaware of the encounter. As they approached the sample stand, the animation showed Kenneth reaching out and striking the officer who was holding his young son. The impact sent the officer tumbling to the ground. The animation then depicted the horrifying moment when all three family members were struck by the officer's gunfire. In November 2021, a jury in Los Angeles decided in favor of the French family. The legal battles surrounding the Costco shooting continued for years. On December 27, 2023, a trial was held at Larson Justice Center in Indio to determine whether former Officer Sanchez was criminally responsible for the shooting. The jury deliberated for about 3 weeks, but ultimately deadlocked, unable to reach a verdict. The judge declared a mistrial. This heartbreaking case paints a picture of tragedy on all sides. Kenneth French, a gentle soul with a mental disability, lost his life in a senseless act of violence. On the other side of the gun, a father and police officer, Salvador Sanchez, acted in what he believed was necessary to protect himself and his young son. His actions that day have undoubtedly haunted him and his family, leaving a stain on his career and reputation. This case leaves us with many unanswered questions and an intense sense of unease. It raises debates about police training, mental health awareness, and the limits of self-defense. What do you think about this case? Did the outcome deliver justice? Was compassion considered? Should Officer Sanchez have been held accountable? Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.